atop Kunlun Mountain high above the void. A low hum reverberated through the air as a crack in space suddenly manifested. A lone figure burst out from within his face, filled with utter bewilderment. I didn't die. Lin Chen lowered his gaze to his own palm. As he gently clenched his fist, an immense surge of energy erupted outward, a majestic force sweeping across the mountain range beneath his feet. A thunderous roar echoed as the Kunlun ranges were blasted open, a bottomless chasm tearing through the mountains like a primordial rift, terrifying beyond words. My cultivation is still here. Lin Chen's face was alight with excitement. Not long ago, he had been the Zhongshuan immortal venerable of the Zhongshuan immortal realm, ruling over myriad universes. One thought eternal, one thought shattering the stars, capable of reversing heaven and earth. Yet just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the great emperor realm in the midst of undergoing tribulation transcendence, he suffered the cruel betrayal of his Tao companion and sworn brother. The two joined forces with other immortal venerables from distant realms to strike together and completely suppress and slay him. Fortunately, at the instant his immortal soul shattered, he unexpectedly was reborn. Even more to his astonishment, all of his cultivation remained intact. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the cultivation within his body once more. It was still at the peak of the tribulation transcendence stage. But which star domain am I in now? Lin Chen released his divine sense, rapidly spreading it across the entire planet. It's Blue Star? I've returned to Blue Star, he exclaimed in agitation. I wonder how my parents, my younger sister, and Su Qingxue are now. As his words fell, he immediately employed immortal arts to probe further. Moments later, he discovered that on Blue Star only 5 years had passed. In just 500 years in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, I had already attained the rank of immortal venerable, yet on Blue Star a mere 5 years have gone by. Memories surged up like storm-tossed waves within his mind. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Yumin's face, and her eyes misted over with tears. It was the first time she had been so proactive, yet she was rejected until a powerful figure set his sights on Lin Chen's fiancée, Su Qingxue. Lin Chen refused to yield, so that figure gave the order that the Lin family would pay the price. Almost overnight, the Lin group was toppled like leaves in a storm, collapsing with terrifying speed. The corporation folded, the Lin family went bankrupt, and Lin Chen's parents and younger sister were subjected to all manner of humiliation. Unwilling to accept it, Lin Chen went to demand an explanation, only to have Zhao Wuji of the Zhao family and Lin Hai lead men to break his 4 limbs and throw him into a river. At the brink of death, he was rescued by his passing master Qingdi, who then took him onward to the Zhongshuan immortal realm. Thereafter, driven by a fearless heart and the longing to return home, he fought his way forward step by step, crushing prodigies from every realm. In a mere 500 years, he achieved the rank of immortal venerable, hailed as an unparalleled genius of the cultivation world. Unexpectedly, he was betrayed by those closest to him, only to now, by a twist of fate, return to Blue Star. Kanglin, Wuji, I will settle the accounts with you two sooner or later. Lin Chen's hatred surged to the heavens, then his tone shifted. But for now, I will first settle the debts on Blue Star. A low hum vibrated through the air. His divine sense, vast as a boundless ocean, once again enveloped the entire Blue Star, tirelessly searching for the auras of his parents, his sister, and Su Qingxue. Once one reaches the tribulation transcendence stage, divine sense can effortlessly cover an entire star domain, let alone a small blue star. His divine sense suddenly paused at a self-built house in Linhai. Within the simple house were 2 beds, and on each bed lay a figure. Dad, Mom. Lin Chen's expression turned icy as his form vanished from the void. When he appeared again, he was already at the doorway of the self-built house. He drew in a deep breath. Carrying a heart full of apprehension, he knocked on the door. Thud, thud. Stop coming here. We'll repay the money in a few days. If you drive us to our deaths, you won't get a single cent. A choked voice laced with anger came from within. It was the voice of his younger sister Lin Cece. Hearing that voice, Lin Chen's heart trembled. In the Zhongshuan immortal realm, he had been a man who killed without batting an eye. No one dared provoke him lightly. For once they did, it would be a battle to the death. Thus he had earned another title, the Shura, immortal venerable. Yet at the very instant he heard this voice, his Tao heart wavered. His family was the hope that kept him fighting on. They were also his weakness. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. When he saw the scene within, the fury in his heart could no longer be suppressed. His gaze fell upon the floor, dilapidated and broken, the old light bulb on the ceiling swaying precariously, the furniture so ruined it looked as though it had been scavenged from a trash heap. Not only that, the walls all around were streaked with traces of red paint. Didn't I say, if you drive us to our... Lin Cece, voice brimming with anger, turned her head about to curse. But the moment she saw the figure standing there, her body shook violently. Tears instantly blurred her vision. Her lips trembled ceaselessly. Her hoarse voice filled with disbelief as she whispered, "Bro, is that you?" Cece. Lin Chen's lips moved, squeezing out 2 syllables. Bro, it's really you. After a brief daze, Lin Cece stumbled forward, bumping into the corner of the table without a care, and flung herself fiercely into Lin Chen's arms. In the next second, her entire body went limp as she fainted. Lin Chen's brows knit tightly, his gaze swept over Lin Cece's body, and a nameless fire rose within him. His sister's body was quite literally covered in wounds with hardly a patch of intact skin. Her face, neck, abdomen, back, hands, and feet were almost entirely marked by scars. Her 15-year-old hands were already full of calluses, no different from those of a woman who had farmed the fields for years. With a soft rustling sound, Lin Chen carried his sister to the sofa, then placed his hand upon her body, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into her. In barely an instant, Lin Cece's body rapidly healed, her very physique cleansed and tempered, reborn, entirely stepping beyond the category of ordinary mortals. Lin Cece opened her eyes. Seeing the figure seated beside the sofa, her eyes flew wide open. She rubbed them hard with her hands, unable to believe what she was seeing. Brother, you've really come back. I'm not dreaming, am I? Lin Cece asked again to be sure. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, reaching out to gently pat her head as he spoke softly. You're not dreaming. I've truly returned. Lin Cece pinched her own cheek hard, then whimpered in pain. Ow, it really isn't a dream. Brother, you've right, Cece, tell me everything that has happened at home since I left, Lin Chen asked directly, wasting no words. When he had seen his parents lying on their beds through divine sense, his eyes had nearly burst into flames. Even if their family had gone bankrupt back, then his parents and sister should never have been reduced to such a state. Unless. Lin Cece hesitated for a moment, then forced out a smile. Brother, it's fine. I'm going to school, while working part-time now, and I can still take care of mom and dad. You've just come back. Rest at home for a few days. I can handle the matters here. Seeing his sister pretending to be fine, Lin Chen felt a wave of guilt. He had fought across the immortal realms for so many years, his Tao heart firm and detached from the mundane. To him, the people of Blue Star were like ants. If he wished, with his Tribulation stage cultivation, he could wipe them out with a mere flick of his hand. Yet before his family, his Tao heart could not help but ripple. Forcing down the turbulence within, Lin Chen pressed on. Cece, you don't have to put on a brave face. I can protect you all now. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a crack opened up in the room. In the next instant, before his sister could react, he led Lin Cece into the rift, and in the blink of an eye they emerged several hundred meters above the ground. Well, what is happening? Lin Cece looked down, and her legs instantly turned to jelly. She had never seen such a sight. She had only ever seen such things on television, yet now she was standing in midair for no apparent reason. With a sharp sound in the span of a blink, Lin Chen brought his sister back home once more. Now you can tell me what has happened over these years. Why are mom and dad unconscious? Lin Chen asked. Bang. Suddenly the door was kicked open, and several burly men strode in from outside. Lin girl, time to pay up. Otherwise you can just serve brother who. Then you'll eat and drink well, and never have to live in this dump again. The one speaking in the lead was a bald man, his arms covered in dragon and tiger tattoos that looked as though they had been inked only halfway, then left unfinished when he ran out of money for color. Behind him lounged several men with the idle ruffian air of street punks. As he finished speaking, the bald leader caught sight of Lin Chen standing inside the room. Before he could open his mouth again, Lin Cece stepped in front of Lin Chen, blocking him with her body and shouting, "We already paid back the money a long time ago. What are you still doing here? Paid it back. You owe our brother who 300,000. If you can't pay, then obediently become brother who's woman." The bald man leered at Lin Cece with a lascivious grin. "Then we brothers can at least have a taste of the leftovers." At his words, all color drained from Lin Cece's face. She knew all too well what kind of man that so-called 300,000. We clearly only borrowed 5,000. How could it possibly be 300,000? Lin Cece's voice was already trembling on the verge of tears. 5,000. You've owed us for so long. All this time our brothers lost wages, labor, fees, the booze money, and everything else. Those aren't money. Two choices: either you submit to brother who and all debts are wiped clean, or you pay up. Otherwise. The bald man's gaze shifted toward Lin father and Lin mother, who lay on the beds in the main room. What happens to them? I can't guarantee. A threat, blatant, undisguised intimidation. Are you looking for death? Lin Chen's voice rang out cold and sharp. Oh, and where did this stinking brat come from, daring to meddle in the Black Tiger Gang's business? Bang. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, his head exploded into a mist of blood. The grins on his underlings' faces froze. A heartbeat later they screamed like slaughtered pigs. None of them had ever witnessed such a scene. One of them was even so frightened that he wet his pants. Puff. Immediately after, Lin Chen lifted a finger, and the bald man's divine body instantly dissolved into nothingness. Even the bloodstains vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. Speak. Where is your Black Tiger Gang located? Lin Chen paused for a heartbeat. Forget it. I'll just search your souls directly. Ooh, I can't be bothered to listen. As his words fell, the few remaining punks spun around in an attempt to flee. Bang! Almost at the same instant, aside from one man, all the others were crushed by Lin Chen into clouds of blood. With a dull thud, the sole survivor fainted on the spot from terror. Lin Chen opened his hand, and a surge of energy instantly drew the man's body toward him. Beside him, Lin Cece was clearly shaken as well. In a timid voice, she asked, "Brother, are you going to wake him up and question him?" Puff! With a casual wave of Lin Chen's hand, the man's body shattered with a boom, leaving only his head intact. Before Lin Cece could react, Lin Chen said slowly, "No need. The head alone is enough." At once he sent a strand of divine sense drilling into the punk's skull. After a thorough soul search, he learned the Black Tiger Gang's location and everything they had done to his family. "Cece, can you believe now that your brother can protect you all?" After reducing the punk's head to drifting ash, Lin Chen turned to his younger sister and spoke softly. "Brother, what on earth happened to you? Those methods you used just now." Lin Cece was still immersed in the shock of the brother who had disappeared for so many years suddenly standing before her. The techniques her brother had displayed were simply not something any ordinary person could possess. She had only ever seen such scenes on television. Lin Chen let out a sigh, then began to explain slowly. 5 years ago, after our family went bankrupt, I was taken away to another place by an immortal. He spoke at length, unhurriedly recounting the experiences he had accumulated over several centuries. When he finished, Lin Cece threw herself into his arms, choking with sobs. "Brother, I never imagined you went through so much." From Lin Chen's words, she learned that in that place where life and death hung by a thread at every turn, her brother had managed to survive by his own strength alone. Just listening to him was enough to feel how painful and harrowing those scenes must have been. "Cece, are you afraid of your brother?" Lin Chen asked cautiously. He feared that the bloody methods he had just used might have frightened his sister. For an ordinary mortal, such a gruesome sight was indeed far too much. Lin Cece shook her head with all her might and looked at her brother. "Of course not, brother. How could I ever be afraid of you? Those people were all bad. They brought this upon themselves." At first, the bald man's gruesome death had indeed terrified her, but after hearing of her brother's experiences in another world, she instead felt that what he had done was only right and natural. "That's good." Lin Chen finally relaxed. "It's all right. I'm back now and I can protect you and Mom and Dad." His voice grew gentle. "Cece, tell me everything that has happened at home over these years. I won't let a single person who laid a hand on you go unpunished." Though Lin Chen spoke in an even tone, it contained an extreme chill like the cold of the polar wastes. Lin Cece nodded heavily, then slowly began to recount everything that had happened over the past few years. Half an hour later, the Black Tiger Gang, Zhao Wuji. Flames flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. After his master had taken him away from Blue Star, the Zhao family had not let the Lin family go. They had repeatedly sent people to harass his sister. When his father learned of it and went to seek justice, he was beaten into a cripple. His mother, overwhelmed by grief and rage, suffered a violent attack of the heart and fell into a coma, becoming a vegetative patient. That left only his younger sister to shoulder the entire household alone, attending school, while also working part-time jobs to earn money to support the family. Not only that, Zhao Wuji had ordered the Black Tiger Gang to set his father up, forcing him to sign a loan note that with compound interest had snowballed into the current 300,000. At school, his sister had also been bullied, swallowing all her suffering alone. "I'll treat Mom and Dad first," Lin Chen said, then walked over to the bedside. Lin Cece stared in shock. "Brother, can you really cure Mom and Dad?" Lin Chen's gaze swept over them casually. He saw that his father's disability had indeed come from having his limbs brutally broken. As for his persistent coma, it was because someone had poisoned him. His mother, meanwhile, had suffered a backlash of qi and blood, blocking the nerves in her brain and leaving her in a vegetative state. Their conditions are not serious problems. To him, the poisons of Blue Star were child's play. Even a dead person was someone he had ways to bring back to life. With that, he flicked his fingers lightly, and 2 streams of spiritual energy poured into his parents' bodies. In less than a single breath, the two who had been lying motionless on the beds suddenly opened their eyes wide, gasping for air. Then, as though springs had been installed in their bodies, they jerked upright. "Mom, Dad, you're really awake." Lin Cece flung herself at them, sobbing uncontrollably. 16 years old, and she had already borne so much pain. Until now, she had forced herself to stay strong. Seeing her parents awaken at last, she could no longer hold back. After all, she was still just a child. "What happened to us?" Lin father and Lin mother looked around in utter confusion. Afterward, Lin Cece told them everything in detail from beginning to end. "Cece, Xiaochen, you've both suffered so much." Tears welled in Lin father and Lin mother's eyes as they gazed at their 2 children. "It's our failure. We couldn't protect you and let you endure so many hardships." Guilt weighed heavily on them. Lin Chen spoke up. "Mom, Dad, rest assured. I'm back now. I won't let you suffer even a little from here on out." "Now," Lin Chen's voice turned cold. "We'll start with the Black Tiger Gang. Yinglong Tower." This was the headquarters of Inlong Group, and also the base of the Black Tiger Gang, the largest underground syndicate in Linhai City. Inlong Group had risen only a few years ago. In an astonishingly short span of time, it grew from a small workshop into the present Inlong Group, becoming one of the great predators ruling Linhai. All of this existed only because the Black Tiger Gang stood behind them. At this moment inside the chairman's office, several alluring women were twisting their bodies, swaying and posing as they performed a suggestive dance. Seated before them were several men. The one in the very center wore his hair slicked back with oil. His face was filled with lewd wickedness, and his gaze roamed incessantly over the women as though he were sizing up prey. "Brother, who how's the quality of this batch?" A lackey beside him asked with a vulgar grin. The man was named Li Hu, known as Brother Hu, the boss of the Black Tiger Gang. He had started out as a retired underground boxer, once having taken many championship titles in the Eagle Sauce country overseas. After returning to the homeland, he rose step by step from the underground boxing circuit, eventually becoming the decision-maker of the Black Tiger Gang. "You've got a good eye, kid. You'll be rewarded." Li Hu laughed, then took a deep drag from the cigar in his hand. As though suddenly recalling something, he asked carelessly, "Right, where did Baldy go? Wasn't he sent to collect a debt? Why isn't he back yet? Did he get stuck in some woman's nest?" "He went to that Lin family girl's place," a lackey replied. "He said he'd bring that little chick back for Brother Hu so you could enjoy her properly." The lackey kept laughing as he spoke. "Baldy's a sensible one. Call him and see when he's coming back." Li Hu stepped forward, his large hands suddenly clamping around one of the women's waists, his face full of satisfaction. "No need. He's not coming back." Just then a voice suddenly rang out. In the next instant, Lin Chen appeared out of thin air in the office with Lin Cece at his side. The Black Tiger Gang members in the office instantly became alert. None of them had seen how the two had appeared. "Where'd this punk come from? Do you have any idea where you are? This is the Black Tiger Gang's turf. You dare come here to cause trouble? Are you tired of living?" As the lackey barked, a group of burly men in suits rushed in from outside, forming a tight ring around Lin Chen and Lin Cece. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Chen wasted no words. With a cold snort, the suited bodyguards burst apart like watermelons, exploding into a mist of blood. The scene sent the sexy dancers into shrill screams. They were so terrified that they fainted on the spot. Even the core lackeys who had followed Li Hu for years, men who had seen all manner of bloody scenes, were so frightened by Lin Chen's methods that they wet their pants. Killing with a mere snort. It defied all common sense. "You, who are you?" Li Hu had not lost control of his bladder, but his legs were already going weak. He had seen many powerful fighters in underground matches, yet never one as terrifying as the young man before him. He had not even seen how the other had struck. "You are not worthy to know," Lin Chen replied indifferently. Crack. As his words fell, Li Hu lunged to the desk, yanked a handgun from the drawer, and with the weapon in his hand, seemed to regain a measure of confidence. He raised his arm and pointed the gun at Lin Chen, swaggering, "Kid, I admit you've got some tricks, but now, you're dead." Seeing this, Lin Cece's delicate face turned anxious. She tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, they have guns." Lin Chen calmly patted her hand, wordlessly telling her to rest easy. "Little chick, I'll give you a chance," a lackey crowed, growing ever more brazen. "Come here and serve my big brother right in front of him, and we'll spare him. How about it?" The lackey's arrogance swelled, his eyes roamed over Lin Cece without restraint. Puff. Lin Chen merely took a single step forward, and the lackey who had just spoken, along with all the surrounding Black Tiger members, exploded and vanished into nothingness. Seeing this, Li Hu began to tremble uncontrollably. The finger on the trigger shook like a sieve. Fear clung to him like maggots, gnawing bone, relentlessly devouring his heart. Bang! The next second, he could no longer endure the terror and pulled the trigger at Lin Chen. Yet when he opened his eyes and saw the scene before him, his heart died completely. The bullet struck Lin Chen only to dissipate in an instant, vanishing into nothing. It was as though it had hit a steel tank, without leaving the slightest mark. "How is this possible? Are you a martial Dao grandmaster?" Li Hu was utterly terrified. He knelt and kowtowed over and over, begging, "I know I was wrong, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want." Watching the underground emperor, Li Hu, reduced to a stray dog, shivering before her brother Lin Cece, felt her respect for Lin Chen deepen yet again. She had never imagined her brother could become so formidable. To make a figure like Li Hu kneel and beg for mercy filled her heart with a quiet pride. Lin Chen did not respond. He merely snapped his fingers, and with a clattering sound, a tall banner-like object appeared at his right side. "Open." Lin Chen's lips moved lightly, and the long banner standing beside him stirred despite the still air. A chorus of wails rose from within like the screams of hell itself, sending chills down the spine. Seeing this, Lin Cece instinctively shrank closer to Lin Chen. "Kid, you have no idea who you're provoking. Young Master Zhao only has to say a word, and there'll be no place for you in all of Linhai." Li Hu was already scared witless, but still forced himself to invoke his backing, hoping it would save his life. Clearly the spectacle before him had nearly broken his mind. Zhao family. I'll be going to see them soon. Lin Chen glanced at him as one might at a writhing maggot devoid of emotion. Go beg for mercy inside my banner first. In the blink of an eye, a skeletal giant hand shot out from within the banner, swirling with terrifying black vortices of qi as it enveloped him. In a heartbeat, it seized the terror-stricken Li Hu and dragged him into the banner, where he vanished completely. Not only that, with a casual wave of Lin Chen's hand, the souls of the Black Tiger lackeys who had been killed by his aura were also pulled into the banner by that same giant hand. In an instant, the entire CEO's office of the Black Tiger gang was left with only Lin Chen and Lin Cece. Brother, where did Li Hu go? Why can't I see him anymore? Lin Cece swallowed hard, her wide eyes darting around the room. Then she pointed at the banner. And, oh, what is that thing? Why are there ghostly screams inside it? And that giant hand? She was both frightened and deeply curious. Lin Chen smiled slightly and explained this is called the 10,000 Soul Banner. It's a magical artifact from the world I went to. The hand inside is formed from the remnants of the souls of those I've slain. Why is it called the 10,000 Soul Banner? Did you kill 10,000 people? Lin Cece continued to ask. Lin Chen nodded. Oh. Lin Cece was shocked yet again, though she did not feel afraid. Looking at her brother's back, she suddenly recalled what he had once said about those 500 years of slaughter in a place called Sangshuan Immortal Realm, where life and death clashed at every turn. Compared with what those people had done to her brother back then, what she was seeing now truly seemed insignificant. What amazed her even more was that her brother had become so powerful. To make a figure like Li Hu kneel and beg for mercy filled her with pride. In truth, Lin Chen had not spoken the whole truth. The artifact in his hand was actually called the 100 million soul banner, obtained when he annihilated an entire sect. The more than 100 million remnant souls within had all fallen to his hand. Back then, a holy son of a sacred land had provoked him and been crushed to death. To his surprise, that sacred land hunted him with all its might. With no other choice, he slaughtered that sacred land to the last man. More than 100 million cultivators were drawn into the banner, completing the 100 million soul banner. Brother, where are we going next? Lin Cece asked again. Lin Chen did not answer at once. He simply extracted Li Hu's remnant soul, used a soul-searching technique on it, and then crushed the soul with his bare hand. Then, in an even detached tone, he said, next we go to the Zhao family. At the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of Silver Dragon Tower, Lin Chen stood with his eyes closed as the remnant soul memories of Li Hu surged into his mind like a rising tide. The faces, names, and crimes of 173 core members of the Black Tiger gang, from key cadres to street enforcers, all who had ever threatened, harassed, or harmed the Lin family, were laid bare in exquisite detail within Lin Chen's spiritual sense. Brother, what are you thinking about? Lin Cece stood behind him, nervously tugging at the corner of his shirt, confusion in her voice. I'm thinking about how to kill those people, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his tone utterly tranquil. As his words fell, the slaughter began. In a bathhouse in the southern part of the city, 3 Black Tiger gang leaders, soaking in a tub, suddenly widened their eyes. Before they could utter a sound, their entire bodies erupted into clouds of blood mist, dyeing the bath red. In an underground casino in the northern district, 5 men huddled around a gambling table, counting money, vanished into thin air, leaving only stacks of cash scattered across the table. Inside a warehouse by the river, over a dozen Black Tiger gang members dividing the spoils died simultaneously. The blood mist that burst forth was immediately erased by some invisible force, leaving not even a trace of the stench of blood behind. Lin Chen's spiritual sense blanketed the entirety of Linhai City. One marked soul after another was drawn from its mortal shell and collected into the billion souls banner. He did not even show his face, standing upon the clouds. A mere tap of his fingertip decided these people's fates. The last 3, he murmured. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a residential building in the eastern part of the city. In the top floor apartment, 3 core members of the Black Tiger gang were drinking the table piled with cash and several packets of white powder. I heard that Baldy went to the Lin family to collect debts. Wonder if he got what he wanted, one of them said, taking a He chuckled lewdly. That Lin girl's only 15, but she's truly a beauty. Shame Tiger Bro has his eye on her. We can only hope for a taste of the leftovers. Haha, once Tiger Bro gets tired of her, we. The second man's words cut off mid-sentence. He lowered his head to look at his chest, where a fist-sized hole had appeared out of nowhere. Before blood could even spill, his entire body, along with the obscene smile on his face, burst into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining 2 did not even have time to react before meeting the same fate. In short order, all 173 members of the Black Tiger gang lay dead. A moment later, Lin Chen opened his eyes. Brother, how did it go? Lin Cece ran up to him. Those bad people, all killed, Lin Chen said, gently rubbing her head. His voice softened slightly. Next, it's time to look for Zhao Wuji. At the mention of that name, Lin Cece's body visibly trembled. A deep terror flashing through her eyes. Brother Zhao Wuji. Lin Cici's voice carried her worry. His family is now the #1 clan in Linhai, with vast wealth and influence. Maybe we should just let it go. It's of no consequence. Merely a minor Zhao family. Lin Chen cut her off, smoothing her turbulent emotions. Cici, wait here for me a while, or shall I send you home first? No, I'm going with you, brother. Lin Cici shook her head vigorously, her gaze resolute. I'm not afraid. Lin Chen held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded. He closed his eyes once more, and his vast spiritual sense surged forth like an ocean enveloping all of Linhai City. Every patch of land, every building, every person's breath and heartbeat became crystal clear within his perception. Found him. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly, a glacial light in his eyes. In Linhai's most luxurious KTV club, Emperor Dynasty No. 1, his target awaited. In the imperial private room on the top floor, Zhao Wuji was sprawled on a wide leather sofa, surrounded by 3 scantily clad hostesses. One leg crossed over the other, a cigar pinched in one hand, his other hand roamed restlessly along a woman's waist. The coffee table before him was crowded with expensive foreign liquor, the air thick with a luxuriant blend of smoke and spirits. Young Master Zhao, let me toast you. The woman on his left cooed, lifting her glass as she nearly pressed her. All right, drink. Zhao Wuji burst into hearty laughter and reached for the glass, when suddenly the air in the room congealed. An indescribable pressure descended, as if a mountain of stone had slammed onto everyone's chest. The 3 hostesses rolled their eyes back and collapsed in a dead faint. Who? Zhao Wuji sprang up from the sofa, staring fixedly at the center of the room. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. It was the Lin siblings. Who the hell are you to dare barge into my private room? Zhao Wuji barked arrogantly. Lin Chen did not answer. He merely regarded him coolly. Zhao Wuji, the very one who had led people to shatter his father's limbs, who had driven his mother into such heartbreak that she became a vegetative husk. It was Zhao Wuji who had forced his 15-year-old sister to toil every day to repay debts, suffering endless humiliation. Under that unblinking gaze, Zhao Wuji's scalp prickled. An absurd feeling washed over him. That in front of this man the status he prided himself on was nothing but a joke. Which blind fool are you to dare cause trouble on my turf? Zhao Wuji snarled, drawing a pistol from his waistband and leveling it at Lin Chen with a cold smirk. Lin Chen finally spoke, his voice level. 5 years ago by the river in Linhai. Do you still remember? Zhao Wuji froze, then, as if recalling something, a ferocious grin twisted his face. You're that useless brat from the Lin family. You actually didn't die, and now you dare come back looking for death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than agony tore through his limbs, as though each bone were being crushed inch by inch, as if a dull blade were sawing slowly through his joints. A sharp crack of breaking bone rang out, piercing in the quiet of the private room. Zhao Wuji looked down to see his right arm bent at an impossible angle, bone shards piercing through the skin, crimson blood mingling with jagged white bone in a ghastly sight. He let out a pig-slaughtering scream, just about to collapse when another crack sounded. His left arm snapped, as well, followed by both his legs. With successive cracks, both legs broke at the knees as if the bones had been wrenched straight out of the joints. Zhao Wuji lay sprawled on the floor, his 4 limbs twisted into a grotesque shape. The pain was so excruciating that even unconsciousness eluded him. He could only writhe like a maggot on the ground, his screams nearly shattering the private room's soundproofing. This is for your right arm. Back then you used this hand to order my father's right arm broken. Lin Chen's voice remained calm as he walked toward Zhao Wuji. With each step, Zhao Wuji's screams grew sharper. This is for your left arm. And this for your legs. Lin Chen halted before Zhao Wuji, looking down at him from above, his gaze so detached it sent a chill straight to the soul. Zhao Wuji could no longer form words. The muscles of his face were twisted into knots, tears, snot, and drool streaming together, his appearance utterly wretched. At last the pain reached such an extreme that his brain chose self-preservation. He passed out on the spot. With a loud bang, the door of the private room burst open. Over a dozen black-clad bodyguards poured in, each wielding batons or stun guns. Young Master Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji lying on the floor, limbs mangled and bloody, every one of their faces changed. Courting death. The lead bodyguard spoke no further. He swung his baton straight toward the back of Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen did not even turn. He merely waved his hand casually. All the bodyguards froze mid-motion. The next instant their bodies exploded, turning into a sky of blood mist. A dozen lives vanished from the world without a sound. As the blood mist spread, a black vortex appeared in Lin Chen's palm. More than 10 twisted remnant souls were drawn into the whirlpool, faint shrill wails echoing from its depths. The private room fell quiet once more, as though nothing had happened. Not even a hint of blood scent remained. The mist and the souls had all been taken into the billion souls banner. Lin Chen bent down and took a phone from Zhao Wuji's jacket. The screen was still lit, its wallpaper a selfie of Zhao Wuji with two female internet celebrities under his arm grinning with brazen arrogance. Lin Chen opened the contacts, found the number marked Old Dad, and dialed a video call directly. After only 2 rings the call was answered. A man of about 50 appeared on the screen, hair slicked back, his features bearing some resemblance to Zhao Wuji's. He sat behind a redwood desk with an entire wall of shelves behind him displaying priceless antiques and porcelain. "You brat, making a video call this late." Zhao Fulong's words halted mid-sentence. Through the screen, he saw his son's face. More precisely, he saw his son's face twisted by unbearable pain, and beneath it 4 limbs bent at grotesque angles. "Wuji." Zhao Fulong leapt from his chair, eyes bulging, the blood draining from his face in an instant. "What is going on? Who are you?" His voice rose several octaves to a near scream. "You dare lay a hand? Do you even know who he is?" Lin Chen turned the phone's camera toward himself, revealing a face calm to the point of coldness. "If anything happens to my son," Zhao Fulong snarled, "I'll make sure you never escape Linhai." "Very well. Lin Chen would like to see how you intend to keep me from leaving Linhai," Lin Chen replied. At his words, Zhao Fulong's pupils contracted sharply. Memories from 5 years ago surged up like a flood. The Zhao family's current position owed itself to stripping the former richest Lin family of everything it had. "So you're that little bastard from the Lin family." Zhao Fulong ground out his initial shock, swiftly giving way to fury. "I should have finished you all back then, and you still dare come back. What have you done to my son?" "Nothing much. Only broke his 4 limbs, Lin Chen said mildly. "This is merely the beginning." I'll give you 3 hours," Lin Chen interrupted. "It is now 10 at night. Before 1 in the morning you may summon every expert you can, every patron, everyone who can fight. Call them all here." His voice remained utterly even, yet it sent a chill seeping from bone to marrow. "I'll be here waiting." Lin Chen tilted his head slightly, a smile curling at his lips. "Once those 3 hours are up, your son and your entire Zhao family from top to bottom, from every person to every possession, will no longer need to exist." With that, the video call ended. Staring at the darkened screen, Zhao Fulong was swiftly consumed by a towering rage. "Lin Chen." He smashed the phone hard onto the desk, then snatched up another telephone and rapidly dialed a string of numbers. The moment Zhao Fulong hung up the phone, the entire Zhao family exploded into chaos like a hornet's nest that had been stabbed through. "Old Chen, you lead the team, everyone. Head to Imperial Dynasty No. 1 immediately. Oldly inform every brother in Linhai. Anyone who can fight or kill must gather at the entrance of Imperial Dynasty No. 1 within 30 minutes. If they are 1 minute late, they can crawl out of the Zhao family themselves." The command swept out like a violent storm. The Zhao family had been entrenched in Linhai for 20 years, their reach spanning both the underworld and the legitimate world. Openly, they had bodyguards, thugs, and security companies. In the shadows, they commanded desperate criminals who could not bear the light of day. In this instant, all of them were activated at once. Over 100 black Mercedes rolled out from every corner of the city, converging toward Imperial Dynasty No. 1 KTV like swarms pouring out of an anthill. Such a commotion could not possibly be concealed. The first to notice was the Su family in the west of the city. In recent years, the Su family had been suppressed most ruthlessly by the Zhao's. 30% of their business had been seized, and 2 young juniors of the clan had even had their legs broken by Zhao Wuji. The Su family's old patriarch had long been secretly gathering incriminating evidence on the Zhaos, waiting for the day he could overturn everything. Tonight his phone rang. "Master, all of the Zhao family's bases are gathering their men. Their target is Imperial Dynasty No. 1. Zhao Wuji has been crippled." The voice on the other end was pressed low, yet it could not suppress its excitement. The old patriarch's hand, which had been lifting a bowl of medicine, suddenly jerked. The porcelain crashed to the floor and shattered into several pieces. Ignoring the scalding burn on the back of his hand, he sprang to his feet. "Are you certain? Is the information reliable? All of the Zhao family's bodyguards have been deployed. Do you think it's unreliable?" "Good, good, good." The old patriarch repeated the word 3 times, sharp light blazing in his eyes. "Send people to Imperial Dynasty No. 1. Have them watch from afar, do not approach. I want to know who actually dares to draw fangs from a tiger's mouth." The same scene played out almost simultaneously among more than a dozen other families in Linhai. The Zhou family in the north, the Qian family in the eastern district, the Wu family of the merchants guild, the Zheng family in real estate. Every power that could rank in Linhai dispatched its scouts in the shortest time possible. Unremarkable sedans and vans merged into the night, quietly feeling their way toward the same destination. Some family heads were sneering in private, convinced that whoever had crippled Zhao Wuji was simply courting death. Though the Zhao family had been in Linhai for only a few years, in that brief time, they had already become the city's #1 clan, their strength evident. With the backing of the provincial capital Ji family behind them, calling them the local overlords of Linhai was no exaggeration. It was also said that within the Zhao manor, they worshipped a martial expert at the level of transforming strength, a man who had once made a fearsome name for himself in the martial world. Ordinary groups of 100 strong men could not even get close to him. On the path of martial arts, there were the stages of external strength, internal strength, transforming strength, martial grandmaster, and the unfathomable divine realm beyond. And someone dared to lay a hand on Zhao Wuji. That was not merely pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. It was giving the tiger a dental cleaning. Yet more family heads secretly applauded in their hearts. The Zhao family had been far too overbearing these years. In real estate development, if they fancied a plot of land, even if you lowered your price by 30%, you still had. In commercial tenders, if they intervened in a project, the sensible would withdraw on their own. Those who lacked sense had their limbs broken at best, at worst their entire families vanished from Linhai. Every family had been gnawed on by the Zhao clan. Some still had bones hard enough to endure, while others had already been chewed down to crumbs. Now that someone dared to pull fangs from the tiger's mouth regardless of the outcome, the sheer courage alone was enough to toast with a full cup. At 1040 p.m. With 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining of the 3-hour deadline, Lin Chen had given the plaza in front of Imperial Dynasty No. 1 KTV was already filled with black Mercedes. More than 130 luxury cars fanned out in formation, sealing off the entire building until not even a gap remained. All headlights were on the piercing white beams, bathing the plaza in a brightness like daytime. Car doors opened and a dense mass of bodyguards poured out in a steady stream. Uniform black suits, uniformly hard, cold faces. Their number exceeded 200 and was still growing. Standing at the very front were 3 people. In the center was a bald, burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, muscles coiled along his arms like cables, a green dragon tattoo curling up from his collar onto his neck. His name was Li Chen, a martial artist who had achieved mastery in external strength, who had roamed unchecked through Linhai for 15 years without ever meeting a worthy opponent. It was said he had once punched through 3 centimeters of steel plate with a single blow, and the people he had killed numbered in the hundreds. He had only joined the Zhao family in recent years, serving as their chief enforcer. On his left stood a lean, elderly man with graying hair, yet eyes as sharp as an eagle's. This was Chun Wang, the Zhao family's steward, whose internal strength had reached minor completion, his true power surpassing even Li Cheng's. The deaths on his hands were no fewer than Li Cheng's, and very likely more. On the right was a middle-aged woman in a fitted black combat outfit. Her features were ordinary, but a black whip as thick as a thumb was coiled around her waist, its tip laced with poison. "Is everyone here?" Li Chen rumbled in a deep, muffled voice. Chun Wang's voice was dry like dead leaves scraping together. "All 68 members of the enforcement hall are present, not one missing," the woman in combat attire added. Li Chen nodded, his gaze turning icily toward the KTV's main entrance. He rolled his neck, vertebrae crackling crisply like bursting beans. "I want to see which fool has no sense of life and death." But in the very next second his words were cut short. The doors of the KTV opened. Lin Chen slowly walked out, carrying someone in his hand. More precisely, he was carrying something that only vaguely resembled a person. Lin Chen's hand gripped Zhao Wuji's scalp, the man's body sagging bonelessly along the ground. His 4 limbs drooped at angles utterly incompatible with human anatomy, bone stumps piercing through the skin, white shards exposed to the air in a gruesome sight. His clothes were completely soaked through with blood, a long smear marking the path where he had been dragged. He looked somewhat already dead. At this moment, among the more than 200 people in the plaza, not a single sound could be heard. Most of the Zhao family's bodyguards present had once been desperados or knife-edge street thugs. Yet even they, upon seeing Zhao Wuji in such a state, all sucked in a chilling breath. To beat a man into this condition was 10 times harder than killing him outright. This person had not come merely to seek vengeance. He had come to inflict torment. Only when Lin Chen fully stepped out did everyone truly see his appearance. He wore a long white robe, his features exceedingly handsome, his long hair cascading down his back, like an exiled immortal descended to the mortal world. Yet his eyes, those eyes indifferent to the extreme, sent a chill surging up the spine of every person who met his gaze. His gaze did not seem to be looking at people. It was as though he were looking at a ground strewn with trash, something not even worth a glance. And this was with Lin Chen deliberately concealing his true features. Otherwise, with his cultivation, his appearance had long since transcended the mortal. One glimpse from these ordinary people would have driven them irretrievably insane. After all, divine might is not to be profaned. Behind him followed a girl of 15 or 16, dressed in old clothes washed so many times they had turned pale. Her small face was taut with tension as she clutched tightly at the hem of the youth's robe. This was Lin Cece. Li Chen finally snapped out of his shock, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhao Wuji had always called him brotherly. Though the boy was useless, Zhao Fulong had shown Li Chen great favor when discovering him. Now Zhao Wuji was being hoisted out and dragged like a dead dog before all these people. This was not only a slap to the Zhao family's face, but to Li Cheng's as well. "Hack him to pieces." Li Chen swung his arm violently, his voice booming like thunder. Chop him into minced meat and feed it to the dogs. Yes. Over 200 men in black roared in unison, their shout making the car windows around the plaza buzz and tremble. The 30-plus bodyguards in the front row charged first, batons, machetes, and daggers in their hands, reflecting a cold, harsh gleam beneath the car lights. They were the Zhao family's enforcers. On normal days, one of them could easily handle 5 opponents. Now over 30 of them rushing in at once. Their sheer momentum alone was enough to make a person's legs go weak. In the distance, scouts from each family, who were observing in secret, all held their breath. A scout from the Su family lifted his binoculars, his hands trembling. It's over, this kid is done for. He had not yet finished his sentence. Lin Chen did not even move. He merely let out a cold snort. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of qi burst forth like a storm. The more than 30 bodyguards in the lead suddenly exploded into fragments, not even bone shards left behind. There was not even a mist of blood. They simply vanished into nothingness. The plaza instantly fell into a deathly silence. In the distance, the scouts from each family dropped their binoculars, their mouths hanging open, unable to make a sound. Among the 200 bodyguards standing in the center of the plaza, weapons had already fallen from the hands of half of them, clattering onto the ground with a series of crisp metallic chimes. The other half already had trembling legs. Li Cheng's eyes bulged wider than copper bells, his heart pounding madly. Only one thought remained in his mind. Internal strength unleashed externally. This was a grandmaster. Li Chen stood rooted to the spot, his legs feeling as though they were filled with molten lead. His heart pounded violently in his chest. Inner strength was being released outward. This was a means that only a true grandmaster could wield. Li Chen had trained in martial arts for 30 years, enduring countless hardships and shedding endless blood, only barely touching the threshold of perfected external strength. Moreover, he cultivated a body tempering art, his flesh like steel and bone like iron, such that even facing inner strength experts he felt no fear. By virtue of this alone, he could swagger across Linhai, was treated as an honored guest by the Zhao clan, earning 30 million a year, with luxury villas and famous brand cars all at his fingertips. Yet between him and the realm of inner strength lay a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. From minor attainment in inner strength to the grandmaster realm, the distance was immeasurable, like tens of thousands of miles. What did the title of grandmaster signify? In the entire Jiangdong province, the grandmasters publicly known numbered no more than can be counted on one hand. Each one was a figure to whom the top aristocratic families of the provincial capital would extend respectful courtesy, each one a personage whose single stomp could make an entire city tremble 3 times. And now the young man standing before him, barely in his early 20s, was actually such a grandmaster. Beside him, the steward Chen Wang's hands trembled uncontrollably, shaking like a sieve. Throughout his life, Chen Wang had killed no fewer than 100 people, employing every insidious trick imaginable, and thus possessed absolute confidence in himself. Yet the scene just now had shattered a lifetime of understanding. More than 30 men had vanished in an instant, gone, without even leaving bone fragments behind. This had already surpassed the bounds of inner strength. The woman in combat attire had already placed her hand on the whip at her waist, yet lacked even the courage to draw it. She had seen Li Chen strike before, one punch piercing steel plate, one kick snapping stone pillars, and had believed that was the very limit of human strength. Yet compared to the young man before her, Li Chen's prowess now seemed as laughable as children playing house. Of the nearly 200 bodyguards remaining on the square, half had already wet their pants. No one mocked them, for the other half's legs were trembling so badly they could barely remain standing. Silence. A death-like silence. Only Zhao Wuji's faint groans echoed harshly within that dead stillness. Li Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward. That single step was excruciatingly difficult, as if he were trudging through a mire. He was the Zhao clan's hired fist, and had enjoyed the Zhao family's favor for several years. Back then, Zhao Fulong had pulled him from an underground boxing arena, giving him money, status, and dignity. This grace was something he could not simply ignore. Honored. Master, he said. Li Chen's voice was dry and hoarse as he clasped his fists in salute, lowering his posture as far as he could. I am Li Chen. I do not know how the Zhao clan has offended you, master. I beg you to enlighten us. If there is some misunderstanding, the Zhao clan is willing to make full amends and will never shirk responsibility. His words already represented the lowest posture the Zhao family could possibly adopt. For the chief enforcer of Linhai's foremost family to bow his head to a mere youth was something none would believe if it were told. Lin Chen did not respond, nor did he even look at him. In those eyes, indifferent to the utmost, there was not the slightest ripple. Gritting his teeth, Li Chen again clasped his fists. Senior, the Zhao clan stands behind the Ji family in the provincial capital. The Ji family has a martial grandmaster. If Senior is willing to turn swords into... He never finished the sentence. Lin Chen merely glanced at him. Just one glance. Li Chen's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils dilating violently. His hands remained frozen in the gesture of clasped fists while his body stiffened in place. Then under the gaze of nearly 200 pairs of eyes, his entire form erupted, shattering into a cloud of blood mist. Li Chen died just like that. A master of perfected external strength, a legend of Lin Hai's underground fighting circuit, a martial powerhouse who had rampaged undefeated for 15 years, was killed by a single glance. Chen Wang's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He had killed countless people and witnessed myriad manners of death, yet never had any death ever inspired such bone-deep terror. Killing with a glance. He had boasted of such a thing, but had never seen it with his own eyes. This was not a fight. This was complete and utter crushing. It was the trampling of a god upon ants. It was the unilateral erasure of a lower life form by a higher one. Chen Wang's legs finally gave out. His entire body collapsed to the ground, his knees smashing into the tiles with a sharp crack of bone. He had no time to care about the pain, for he had just witnessed something far more terrifying. Killing with a single glance, leaving no corpse behind. Such horror was beyond what any ordinary person could bear. The woman in combat attire knelt a second after him. Her lips trembled, she tried to speak, but no sound came out. The venomous whip she took pride in was nothing but a joke before this young man. If you could not even approach, how could you possibly administer poison? Please, master, spare us. Chen Wang's voice sounded as though squeezed from his throat, every word quivering. He kowtowed frantically, his forehead smashing against the tiles with repeated thuds, blood appearing after only a few strikes. Yet he felt it was not enough and continued to prostrate himself, battering his head until it was covered in blood, not daring to stop. I am willing to be your ox and horse to serve at Senior's command. I beg Senior to show mercy and spare my life. The woman in combat gear also kowtowed, her voice tinged with sobs. Master, spare us. We were only acting under orders. We bear no personal grudge against Master. We beg Master to show leniency. The two leading figures from the Zhao clan, ruthless characters who usually killed without batting an eye, now knelt like two stray dogs, kowtowing, as if pounding garlic. This scene utterly stupefied the remaining 100+ bodyguards on the square. No one knew who first threw down their weapon and knelt. There was a crisp clatter followed by the chorus of weapons hitting the ground. Over 100 bodyguards in black fell to their knees in unison, forming a dark mass that covered the entire square. Their heads were bowed extremely low, foreheads pressed against the cold tiles, their bodies shaking like sieves. No one dared raise his head. No one dared speak. Even their breathing was deliberately reduced to the bare minimum. In the distance, the scouts from the various families were already completely petrified. The Su family scout crouched behind a van, phone raised in midair, mouth open, his face filled with disbelief. At Old Master Su's command, he had come to gather information, recording from the very moment Lin Chen stepped onto the scene. His camera had clearly captured the entire process, the over 30 bodyguards turning into blood mist, Li Chen clasping his fists in salute before his body exploded, Chen Wang, and the combat-clad woman kneeling and kowtowing, and nearly 200 bodyguards kneeling to cover the ground. Is this even human? The Su family scout muttered, trembling as he sent the recorded video to the Zhou family scout in the northern part of the city lay prone at a fifth-floor window of a nearby office building, his hand holding a high-powered telescope, shaking so badly he nearly dropped it. He swallowed hard and dialed the family head. Moss. Master Zhou, something major has happened. Zhao clan's Li Chen is dead. He was killed by a single glance. All those bodyguards have knelt. Over 200 people, every one of them on their knees. On the other end of the line, there was 3 seconds of silence. Then the Zhou family head's urgent voice, "Did you see clearly?" "Every word is true," the scout replied. "I saw it with my own eyes. That young man is Lin Chen of the Lin family. The Lin boy the Zhao clan threw into the river 5 years ago. He didn't die. He has returned." Similar calls were made simultaneously among a dozen families in Linhai. What? Li Chen was killed by a single glare. All 200 bodyguards have knelt. Are you sure you didn't miss-see? That Lin family brat. Didn't he die 5 years ago? How has he returned? And become a grandmaster? A grandmaster? He is definitely a grandmaster. Li Chen's external strength was perfected. Only a grandmaster could kill him with a single glance. The news was like a massive bomb exploding within Linhai's circle of clans. Those family heads who had originally thought Lin Chen was marching to his death now sprang from their chairs. Those who had been gleefully waiting to see the Zhao clan punish a presumptuous youth now saw their expressions change drastically. They finally understood one thing tonight. In Linhai, the order of things would change. On the square, Lin Chen gazed at the sea of kneeling black-clad bodyguards, his expression still calm. His spiritual sense swept over each person like X-rays, piercing flesh and blood to reach the depths of the soul. "Whether you kneel or not makes no difference to me," Lin Chen said. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every single ear with perfect clarity. "Those I wish to kill, I will naturally kill." As his words fell, he raised his right hand and lightly tapped the air with his fingertip. An invisible aura spread out from that finger, rapidly extending through the crowd. The aura swept across the square, across every person kneeling on the ground. It was the art of punishing sin. This was a spell he had comprehended in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, one that targeted the very origin of the soul. Any who had committed evil left indelible marks upon their souls. The art of punishing sin would magnify those marks without limit, returning the perpetrator's own methods upon his body. On the square, Chen Wang and the woman kneeling beside him abruptly died, their bodies dissolving into blood. Having committed far too many crimes, the backlash they suffered was naturally gruesome beyond bearing. The other bodyguards met the same fate. One after another, shrieks rose in succession. Those enforcers who had long acted as accomplices to tyrants now died, in ways mirroring the suffering they had once inflicted on others, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. Bullies were bullied to death, abusers were beaten to death, poisoners died by poison, those who had drowned others were themselves drowned. 18 kinds of death, each corresponding to a sin they had once committed. The scouts of the various families watching from afar felt a chill run through their entire bodies at this sight. They finally realized that the young man before them was practically a madman. 5 minutes later, the square fell silent once more. Of the Zhao clan's more than 200 elite fighters, over 90% had fallen. Fewer than 20 remained, all newcomers who had joined recently and had yet to commit any crimes. They knelt on the ground, trembling all over, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen did not spare them another glance. "Cece, let's go," he said calmly. He spoke lightly, reaching out to wrap an arm around his younger sister's shoulders. Lin Cece clung tightly to her brother's waist. Her small face was somewhat pale, yet her eyes held no fear. She had watched with her own eyes as those who had once bullied her and her parents died one by one. In her heart, there was not a trace of sympathy, only a sense of unrestrained, exhilarating relief. Lin Chen raised his hand and lightly drew a line through the air before him. Space itself parted at his fingertip, opening into a rift. Holding Lin Cece's hand in his left and the half-dead Zhao Wuji in his right, he stepped into the rift in a single stride. 3 hours had passed. The Zhao family manor spans over 100 acres, making it the most luxurious private residence in Linhai, unparalleled by any other. The 3-meter-high walls wind like a dragon, and the main gate is forged from a single piece of cast bronze weighing 2 tons, flanked by 2 white marble lions glaring fiercely, exuding a commanding presence. In the eyes of the people of Linhai, this grand gate symbolizes power. A crack appeared in the void. Lin Chen held Lin Shizai's hand and stepped through the crack, standing before the imposing bronze gate. He casually tossed Zhao Wuji at his feet. At this moment, Zhao Wuji curled up like a dead dog, whimpering in his throat. Lin Chen glanced up at the golden characters Zhao Fu engraved above the doorframe, his expression calm. Then he opened his mouth and gently exhaled. Boom! A terrifying energy surged forth from Lin Chen's mouth. In the next second, the 2-ton cast bronze gate and the 3-meter-high walls on either side instantly turned to dust. The alarm screamed loudly, echoing throughout the manor. Deep within the manor, Zhao Fu Long suddenly sprang up from his chair, his expression tense. He grabbed the phone on the table, his fingers trembling as he dialed Li Chong's number. Busy tone. He dialed Chen Wang again, busy tone. He tried calling that tough woman, but it was still a busy tone. After dialing 7 or 8 numbers, not a single person answered. Zhao Fu Long's hands began to shake. Li Chong and the others were all martial arts experts. Over 200 of them could fill an entire street. How could it be that none of them could be reached? Unless they had all failed. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran up Zhao Fu Long. However, he was Zhao Fu Long, the master of the Zhao family, who had navigated Linhai for many years and seen his fair share of storms. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within, and looked towards the Grandmaster chair in the corner of the study. An old man sat in the Grandmaster chair, his expression as placid as a still lake, as if the explosions and the blaring alarms outside did not exist. Seeing the old man's tranquil demeanor, Zhao Fu Long felt a bit steadier. He quickly walked up to the old man, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and spoke with utmost respect. Master Long, someone is trying to attack my Zhao family. I implore you to take action and eliminate this great threat for my Zhao family. Afterward, the Zhao family will certainly reward you handsomely. Whatever you desire, please speak freely. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze cold as he spoke, full of arrogance. Who is so bold as to cause trouble at the Zhao family's doorstep? He stood up, his robes billowing. Without wind, come, let's go meet him. Let him kneel and beg for mercy at your Zhao family's door, and in doing so, I will repay the favor the Ji family once bestowed upon me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu Long's last shred of unease vanished. This old man was sent by the protector of the Zhao family. The old man had previously demonstrated his power. With a single palm strike, a decorative rock 10 meters away had exploded. Over the years, the Zhao family had been able to run rampant in Linhai, and aside from Li Chong, and the other visible enforcers. The true trump card was this unfathomable old man. "Thank you, master," Zhao Fulong exclaimed joyfully, then shouted to the outside, "Everyone follow me out." Dozens of bodyguards dressed in black combat uniforms quickly assembled, surrounding Zhao Fulong and the old man. These bodyguards were retired special forces hired at high salaries from overseas, well-equipped, each carrying live ammunition with grenades strapped to their waists. They escorted the two through the corridor, out of the villa, and into the central garden of the manor. Then everyone saw the two figures at the entrance of the garden. It was Lin Chen and Lin Shishi. At the feet of the young man lay a squirming mass. The mass emitted faint whimpers. His clothes were already soaked in blood, his limbs hanging limply like 4 strands of overcooked noodles, broken bones protruding from his flesh, glaring white under the light. When Zhao Fulong saw the face of the mass, his pupils constricted sharply, and he froze as if struck by lightning. It was his son. It was his son Zhao Wuji, whom he had cherished for 25 years. At this moment his son's face was being trampled under the feet of the young man as casually as stepping on a piece of rotten meat. With each stomp, Zhao Wuji's body convulsed. Lin Chen, Zhao Fulong's eyes instantly filled with blood, his gaze turning red like a wild beast. He stared fiercely at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Let my son go. If you dare to touch a single hair on him, I will bury your entire family. Your crippled old man, your vegetable mother, and that little bastard beside you, none will escape. I will chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. I will." His roar suddenly came to a halt because Lin Chen moved. Lin Chen dragged Zhao Wuji by his feet, step by step, walking towards Zhao Fulong. "Stop." Over 40 bodyguards simultaneously raised their pistols, the dark muzzles aimed precisely at Lin Chen's vital points. The leader, a scar-faced man, barked, "Take another step, and we will fire." Lin Chen did not halt. "Fire." The scar-faced man gave the command. Bang, 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 bang. Over 40 pistols fired simultaneously, bullets pouring down on Lin Chen like a rain of metal, each aimed precisely at his vital points. These retired special forces were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, their marksmanship impeccable, with no possibility of missing. However, when the bullets reached 3 feet in front of Lin Chen, they halted. Yet before his family, his Tao heart could not help but ripple. Forcing down the turbulence within, Lin Chen pressed on. "CC, you don't have to put on a brave." The pupils of the scar-faced man and the others constricted violently. He had seen bulletproof vests and armored vehicles on the battlefield, but had never seen anyone stand still and make bullets disappear. He instinctively reached for the grenade at his waist, but as he made that half motion, Lin Chen's gaze swept over. In the next instant, puff, 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 the bodies of those bodyguards exploded simultaneously, painting the ground red. In a single breath, over 40 lives vanished without a trace, leaving not even corpses behind. As if nothing had ever happened, Zhao Fulong's legs began to tremble. He finally understood why he could not reach Li Chong and Chun Wang. It was not that they were not answering, but that they could no longer answer. The elite force he had spent years and hundreds of millions to build had not lasted even a minute in front of this young man. But he still had a trump card. He abruptly turned to look at the old man beside him, which gave him confidence. At this moment, the old man's expression changed. He stared at Lin Chen, a grave look flashing in his vertical pupils. The earlier display that wiped out over 40 people was something even he could not comprehend. However, not understanding did not mean fear. "Young man, I have killed countless in my lifetime and do not wish to bully the weak. If you kneel down and admit your mistake now and release Zhao Wuji, I can intercede and spare your life." He paused, then added, "This is your last chance. Do not be ungrateful." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fulong felt a surge of confidence. The old man's confidence indicated that he was fully assured of being able to subdue Lin Chen. He straightened his back and sternly echoed Lin Chen. "Do you hear me? Master Long is merciful and is giving you a chance. Do not be ungrateful. Quickly release my son, or not only will you die tonight, but your sister and those old fogies at home will all have to die." Lin Chen's footsteps finally stopped. He looked down at Zhao Wuji, who was on the verge of unconsciousness beneath his feet, then raised his head to glance at the old man and Zhao Fulong before breaking into a faint smile. The smile was faint, yet it made the hairs on the back of Zhao Fulong's neck stand on end. "Just because of you." Lin Chen regarded the old man with an indifferent expression. Then he continued to step forward, dragging Zhao Wuji inch by inch towards Zhao Fulong and the old man. The old man's face finally darkened. "Looking for death?" He snorted coldly, his bony hand emerging from his sleeve, a layer of dark green light shimmering in his palm. That light quickly coalesced into a semi-transparent, ghostly claw which expanded in the wind, growing to 3 meters long in the blink of an eye, its 5 fingers curled like hooks surrounded by a sinister aura, causing the air to emit hissing sounds of corrosion as it passed. This palm strike had once been used to kill 3 accomplished martial artists and had never missed its mark. 100 ghosts pursuing Soul's palm. The ghostly claw, accompanied by a piercing scream, swooped down towards Lin Chen, the air filled with a pungent stench of decay, causing the flowers and plants in the garden to wither and blacken instantly as the ghostly aura swept past. A glint of savagery flickered in Zhao Fulong's eyes, for he knew that once the old man took action there would be no survivors. Lin Chen raised his gaze to the imposing ghostly claw. Then he snorted. The 3-meter-long ghostly claw suddenly froze midair, the dark green light flickering violently, as if it were a candle flame swept by a gale. In the next instant the ghostly claw shattered explosively, dispersing into the air. Simultaneously the old man, as if struck by a heavy blow, completely exploded into a mist of blood. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. Ants dare to shake trees. A mere half-step into the transformation realm is not even comparable to the chi refining stage in the cultivation world, let alone Lin Chen, a formidable being in the tribulation transcended stage. A single glance could eliminate him, even in a situation where he held back. At this moment Zhao Fulong regained his senses, his pupils contracting sharply, cold sweat pouring down his body, his back chilled. Master Long was his greatest trump card, and one of the reasons the Zhao family had maintained its position as the foremost family in Linhai for years. It is important to note that the Zhao family's actions in Linhai over the years have incited the wrath of both gods and men. Naturally, this has created many enemies. These enemies have hired numerous assassins, even internationally renowned ones, but all have failed solely due to the presence of Master Long. However, now Master Long's trump card has been casually torn apart by someone unable to withstand even a single blow, turning into a mist of blood. Yet despite the terror in his heart, he had to force himself to appear calm. Lin Chen, he said in a low voice, "You are indeed formidable. I admit I underestimated you. Even Master Long is not your match. But no matter how powerful you are, you must consider your family right." He took a step forward, raising his voice slightly. "Master Long is affiliated with the Ji family in the provincial capital. If you kill him, the Ji family will certainly not let this go unpunished. Do you know what position the Ji family holds in the provincial capital? In front of the Ji family, my Zhao family is merely a watchdog. Even if you kill me today, the Ji family will come for you. What will you use to defend yourself then?" At this point, Zhao Fulong straightened his back a little more. The Ji family ranks among the top 3 elite families in the provincial capital, with their influence spanning half of Jiangdong province. It is said that there are peak-level transformation realm experts within the family, and they have countless connections with the capital. He did not believe Lin Chen would dare to act recklessly. "How about this?" Zhao Fulong spread his hands, adopting a negotiating posture. "You let my son go, and we will pretend that today's events never happened. I will keep Master Long's matter a secret for you. From now on, my Zhao family will withdraw from Linhai, and all territory will be handed over to your Lin family. How about that? Is this enough sincerity?" While he spoke of sincerity, he was secretly mocking. As long as he could leave this door alive tonight, he would immediately call the Ji family. Once the Ji family's transformation realm master arrived, even 10 Lin Chens would perish. Lin Chen did not respond. He looked down at the bloody mass at his feet, bent down, and grabbed Zhao Wuji by the scalp, lifting him up entirely. Zhao Wuji had already completely lost consciousness, his limbs hanging limply, blood dripping onto the lawn drop by drop. "What do you want from me?" Lin Chen finally spoke, still calm. 5 years ago, your Zhao family colluded with a big shot in the provincial capital, causing my Lin group to go bankrupt overnight. When my father sought justice, your son led people to break his limbs and even poisoned him slowly, leaving him bedridden and suffering. My mother was so angry she fell into a coma, becoming a vegetable. My younger sister was only 10 years old at the time. You forced a child to repay the fabricated debts, making her live in a dilapidated house, eat slop, while your thugs blocked her every day. Lin Chen raised his eyes, murderous intent boiling within him. Today I will repay all these debts 1,000-fold. His voice held no fluctuations, yet it sent chills down Zhao Fulong's spine. Moreover, Lin Chen lifted Zhao Wuji into the air, then looked at Zhao Fulong, enunciating each word. "I will let you open your eyes wide and watch as everything belonging to the Zhao family is destroyed one by one, with each person dying before your eyes." Zhao Fulong's heart suddenly shrank. Having navigated both the dark and light sides of society throughout his life, he had seen countless ruthless individuals, yet he had never encountered anyone like Lin Chen. The indifference in those eyes was not an act, it was a genuine disregard for human life. Just like a butcher looking at meat on a chopping board, there was no pity, no hesitation, only contemplation on where to start cutting. "Lin Chen," Zhao Fulong finally broke down, his voice turning sharp. "Dare you kill me? Can you really kill the Zhao family? My 2 daughters, one married to the second young master of the Ji family, and the other married to a direct descendant of the Qin family in the capital. If you dare to touch me, both the Ji and Qin families will not spare you. Even if you kill me, the Zhao family will not be destroyed." He became increasingly agitated, spitting as he spoke. "You can't kill them all. The bloodline of the Zhao family will never be entirely wiped out. My daughters are with the Ji and Qin families. If you dare to lay a finger on them, the Ji and Qin families will ensure you have no place to bury your body. Is that so? Lin Chen smiled faintly. As the words left his mouth, he subtly exerted force with his palm, releasing a trace of energy. In the next second, Zhao Wuji's body disintegrated like flying ash, inch by inch fulong before their eyes. Zhao Fulong stared at his son, gradually dissipating, completely dazed. Wuji, a heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the estate as he frantically charged at Lin Chen. Zhao Fulong stared at his son, gradually dissipating, completely dazed. Wuji, a heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the estate as he frantically charged at Lin Chen, but he only stumbled forward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. He lay on the ground, his hands desperately clawing into the soil, his whole body shaking like a sieve, howling in despair, with fiery rage in his eyes. You killed my son. You killed my son. Lin Chen, I want your entire family to accompany him in death. I want you to have no place to bury your body. Lin Chen looked down at the furious Zhao Fulong lying on the ground, his eyes showing no trace of sympathy. Don't rush, his voice was calm. Soon countless Zhao family members will join your son, making his departure quite lively. He then raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion at Zhao Fulong. Zhao Fulong's body jolted violently, and threads of blood were pulled from him, all captured by Lin Chen. What? What are you doing? Zhao Fulong looked at the dense threads of blood above him, his voice trembling. He had never seen such a method. Lin Chen gazed at him coldly, his tone disdainful. These blood threads represent your bloodline. Anyone with even the slightest connection to your bloodline will die. Zhao Fulong's pupils dilated, repeatedly murmuring, Impossible, how can you have such a method? Lin Chen, seeing his reaction, scoffed coldly. This is the soul destruction curse, a technique from the lower realm of the Kangwu immortal realm known as the Blood Demon Sect. It uses bloodlines as a guide and causation as a chain. Within miles, anyone with the same bloodline will perish once the curse is activated. No matter where the target hides, or how many people are protecting them, once the curse is initiated, they must all die. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fulong's knees finally buckled. He knelt on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his lips trembling violently. He was not afraid of dying. He had seen many storms in his life, and at most it was just one life. But what he feared was Lin Chen's threat to kill all Zhao family members. This was not revenge, it was annihilation. No. No. Zhao Fulong's voice began to plead. I was wrong, I beg you. Spare my daughters. Spare the rest of the Zhao family. I will give you whatever you want. I will hand over all of the Zhao family's assets to you. I will give you the Zhao group. I beg you. However, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. Having returned with great difficulty, he naturally wanted to take revenge with pleasure, using the most terrifying methods to instill despair into his past enemies. Lin Chen raised his hand, gently slicing through the void before him. The space opened like a curtain, revealing a scene. Within the light curtain, images began to emerge. Zhao Fulong's second daughter, Zhao Shuiying, has married into the Ji family, and is currently at the most luxurious hotel in Jiangdong province, holding a glass of red wine on the balcony, chatting with her good friend. Shuiying, you really have good fortune. Marrying the second young master of the Ji family, that is the heir of the largest family in Jiangdong, I truly envy you. A nearby woman dressed flamboyantly praised her. It's all right. Although Zhao Shuiying said this, her face could not hide the pride. Being able to climb up the Ji family's tree is indeed her greatest achievement. Moreover, the Zhao family is also the top family in Linghai, so she naturally feels proud. However, a piercing scream came from beside her. It was the girl from before. Zhao Shuiying turned her head and found her sister looking at her with a gaze filled with terror. What's wrong, Chu-Chu? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Shuiying asked in confusion. Qin Chu-Chu trembled as she pointed at Zhao Shuiying's body. Following Qin Chu-Chu's direction, Zhao Shuiying looked down at her body and discovered that it was being corroded, and intense pain spreading throughout her being. It felt as if her soul was being destroyed, and then she disappeared completely, turning into nothingness. Qin Chu-Chu, witnessing this scene, let out a scream that echoed throughout the hotel. A living person just vanished right before her eyes, yet items on the table remained, proving that Zhao Shuiying had existed just moments ago. The first one, Lin Chen said coldly. At this moment, Zhao Fulong in the Zhao family estate witnessed this scene and collapsed to the ground. Shuiying, don't worry, that was just the first one. The second will come next. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his fingers slicing through the bloodline once more. This scene was not only happening in Linghai, but throughout the entire Jiangdong province, even across the nation and globally. Zhao Fulong's elder brother Zhao Fuhai was playing mahjong in a villa on the outskirts of Linghai. Just as he picked up a good tile and was about to declare victory, his hand froze midair. His fellow players noticed his face turning ashen in an instant, followed by him writhing in agony, as if suffering immense pain before he died, in the same manner vanishing from his spot. In the grand residence of the Qin family in the capital, Zhao Yuqing, the third daughter who married into the Qin family, was humming a lullaby while holding her 1-year-old child in the nursery. The singing stopped her body, shook a few times from pain, and then she collapsed beside the crib, fading into nothingness. Scenes flashed by one after another. In the provincial city Linghai, the capital, and even the Zhao family's branches abroad, this scene was simultaneously unfolding. Zhao Fulong watched in horror as one Zhao family member after another fell on the luminous screen, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, mouth agape, but unable to produce any sound. Over 100 people. One after another, they perished before his eyes. And he could do nothing but kneel on the ground, watching as his bloodline was plucked away, witnessing over 5 generations of the Zhao family's legacy dissipate in mere moments. Even the illegitimate children were not spared, all perishing without exception. I was still too merciful, Lin Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Fulong looked at the young man before him, his eyes filled with rage, screaming, "Lin Chen, you devil!" Lin Chen remained indifferent. In a brief moment, he had annihilated over 100 members of the Zhao family, eradicating the entire clan, yet there was no flicker of emotion on his face, as if these lives were as insignificant as ants. As a former Tribulation transcendent, just one step away from becoming a great emperor, he had killed countless people along the way, and merely the treasures in his possession, the Soul Banner, had claimed over 100 million lives. Let alone these mere 100 or so. Lin Chen, you monster. Zhao Fulong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair. He had not anticipated that he would provoke such a calamity, over 100 lives extinguished at his command. What filled Zhao Fulong with despair even more was Lin Chen's methods. Some of his illegitimate children were even abroad, yet they were still killed remotely. Such methods were beyond human capabilities. Every time the scene in the air flashed by, it meant another Zhao family member had died. This torment was nearly driving Zhao Fulong insane. He couldn't help but regret thinking he should never have provoked the Lin family, but he had no choice. A devil. I quite like this title, but it is far from enough. Lin Chen gazed at the nearly lifeless Zhao Fulong, speaking each word deliberately. I do not only want to kill their bodies, I also want their souls. With that, Lin Chen reached out his hand towards the void. The next second, a chorus of heart-wrenching wails echoed from all directions, surging towards one direction at a terrifying speed. Standing beside him, Lin Cece was also astonished by her brother's power. Since brother returned, the abilities he has displayed have been so extraordinary. I can't even imagine how much suffering he endured there. Lin Cece's heart was filled with pain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon the wails grew closer, like demons from hell screaming. Hearing the sounds, Zhao Fulong looked up, and when he saw the source of the wails, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wuji, shuiying, Zhao Fulong said in terror. Those wails belonged to none other than the Zhao family members who had just been annihilated by Lin Chen. Zhao Fulong, it's all your fault. Return my life. Zhao Fulong, you bastard. I will kill you. The souls all rushed towards Zhao Fulong with rage. Zhao Fulong had never seen such a scene before. Even though he had long been immersed in both the underworld and the upper world, he was still terrified, going mad on the spot, kneeling on the ground, no longer the confident figure from before. Just imagining a group of people you know turning into ghosts and charging towards you, especially when you saw them die with your own eyes, was a terrifying thing. The Zhao family shall perish completely tonight. Lin Chen swept his gaze over the kneeling Zhao Fulong, who was already being torn apart by those ghosts. Without any unnecessary movements, he simply snapped his fingers, and a breath of energy crushed Zhao Fulong into dust, extracting his soul in the process. Zhao Fulong's soul was in Lin Chen's grasp, continuously roaring and attempting to attack Lin Chen. But Lin Chen merely sneered, immediately collecting the souls of over 100 Zhao family members into the Soul Banner, then clapping the banner in his hand. Let the Zhao family members gather in my banner. After dealing with the Zhao family, Lin Chen casually waved his hand towards the Zhao family estate. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy swept through, and in an instant the vast Zhao family estate was reduced to dust, leaving no ruins behind. The Zhao family was thus annihilated. Cece, let's go home. Lin Chen turned to his sister, his face softening. This expression was a stark contrast to the cold killer he had just been. Buzz. The space tore apart, and the two stepped inside. Suddenly Lin Cece's phone rang. As soon as she answered, she exclaimed, Aunt Su, you said Qingxua had an accident. In the span of a single night, the entire Linhai was shaken. The news of the Zhao family's annihilation quickly spread throughout Linhai. Once at the peak of its power, the Zhao family, often referred to as the local emperor of Linhai, saw their grand estate, known as the Zhao Manor, reduced to ruins, leaving not even a brick or tile behind. Many spies from prominent families in Linhai secretly revealed that the Zhao family was wiped out by a mysterious young man who crushed them alive. This information spread rapidly, backed by numerous videos and photos with many eyewitnesses, making it undoubtedly true. Many speculated that the Zhao family must have provoked a master of formidable strength which led to their extermination. The heads of various families in Linhai naturally received the news immediately. The first to hear the news was the elder of the Su family. He spent the night awake sitting in his study smoking cigar after cigar filling the ashtray to a small mountain. At 3:50 a.m. the spy finally called in. Elder Su, the Zhao family, is no more. The elder's hand trembled, and the cigar fell onto the Zeton wood table, scorching a mark without him noticing. What do you mean no more? All the people of the Zhao family have disappeared. The entire manor is gone. Zhao. The elder fell silent for a long time, so long that the spy on the other end thought the call had dropped. Did you see who did it? He asked. It was a young man, probably just over 20. He'll send you the photo shortly. And then, where did he go? Then he vanished into thin air. The spy's voice trembled. A living person vanishing like that is truly bizarre. After hanging up, the elder sat in his chair, a complex light flashing in his murky eyes. He turned to look at the calligraphy hanging on the wall, a plaque personally written by Lin Chen's father Lin Zhenghong 5 years ago, which bore only 4 characters: integrity as the foundation. When the Lin group went bankrupt, everyone jumped in to take a bite, but only Lin Zhenghong settled the debt owed to the Su family before the collapse. The Su family did not demand it back, and even planned to help the Lin family, but Lin Zhenghong refused. The elder always felt that the Lin family should not have perished. Ding dong. A message arrived on his phone with a photo attached. When the elder Su saw the photo, his murky eyes suddenly widened, followed by a relieved smile. Lin Zhenghong, you've raised a good son, he murmured. At the same time, at the Zhou family in the north of the city, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Wanshan, was awakened by a phone call. He groggily answered, listened for 3 seconds, and sprang out of bed like a spring. The Zhao family is gone. His wife was nearly thrown off the bed by his shout. Zhou Wanshan paced barefoot in his bedroom, his expression shifting from shock to ecstatic joy, then to deep trepidation. It was that kid from the Lin family, the one thrown into the river 5 years ago. He's back and single-handedly took down the Zhao family. No, to be precise, not just the Zhao family. Our overseas branch just received news that the Zhao family's second daughter, Zhao Shuang, suddenly died last night. The third daughter of the Qin family in the capital, Zhao Yuqing, has also died. Moreover, Zhao Fuhai, Zhao Fuchuan, and over a dozen members of the Zhao family's collateral branches are all dead. All on the same night. All dead. All dead. With no external injuries, the coroner can't determine the cause of death. Zhou Wanshan collapsed onto the floor, cold sweat soaking his pajamas. It was not just the Su family and the Zhou family. That night, every notable family in Linhai was sleepless, as everyone had spies sending them photos on their phones. The photos showed the Zhao manor completely empty, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, in a rental room in the east of Linhai, Lin Chen stepped out of thin air, followed by Lin Cece, whose eyes were red. The lights in the room were still on. Lin Zhenghong and Lin's mother sat on the sofa, their illnesses entirely dispelled by the spiritual energy Lin Chen had infused earlier, their faces now much healthier. However, their eyes were both red, clearly worried. Xiao Chen. Lin's mother rushed over first, hugging Lin Chen tightly, tears streaming down her face. Are you okay? Let mom check if you're hurt. You went to the Zhao family. Why didn't you tell me? You scared me to death. Lin Zhenghong stood up, opened his mouth as if to say something, but said nothing. He simply stepped forward and embraced his wife, son, and daughter, his shoulders shaking violently. Dad is useless. Lin Zhenghong's voice was hoarse. Dad let you and Cece suffer so much. Lin Chen gently patted his father's back. Dad, I'm fine. He chose not to elaborate. After 500 years of cultivation, he had killed more enemies than the population of Linhai City and faced tribulations more brutal than all the wars on Blue Star combined. However, he did not want to say a word of this to his parents, fearing it would hurt them. Xiao Chen, did you really go to the Zhao family? They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Lin Zhenghong asked worriedly. You all sit down and we'll tell you in detail. The family gathered around the old wooden table where Lin's mother had prepared some dishes earlier. They had gone cold, but no one minded. Lin Chen picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it into his mouth, chewing a couple of times, smiling. Mom's cooking is still so delicious. He had eaten various immortal delicacies in the cultivation world, but none compared to his mother's cooking. Lin's mother shed more tears. Lin Chen spoke as he ate, omitting all the bloodshed and killing, only mentioning some things that happened today, including the destruction of the Black Tiger Gang and the Zhao family's entire clan. Alas, Xiao Chen, you're still too reckless. The Zhao family's backer is the Ji family in the provincial capital, but we can't afford to provoke them. Lin's father sighed. However, no matter what you do, Dad supports you. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a surge of emotion. Before the bankruptcy, his father had always been stern, and they hardly communicated, embodying the typical father-son relationship of Blue Star. But unexpectedly, while his father rarely spoke, he had always cared about him deeply. After discussing various topics, Lin Chen shifted the conversation. By the way, Cece, how is Qingxue doing? Su Qingxue, considered Lin Chen's fiancée in name, had been quietly concerned about him since the Lin family went bankrupt. Now that he had the chance to start over, he naturally did not wish to leave any regrets. Lin Cece paused for a moment, then wiped her tears, and said seriously, Sister Qingxue, she hasn't had it easy either. The Su family's business has been severely suppressed by the Zhao family. The Su group has reported losses for 3 consecutive years. Sister Qingxue took over as president 2 years ago, and has been holding on, but recently I heard that the Su family can't even pay their employees' salaries. Sister Qingxue has been borrowing money everywhere, but no one dares to lend to them. Why? Lin Chen's chopsticks paused. Because the Zhao family has warned that anyone who helps the Su family is going against them. Lin Cece bit her lips. Sister Qingxue originally wanted Grandpa Su to seek help from the Long family in the provincial capital, but the condition set by the Long family was for Sister Qingxue to marry their eldest son. Lin Chen set down his chopsticks and fell silent. But Lin Cece noticed her brother's fingers gripping the chopsticks tightened slightly. Sister Qingxue didn't agree. Lin Cece hurriedly added, she said she'd rather the Su family go bankrupt than marry someone she doesn't like. She's been waiting for your return. Lin Chen was silent for a moment before softly responding to him. Tomorrow I'll go find her. He stood up and walked to the window looking outside. Cece, tomorrow I'll take you and Mom and Dad to a different place to live. This place is too shabby and not suitable for your health. He said it casually. In the following hours the family chatted all night. As dawn approached, Lin's mother finally could not hold on any longer and fell asleep on Lin Zhenghong's shoulder. Lin Zhenghong carried her back to bed and lay down himself finally, closing his eyes in peace for the first time in 5 years. Lin Chen did not sleep. He stood at the door of the rental room, raised his hand, and pulled out a pitch-black long banner from thin air. The soul banner. The banner stirred silently, and a remnant soul was tossed out, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhao Fulong. His soul had endured a night of torment from a myriad of ghosts within the banner, leaving him shattered and barely holding onto his human form. He curled up on the ground, and upon seeing Lin Chen, let out a piercing scream. No. Your soul was originally meant to be tormented for another 7 days and nights, Lin Chen said indifferently, but I need your memories now, so consider yourself lucky. With that he reached out and pressed his hand onto Zhao Fulong's remnant soul to perform the soul search technique. All the secrets of the Zhao group quickly surged into Lin Chen's divine sense. Moments later Lin Chen withdrew his hand and casually crushed Zhao Fulong's remnant soul. The next day as dawn broke, Lin Chen greeted his parents and said he was going out to handle some matters, promising to return by noon. Lin's mother wanted to ask something, but was stopped by Lin Zhenghong. Let the child go, Lin Zhenghong said, watching his son's departing figure with a complex look in his eyes. Lin Cece rushed to the door and called out, brother, come back early. Lin Chen turned back and smiled at her, then raised his hand and gently sliced through the air in front of him. Buzz. A crack in space appeared. He stepped in and the crack closed, making him disappear. Lin Cece stood at the door for a while before turning back at the headquarters of the Zhao group. This 36th Grade A office building is one of the landmark buildings in Linhai, with the 4 gilded characters, Zhao Group, shining brightly on the roof. At this moment the atmosphere in the boardroom on the top floor was heavy. More than 20 directors sat around a long conference table, each with a grim expression. The seat at the head of the table was empty. That was Zhao Fulong's seat. Has Chairman Zhao been contacted? Someone? No, we can't reach him. His phone is off and no one is answering at home. I heard. A bald director spoke in a low voice, hesitating. Heard what? I heard there was an incident at the Zhao family estate last night. The entire estate has turned into ruins. The meeting room instantly erupted in chaos. How is that possible? Who did it? I don't know, but someone went to check early in the morning, and the whole estate looks like it was bombed, not a single soul left. What about Chairman Zhao? What about his family? They're all missing. A news from the provincial city also came in that Zhao Shuiying died suddenly last night, and in the capital, Zhao Yuqing has also passed away. A dead silence fell over the room. More than 20 directors exchanged glances, their faces revealing greed. The Zhao family was finished. Such a big piece of meat, who wouldn't want to take a bite? The bald director spoke first, his voice low. Since Chairman Zhao is not here, the group cannot be leaderless. I think we should elect a new chairman to take charge. Yes, I agree. I agree too. I propose that Director Zhou temporarily take over as chairman. On what basis? My shares are not much less than Director Zhou's. Don't you know how many shares you have? The conference room became a cacophony. At that moment a tear appeared in the space directly above the conference table. A slender figure stepped out from the crack and stood steadily in the center of the table. More than 20 pairs of eyes turned to look. Dressed in black casual attire with clean-cut short hair and an impossibly youthful face. He looked to be just over 20, like a student who hadn't graduated from university. Who are you? The bald director was the first to stand up, pointing at Lin Chen and shouting, this is the Zhao Group's board meeting. Who do you think you are, daring to barge in here? Security. Security. Lin Chen ignored him. He pulled out a stack of documents from the void and casually tossed them onto the conference table. These were the stock ownership documents that Zhao Fulong had hidden in a Swiss bank vault, clearly stating the ownership structure of Zhao Group. Zhao Fulong personally held 51% of the shares. Absolute control. And now this 51% of the shares was in Lin Chen's hands. I am here to take over Zhao Group, Lin Chen said calmly. The bald director picked up the documents and flipped through them, his expression changing. He recognized the document, having watched Zhao Fulong lock it in the vault back in Switzerland. How did this kid get it? The bald director slammed the document on the table and sneered. Even if you got Chairman Zhao's shares, so what? We are the old guards who fought alongside Chairman Zhao. You, a young brat, think you can pull a fast one. Zhao will be the first to disagree. After finishing, he leaned back into his chair, crossing his legs with a provocative expression. He had a bunch of underlings on the streets, and over the years they had made quite a bit from Zhao Group. Their appetite had long been whetted. Now that the Zhao family had fallen, he was eager to take advantage and grab more shares. How could he let a young brat who popped out of nowhere take the fruits? Lin Chen didn't even glance at him, raising his hand and casually slapping down. Bang! The bald director's smile was still on his face when his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a mist of blood, leaving not a trace. Hiss! The conference room fell silent. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. More than 20 directors were frozen in their seats, and someone dropped their pen without daring to bend down to pick it up. Lin Chen withdrew his hand slowly, sweeping his gaze across everyone present. Now, is there anyone opposed? His tone remained calm, but every word fell on their ears like the sound of death knocking at the door. I give you two choices. First, hand over your shares and take the money to leave. Second, he paused slightly, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Death. The conference room fell silent for a full 10 seconds. After a moment, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up, his face contorted into a smile that was uglier than crying. Mr. Lin, we must adhere to the rules. We are a legitimate listed company, and share transfers must follow legal procedures. What you are doing is not compliant. Rules. Lin Chen turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. The man's body trembled violently, his pupils dilating. In the next moment, his body exploded following the bald director's fate. Lin Chen stood at the conference table, looking down at the remaining directors. I am the rule. As soon as these words were spoken, no one in the conference room dared to speak up. I give you 3 seconds. As Lin Chen spoke, a hint of pressure leaked out. Boom. In an instant, everyone in the conference room felt their organs being crushed, as if they were about to A chubby director sitting in the corner was the first to crack. He rolled and crawled to the table, trembling, as he took out a share transfer agreement from his briefcase and handed it over. I will. Mr. Lin, I will give you all my shares. I don't want a single cent. Please let me go. With one person speaking up, others quickly followed. More than 20 directors rushed to sign the transfer agreements. Some even held the pen backward, unable to write due to trembling hands. They were all seasoned veterans in Lin Hei's business world. They had seen all kinds of storms. But they had never encountered someone who could cause a person to explode just by speaking. This was not a human. This was a monster. In just 10 minutes, all the shares were transferred. Lin Chen kept his word, transferring money to each of them. Of course, it was from Zhao Fulong's account. Last night, when he wiped out the entire Zhao family, the Zhao family's bank accounts had already been cleaned out by him, with hundreds of billions quietly resting in his space ring. Get your money and scram. More than 20 former directors of Zhao Group felt as if a great burden had been lifted, rushing out of the conference room without looking back, afraid that if they delayed even a second, Lin Chen would change his mind. The news spread faster than they could run. Before noon, the news of Zhao Group changing hands was known throughout Lin Hai. The new boss was a young man in his 20s, surnamed Lin, with ruthless methods that shocked everyone. Originally, several major groups that were eager to divide Zhao Group's assets were left stunned. Wu Mingyuan of the Wu Chamber of Commerce was in a meeting discussing how to acquire Zhao Group's real estate segment when his secretary entered and whispered a few words in his ear. Wu Mingyuan's face turned pale instantly, and he announced the cancellation of the meeting on the spot. Notify all departments that all business of Zhao Group is off limits. Anyone who dares to touch it will be fired. Zheng Guoyang from Real Estate International directly tore the acquisition plan he was holding into pieces. That Lin. The kid from the Lin family. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I knew it. I knew he would take over Zhao Group. All major groups urgently withdrew their commercial plans aimed at Zhao Group. The Zhao Group, which had no one daring to provoke it in Lin Hai for over 20 years, had easily changed its owner. That night, in a villa in the western suburbs of Lin Hai, a few men were seated around a dining table. They were former directors of Zhao Group, the very ones who had been driven out of the conference room by Lin Chen during the day. Each of them wore a look of resentment. That kid took everything we had in Zhao Group. A bald man gritted his teeth. 20 years of hard work, and he just took it. Why? That kid is a bit sinister, appearing out of nowhere. Another tall, thin man said in a low voice. Old Zhou and Old Chun just vanished. I still don't know how he did it. Sinister or not, The bald man sneered, pulling out his phone from his pocket. I contacted someone from Tiansha. The others looked up at him simultaneously. Tiansha Organization, one of the top 3 underground assassin groups in China. It is said that the organization has a group of assassins, and there are even rumors that their leader is a master-level powerhouse. The price from Tiansha is not low, someone whispered. 10 million per head. The bald man surveyed the group. We each put in 10 million, gather enough 70 million by that kid's life, and his family's lives too. Are you in? After a moment of silence, everyone nodded in agreement. As long as Lin Chen was dead, Zhao Group would still be theirs. What's 10 million compared to that? The bald man dialed the encrypted number on his phone. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Is this Tiansha? I want to place an order. Who do you want to kill? Lin Chen, son of Lin Zhenghong, from the Lin family, in Linhai. The bald man paused, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. And his family, not a single one should be left. In the western suburbs of Linhai in Wang Zhangwo's secret villa, the lights were bright. A few people were seated around a leather sofa, each holding a glass of red wine. Wang Zhangwo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, just hanging up the phone, a smug smile spreading across his face. The 6 people on the sofa let out a sigh of relief simultaneously, with someone even applauding. Director Wang is amazing. With Tiansha taking the job, that kid is doomed. 70 million for the lives of his entire family, worth it. Wang Zhangwo raised his glass, his face glowing red. Tiansha is the 3rd underground assassin organization of Longhua. Once they take a job, it's a fight to the death. The Ji family in the provincial capital suffered from Tiansha's actions back then. Oh, how much trouble can a mere young punk cause? Cheers. Let's celebrate that kid meeting the king of hell ahead of time. Clang. The glasses clinked together, the crisp sound echoing throughout the villa. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs of Linhai at the hillside villa, this was the new residence Lin Chen bought with Zhao Fulong's money during the day, a 3-story standalone building with a 1,200 square meter yard. He had already brought his family over today. The lights were still on in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Lin Cece and his parents were on the 2nd floor, already asleep. At that moment, 2 shadows flickered past the outer wall of the yard. 2 individuals, one tall and one short, dressed in specially made black stealth suits, moved stealthily, avoiding the surveillance cameras, scaling the 3-meter-high wall with ease and landing silently. The 2 were Tiansha's Huang-level assassins, codenamed Ghost Shadow and Night Owl. The assassins of Tiansha were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Although Huang-level assassins were the lowest rank, each one emerged from a sea of blood. The lowest rank still boasted peak external strength, skilled in assassination, poison, and stealth, each having taken at least a dozen lives. Ghost Shadow made a gesture signaling Night Owl that the target was confirmed. Night Owl nodded and drew a dagger that glimmered coldly from his waist. The blade was coated with a neurotoxin capable of silencing a fully grown bull's heart within 3 seconds upon contact. The 2 moved along the wall, fingers gripping the gaps between the bricks, climbing upwards silently. Reaching the windowsill on the 3rd floor, Ghost Shadow used a glass cutter to carve a fist-sized hole in the window, preparing to reach in to unlock it. Then he heard a voice coming from inside the room. Heart rate 112, breathing 18 times per minute. You're 3 counts faster than the one outside. Your stealth skills are lacking. Ghost Shadow's hand froze in midair. Night Owl's pupils also contracted sharply. Inside, Lin Chen remained seated with his back to the window by the tea table. Even the motion of pouring tea did not cease. His voice was calm, yet it sent cold sweat streaming down the backs of the 2 assassins from Tiansha. The one outside, your breathing rhythm has become erratic, revealing flaws upon hearing your partner's exposure. This is your level of composure. Ghost Shadow no longer hesitated. He kicked open the window, crashing into the room like a bullet. Night Owl followed closely, encircling from another direction, the dagger carving a ghostly blue arc in the air, aimed at Lin Chen's neck. They worked in perfect sync. The angle was tricky. They had used this move countless times without fail. Lin Chen did not turn around, nor did he activate his protective aura. He merely raised his right hand, casually pinching with his index and middle fingers. The poison-coated dagger, forged from fine steel, was caught effortlessly between his fingers, as if it were a mere slip of paper. Then he simply bent his fingers slightly. Crack! The dagger broke. Ghost Shadow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This dagger was forged from a special alloy by Tiansha, not to mention breaking it by hand. Even striking it with a hammer would not bend it. Lin Chen flicked his finger. Whoosh! The broken blade shot out like a silver flash, faster than a bullet. Ghost Shadow didn't even have time to think about dodging. The broken blade pierced through his right shoulder, propelling him backwards, pinning him to the wall with a loud clang. With his shoulder blade crushed, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Ghost Shadow gritted his teeth, suppressing a scream, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Seeing this, Night Owl turned and dashed towards the window without thinking. The target was too strong. They couldn't win. This target was beyond their reach. The instinct of a Huang-level assassin told him that if he didn't run now, he wouldn't be able to escape. After just 2 steps, he heard a cold snort from behind. The sound was not loud, but it struck his mind like a heavy blow. A terrifying pressure surged from all directions, as if his bones were made of paper. Crack, crack. In the next second, Night Owl's legs shattered instantly, leaving him disabled. He collapsed to the ground, his body hitting the floor, agonizingly convulsing, yet unable to scream. The pressure weighed down on him, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Lin Chen stood up, still holding that cup of divine brew. He walked over to Night Owl, looking down at the twitching assassin with indifference. So weak. He took a sip of tea, his tone scornful. And you dare to come to kill me? Ghost Shadow, pinned to the wall, used the last of his strength to roar, Night Owl, bite the poison tooth. Night Owl suddenly reacted, clenching his jaw. The poison sac hidden in his molar erupted with a cracking sound. It was cyanide. Once ingested, it would cause death in 3 seconds. This was the standard operation for Tian Sha assassins after a failed mission. Better dead than leave any witnesses. The poison coursed down his throat. Night Owl's body stiffened suddenly, his pupils beginning to dilate. Lin Chen scoffed. In front of me, even the king of hell wouldn't dare to take you. He extended his left hand, pressing it down on Night Owl's crown. A torrent of spiritual power surged in forcefully, driving the already spreading toxin out of his bloodstream. Night Owl's body trembled violently, black poisoned blood oozing from his 7 orifices, but the previously dilated eyes regained focus. He was alive. He wanted to die, yet he could not. Lin Chen withdrew his hand slightly, spreading his fingers, and reached out toward Night Owl's crown. The soul-searching technique activated. Night Owl's head jerked back violently, mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. Countless fragments of memory were yanked from his soul by an invisible hand, flooding into Lin Chen's divine sense. Moments later, Lin Chen learned everything and said casually, Tian Sha organization. Quite interesting. From Night Owl's mind, he learned that the leader of the Tian Sha organization, codenamed Yin Luo, was extremely mysterious and rumored to be a master-level powerhouse. After a moment, Lin Chen withdrew his hand. Night Owl's body slumped to the ground, his pupils completely dilated, turning into a corpse. Ghost Shadow, pinned to the wall, witnessed all of this, trembling like a leaf. His lips quivered, his face pale with fear. What kind of being was this? Terrifying beyond measure. Lin Chen turned around and glanced at him. Bang! Ghost Shadow's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, absorbed into the soul banner. Then he raised his hand and erased Night Owl's corpse as well. Lin Chen returned to the tea table, picked up the now cold divine brew, and took a sip. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Lin Cece. Bro, I think I heard something just now. Did you hear it? Lin Chen replied by text. It's nothing, just a few ants. Upon finishing his words, buzz. His divine sense spread out, searching for information obtained from the souls of the 2 Tian Sha assassins. Although neither of them mentioned who hired them, and the hierarchical structure of the Tian Sha organization was strict, with lower-level assassins having no knowledge of their higher-ups, he could guess who wanted him dead. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo was waiting for good news from Tian Sha. Upon finding the location, Lin Chen immediately activated his spatial movement technique, arriving outside Wang Jiangwo's villa in the blink of an eye. Die! Lin Chen glanced at the villa, raised a finger pointing at it, then brought it down. Boom! In the next instant, the villa exploded into fragments. All of the original board members of the Zhao group inside perished. After Wang Jiangwo and the others died, the Linhai police investigated for an entire day, but found no clues. After all, the villa had been reduced to ruins, and naturally the evidence was gone. In the end, it could only be classified as an accident. The person responsible for all this was now sitting cross-legged in the master bedroom of the villa on the 3rd floor, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Chen was cultivating. Since returning from the Zhangxian fairy realm, he hadn't had time to understand the cultivation matters of Blue Star. He was operating his technique, attempting to draw spiritual energy from the surrounding air. But after a week, the spiritual energy content was even less than a pile of dung from the Zhangxian fairy. The spiritual energy on Blue Star was too scarce to a shocking degree. Not to mention supporting the Tribulation transcendent stage cultivation, even maintaining the daily consumption of the Qi refinement stage was barely possible. No wonder there are no cultivators on Blue Star. Lin Chen opened his eyes and murmured to himself. In such an environment, even with great talent, one cannot achieve anything significant. Soon he thought of the Gathering Spirit Array. In the Zhangxian fairy realm, the Gathering Spirit Array was one of the most basic formations capable of concentrating spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around to a single point, serving as a foundational array for many cultivation sects. However, he opened his spatial ring and flipped through it only to close it again. Formations required both materials and spiritual energy to complement each other. His spatial ring contained many rare treasures, but those were exceptionally scarce in the Zhangxian fairy realm. To use these rare materials to forge a Gathering Spirit Array required a substantial amount of spiritual energy. With the concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star, he couldn't even awaken these materials, let alone set up the formation. I need to find substitutes. Lin Chen expanded his divine sense, preparing to scan the entirety of Blue Star to see if there were any usable natural materials. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Brother. Lin Cece, dressed in a pink pajamas, rushed in excitedly, holding her phone with her two little braids swinging behind her. Sister Qingxue just called me. Lin Chen withdrew his divine sense. What did she say, eh? Sister Qingxue invited us to attend Lin Hei's annual antique appraisal and auction tomorrow. She said she originally wanted to call you herself, but you had disappeared before and she lost your contact information, so she called me instead. Lin Cece jumped onto the bed, her eyes sparkling. Brother, are we going? I've never been to an auction before. Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart. Antique appraisal and auctions have similar counterparts in the cultivation world, except that they auction talismans, pills, and techniques. In contrast, Blue Star's auctions feature mundane antique artifacts. However, there is one thing in common. The older the item, the more likely it is to be infused with spiritual energy. Especially those buried underground for thousands of years may occasionally harbor items useful for cultivators. He was in need of materials, and the auction was presenting itself to him. Let's go. Lin Chen ruffled Lin Cece's hair. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see the world. Lin Cece cheered, bouncing down the stairs to pick out clothes for tomorrow. The next morning, a Wynard Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in front of the villa. The car door opened, and a middle-aged driver in a sharp suit stepped out, respectfully opening the rear door. Lin Cece, dressed in a light blue dress, linked arms with Lin Chen as they walked out of the villa. Upon seeing the luxury car, her eyes lit up. Brother, this is Sister Qingxue's car. Cullinan. My classmate said her family has one too. It's so expensive. Lin Chen had little concept of this car. In his previous life, although he was a rich second generation of the Lin family, his parents taught them to be low-key, so they had no understanding of luxury cars. Moreover, in the Tsangxian fairy realm, he traveled by tearing through space or riding a nine-headed flood dragon. To him, a four-wheeled iron shell was almost like scrap metal. Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, please get in the car. The driver paused slightly upon seeing Lin Chen and respectfully said. He had been a driver for the Su family for over a decade and had seen many prominent figures, but he had never encountered a young man with such an aura. It wasn't the kind of outwardly aggressive dominance, but rather an ultimate calmness, as if nothing in this world could make him look twice. The Linhai Convention Center is located in the most prosperous area of the city center, a large egg-shaped building covering more than 30,000 square meters. The annual antique appraisal event is held here, gathering collectors, appraisers, and major families from Linhai and even across the country. When Lin Chen and Lin Cece arrived, the entrance of the convention center was already filled with luxury cars. Bentleys, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, it was like a top-tier auto show. Men in suits and women adorned with jewels conversed while holding champagne on either side of the red carpet, with flashes of cameras going off. Just as Lin Chen stepped out of the car, a white figure ran towards him. Su Qingxue. She wore a white professional suit, her long hair tied up, revealing a swan-like neck. A light makeup could not hide the fatigue at the corners of her eyes, but it could not conceal her beauty. Compared to those saintly maidens in the cultivation world, she was equally compelling. The Su family had indeed been going through a tough time lately. But the moment she saw Lin Chen, her eyes turned red. She ran up to Lin Chen, opened her arms, and hugged him tightly. You're back. You really are back. I didn't believe it when Cece told me. Her voice trembled, carrying the suppressed sobs of 5 years. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her face, soaking Lin Chen's collar. 5 years ago, when she learned that Lin Chen had been thrown into the river by the Zhao family after having his limbs broken, she hadn't eaten for 3 whole days. Later, she took over the Su family, gritting her teeth to endure for 5 years. Everyone advised her to give up, saying Lin Chen was already dead, yet she refused to believe it. Because the Lin family and others were still alive, she couldn't let Lin Chen's family be left helpless. However, Lin's parents didn't want to burden Su Qingxue, so they had been living in a rental house. I'm back. Lin Chen was taken aback and gently patted her back. It's all right. Lin Cece quietly watched from the side, her eyes slightly red. She knew how difficult these years had been for Qingxue. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man watched this scene with eyes filled with hatred. Lu Jinghui stood at the end of the red carpet of the convention center, holding a glass of champagne with a standard gentleman's smile on his face. But when his gaze swept over Su Qingxue, tightly hugging a stranger, a chill flickered in his narrow eyes. He liked Su Qingxue, and everyone in the Linhai circle knew that. The Lu family had been suppressing the Su family's business for the past 2 years, aiming to force Su Qingxue to marry him. He had planned to show his favor to Su Qingxue in front of everyone at the appraisal event today, but unexpectedly a third party had emerged. Brother Lu, who is that person? How dare he hug Su Qingxue? A little brother beside him leaned over, confused. Another brother chimed in. Is this guy looking for death? Doesn't he know that Su Qingxue is young Master Liu's woman? Lu Jinghui said nothing, but the veins on his forehead bulged. He downed the champagne in his glass and turned to walk into the exhibition hall. Su Qingxue wiped her tears, organized her emotions, and led Lin Chen and Lin Cece into the exhibition hall was resplendent with rows of glass display cases showcasing porcelain, jade calligraphy, and bronze artifacts from various dynasties, each labeled with detailed dates and origins. This morning is for the appraisal session attended by collectors and antique experts. The afternoon is the auction with several major items lined up for sale. Su Qingxue explained to Lin Chen as they walked. Just then an elderly man with gray hair approached, accompanied by a group of people. The old man wore traditional Tang attire, sporting a name tag on his chest with an air of arrogance on his face. Behind him followed a group of people also wearing expert name tags along with Lu Jinghui. Ms. Su, long time no see, Lu Jinghui greeted warmly. Who is this? This is my fiancé Lin Chen, Su Qingxue replied, candidly, even with a hint of pride. Lu Jinghui's smile froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. I don't seem to have heard of Mr. Lin before. May I ask where you are currently employed? I am Lu Jinghui, the general manager of the Lu Group. As he spoke, his pride was hard to conceal. To become a general manager at such a young age is indeed remarkable. You are not worthy to ask, Lin Chen replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghui's expression turned extremely ugly. As the heir of the Lu Group, no one had ever dared to say he was unworthy. Yet he maintained a smile on his face and said, Mr. Lin truly has a unique personality. As he said this, Lu Jinghui secretly wished he could dismember Lin Chen. Afterward, he changed the subject and took a brocade box from his assistant. Just right, I brought a treasure today, a white jade disc from the Tang dynasty. I heard that President Su is quite knowledgeable in antique appraisal. Why not take a look? Su Qingxue took the brocade box and opened it. Inside lay a palm-sized jade disc, pure white with a natural luster and finely carved. It was clear that it was not an ordinary item. She examined it carefully for a moment, her brows slightly furrowing. The distribution of the jade's luster was too uniform, and the edge where marks seemed rather unnatural. But Zhou Bonian, standing beside, stroked his beard and said, I appraised this disc last month. It is indeed a piece from the Tang dynasty's imperial court. Last year a similar piece was auctioned at the Jiada auction house for 23 million. Old Zhou is right. The luster is indeed natural. It must be a genuine item. Tang dynasty jade discs are extremely rare, and this one can be considered a priceless treasure. Lu Jinghui looked at Su Qingxue with a smile, waiting for her response. He had calculated his words while preparing two sets of arguments. If Su Qingxue said it was genuine, he would immediately have Zhou Bonian point out the flaws, claiming her appraisal was incorrect. If she said it was a counterfeit, Zhou Bonian would step in to refute it, making her look bad in public. No matter how it went, the Su family's reputation would be damaged. Su Qingxue's forehead was beaded with fine sweat. Lin Chen glanced at the jade disc and said, this item is fake. Its quality is worse than a piece of dog hair. The entire exhibition hall fell silent for a moment. Zhou Bonian's expression immediately darkened. Young man, do you know what this is? A Tang dynasty white jade disc. I, Zhou Bonian, have been in the industry for 40 years and have appraised no less than 3,000 pieces of ancient jade. You dare to say it's fake? Lin Chen didn't even bother to look at him. Out of those 3,000 pieces, how many are genuine? Probably quite a few, right? You. Zhou Bonian's expression changed rapidly. I've roamed the antique world in Linhai for so many years, and you are the first to dare to say I appraised a fake. The luster of a Tang dynasty jade disc is naturally permeated with variations in color, like a watercolor painting full of layers. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet each word was clear. The luster of this jade disc is achieved through modern chemical dyeing, the effect of being soaked in trichloromethane with a color uniform, as if painted on. Also, the drilling method used for Tang dynasty jade artifacts is the tube drilling method, which leaves spiral traces on the whole walls. Your piece was drilled by a machine, and the walls are smooth as glass. His words were like knives cutting down Zhou Bonian's decades of authority piece by piece. Lin Chen indeed did not understand antiques, but his eyes could easily see through all falsehoods and truths, let alone mere antiques. These people were clearly digging a pit for Su Qingxue, waiting for her to jump in. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghui's smile faltered. Mr. Lin, you are making accusations without evidence. If you cannot provide proof, you will bear legal responsibility. The nearby lackeys also chimed in. Lin Chen raised his hand and lightly flicked the jade disc. A nearly imperceptible spiritual energy entered the jade disc. The next second, a fine crack appeared on the surface of the jade disc, rapidly spreading, and the entire disc cracked open like a boiled egg, revealing the filler inside. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the filler was actually modern resin. Embedded in the resin was a piece of plastic about the size of a fingernail with a few letters printed on it, made in Yiwu. The entire hall was silent. Zhou Bonian's face turned ashen, his lips quivering for a long time, unable to utter a word. He certainly knew this jade disc was fake, as he had received a bribe for the appraisal report he prepared for Lu Jinghui. However, he never expected his trick would be exposed on the spot by a young man in his 20s, and so ruthlessly. Lu Jinghui's expression was even uglier, as if he had eaten a fly. He stared fiercely at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. He secretly vowed to make this unknown little loser pay the price. Su Qingxue let out a long sigh of relief, turning to look at Lin Chen with shining eyes. This man seems to be very different from 5 years ago, Su Qingxue thought to herself. Lin Chen, however, paid no attention to this. His gaze fell on the pile of shattered jade pieces and resin remnants. Mixed in was an inconspicuous black ancient coin. The ancient coin was the size of a thumb, rusty, and looked no different from an ordinary ancient copper coin. But the faint fluctuations it emitted appeared to Lin Chen to be more precious than all the antiques in the exhibition hall combined. That was spiritual energy, weak to the point of being nearly imperceptible. But for Blue Star it was akin to an ocean of spiritual energy. On this spiritually depleted planet, the appearance of this black, ancient coin indicated that there might be more such items among the auction exhibits. And his spirit-gathering array just needed these materials for arrangement. Su Qingxue leaned over and whispered, "What is so special about this broken copper coin?" Lin Cece also looked curious. Lin Chen glanced at them and smiled slightly. "Nothing much. I just feel that coming here today was the right choice." Nearby, Zhou Bonian saw Lin Chen staring at the ancient coin in a daze, as if seizing an opportunity to counterattack. He snorted coldly and stroked his gray beard. "A broken copper coin used for burial is considered a treasure. Young man, you don't pick up bargains like this. The antique business is deep water. If you don't understand the rules, don't embarrass yourself here." "An old charlatan like you has the right to say, 'I don't understand.'" Lin Chen replied calmly. "You." Zhou Bonian's face turned green with anger. He had never been humiliated like this in all his years in the Linhai antique world. You must know that usually the wealthy families of Linhai treat him with utmost respect. Yet this young man repeatedly insulted him. How could he tolerate it? "Do you dare to say old Zhou is a fraud?" Lu Jinghui immediately interjected, his face regaining that hypocritical smile. "But since Mr. Lin is so confident and has such a keen eye, why not let us see your skills? There are plenty of treasures in this exhibition hall. Let everyone witness your abilities. Don't just talk big, don't let it be mere empty words." As soon as he finished speaking, people around started to gather. Those who came to the antique appraisal event were either rich or noble, and they loved to see a spectacle, especially the spectacle of someone being slapped in the face. Su Qingxue's expression changed slightly as she tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. "Lin Chen, ignore him. Let's go." Now that the Su family was weak, and with the Lin family also in decline, confronting Lu Jinghui here would naturally result in suffering. "Go." Lu Jinghui's smile deepened. "President Su, your fiancé, just declared my Lu family's jade disc a counterfeit with a single glance. With such sharp eyesight, why are you leaving now? Could it be that it was just luck earlier?" He paused and deliberately raised his voice. "The Su family has been a long-established brand in Linhai. If President Su lacks confidence in her fiancé's judgment, then so be it. However, if word gets out, the Su family's face will be thoroughly lost. Moreover, you insulted old Zhou without giving an explanation. The people present will not agree." After Lu Jinghui finished speaking, the surrounding people did indeed start to discuss. Su Qingxue suddenly felt a bit flustered. "What do you want me to appraise?" Lin Chen looked up at Lu Jinghui, his expression unreadable. He had just harbored thoughts of killing. If necessary, he would slay those who spoke ill of him. However, with Su Qingxue and her sister present, he changed his mind. Lu Jinghui felt a chill at his back under Lin Chen's gaze, yet with his words already spoken, he found himself in a difficult position. "How about this? Let's make a bet. If you lose, you must kneel before old Zhou and apologize, and then you must roll out of here and leave Qingxue." Lu Jinghui stated confidently. "Lin Chen, don't fall for it," Su Qingxue advised. "He's trying to lead you into a trap." Yet Lin Cece comforted Su Qingxue with a confident smile. "Sister Qingxue, don't worry, my brother can definitely do it." After all, she had witnessed her brother's skills firsthand. "All right," Lin Chen agreed. After all, if he won, he could justifiably wipe out these dogs before him. The Yihan banner was already feeling a bit hungry. Seeing Lin Chen finally fall for it, Lu Jinghui felt a surge of satisfaction. He immediately turned and pointed to a glass display case nearby. "This one. A Southern Song official Kiln Celadone vase. I bought it at Sotheby's last month, worth 30 million. Please take a look, Mr. Lin." Lin Chen cast a glance. "It's real." Lu Jinghui was taken aback and pointed to another item. "What about this one? A Ming Dynasty Changhua Doucai chicken cup. Fake. The body quality is yellowish. It's a Republic imitation." "This one. True. This one. False. The bottom mark is later carved, and the glaze color is off by at least 200 years. Lin Chen glanced at 7 or 8 items, giving rapid conclusions, as if reciting a menu. The key was that his reasons for deeming the items fake were spot on. For instance, this glaze color is incorrect, that body quality is off, this mark has issues, and that patina was artificially aged. The expressions of several experts watching the spectacle grew increasingly unpleasant. The items Lin Chen declared fake were all ones they had previously certified. Nonsense. Zhou Banian finally couldn't hold back, his face flushed as he shouted. Do you think just because you say it's fake it is? Do you think our antique association is just here for show? That incense burner there. Lin Chen interrupted him, raising his hand to point toward a nondescript glass cabinet in the corner of the exhibition hall. Inside the cabinet was a bronze incense burner with 3 legs and double ears, its surface covered in thick copper rust obscuring even the patterns. Next to the incense burner was a label Qing imitation of Xuanda furnace, damaged estimated at 5,000. Zhou Banian followed his finger and immediately scoffed. This burner is an ancient imitation, the bronze quality is coarse, heavily rusted, and the craftsmanship is mediocre. You can't seriously think it's a real Xuanda, can you? Lin Chen ignored him and walked straight to the display case, opened the glass door, and took the incense burner out. Ancient imitation. He held the incense burner in one hand, a faint stream of spiritual energy surged from his palm, penetrating under the copper rust. You all have misjudged it. As he spoke, he lightly swept his fingers across the surface of the burner. A stream of golden true energy flowed from his palm, spreading evenly like mercury, enveloping the entire incense burner. The copper rust made a hissing sound upon contact with the true energy, peeling off in sheets. As the rust faded, a dark golden bronze surface emerged, showcasing the distinctive polished copper luster that only a genuine Xuanda furnace possesses. Even more astonishing to everyone was that as the copper rust peeled away, natural patterns began to appear on the body of the burner. These patterns were not artificially carved, but were the natural vein patterns formed over millennia of geological movement in the copper, or subtly intertwining to create a mysterious design. This was earth vein copper. Only copper, or buried near spiritual veins for a sufficiently long time, can form such naturally occurring spiritual energy patterns. This incense burner itself was a piece of earth vein copper, or directly carved into the shape of a burner, perfectly suited for use as a focal point in a spirit gathering array. This is impossible. Zhou Banian's eyes widened as he leaned in to see clearly. Lin Chen turned the burner around, and the inscription on the bottom was clearly revealed. Made in the Xuanda years of the Ming dynasty. 6 characters in regular script, the strokes vigorous and powerful. The Da in the Xuanda furnace bottom mark has no horizontal stroke in the center. This is the writing convention of the Xuanda period. Lin Chen's voice was as calm as water. Even for imitations of that era, they would add a horizontal stroke to the center of the Da. You've been appraising antiques your whole life, and you didn't even know this. Zhou Banian was sweating profusely, feeling increasingly guilty. A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd. The few experts who had been so arrogant just moments before now shrank back into the mass of people wishing they could hide. Lu Jinghui stood in place, his face dark enough to drip water. He fixated on Lin Chen's back, eyes flashing with malice. This Lin had embarrassed him in front of Su Qingxue today, he would not let it go easily. Whooshed. In the next moment, Lin Chen flicked his finger, a streak of black light shot forth, drilling into Lu Jinghui's ear. Lu Jinghui opened his mouth to speak, but felt a tickle in his right ear as if something had burrowed inside. He instinctively scratched at his earlobe, finding nothing there, and thus paid it no mind. Lin Chen retracted his finger, his expression unchanged. The heart-devouring worm had already been planted. This type of worm would lie dormant in the body for a period, but once the master urged it, it would erupt. The onset would begin with the internal organs rotting, and the person would turn into a pool of blood, leaving no bones behind. Since Lu Jinghui had entertained inappropriate thoughts about Su Qingxue, it was unnecessary for him to live. Subsequently, Lin Chen planned to buy the incense burner. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit hurried over. He was slightly plump, wore a professional smile on his face, but a hint of sweat appeared on his forehead. Please hold on, sir. The middle-aged man quickly approached Lin Chen, extending a business card with both hands. Chen Wanshan, manager of Linhai Wanbeige. I am Chen Wanshan, the person in charge of this auction. May I ask for your surname, sir? Lin. Mr. Lin, here's the thing. Chen Wanshan rubbed his hands, his smile stiffening. The original owner of this incense burner just called and said he has changed his mind and no longer wants to sell it. Is there any way you can no longer want to sell? Su Qingxue frowned. Can items at the auction be retracted at the last minute? Chen Wanshan's forehead was sweating more. This. The original owner's intention is that this incense burner is paired with another auction item and must be sold together. It cannot be split. Therefore, this incense burner cannot be sold for the time being. I am truly sorry. Lin Chen looked at Chen Wanshan's evasive eyes and said nothing. He released his divine sense to scan the incense burner, discovering a very small mark carved on the bottom resembling a lotus flower. Who is the original owner? Chen Wanshan stammered. That's not convenient to disclose. Then you can tell. Lin Chen placed the incense burner back in the display case, his tone indifferent. I want this incense burner. If he wants to negotiate, he must come see me in person. After saying that, he turned and left. Chen Wanshan opened his mouth, but ultimately dared not say anything. He watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, then glanced at the true form of the Xuanda furnace, regretting it deeply. This burner had been in the display case for a full 3 days. All experts had certified it as an imitation. Who could have imagined that a true Xuanda lay hidden beneath the copper rust? Moreover, the identity of that original owner. Chen Wanshan recalled the call, shivering with fear. In the VIP room on the second floor of the exhibition center, a middle-aged man dressed in a black tang suit was observing everything happening in the exhibition hall through a one-way mirror. Behind him stood a slender old man, his hands clasped behind him, emanating a profound aura. Quite interested, the middle-aged man swirled the wine glass in his hand, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Look into this person and see what his background is. The old man nodded slightly. Shall we meet him directly? No rush. The middle-aged man set down his wine glass. Let's wait until the auction is over to discuss. That piece of earth-vein copper incense burner has been gathering dust in the warehouse for so many years, I've almost forgotten what it was. Anyone who can recognize earth-vein copper at a glance is worth having a good conversation with. He paused and added, also give Chen Wanshan a call and ask him to keep that Lin fellow steady. No matter what price he offers, the incense burner is not for sale. Just say the original owner wants to negotiate in person. Lin Chen had not yet exited the exhibition hall when Chen Wanshan chased after him. Mr. Lin, please wait. He jogged around to Lin Chen's front, a smile plastered across his face, yet his forehead was drenched in sweat. His eyes were filled with distress. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize if this matter is a mistake on our part at Wanbao Pavilion. He lowered his voice, adopting a very humble stance. The incense burner had a registration error. It should not have appeared on the auction list. We are willing to compensate you 10 times its estimated value. What do you think? A registration error. Su Qingxue frowned. Manager Chen, Wanbao Pavilion has been auctioning in Linhai for 20 years and has never made such a mistake. Chen Wanshan let out a bitter laugh, just about to explain when a voice came from behind. It is not a mistake. Chen Wanshan's body stiffened and he stepped aside. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit walked out from backstage. He was around 40, lean in build with high cheekbones and a pair of triangular eyes that revealed unabashed arrogance. Behind him were 2 bodyguards in black suits, their waists bulging, clearly seasoned fighters. I instructed Manager Chun to retrieve the incense burner. The middle-aged man approached Lin Chen, sizing him up with a half-smile. This incense burner is a family heirloom of the Wei family. It was lost to the public for years, and I searched for 3 years to find it here. No matter how much you paid for it, I must take it back. Su Qingxu's expression changed slightly. The Wei family from Jiangnan was a much larger family than the Zhao. The Zhao family was merely a local tyrant in Linhai, whereas the Wei family had been rooted in Jiangnan for a century, with their assets spread across the provinces of Su, and Zhe even having marital ties with the Ji family in the provincial capital. The Wei family from Jiangnan, she blurted out. General Manager Su, you have a keen eye. Wei Qianqing nodded slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen. I am Wei Qianqing, in charge of the Wei family. May I ask how to address this gentleman? Lin Chen glanced at him and calmly uttered 2 words, Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, Wei Qianqing continued. This incense burner is an ancestral item of the Wei family. If Mr. Lin insists on keeping it, it would not reflect well on the Su family's reputation. Su Qingxue tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. However, Lin Chen appeared oblivious. Just as he was about to speak, a sarcastic voice interjected. What Manager Wei said is correct. Lu Jinghui had somehow also followed along, leaning against the door frame with a smug smile on his face. Mr. Lin is the fiancé of General Manager Su, a prized son-in-law of the Su family, so a bit of arrogance is understandable. However, the Wei family from Jiangnan is not something the Zhao family can compare to. They have a legacy of 100 years with deep roots. Mr. Lin should weigh his options carefully and not end up shooting himself in the foot. After he finished, he deliberately lifted his chin towards Su Qingxue. Qingxue, you should advise your fiancé not to bring trouble to the Su family. Su Qingxue's face turned a shade paler, but she did not let go of Lin Chen's sleeve. Chen Wanshan on the side was in a panic, rubbing his hands together, glancing between Lin Chen and Wei Qianqing, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Wanbao Pavilion had been auctioning for 20 years without encountering such a situation. Neither the buyer nor the seller could afford to offend the other. Both were of noble descent. The air in the backstage suddenly thickened. At that moment, Lin Chen moved. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly. A wisp of pressure emanated from him. It was not much, just a thread, like an extremely fine needle, precisely piercing the spiritual senses of everyone present. Chen Wanshan shivered, feeling as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Lu Jinghui's smile froze, and the hairs on his back stood on end. The two bodyguards in black suits instinctively took a step back, reaching for their waists, but their hands trembled so much they could not grasp their gun handles. The first to be affected was Wei Qianqing. His knees buckled without warning. It was as if an invisible hand pressed down on his shoulders slowly and unyieldingly, forcing him down. He gritted his teeth in an attempt to hold himself up, but that force utterly disregarded his struggles, making his bones creak under the pressure. Thud. Wei Qianqing knelt on the ground. His knee hit the tiled floor with a dull thud. The color drained from his face, cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall as he looked up at Lin Chen, his lips quivering, as if he wanted to say something, but no syllable escaped him. That terrifying pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on him, making his breath short and sporadic. Lin Chen looked down at him, his gaze indifferent. My item is right here. His voice was soft, yet it struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. If you want it, you can take it by force now. The entire backstage fell silent save for the sound of hurried breaths. Wei Qianqing trembled on the ground. He wanted to say he didn't want it anymore, but his throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, and he couldn't utter a single word. Who on earth is this person? How could he possess such power? Chen Wanshan swallowed hard, his voice trembled. Mr. Lin, this incense burner belongs to you. The transaction is complete, and there will be no regrets or disputes. As he spoke, his legs trembled, but he knew he had to make a statement. If he did not speak up, there would be more than just Wei Qianqing kneeling on the backstage floor today. Lin Chen retracted his oppressive aura. Wei Qianqing slumped to the ground like a heap of mud, gasping for breath, his shirt drenched in cold sweat. The two bodyguards hurried forward to help him up, the three of them stumbling backward until they stopped against the wall. Lu Jinghui leaned against the door frame, silent, but his eyes were ominously dark. He rubbed his right ear, feeling that same vague itch again, slightly more pronounced than before. Annoyed, he scratched, but still found nothing. Lin Chen no longer looked at them and turned to exit the backstage. Su Qingxue and Lin Cixi closely followed behind him. Chen Wanshan chased to the doorway, bowing as he saw them off, and only exhaled a long breath against the wall after Lin Chen's figure disappeared at the end of the exhibition hall, wiping away the cold sweat. He glanced down at the imprint left on the floor by Wei Qianqing's knee, with only one thought in his mind: Wanbao Pavilion must never provoke this Lin family again, absolutely not. In a corner backstage, Wei Qianqing was supported by two bodyguards, his face pale. He gritted his teeth, took out an old mobile phone from his inner pocket, and dialed a number. The call connected, but no one spoke on the other, and only deep breathing could be heard. Old Ma, it's me, Qianqing. Speak. A person has appeared in Linhai. Wei Qianqing lowered his voice, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. He has a geologic copper incense burner in his hands, and you previously instructed that any ancient artifacts containing spiritual energy should be noted. This person might just be the kind of person you, the immortal master, are looking for. There was a silence of 5 full seconds on the other end of the line. Geologic copper. Are you sure? Absolutely. I can see it clearly. He has refined all the copper rust on the surface of the incense burner, revealing the geologic copper underneath. What is this person's background? His name is Lin Chen, in his 20s, extremely skilled. Wei Qianqing swallowed. With just a glance, he made me kneel on the ground, unable to rise. He is definitely not an ordinary person. A low chuckle came from the other end of the line. Interesting, in his 20s, able to pressure others with just his presence. He is at least a martial arts master level. The man paused. Do not act rashly for now. Send me all the information on this Lin Chen. Also, do not disclose the matter of the geologic copper to anyone else. Understood, old Ma. The call ended. Wei Qianqing put away his phone, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the corner of his mouth twisted into a cold smile. No matter how strong you are, Lin Chen, can you surpass the immortal master? Behind the Jiangnan Wei family stands not an ordinary martial arts expert, but a true master of sorcery. Old Ma is a true master with sorcery that is unfathomable. He once witnessed Old Ma strike a living person from 10 meters away, turning them to ashes. Geologic copper is what Old Ma specifically seeks. If Lin Chen dares to snatch it, that would be seeking his own death. Let's go. Wei Qianqing straightened his collar, leading the two bodyguards to exit the convention center through a side door. Inside the exhibition hall, Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief, turning to look at Lin Chen, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Lin Chen stored the geologic copper incense burner in his embrace, sensing the naturally formed spiritual energy patterns within the burner, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With this geologic copper incense burner, the focal point of the spirit gathering array is secured. He only needed to find a few pieces of jade that could carry spiritual power as a foundation, and he could set up a small spirit gathering array in his villa, drawing spiritual energy from a radius of 10 miles. Though it could not compare to the Zhongshuan immortal realm, it would at least allow his family's cultivation speed to increase several times. As for Wei Qianqing and Lu Jinghui, he hardly paid them any mind. With too many lice one does not itch, but with too many enemies one does not worry. In fact, he hoped for more to come as the soul banner had been hungry for a long time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon the auction officially began. The seating in the exhibition hall had been rearranged into a tiered auction hall. The front row was reserved for major families and collectors, while the back row was for ordinary guests. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the auction stage in the center, making each exhibit shine brilliantly. Lin Chen sat in the right seat of the second row, with Su Qingxue on his left and Lin Cc on his right. Su Qingxue held up a bidding paddle, her expression focused. Lin Cc, on the other hand, clung to her brother's arm, her big eyes curiously scanning around. Brother, is the auction really like what we see on TV? Someone raises a paddle and calls out a price, then the host says it's sold. Lin Chen rubbed her head and replied, pretty much. On the auction stage, Chun Wanshan had changed into a dark blue long gown, holding an auction hammer in his hand, with a professional smile restored on his face. He cleared his throat and spoke loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's Linhai Autumn Auction. We have a total of 48 items for auction covering 4 main categories: porcelain, jade, paintings, and bronzes. Without further ado, let's start with the first item. The first item was a Qing Dynasty pastel vase with a starting bid of 500,000, which ultimately sold for 800,000. The next few items were regular collectibles, with bidding being lukewarm and the atmosphere somewhat dull. Lin Chen kept his eyes closed, not even lifting his eyelids, until the 12th item was brought up. It was a chessboard entirely dark green, made of a material that resembled jade, but was not jade, glimmering slightly with a cold light under the illumination. The surface of the chessboard was engraved with 19 horizontal and vertical lines, the craftsmanship ancient, with a few minor cracks at the edges, looking as if it had been around for a long time. Chun Wanshan introduced, "This is a Song Dynasty cold jade chessboard, made of the rare natural cold jade, feeling icy to the touch, keeping away mosquitoes in summer. The starting bid is 2 million, and each increase must be no less than 100,000. Lin Chen opened his eyes. His divine sense swept across the chessboard, sensing a faint chill, a tribute, spiritual power, seeping out from within the chessboard, extremely weak, but extremely pure. Natural cold jade. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. This material was insignificant in the Tsongshuan immortal realm, but on Blue Star it was an excellent material for making array eyes. With the addition of the earth vein copper, he now had 2 types for the core of the gathering spirit array. Su Qingxue noticed the change in his expression and quietly asked, "Do you want this? It's useful." Without further ado, Su Qingxue raised the bidding paddle, 210,000. 220,000, someone in the back row raised the bid. 230,000, Su Qingxue raised her paddle again. The price climbed all the way to 3 million, and the number of bidders gradually decreased. At this moment, a lazy voice came from the front row for million. Lu Jinghui. He leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed, holding up a bidding paddle, glancing back at Lin Chen, a provocative smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The meaning of that gaze was quite clear. "You want the item, but I want you to pay more." Su Qingxue frowned and raised her paddle again, 410,000. 5 million. Lu Jinghui followed closely. The crowd was in an uproar. Although the Song Dynasty cold jade chessboard was rare, its market price was at most 350,000. 5 million was already an astronomical price. Anyone with eyes could see that Lu Jinghui was deliberately driving up the price. Lin Cec's face flushed with anger. "Brother, that person is doing it on purpose." Lin Chen's expression remained calm. His divine sense had already spread out, taking in everything around. Sitting next to Lu Jinghui was an old man with gold-rimmed glasses, holding a black notebook, marking a line in the notebook with each price increase. That old man was Sun He Liu's appraiser. Lin Chen's divine sense penetrated the cover of the notebook, sweeping through the contents inside the corners of his mouth, curling into a smirk. Just as Su Qingxue was about to raise her paddle again, Lin Chen pressed down on her hand. Not in a hurry. He stood up and slowly spoke. "Manager Chen, I have a question." Chun Wanshan paused, his hand holding the auction hammer. His heart skipped a beat. The last time he heard Lin Chen speak in this tone, Wei Qiansheng was kneeling on the ground, unable to get up. "Please go ahead, Mr. Lin." Lin Chen pointed at the notebook in Sun He's hand. "The old gentleman's son, he seems to be holding something quite interesting. How about asking Manager Chen to check it out and see if it's recording appraisal insights or something else?" Sun He's face instantly turned ashen, instinctively hiding the notebook in his arms. This action was seen by everyone as an admission of guilt. Chun Wanshan's expression also changed. As an auctioneer for Wanbage, he was most wary of anyone plotting in his auction. "Mr. Sun, please hand over the notebook." Sun He suddenly stood up, his voice sharp. "Why should I hand it over? This is personal privacy. You Wanbage have no right to search my things." Several bodyguards from the back row had already surrounded him. Sun He was sweating on his forehead, turning to Lu Jinghui with a pleading look. Lu Jinghui's face turned ashen, his lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. He couldn't save himself. The bodyguard seized the notebook from Sun He's hands and handed it to Chen Wanshan. Chen Wanshan opened the first page, and his face darkened. He quickly flipped through several pages, slapping it shut, his gaze coldly sweeping towards Lu Jinghui and Sun He. Mr. Sun, please explain why this notebook records the reserve price of every item today, and also the number of times young Master Lu raised his paddle and the ceiling for his bids. Upon hearing this, the entire room was shocked. Collusion. This was the biggest scandal in an auction house. If confirmed, both the Lu family and Sun He would be banned from the entire industry. Moreover, Wanbao's reputation would also suffer serious damage. Sun He slumped in his chair looking ashen. Lu Jinghui, on the other hand, stood up, abruptly gritting his teeth as he squeezed out a sentence. Manager Chen, I will explain this to you privately. After saying that, he turned and left. Staying any longer would ruin his reputation. At the door, he glanced back at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. Then his right ear itched again more intensely than before. He irritably shook his head and hurriedly left. Chen Wanshan took a deep breath, readjusted his expression, and announced that the bidding for the cold jade chessboard would restart based on the valid price of 310,000 before Sun He's intervention. Su Qingxue raised her paddle, and no one else contested. Sold. Congratulations to Su Zong. Lin Cece clapped her hands in joy. Sister Qingxue is amazing. Su Qingxue smiled and pinched her face, then turned to Lin Chen, her gaze so gentle it could melt sugar. Whatever you want, I will buy it for you. Lin Chen coughed lightly, feeling uncharacteristically awkward. No need to exaggerate. I like it, Su Qingxue said assertively. The auction continued. Having learned from Lu Jinghui's example, the subsequent bidding proceeded quite orderly. Su Qingxue helped Lin Chen secure several pieces of ancient jade, which were of average quality, but all carried faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Lin Chen collected all of them, calculating that these materials should be enough. As the auction entered its later stages, a special item was brought up. It was a fist-sized piece of metallic debris, completely pitch black with a pockmarked surface, as if it had been burned by high temperature or struck by lightning. The edges had several irregular cracks, making it look like a piece of scrap iron. Chen Wanshan introduced, meteorite remnants, specific age and origin unknown. According to the seller, it was found deep in Kunlun Mountain. Starting bid is 50,000. The audience fell silent. No one raised a paddle. 50,000 for a piece of scrap iron of unknown origin. Whoever buys it is a fool. However, Lin Chen suddenly sat up straight, extending his divine sense toward it. The moment his divine sense touched the piece of debris, an extremely violent thunder attribute aura exploded from within it. This is the aura of a heavenly tribulation. The true power of the thunder tribulation originating from the 9 heavenly divine thunder that struck down during his own tribulation. This is not scrap iron. This is a fragment of a treasure left behind by a cultivator who failed in their tribulation, shattered by heavenly thunder. The fragment sealed within it a trace of tribulation thunder power. Although very weak to Lin Chen, its value surpassed all the items in the auction combined. 50,000. Lin Chen raised his paddle. Someone in the back row lazily raised their bid, 60,000. This time it was Wei Qianqing. He sat alone in a corner without any bodyguards, but the viciousness on his face remained unchanged. 100,000. Lin Chen doubled the bid. Wei Qianqing hesitated for a moment, but did not raise again. He had no interest in the piece of iron, just wanting to annoy Lin Chen. But spending 100,000 on a piece of scrap iron made him wary of Lin Chen turning the tables on him. Chen Wanshan dropped the hammer. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen took the meteorite fragment, holding it in his palm, feeling the dormant power of tribulation thunder within, and was somewhat surprised. But why is there something containing tribulation thunder power on the kid-efficient blue star? Today he had obtained the earth vein copper incense burner, the cold jade chessboard, 7 pieces of ancient jade, and this piece, containing the power of heavenly tribulation. He had enough materials for his formation. Today he had obtained the earth vein copper incense burner, the cold jade chessboard, 7 pieces of ancient jade, and this piece, containing the power of heavenly tribulation. He had enough materials for his formations. As for cultivation, Blue Star could not satisfy him. He could only continue to train hard after leaving Blue Star. Su Qingxue returned after swiping her card, linking her arm, with Lin Chen smiling brightly. Let's go, we'll treat you to dinner. Lin Cece chimed in from the side. Brother, Sister Qingxue has spent so much money on you today. Lin Chen rarely showed a helpless smile. All right, I'll treat you. As the 3 of them left the exhibition center, the sky was nearing dusk. Don't spy any longer, or you will die. Lin Chen snorted coldly. At this moment, a middle-aged man who had been observing Lin Chen from upstairs was sweating profusely, as if being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. Transmitting sound from afar, the nearby thin old man said solemnly, "What terrifying strength." At 9 in the evening, Lin Chen had just returned to the villa, preparing to set up the array, to complete the gathering spirit array, when he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, a deep male voice came from the other end. Is this Mr. Lin? Who is this? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. This phone number was set up after returning to Blue Star with his sister's help. Apart from his family, he had only given it to Su Qingxue. Could it be a nuisance call? Before he could speculate further, the voice continued. I apologize for disturbing you so late, Mr. Lin. I am Chen Wanshan from Wanbao Pavilion. Is there something? Lin Chen asked again. After a moment of silence, the voice slowly replied. I represent Wanbao Pavilion to apologize to you for what happened today. Our pavilion master asked me to personally invite you to meet and apologize if you would do us the honor. No interest. Lin Chen directly refused. He had already obtained what he wanted, besides his impression of Wanbao Pavilion was not good. Today he had held back from taking action, which was already a concession to Su Qingxue. After saying that, he intended to hang up the phone. Wait, Mr. Lin, our pavilion master has something he would like you to take a look at. Chen Wanshan hurriedly said from the other end. Oh. Lin Chen paused for a moment. The meteorite he acquired at the auction today was quite special. Could it be that Wanbao Pavilion had something even better? Noticing that Lin Chen seemed interested, Chen Wanshan continued. That item was something we accidentally obtained at Wanbao Pavilion, but no one has been able to appraise it. Today, Mr. Lin's performance was particularly impressive, so we thought of you. All right, Lin Chen replied. Let's meet at Miaoyan Villa tomorrow. We will send someone to pick you up. Chen Wanshan said excitedly. No need, just give me an address. After hanging up, Lin Chen began to set up the gathering spirit array. Whoosh. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The next second he appeared above the villa in the sky. Once he had the materials, setting up the most basic gathering spirit array was incredibly simple for him. The villa he chose could be said to be the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Linhai city. With Yunlong Lake in front and Yunlong Mountain behind, it was the best location for setting up a gathering spirit array. The most important part of an array is the array eye. Lin Chen took out the Song Dynasty Cold Jade chessboard, moved his index finger slightly, and drew out the spiritual power from the chessboard. Swish. Then a flame ignited at his fingertip, a special fire used for alchemy and artifact forging. Refine. Lin Chen lightly uttered, instantly refining the chessboard into a spherical shape, injecting the extracted spiritual power into it, and then adding part of his own spiritual energy before throwing it into the center of the small lake in the villa's yard. After placing the array, he proceeded to drop the ancient jades into the four corners around the villa. Activate. Once placed, 4 beams of light shot up simultaneously, converging towards the array eye. The array eye shot upward like a fountain, gathering with the 4 beams of light. Splash. Then centered on the array eye, it spread out in a parasol shape, enveloping the entire villa in the blink of an eye. Thus the gathering spirit array was completed. Lin Chen closed his eyes, feeling the power of the gathering spirit array. Although the spiritual energy was still weak for him, it would be of great benefit to his parents and sister. For ordinary mortals like them who had not undergone the washing of the marrow, once they did, they could easily shed their mortal bodies. Under the influence of the gathering spirit array, they could also quickly establish their foundations. After resolving the issues with the gathering spirit array, Lin Chen returned to his room to cultivate. The next day, 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chen tore through the void and arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Chen Wanshan yesterday. Upon arrival, he found that Chen Wanshan was already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing Lin Chen appear, he immediately smiled and approached respectfully, saying, Mr. Lin, you have arrived. As he spoke, Chen Wanshan felt quite puzzled. It seemed that Lin Chen had appeared directly in this place. He had already sent someone to wait at the entrance of the manor, yet he had not received any information from his subordinates. Strange. However, since Lin Chen had already arrived, he did not pay much attention, quickly leading Lin Chen inside. As soon as he entered the hall, Lin Chen sensed a familiar aura. Looking in that direction, in the center of the hall sat a middle-aged man in a grand chair, his tiger-like eyes shining brightly, and his build was robust, unlike an ordinary middle-aged man. Beside him stood a thin, old man, his aura restrained, but the veins on his hands were prominent, suggesting he was likely a martial arts expert. It's you two. Lin Chen recognized the two. It was none other than the ones he had warned at the convention center that day. It seems I can't hide from Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man sitting in the grand chair had a face full of apologies, standing up and smiling. That day it was my rudeness I offended you, Mr. Lin. Please forgive me. Just get to the point. Lin Chen waved his hand. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My name is Li Qi, the pavilion master of Wanbao Pavilion, and also the head of the Li family in Linhai. The reason I sought Mr. Lin is... Li Qi sighed and continued, years ago when my family was expanding its market, we inadvertently offended someone. That person was initially just an ordinary person, but last time he smashed many of my family's establishments, and none of my men were a match for him, suffering significant losses. You want me to help you deal with this person? Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he glanced at the old man beside Li Qi. I see that his strength is not low. Why seek me? He could tell that the thin old man's martial arts realm was likely around the mid-stage of internal strength, which was considered a master in Blue Star. Hearing this, Li Chi forced a smile. Mr. Lin, you may not know old Qin is not a match for that person and has even been injured because of it. Not even a match for someone in the mid-stage of internal strength. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. What surprised Li Chi and the thin old man even more was that just with a glance Lin Chen could discern old Qin's strength, proving they had not chosen the wrong person. Old Qin nodded. That person is at least at the peak of internal strength, or even at the pinnacle. I truly am not a match for him. The peak of internal strength. That was no different from an ant. Lin Chen remained silent. Seeing this, Li Chi immediately gestured to Chun Wanshan beside him. Chun Wanshan understood and immediately took out a box, opening it to reveal a jade stone roughly the size of a human palm. The surface of the jade was smooth and shiny, resembling congealed fat, crystal clear, and when approached one could smell a special fragrance. Mr. Lin, this jade was mined from one of our Wanbao Pavilion's veins. I wonder if you might be interested. Li Chi said. Lin Chen stepped closer, seeing the jade in the box. His eyes widened, and he was surprised in his heart. This is actually Tianji jade essence. No, that's not right. The true Tianji jade essence is a treasure of the celestial realm containing enough spiritual energy to allow a foundation establishment cultivator to directly break through to the golden core. Yet this piece in front of him contained too little spiritual energy, only qualifying as a jade essence embryo. But on Blue Star it was already considered a treasure of heaven and earth. More importantly, Tianji jade essence tends to occur in clusters. The appearance of one jade essence embryo often indicates there is a vein of jade essence underground. Seeing the expression on Lin Chen's face, Li Chi felt a surge of joy and quickly seized the opportunity. Mr. Lin, this jade was mined from a vein under my family's name. If you can help me deal with that trouble, the ownership of this vein will belong to you. Indeed, there is a vein. This could be worth helping once. All right, I agree. Lin Chen said. A vein of Tianji jade essence, although of inferior quality, was enough for him to set up several gathering spirit arrays on Blue Star, or even to use for refining protective artifacts. After returning from Yaoyun Villa, Lin Chen went nowhere. He locked himself in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, placing the palm-sized Tianji jade essence embryo on the table, and began to refine it into a magical artifact. 10 minutes later, 4 jade pendants were neatly arranged on the table. Each pendant was only the size of a thumb, shaped like a droplet, translucent and white, like congealed fat, with a faint layer of shimmering light flowing on the surface. He inscribed 3 prohibitions within the pendants. 1 for defense, 1 for calming the heart, and 1 for warning. As long as there was an external attack on the wearer, the defensive prohibition would activate, automatically capable of blocking all attacks below the foundation establishment stage. When Lin Chen handed the pendants to his parents and younger sister, the 3 were watching television in the living room on the 1st floor. Mom and Dad, Cici, wear this at all times and never take it off. Lin Zhenghong took the pendant, examining it closely, but not discerning anything special. However, his son's serious demeanor prevented him from asking further. All right, I'll wear it, Dad. Lin's mother directly hung the pendant around her neck, smiling as she said, It was given by my son, so of course I'll wear it. Lin Cici was the most eager, taking it and hanging it around her neck, tucking it into her collar, patting her chest. Brother, is this a talisman? Pretty much. Then I can rest easy. I won't be afraid when walking at night in the future. Lin Chen ruffled her hair. That afternoon, Lin Chen went to the headquarters of the Zhao Group. In the conference room, he placed the stock transfer agreement and the group charter on the table, addressing his parents. Dad, Mom, the Zhao Group is now ours, and I want you to manage it. Lin Jinghong was stunned for a full 3 seconds, flipping through the stock agreement page by page, becoming increasingly alarmed. 100% ownership with assets exceeding 10 billion. When he founded the Lin Group from scratch, even at its peak, it was only half this size. Xiaochen this. What about the Zhao family? They will not appear again. Lin Zhenghong opened his mouth, but ultimately did not ask anything. He took 5 seconds to digest this fact, then took a deep breath, closing the agreement, his gaze regaining the sharpness it had when he once dominated the business world. Good. This company, Mom and Dad, will help you manage it. Lin's mother wiped her eyes while smiling, saying, Your dad has been lying in bed for 5 years, always murmuring that if he could manage a company again, he would be willing to die. Then let him manage it as much as he wants. Lin Chen chuckled. After leaving the company, Lin Chen also visited. In Su Kingsu's office, piles of documents were stacked, and she was bent over her desk, meticulously calculating invoices, with slight dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept for a long time. Seeing Lin Chen come in, she hurriedly closed the account book and forced a smile. Why didn't you say you were coming? Lin Chen did not expose her, simply taking out a bank card from his pocket and placing it on the table. Seeing Lin Chen come in, she hurriedly closed the account book and forced a smile. Why didn't you say you were coming? Lin Chen did not expose her, simply taking out a bank card from his pocket and placing it on the Su Qingxue pushed the card back. She knew that the Lin family had been struggling since their bankruptcy, and no matter how hard things got for her, she wouldn't take Lin Chen's money. Take it. Money is of no use to me. Lin Chen casually replied. After he spoke, Su Qingxue did something that caught Lin Chen completely off guard. She stood up, walked around the desk, and gently pressed her lips against Lin Chen's. What are you doing? Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. I want, Su Qingxue said with firm resolve, but her eyes were already red. Then I will pay you back double in the future. No need. Money indeed held no value for him. If he wished, he could easily acquire the wealth of the world's richest man. Seeing Lin Chen's insistence, Su Qingxue didn't press further, just assumed he was being stubborn. 3 days later at Miaoyan Villa, it was night. He stepped out of the void, landing at the steps of the main hall. Inside the hall, 3 people were already present: Li Qi and Qin Tianlu, standing in the center, their expressions grave. Beside them stood a middle-aged man in a black martial arts outfit, in his early 40s, with thick knuckles and calloused fingers, his temples bulging, clearly a master of practical martial arts. Lin Chen took a glance, and the other's aura was laid bare before him. Complete mastery of internal strength. At this moment, when Li Qi saw Lin Chen arrive, the tension on his face eased slightly as he hurried to greet him. Mr. Lin, you are here. He turned to the middle-aged man and introduced, Director Su, this is Mr. Lin Chen I mentioned to you. He then said to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, this is Director Su Zhan of the Tianying Martial Arts Institute in Jiangnan Province, a master I specifically invited from Jiangnan to assist. Su Zhan glanced at Lin Chen. In his 20s, tall, and with a fair complexion, he was delicately built, with not a single muscle on his body that looked like it had been trained. His disdain was unmasked, and he snorted coldly. Master Li, do you not trust Su? Not at all, Director. Su misunderstood. Li Qi hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Su Zhan ignored him completely, raising his right hand and gently slapping the nearby rosewood tea table. The sound was not loud, but when his palm moved away, a deep handprint appeared on the hard table, half an inch deep, the edges as neat as if cut by a knife, with clear palm lines visible. Su Zhan withdrew his hand, looking at Lin Chen with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Young man, this table is made of 100-year-old rosewood. Do you know how many years of practice it takes to leave a mark on it? I think you are still young. Oh, why not go home and practice for a few more years? Li Qi's expression changed. He was about to explain Lin Chen's abilities, but Lin Chen simply waved his hand dismissively, walking directly to the nearby armchair and leisurely sipping from the teacup. Master Li, this tea is quite good. Li Qi was taken aback, glancing at Lin Chen and then at Su Zhan, ultimately giving a sheepish smile and not daring to say more. Internally, he was cursing Su Zhan for being foolish. Your strength is indeed impressive, but this person could make Wei Qianxing kneel with just a glance, and you're showing off here. Seeing that Lin Chen completely ignored him, Su Zhan's face turned a mix of green and white, snorting coldly, and sat down beside him, falling silent. Time passed by slowly. The sky completely darkened. Suddenly, screams echoed from outside the villa. Li Qi's face turned pale instantly. Qin Tianlu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. Su Zhan also stood up, his fists clenched, his muscles bulging like they were inflated, straining his martial arts outfit. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, appearing at the entrance of the main hall. It was a man in his 30s, of medium build, with an ordinary face that could be lost in a crowd. But when he raised his head and revealed his eyes, everyone present gasped in shock. His eyeballs were completely blood red, with vertically slit pupils like a snake or some other cold-blooded creature. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Li Qi, did you ever think I would come back? The man sneered. Li Qi gritted his teeth and stepped forward, forcing himself to remain calm. Zhao Meng, you destroyed 13 of the Li family's businesses and harmed so many people. Today, it must come to an end. Come to an end. Zhao Meng tilted his head, his tone playful. Today is not about endings, it's about taking your life. Everyone present, none shall leave this villa alive. His gaze swept over everyone in the hall, stopping for a second on Qin Tianlu. Old dog Qin, I spared your life last time. Has your lung injury healed? Qin Tianlu's face was ashen, and he said nothing. Zhao Meng then looked at Su Zhan, sizing him up, suddenly laughing. Complete mastery of internal strength. Not bad, not bad. Killing you is more interesting than those useless ones. Arrogant. Su Zhan roared, stepping forward. The bluestone tiles under his feet shattered with a single step, and he launched himself at Zhao Meng like a cannonball, his right fist aimed straight at Zhao Meng's face. The power of this punch was enough to pierce through 10-centimeter thick steel plates. Zhao Meng stood still, not moving at all. He merely raised his hand and effortlessly caught Su Zhan's fist. Bang! As their fists met, the shock wave caused the lanterns in the hall to shake violently. Su Zhan's expression changed in an instant. His full power punch hit Zhao Meng's palm, but did not budge an inch, as if striking an iron mountain. Is that all? Zhao Meng grinned, his 5 fingers tightening suddenly. Crack! Su Zhen's fist bone emitted a crisp sound, and an expression of disbelief and extreme pain appeared on his face. Before he could react, Zhao Meng struck out with a palm hitting Su Zhen squarely in the chest. Poof! Su Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood mist, flying backwards 7 or 8 meters before crashing heavily into the wall. His spirit deflated. One palm killing someone at the peak of internal strength in a second. Li Qi's knees began to weaken. Qin Tianlu was drenched in cold sweat. It's over. Even the expert invited from Jiangnan was killed in one blow, so everyone present would die here today. At this moment, Lin Chen, who had been drinking tea in the corner, finally set down his cup. Zhao Meng's gaze snapped to him. You still dare to drink tea? Zhao Meng's tone was filled with surprise, but more so with contempt. Are you too stupid to know fear, or have you been scared into silence? Lin Chen stood up and slowly walked to the center of the hall, 3 steps away from Zhao Meng. I'll give you a chance. Lin Chen's voice was flat. Now cripple your own hands, and today's events will be forgotten. I don't really want to get my hands dirty. Zhao Meng paused for a moment. Then he laughed loudly, his face full of disdain. Make me cripple my own hands. What qualifications do you, a kid who hasn't even fully grown, have? Do you know who I am? I don't know. Lin Chen replied, and it doesn't matter. Zhao Meng's laughter abruptly stopped, a fierce look flashing in his blood-red eyes. Li Qi was sweating profusely in the back, and Qin Tianlu's face showed despair. Although they knew Lin Chen had some skills, the terrifying might of Zhao Meng's earlier palm that killed Su Zhen in an instant was overwhelming. Zhao Meng no longer wasted words, slapping a hand towards Lin Chen's face, bloodlight swirling. The air produced a sharp tearing sound. The power of this palm was stronger than the one that had sent Su Zhen flying before. Clearly Zhao Meng did not want to waste time on Lin Chen and aimed to kill him in one strike. Lin Chen did not dodge. He didn't even make any movement, merely casually raising his right index finger and moving it forward. Bang! Before Zhao Meng could touch Lin Chen, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the bluestone ground of the courtyard, creating a deep human-shaped pit, half a meter deep. Shattered stones flew everywhere, dust filled the air. In an instant the entire hall fell silent, with even the sound of heartbeats audible. Li Qi opened his mouth, almost dropping his jaw to the ground. Qin Tianlu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Lin Chen slowly retracted his hand, looking down at his palm, frowning. It's still dirtying my hands. He stepped over the threshold, walked into the courtyard, and stood before the pit Zhao Meng had created, looking down at the bloodied man whose right arm had been completely crushed into a pulp. What did you just say? Whose dog life were you going to take? Zhao Meng lay at the bottom of the pit, drenched in blood and utterly incapacitated. His right arm had been shattered into fragments, vanishing entirely. He had barely glimpsed how he was flung out, only feeling as if an overwhelming surge of energy had blasted. By the time he came to his senses, he could no longer move. He stared wide-eyed at the young man standing by the edge of the pit, the murderous intent in his eyes long gone. By the time he came to his senses, he could no longer move. He stared wide-eyed at the young man. He had trained painstakingly for years, reaching his current realm at lightning speed and slaying countless foes, convinced that no one in this backwater town of Linhai could challenge him. But that punch just now was utterly terrifying. He survived not because he withstood it, but because his opponent hadn't even struck with full force. Are you a martial grandmaster? Zhao Meng's teeth chattered. Projecting inner force externally to kill from a distance. This was unmistakably the hallmark of a grandmaster. Across the entire Jiangnan province, there were fewer than 5 grandmasters, each a supreme figure courted by every major clan. He had never dreamed that seeking revenge in Linhai would lead him to encounter a grandmaster. What horrified him even more was Lin Chen's age. Which martial grandmaster wasn't past 50? Even the most gifted prodigy like Jiangnan's top grandmaster Han Beiwang had crossed 40 when he reached that realm. Yet this young man before him looked barely over 20. A grandmaster at 20. Across the entire martial world of Huaxiao, it was unheard of. At your age? How could you? Zhao Meng muttered to himself as if seeing a ghost. Li Qi and Qin Tianlu hurried out from the hall. Seeing Zhao Meng half dead in the pit, Li Qi let out a long breath, a look of relief washing over his face. He glared down at Zhao Meng and sneered. Zhao Meng, you finally met your match. You smashed 13 of my properties and killed so many of my men. Today you delivered yourself to my doorstep, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Meng coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam, forcing a grim smile. Li Qi, do you dare to kill me? You think your backing is strong? Li Qi scoffed. You and Ant are unworthy of knowing my master's strength. Zhao Meng's voice grew weaker, but the venom in his eyes remained undiminished. You only need to know one thing. My master is Han Beiwang, the top grandmaster of Jiangnan, and my organization is called Tiansha. No family in all of Jiangnan dares to provoke us. He turned his head to look at Lin Chen. So what if you're a grandmaster? If you kill me, my master won't let you go, and Tiansha won't let you go either. When that happens, not only will you die, but your entire family will. Crack. Lin Chen stomped on Zhao Mang's left shoulder, shattering the intact collarbone into pieces. Zhao Mang let out a pig-like scream, convulsing in agony, unable to utter another word. Lin Chen withdrew his foot and said coolly, Tiansha, I still have a score to settle with them. Let them come to me. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down. He turned to Li Qi, handle the rest. Li Qi's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he bowed. Rest assured, Master Lin, I won't disappoint you. After witnessing Lin Chen's prowess, Li Qi had become reverent. This was a grandmaster, an existence that the entire city of Linhai lacked. The group returned to the main hall. Qin Tianlu personally escorted the injured Su Zhen to a side chamber for treatment, while Li Qi ordered fresh dishes and wine to be served. Within minutes, a sumptuous evening feast was prepared. Lin Chen took the seat of honor, and Li Qi personally poured his wine. Just then Su Zhen limped out from the wound on his chest had been hastily bandaged and color had returned to his face, but the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Chen had transformed into an almost fanatical reverence. Grandmaster Lin. Su Zhen walked up to Lin Chen and bowed deeply, his posture far more humble than it had been before Li Qi. Earlier I failed to recognize your greatness, and spoke offensively. A grandmaster must not be insulted. Please forgive me, Grandmaster Lin. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice across the face with full force, leaving 2 swollen handprints on his cheeks. Then he kowtowed heavily on the ground several times, his forehead bleeding. Lin Chen waved a hand dismissively, unbothered. This man was quick to admit his mistakes, a shrewd one indeed. If he could be made useful, it would save a lot of trouble. But Su Zhen refused to straighten up, his tone growing even more fawning. Grandmaster Lin's methods are utterly inscrutable. To defeat Zhao Mang, a peak inner force expert with mere emitted aura, such strength ranks as top tier even across all of Jiangnan. He gave a thumbs up, his expression exaggerated like a storyteller's. I've practiced martial arts for 20 years and have seen no fewer than 100 experts, but never one like Grandmaster Lin. Han Beiwang, the so-called top grandmaster of Jiangnan. He's nothing compared to Master Lin. Enough, Lin Chen said, taking a sip of wine. Let's eat. Yes, let's eat. Su Zhen immediately pulled up a chair, but perched on only half of it, busily serving Lin Chen dishes and refilling his wine, as fawning as a lackey. Li Qi watched from the side, torn between laughter and tears. The arrogant martial arts hall owner from earlier today had now become a groveling sycophant. After the meal, Lin Chen rose to leave. Li Qi personally escorted him to the door, then suddenly remembered something, and said, Master Lin, there's one more matter I'd like to discuss with you. Speak. In 3 days it's time for the redistribution of territory among Linhai's major families. By tradition, a martial tournament will be held where each family sends a representative to compete. The victor gets first pick of the territories. In previous years, the Zhao family dominated. Now that they've mysteriously vanished, every family has its eyes on that prime piece of land. The competition will be fiercer than ever. The Zhao family. I destroyed them, Lin Chen said flatly. What a... Everyone present stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with shock. A tempest raged in their hearts. That was Linhai's foremost family, and this young man had annihilated. Li Qi paused, carefully studying Lin Chen's expression. If Master Lin would represent the Li family in the tournament, I vow to offer all the territories we win to you. Moreover, the Li family will henceforth follow only your commands. Lin Chen glanced at him, surrendering just like that. Still, territories held no appeal for him. With his strength, taking Linhai required no martial tournament. But on second thought, he would eventually need to consolidate Linhai's resources to find more heavenly treasures. Rather than dealing with them one by one, it was better to settle everything at once. Fine. Li Qi was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you, Grandmaster Lin. From now on, the Li family answers to you. Lin Chen said no more and vanished into the night. Su Zhen took 2 steps after him, but couldn't spot Lin Chen's figure. His reverence deepened, and he shouted into the empty darkness, Farewell, Grandmaster Lin. Do visit often. Li Qi shook his head with a wry smile at Su Zhen's sycophantic display. He turned and walked back into the hall, settling into a grand armchair, his smile fading into a cold sharpness. He beckoned Qin Tianlu over and asked in a low voice, How was Zhao Mang's body disposed of? Dissolved, Qin Tianlu whispered. Not even a bone remains. Is it clean, eh? Absolutely. Even if Tiansha or the authorities investigate, they'll only find that Zhao Mang came to Miaoyan Manor with no evidence he died here. Li Qi nodded, then, after a moment of silence, added, For now, don't leak the news that Zhao Mang claimed his master. Qin's Tianla's expression shifted. Han Beiwang, the top grandmaster of Jiangnan. Yes. Li Qi's gaze fell on the window, his voice low. A grandmaster must not be insulted. Zhao Mang died in Linhai. Han Beiwang will find out eventually. The question is whether Grandmaster Lin can stand against Grandmaster Han. Qin Tianlu was silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. Master Lin doesn't seem like a reckless man. Since he dared to kill Zhao Mang, he must have confidence. Now that we're on his boat, there's no turning back. True, Li Qi said with a self-deprecating smile, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. The martial tournament in Linhai 3 days from now would be the real highlight. When Lin Chen returned to the villa on the mountainside, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The lights in the living room were still on, and Lin Cece was curled up on the sofa watching television, the screen displaying a variety show. However, she was clearly absent-minded and immediately perked up upon hearing the sound of the door opening. "Brother, you're back." Lin Chen changed into his slippers and walked in, ruffling her hair. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I was waiting for you." Lin Cece yawned, her nose twitching. "You weren't hurt, were you?" "No." "That's good. I'm going to sleep now." Lin Cece happily ran upstairs, turning back at the corner of the stairs to shout, "Brother, good night." Lin Chen watched her figure, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He had just sat down on the sofa when his phone rang. On the screen was a video call request from Li Qi. He pressed the answer button, and Li Qi's smiling face appeared on the screen, though his eyes bore a serious expression. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but there's something I forgot to tell you." "Go ahead." Li Qi took a deep breath and slowly said, "It's about Zhao Meng's master Han Beiwang." Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, remaining silent as he waited for him to continue. Han Beiwang is the most prestigious master in Jiangnan and Jiangdong provinces. Li Qi's voice was very low, as if he were afraid of being overheard. In the martial arts world, he is referred to as the #1 master of the Two Rivers, a true giant in the realm of martial arts in the Two Rivers region. Let me put it this way, any martial artist in Linhai must respectfully address him as Master Han when they meet. Although my Li family holds some weight in Linhai compared to the Han family, we are not on the same level at all. Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent. Is he really that strong? Before Li Qi could answer, a face suddenly squeezed into the side of the screen. It was Su Zhan. He had evidently been listening in, and at this moment, he snatched the phone, his expression even more serious. "Strong. Extremely strong. Master Lin, this Han Beiwang is genuinely formidable." "How strong?" Lin Chen asked. Su Zhan swallowed hard. "You know the Dragon Group, the strongest official organization in the Dragon Country, right? They once released a ranking list of martial arts strength in the Dragon Country, and Han Beiwang was ranked 20th. In the entire Dragon Country, there are countless martial experts, both visible and hidden, to be able to rank in the top 20 shows just how terrifying he is." He hadn't finished speaking when he added something even more shocking. "Moreover, Han Beiwang has an older brother named Han Tianlong, who was ranked 5th back in the day. He was a dual master, and the Han brothers were once a force to be reckoned with in the entire Dragon Country's martial arts community." "An older brother?" Lin Chen became slightly interested. "A dual master? That's quite rare." Su Zhan's speech was becoming increasingly rapid. However, Han Tianlong seemed to have committed a major offense years ago. After being personally defeated by the previous leader of the Dragon Group, he couldn't stay in the country and fled overseas. It's said that he gathered a group of outlaws and martial artists overseas to form the Dragon Tiger Hall, and within a few short years it has become one of the top forces abroad. At this point he paused, lowering his voice further. "It's rumored that the Dragon Tiger Hall has a deep cooperative relationship with the domestic assassin organization Tian Sha, which ranks among the top 3 in the underground world of the Dragon Country. It's very likely that the Dragon Tiger Hall is providing expert support behind the scenes." Li Qi beside him was already drenched in cold sweat. Although he was not from the martial arts world, as one of the local bullies in Linhai, how could he have not heard of Tian Sha's name? That is a top-tier assassin organization. The Zhao family often sought out Tian Sha's help in the past. When Tian Sha acted, death followed. Tian Sha. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Even Li Qi, separated by the screen, could feel a wave of chilling intent washing over him, making him involuntarily shrink his neck. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, his killing intent unmistakable. The last time Tian Sha sent 2 useless assassins to kill him, he had already made those 2 disappear completely from the world. However, he had not found any information about Tian Sha's strongholds using soul searching, otherwise he would have personally gone to eradicate them. He had also tried to use divine sense to search globally, but it consumed too much of his spiritual sense, so he ultimately gave up. Now, hearing this name again from Li Qi and Su Zhan, he realized that Tian Sha had ties with the Han brothers, and Han Beiwang's disciple Zhao Meng had just been crippled by him. This connection was finally established. He would have to find Tian Sha to settle the score sooner or later, and now the other party was practically delivering themselves right to his doorstep. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent for a long time, Li Qi felt anxious and cautiously asked, "Master Lin, do you think we should prepare in advance?" "No need." Lin Chen's voice returned to calm, as if the suffocating killing intent from earlier was merely an illusion. "If Han Beiwang wants to come, let him come. If Tian Sha wants to come, let them come too. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one." Su Zhan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitating. He had witnessed Lin Chen disable Zhao Meng with a single punch, which was indeed the power of a master. But Han Beiwang was a well-known master with 20 years of fame ranked in the top 20, and was completely on a different level from someone like Zhao Meng, who was merely at the peak of internal energy. There was a huge gap between masters. He wanted to remind Lin Chen, but the words stuck in his throat. Lin Chen's demeanor was too calm. That kind of calm was not feigned, but a genuine composure that did not regard his opponent. After hanging up the video call, Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Tiansha Dragon Tiger Hall. The Han brothers, these renowned figures in the martial arts world of the Dragon Country, were in his eyes merely slightly larger ants. What truly weighed on his mind was only one matter: the two assassins from Tiansha had visited his rental apartment and knew his home address. Although he had moved, this hidden danger had to be completely eradicated. In the Zhangxian immortal realm for 500 years, the most important principle he learned was to eliminate the roots. Any hint of a potential threat to his family must be extinguished at its budding stage. Lin Chen opened his eyes and released his divine sense. His vast spiritual consciousness spread out like an ocean, covering the entire Linhai city and reaching further afield. Meanwhile, at Miaoyun Villa, after Li Qi hung up the video call, he slumped back in his chair, his shirt soaked with cold. Su Jin sat beside him, his complexion also not looking good. Master Li, do you think Mr. Lin can really withstand Han Beiwang? I don't know. Li Qi shook his head, his voice dry. But we have no way back now. Zhao Meng was crippled at my request by Mr. Lin. If Han Beiwang investigates, the Li family won't be able to escape either. The two remained silent for a long time. Su Jin suddenly spoke up. Actually, there's something else I didn't get a chance to tell Mr. Lin. Li Qi looked up at him. Han Beiwang's brother Han Tianlong fled overseas years ago because he committed a major offense in the country. The Dragon Group devoted all its efforts to capture him, but he seriously injured 3 Dragon Group experts. In the end, it was only the old leader who personally intervened to take him down. However, even then, they did not kill him on the spot. They merely expelled him from the country. Su Jin's voice grew lower. After that battle, the old leader was also severely injured and went into seclusion for 3 years to recover. Therefore, Han Tianlong's strength may be even greater than his ranking suggests. Li Qi's face turned completely pale. The day after dealing with Zhao Meng, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Su Qingxue. Lin Chen, do you have time today? She asked cautiously. What's the matter? My grandfather would like to invite you over for a family dinner. Su Qingxue paused, her tone softening. He has been mentioning it for several days, saying he wants to meet you. Will you come? Lin Chen fell silent for 2 seconds. He wasn't fond of such occasions, but on the other end of the line, Su Qingxue sounded pleading. All right. Really? Su Qingxue's voice instantly became excited. Then I'll pick you up at 6 this evening. In the evening, a Wynard Rolls-Royce Cullinan arrived punctually at the entrance of the mountainside villa. Lin Chen opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Su Qingxue was wearing a simple and elegant beige long dress today, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, sporting light makeup. She looked softer and less fatigued compared to that day at the exhibition center. The car drove out of the villa area, smoothly progressing along the road by Yunlong Lake. Lin Chen, Su Qingxue suddenly spoke. Where have you been all these years? I asked Cici, and she only said you went to a distant place, but was unwilling to elaborate. Her tone carried concern, as if she was asking about an everyday matter. Yet Lin Chen could sense her grip on the steering wheel tightening slightly, her knuckles turning white. She had held back this question for 5 years. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment. I indeed went to a very distant place, he said, so far that distance cannot measure it. Su Qingxue waited for a few seconds, but did not hear more. She did not press further, instead she gently responded with a soft and then lifted her right hand, placing it on Lin Chen's hand, giving it a slight squeeze. It's good to have you back. Lin Chen glanced down at her slender fair fingers. During the 500 years in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, he had seen the breathtaking beauty of the 9 heavens fairy, witnessed the natural charm of the demon clan saintess, and encountered countless proud women, whether in admiration or in awe. Yet none of their hands provided him with the indescribable sense of comfort that Su Qingxue's did. 5 years ago, it was Su Qingxue who pursued him. At that time, she was the jewel of the Su family in Linhai, with suitors lining up from east to west of the city. Although Lin Chen was also a young master of the Lin family, his status was far lower than that of the Su family. But Su Qingxue was determined, rejecting all other suitors and steadfastly staying by his side. Just a few days after their engagement, trouble struck the Lin family. In a single night, the Lin group went bankrupt and the Lin family fell from grace. The Zhao family made it clear that anyone who dared to help the Lin family would be opposing them. Those who once called the Lin family brothers now avoided them like the plague. But Su Qingxue did not shy away. She secretly brought medicine to Lin's mother, paid Lin Cici's tuition, and even discreetly sheltered several unemployed old employees of the Lin family. For these acts, the Zhao family joined forces with the Ji family to suppress the Su family. The Su Group, once a leading enterprise in Linhai, slid down from its prominent position, business dwindling, and the funding chain severed, reaching the current state. A significant part of this was due to helping the Lin family. Lin Chen grasped her hand firmly, stating earnestly, "I have returned and no one will bully you from now on." Su Qingxue bit her lip, her eyes slightly reddening, but she forced back her tears, smiling as she said, "I believe you." The car drove into a bustling yet tranquil neighborhood. This was the oldest wealthy district in Linhai, with phoenix trees planted along both sides of the road, each at least 50 years old. The sight of individual houses with their own yards appeared before them, and those who lived here were either rich or noble. The Su family's old residence was located at the end of the street, a traditional Chinese courtyard with 3 entrances. With blue bricks and dark tiles, a vermilion gate, and 2 white marble lions squatting at the entrance, a plaque with the words Su Fu hung above, exuding a strong presence. As soon as the car came to a stop before Su Qingxue could turn off the ignition, a sharp female voice came from the entrance. "Oh, Qingxue is back." The speaker was a woman in her 40s, dressed in a dark green qipao, sporting a jade bracelet of excellent quality, yet her face bore a smirk that seemed to mock. She was Wang Xiuji, the matriarch of the second branch of the Su family. Her gaze swept over Su Qingxue, then landed on Lin Chen, sizing him up with open disdain. "Where did you bring this wild man from?" She purposely raised her voice as if afraid the people in the courtyard couldn't hear. "Qingxue, this is the Su family, not just anyone can be brought home." Behind her stood several younger members of the Su family, all donning expressions of amusement. A young man in a floral shirt chimed in with a grin, "And air is right. Sister Qingxue, our Su family is at least a well-respected family in Linhai. Why are you bringing anyone home?" Su Qingxue's expression turned cold. "And air, this is Lin Chen, my fiancé." "Fiancé?" Wang Xiuji raised her eyebrows dramatically. "Isn't that the one from the Lin family 5 years ago? Didn't they go bankrupt? Why is he back? He wouldn't be looking to climb the ranks again because he thinks the Su family still has some wealth, would he?" The young man in the floral shirt continued with sarcasm, "Sister, we all heard that the Su group has been struggling financially lately. You aren't being fooled by some pretty boy, are you?" Just as Su Qingxue was about to retort, she suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps behind her. Everyone turned at once and froze. Old Master Su Suzhinshan emerged, personally leaning on a purple sandalwood cane. At 85 years old, his hair was completely white, yet he stood tall, and his murky old eyes exuded an aura of authority without anger. It is said that he was among the first generals of the Dragon Kingdom, and during his time half of the wealthy people in Linhai were still in diapers. Even after retiring for many years, provincial leaders still made special visits during holidays. This was also the reason why the Su family, despite being pressured by the Zhao and Ji families for 5 years, had not fallen completely. Moreover, the Zhao family's dirty tactics against other families could not be applied to the Su family precisely because they feared old Master Su having to rely on normal business methods to suppress them. After all, the connections and weight of an old general cannot be shaken by mere business tactics. But now this weighty old general had personally come to the doorway. In the Su family, even when the heads of other families visited old Master Su, would at most wait in the main hall, and had never welcomed anyone to the entrance. Did the sun rise from the west today? Wang Ziyu's smirk froze on her face while the young man in the floral shirt gaped, as if someone had stuffed an egg in his mouth. The other younger members of the Su family exchanged glances, not daring to speak further. Su Jinshan leaned on his cane, scanning each person, letting out a heavy cold snort from his nostrils. "Lin Chen is my honored guest. Whoever says another word will be thrown out of the Su family." As soon as these words were spoken, it felt like a heavy hammer struck the hearts of everyone in the Su family. Wang Ziyu's face instantly turned pale. The young man in the floral shirt shrank his neck, and everyone else dared not breathe. Then Su Jinshan turned his face to Lin Chen, and the authority on his face transformed into a warm smile as he extended his hand. "Lin Chen, you have finally come. Where have you been for the past 5 years? Let Grandpa have a good look at you." Lin Chen reached out and shook hands with the old man. "Grandpa Su, are you still in good health?" "In good health. In good health. I can still eat 2 bowls of rice at a meal." Su Jinshan laughed heartily, pulling Lin Chen inside, talking as they walked. Come in tonight. The kitchen has prepared your favorite braised lion's head from back in the day." Su Qingxue followed behind, watching her grandfather and Lin Chen chatting joyfully, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. She turned to glance back at the group of Su family members still stunned at the entrance, her gaze lingering on Wang Ziyu's face for a second before raising her chin and striding forward. Wang Xiuji stood in place, her face shifting from green to white, gritting her teeth as she squeezed out a few words. "What are you pretending for?" But her voice was too low for anyone else to hear. After all, old Master Su's earlier words of "get out of the Su family" were no joke. The main hall was brightly lit, and a 3-meter-long redwood round table was filled with dishes. Su Jinshan sat Lin Chen next to him, and Su Qingxue, naturally sat on Lin Chen's other side. Family members from the first, second, and third branches of the Su family took their seats in order, but the atmosphere was noticeably subtle. Wang Xiaoji sat in a corner poking at the rice in her bowl, in silence, too afraid to speak. The young man in the floral shirt occasionally stole glances at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with defiance. Su Zhinshan was unfazed, personally serving Lin Chen dishes and pouring him wine, chatting nonstop. After a drink was downed, Su Zhinshan set down his wine cup and shifted the topic. Lin Chen, in a few days the Linhai martial arts tournament will take place, and each family must send representatives to compete for territorial distribution rights. My Su family has been heavily suppressed by the Zhao family over the years, and we have lost many capable fighters. Can you help the Su family? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingxue stood up abruptly. Grandpa, what are you saying? Lin Chen is just an ordinary person. How can he participate in the martial arts tournament? You know what kind of people go to that tournament? It's not like you don't know. The Zhao family's former representative Li Chong could punch through steel plates. To send Lin Chen, isn't that putting his life at risk? Ha ha ha. Su Zhinshan laughed a hearty laugh. Lin Chen, my granddaughter has taken your side. It seems she still doesn't know your true abilities. As Su Qingxu's words fell, Su Zanshan's hearty laughter echoed in the hall. Suddenly a sinister voice cut. Dad, you can't say that. The speaker was Su Wenyuan, the eldest uncle of the Su family, sitting in the third position on the left side of the round table. He put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin, his face wearing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The annual martial arts competition is crucial to the Su family's entire business lifeline. It's not child's play. You want a young brat to represent the Su family. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? As he finished speaking, his aunt Sun Lan immediately chimed in. Dad, Wenyuan is right. We all know you care for Qingxue, but we can't joke about the Su family's future, can we? Second Aunt Wang Xiaoji seized the opportunity to retaliate, her previously subdued anger reigniting. What my elder brother said is true. Dad, you don't know this, but Lin Chen was thrown into the river by the Zhao family 5 years ago. He miraculously survived, but back then he was a waste. How strong can he be now? Grandpa, you don't know? People outside are saying that Sister Qingxue has found a pretty boy. If it gets out that our Su family is sending a pretty boy to compete in the martial arts tournament, wouldn't the other families in Linhai laugh at us? Where will the Su family's face go? Su Wenyuan's son Su Zaheo added sarcastically. Hearing their words, Su Qingxue trembled with anger and suddenly stood up. Have you all said enough? Her voice was trembling, her expression stubborn. Lin Chen is my fiancé. Why do you speak of him like that? When the Lin family encountered trouble back, then you all hid far away. What right do you have to criticize? Qingxue, what you said is not right. Su Wenyuan leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. It's not that we look down on him, it's that he simply isn't qualified. Do you know what kind of people participate in the martial arts competition? Zhao family's previous representative Li Chong could punch through 3 centimeters of steel plate. Can he do that? He probably can't even take a punch. Sun Lan chimed in from the side. Moreover, Qingxue, as the president of the Su group, lacking such insight, is no wonder the Su group is getting worse under your management. Enough. Su Zhanshan slammed his palm on the table, causing the cups and plates to jump. The old general's rage rendered the hall instantly silent. Su Zhanshan coldly scanned everyone present, finally fixing his gaze on Su Wenyuan's face. Su Wenyuan, if you were capable, how could the Su group not be entrusted into your hands? Su Wenyuan lowered his head, his face flushed, afraid to meet the old man's gaze. Su Zhanshan ignored him, turning to Lin Chen with an apologetic look in his eyes. Xiao Chen, I apologize for the embarrassment caused by these unworthy members of my family. It is my failure in teaching them. Su Qingxue also turned her head, her voice strained. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you endure this. Lin Chen had remained silent, throughout his expression unchanged. He merely glanced at Su Wenyuan and said to Su Qingxue, it's fine. He had come today out of respect for Su Qingxue, not to clash with the others in the Su family. A group of ordinary people who couldn't even touch the threshold of martial arts had no right to anger him. However, what Su Wenyuan had said earlier caught his attention. A disciple of Han Beiwang. Just recently, he had crippled Zhao Meng at Miayan Mountain Villa, who was also Han Beiwang's disciple. Unexpectedly, the person Su Wenyuan brought was also under Han Beiwang. If the opponent were to act recklessly at the martial arts tournament, he wouldn't mind helping Han Beiwang clear his way once more. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Su Wenyuan assumed he was afraid, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone full of confidence. Dad, since we're on this topic, I won't hide it any. I've already found a candidate to assist the Su family in this martial arts tournament. He deliberately paused, heightening the anticipation of everyone present before slowly revealing the name, the personal disciple of the greatest master in Jiangnan, Han Beiwang. Huagang Master Han Beiwang. As these 3 words came out, the air in the hall condensed. Though the second and third generations of the Su family present did not mingle in the martial arts world, everyone in Jiangdong and Jiangnan had heard of the title the greatest master in Jiangnan. The aristocratic families in the Liangjiang region prided themselves on being able to invite members of the Han family. Elder brother, are you serious? Wang Ziyu's eyes widened. Of course it's true. Su Wenyuan smiled arrogantly as he took out a golden invitation card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Master Huigang, a personal disciple of Master Han Beiwang. It is said that he has recently reached the peak of internal strength, just one step away from entering the master realm. I've already discussed it with him. He will represent the Su family in the martial arts tournament 3 days later. Oh my, the peak of internal strength. That's an existence unmatched below the transformation and master levels. A younger member of the Su family exclaimed. And he's a disciple of Master Han. His weight is heavier than any representative from Lin Hai, right? The key is that with Master Han as a backing, even if Master Hui doesn't go all out in the tournament, the other families wouldn't dare truly offend the Han family. Elder brother indeed has foresight. Su Wenyuan's younger brother Su Wenshang was the first to express his. Wang Xiuji quickly turned her tone, looking at Su Qingxue with a sarcastic smile. Qingxue, look at your elder uncle. This is the kind of person who can actually bear responsibility. Unlike you bringing back a waste and expecting him to represent the Su family in the competition, isn't that pushing the Su family into the fire pit? Su Zihao chimed in. Exactly. A disciple of Master Han Beiwang, that's a true top expert, 1,000 times stronger than some waste who can't even stand. Grandpa, if you don't use Master Hua that uncle found and insist on sending a waste to the stage, then I will be the first to object. You guys. Just as Su Qingxue was about to retort, Su Zhanshan let out a heavy grunt. Have you said enough? The old general stood up, his voice carrying an intimidating authority. As for the candidate, I have my own judgment. If anyone says another word, get out right now. The entire table of Su family members suddenly fell silent. Su Wenyuan dared not speak again, but the smug smile on his face never faded. Huigang was someone he had paid a hefty price to invite. As long as the old man wasn't losing his faculties, he wouldn't pass over Han Baiwang's disciple to use a young brat. Of course he knew better that as long as Huigang achieved a good ranking for the Su family in the martial arts tournament, his voice in the family would completely overshadow Su Qingxue. The control of the Su group would eventually return to his hands. Su Zhanshan sat back down, and when he turned to look at Lin Chen, the anger on his face had slightly eased. He patted Lin Chen's hand apologetically and said nothing more. A lovely family banquet had been spoiled by these useless people. Su Qingxue had been tightly holding Lin Chen's hand under the table the entire time. She didn't dare to look at Lin Chen's expression, her heart only having one thought. It was her insistence to bring him that caused him to endure these grievances. Lin Chen felt her fingers trembling slightly and gently squeezed back, whispering, "It's fine." Su Qingxue raised her head and saw his expression still calm as water, which reassured her. When the family banquet ended, Su Zhanshan personally escorted Lin Chen to the door. The old man held his hand and said softly, "Today's incident, the Su family owes you an apology." Lin Chen shook his head, not caring. "Brother Lin Chen, let me see you off." Su Qingxue said apologetically. "No need, just send a car for me." Lin Chen replied softly. "All right." Su Qingxue felt a bit dejected. Soon Lin Chen left in the Su family's car. When the vehicle turned a corner, suddenly bright high beams shone from the front. 2 black Mercedes-Benz cars emerged from around the corner, one in front and one behind, blocking his path completely. The car doors opened and 7 or 8 people stepped out. At the forefront was Su Wenyan's son Su Zihao, flanked by 6 black-suited bodyguards, each broad-shouldered and thick-waisted with bulging waists. Su Zihao, a cigarette dangling from his lips, leaned against the car hood, tilting his head as he sized up Lin Chen. "So you're Lin Chen, huh?" He blew out a smoke ring, his tone flippant. "I spared you face at the dinner table just now. Now that no one's here to protect you, let's lay things out plainly." Lin Chen halted mid-step, saying nothing. "Stay away from my cousin." Su Zihao flicked his ash, his voice growing cold. "Su Qingxue isn't fit for a waste like you. You're a bankrupt young master. No money, no power. Not even worthy of polishing our Su family's shoes. Clinging to her like that, aren't you just trying to climb the social ladder? I suggest you take the hint and get lost on your..." A bodyguard standing nearby, arms crossed, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Kid, you're young, but don't be ungrateful. The eldest miss marriage isn't something she can decide herself." Lin Chen glanced at them, then continued walking forward, utterly ignoring them. The smile on Su Zihao's face instantly froze. He viciously threw his cigarette to the ground, stamped it out, and his eyes darkened. "You're asking for humiliation, aren't you?" He stepped back, waved his hand at the 6 bodyguards behind him, and commanded with a cold, sharp voice, "Break this kid's legs and throw him out of Lin Hai. As long as he doesn't die, he'll cover any trouble." The 6 black-suited bodyguards advanced simultaneously, encircling Lin Chen. A bald, burly man at the front cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp popping sound, and sneered. Kid, don't blame us for being ruthless. Young Master Su has spoken. Your two legs stay here today. With that, the bald man threw a punch aimed at Lin Chen's face. The punch whistled through the air, at least at the level of an elite special forces soldier. Lin Chen neither dodged nor raised his hand. He merely let out a soft hum. An invisible surge of energy burst outward from him. The bald man's fist was still half a meter from Lin Chen's face when he was struck by an unseen colossal hammer, letting out a muffled groan as he flew backward. He crashed heavily into the windshield of a Mercedes-Benz, shattering the glass into a spiderweb of cracks. The other 5 bodyguards hadn't even reacted before their bodies froze simultaneously. The next moment, all 6 exploded in the same instant, dissolving into a mist of blood. The cigarette dropped from Su Ziheo's mouth, and he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He looked down at the empty space before him, then raised his head to gaze at Lin Chen, the color draining from his face. You? His teeth chattered, and his legs trembled like sieves. Lin Chen turned to face Su. Under Lin Chen's piercing gaze, Su Ziheo's mental defenses collapsed entirely. He scrambled backward, screaming hoarsely, "You can't touch me. I'm a member of the Su family. And Su Qingxue is someone the Han family has their eyes on. Grandmaster Han Beiwang himself has claimed her as a daughter-in-law for his family. If you harm me, the Han family won't let you off." "The Han family? Are they that formidable?" Lin Chen asked calmly. "I wonder if this Han family you speak of can withstand a single finger from me. Get lost. For King Sasake, he'll spare you this once. If there's a next time, he'll kill you." As Lin Chen finished speaking, Su Ziheo immediately began thanking him profusely. Then he scrambled to his feet, crawled into the car, and sped off into the night with the engine roaring. Lin Chen stood still, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Someone the Han family has their eyes on. Perfect. At the martial arts tournament in 3 days, that disciple of Han Beiwang, named Huagang, had better know his place. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind adding another Han family disciple's soul to the 10,000 soul banner. Back at the Su residence, Su Ziheo was panting wildly, his heart still gripped by lingering fear. He had never imagined that this waste from the Lin family could be so formidable. His bodyguards had been killed before they could even make a move, and in such a gruesome manner. Just then Su Wenyan approached, seeing his son's exhausted state, and asked in a deep voice, "Ziheo, how did things go? Is that kid still refusing to leave Qingxue alone?" "Dad, that kid is eerie. He killed everyone I brought," Su Ziheo said fearfully. "What a..." Su Wenyan exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Those bodyguards had been hired at a steep price. Each one was once an underground boxing champion. How could they all have been taken down? "Forget him. Now that we have Master Hua's backing, the Su Corporation will be ours sooner or later," Su Wenyan said, brimming with confidence. "That's right. With Master Hua, our Su family is sure to win the top spot at this Linhai martial arts tournament." Su Ziheo's fear instantly dissipated at the thought. Once his father took control of the Su Corporation, he would be the undisputed dragon among men. He could even go after a few more little starlets to toy with. "By the way, how is the task I assigned you coming along?" Su Wenyan asked again. Su Ziheo replied confidently, "Dad, rest assured. Don't you know my capabilities by now? At this Linhai tournament, the only families capable of contending for the top are the Kong and Li families. I heard the Li family hired a martial arts hall master from Jiangnan, but his strength is no match for Master Hua. As for the Kong family, they've kept their plans under wraps. But in the Two Rivers region, besides Grandmaster Han's lineage, who else can stand in our way? If the mere Kong and Li families dare to contend with us." Su Wenyan sneered. "With Master Hua, our Su family is invincible." Back home, Lin Chen had just sat down when his phone rang again. Glancing at it, he saw it was Li Qi calling. Lin Chen asked calmly, "Master Lin, the martial arts tournament is in 2 days. This one is a matter of life and death. In the past, when the Zhao family was around, they almost always won, so we just muddled through. But this time, I've just learned that the Su family has enlisted Grandmaster Han's disciple Huagang, and the Kong family is said to have brought in an expert from overseas. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you again, Master Lin," Li Qi said bitterly. Though he knew Lin Chen was formidable, Huagang was genuinely the top fighter below the transformation realm, far stronger than Zhao Meng. For this annual clan competition for territory, he had always relied on the old man's protection, although the Li family had hired Su Jun this time to stand guard. But given the opposing lineup, they were clearly no match now. All he could do was pin his hopes on Lin Chen. "Will be there when the time comes," Lin Chen replied indifferently. The Li family was now under his command, so naturally he wouldn't let them suffer. After hanging up, Lin Chen noticed his parents and sister staring at him. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. "Brother, I suddenly feel so much better. It's like I can run forever without getting tired." Lin Cece rushed over, curiosity lighting up her face. "That's right. Your father and I feel the same way. My back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt, and I feel like I've gotten younger, his mother exclaimed in amazement. His father chimed in, I think my white hair is gone. I handled a whole day of company work without feeling tired. Lin Chen smiled. This was only natural as the villa was enveloped by a spirit-gathering array. On the day of the martial arts competition at 6 o'clock in the morning, a black Maybach smoothly drove into the winding road of the hillside villa area. Inside the car sat three individuals, Li Qi, Qin Tianlu, and Su Zhan. Li Qi adjusted his tie, unable to hide his nervousness. Today's martial arts competition was crucial for the Li family's territorial distribution for the entire year. However, he was more concerned about one thing: would Lin Chen arrive on time? After all, this individual had always been a lone wolf, never needing others to escort him. Master Li has Mr. Lin really agreed to fight for the Li family. Su Zhan, sitting in the back seat, spoke with suspicion in his tone. He has agreed. Li Qi nodded. Mr. Lin promised it himself. Su Zhan sighed with relief, but soon grew tense again. The Su family has also invited someone today, though I've heard he's quite tough. Who? The direct disciple of Han Bei Wang Huigang is at the peak of inner strength. Li Qi frowned slightly. The title of Han Bei Wang's disciple alone was enough to instill fear. At that moment, as the car entered the outskirts of the villa, the three men suddenly froze. The first to react was Qin Tianlu. He straightened his body abruptly, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his face filled with shock. A warm, flowing energy was surging into his body from all directions. This energy penetrated his skin, seeped into his meridians, and reached deep into his lung meridians. Years ago, when he fought for the Li family, he had suffered a severe internal injury, with his lung meridians being harmed by chilling palm force. For over a decade, no renowned doctor had been able to cure it. This hidden injury was like a rusty lock firmly trapping his martial arts realm, leaving him stuck at the mid-stage of inner strength. But at this moment, that rusty lock began to loosen. He could clearly feel the cold energy that had accumulated in his lung meridians for many years being gradually drawn out. The damaged meridians were repairing themselves at an unbelievable speed. With each bit of recovery, the flow of his inner power became smoother. How is this possible? Qin Tianlu's voice trembled. Old Qin, what's wrong with you? Li Qi asked, sensing something was off. A warm airflow rose from his lower abdomen, slowly traveling up along his spine. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in 20 years. It was as if he had returned to a time of vitality and abundant energy, making him feel 10 years younger. In his earlier years, in order to build his career, he often engaged in socializing, drinking, and staying up late, which had long drained his body. He had consumed countless precious tonics and consulted numerous traditional doctors, yet the effects were nowhere near even a fraction of what he felt now. Li Qi murmured. The most exaggerated reaction came from Su Zhan. He had been stuck at the peak of inner strength for a whole 8 years. He had tried seclusion, rigorous training, and various remedies. Li Qi murmured. The most exaggerated reaction came from Su Zhan. He had been stuck at the peak of inner strength for a whole 8 years. He had tried seclusion, rigorous training, and various remedies, yet that bottleneck remained unmoved. But in the few seconds that the car drove into Lin Chen's villa area, that bottleneck, which had trapped him for 8 years, suddenly cracked open. A sense of clarity surged from his heart, as if he had found a guiding light. I am about to break through. Su Zhan's voice was almost a murmur. As long as I return and meditate for 3 days, I can step into the peak of inner strength. The three men exchanged glances, seeing the same 2 words reflected in each other's eyes. Shock. Soon the car came to a stop in front of the villa's main gate. As the three of them got out of the car, before they could even compose themselves, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly exploded in their minds. Come in, the door is not locked. The three men froze simultaneously. Li Qi's briefcase fell to the ground with a thud. Su Zhan instinctively took a defensive stance, glancing around, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Qin Tianlu's expression changed drastically. The voice was not heard through the ears, but directly appeared in their minds. Who? Su Zhan whispered. Lin. Master Lin. Li Qi asked cautiously, his voice trembling. It is I, come in. Again the response appeared directly in their minds. Li Qi's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He leaned against the car door, barely managing to stand, his shirt soaked through with cold sweat. Su Zhan swallowed hard and whispered, Old Qin, what kind of technique is this? Sound transmission. Or. Qin Tianlu took a deep breath and slowly uttered 3 words. Hearts communicate. Hearts communicate. In my youth, I once accompanied a master from the Dragon Group on a mission and met a transcendent expert skilled in techniques. That expert could transmit sound across distances, directly sending thoughts into others' minds, and could also see through the thoughts in others' hearts with a glance. That technique is known in the realm of magic as hearts communicate. Qin Tianlu's voice was filled with terror. And that expert once told me that only a master of techniques could transmit sound to multiple people simultaneously from 100 meters away. He paused, looking towards the villa's main door, his eyes filled with awe. Mr. Lin. No, Master Lin is not only a martial arts master, but also a master of techniques. A dual cultivator. The 4 words echoed in Su Zhan's ears like a thunderclap, exploding in his mind. A martial arts master is already a powerful figure, and a master of techniques is even rarer. To simultaneously reach the master level in both martial arts and techniques, Su Zhan had only heard of a few reclusive old monsters in the entire Dragon Country. Su Zhan recalled the first time he met Lin Chen at the Miaoyun Villa, where he had arrogantly displayed his palm strength, and his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Director Su, what's wrong with you? Li Qi noticed Su Zhan's unusual expression. Don't call me director. Su Zhan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling with relief. If Master Lin had taken offense when I was boasting at Miaoyun Villa, I would be 6 feet under by now. Li Qi patted his shoulder, nodding in understanding. Now you see why I show such respect to Master Lin. The 3 men straightened their attire and walked along the stone path towards the main building of the villa. Upon opening the main door, they found Lin Chen sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air. His expression was as calm and indifferent as ever, revealing no emotion. Master Lin. The 3 men greeted in unison with a bow. Please take a seat. Lin Chen raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them, pausing for a moment on Qin Tianlu. The old injury in your lung meridian will be mostly healed in about 10 minutes. Qin Tianlu's head shot up, the wrinkles on his face trembling. A storm of emotions surged within him. He could see his hidden ailment with just one glance. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing, simply bowing deeply. That hidden injury had entangled him for over a decade, leaving countless renowned doctors helpless. Yet today in Lin Chen's villa, it was about to heal in less than 5 minutes. And you, Lin Chen looked at Su Zhan. Your path has been off track from the beginning. After you return and meditate for 3 days, remember to circulate your inner power from the governing vessel to the conception vessel. Otherwise you will still get stuck next time. Su Zhan stood frozen, then suddenly bent at a 90-degree angle, his voice shaking with excitement. Thank you for the guidance, Master Lin. Thank you for the guidance. Lin Chen's casual remark had unveiled the bottleneck he had struggled with for 8 years. Such insights were more precious than any martial arts manual. To Lin Chen, understanding the operation of inner strength in the realm of mortal martial arts was no different from a top mathematician solving kindergarten problems. Master Lin. Li Qi took out a document from his briefcase and respectfully handed it over with both hands. This is the rule and participant list for today's martial arts competition. Please have a look. Lin Chen took the document, opened it, and took a glance. The list prominently featured a dozen names along with their corresponding families. His gaze stopped for a moment on one of the names. Su family representative Hua Gang, direct disciple of Han Beiwang, peak of inner strength. Li Qi noticed where Lin Chen's gaze lingered and asked cautiously, Master Lin, do you know this Hua Gang? I don't know him, Lin Chen replied, closing the document and taking a sip of tea, his tone indifferent. But he could easily be crushed. Li Qi, Qin Tianlu, and Su Zhan simultaneously gasped. Let's go. Lin Chen set the teacup down and stood up. Time to head to the martial arts competition. Li Qi was driving with Qin Tianlu sitting in the passenger seat. Su Zhan and Lin Chen were in the back seat. The car drove out of the city of Linhai, heading north along the national road. The scenery outside the car window transformed from high rises to hills, and then from hills to rolling mountains. The road became narrower, and the surface changed from asphalt to a bumpy dirt path. Master Lin, our destination is called Dongshan Ping, Li Qi introduced while driving. This place is in a very special location right at the border of Jiangdong and Jiangnan provinces. If we go south for a few more kilometers, we will be outside the territory in a lawless area where management is lax. The local customs are fierce, and it used to be a private fighting ground for merchants from both provinces to settle disputes. It gradually developed into a fixed underground arena for fighting competitions where the Linhai Martial Arts Tournament has been held for several years. In the arena, the winner gets to choose the territory and projects first. Although it is not above board, the rules have been set by generations, and all the major families acknowledge them. Dongshan Ping is just small fry in the martial arts circle. The real arenas are outside the territory, Qin Tianlu suddenly interjected. Outside the territory. Lin Chen showed some interest. The underground fighting venues in the Golden Triangle area, and the gambling boats on the high seas where life and death are at stake, and the stakes are frighteningly high. The outcome of a match often affects the rise and fall of several families. At this level of arena, participants are at least at the peak of internal strength, and occasionally there are appearances by those who have mastered transformation. Are there really any true masters participating? Lin Chen asked. Qin Tianlu smiled wryly. It's not so easy to see a master. There are fewer than 20 visible masters in the entire Long Country, each one a stabilizing force for major factions, and rarely makes a move. Just getting a transformation master to participate is already remarkable. True masters. They are figures from the heavens. Sujin coughed lightly, glancing at Lin Chen. True masters are figures from the heavens. What about the one beside him? The Jade Emperor. The car entered an even narrower dirt road. The buildings on both sides became increasingly dilapidated with crumbling walls and crooked signs. A few local people with dark skin walked sporadically down the street, dressed simply, yet their gazes were sharp as eagles. They had arrived at Dongshanping. Though it was called a city, its scale was smaller than a larger town. There was only one main road which you could walk from end to end in less than 10 minutes. Yet in such a small place, the sides of the main road were lined with luxury cars. Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, Bentley, and even 2 Rolls-Royces with out-of-town license plates. Dapper businessmen and imposing martial artists stood in groups by the roadside talking. The women were adorned in jewels, and the men were puffing on cigars with the air filled with the mingled scents of cigars and strong liquor. This created a stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated environment. The appearance of a Maybach immediately drew considerable attention. Several burly men squatting by the road raised their heads, their gazes following the moving vehicle. Not far away, a bald man with a gold chain nodded towards someone beside him, whispering something. In this place, cars were symbols of status. Those who could afford a Maybach were either first-line families from Linhai or newcomers from other places. Li Chi parked the car in front of a 3-story small building. This was the only decent inn in Dongshanping, with its exterior covered in yellowed white tiles, and the sign at the entrance crookedly read 4 characters: Dongshan Inn. Master Lin, the martial arts tournament starts at 2 in the afternoon. Please rest for a while, and I will come to get you when it's time. Li Chi respectfully handed over the room card. Lin Chen took the room card without looking at it, and said, "I'll go for a walk." The 3 dared not ask further, and watched him leave the inn. The main street of Dongshanping wasn't long. Lin Chen wandered aimlessly along the street. Stalls by the roadside displayed various mountain goods he had never seen before: wild mushrooms, beast bones, and unknown dried herbs. An old woman with a wrinkled face squatted behind a stall, eyeing him with cloudy eyes. The air was mixed with the scent of low-quality tobacco and roasted meat. A few shirtless, burly men squatted in a corner, smoking, their bodies marked with scars, some from knives, others from guns. Their gazes indiscriminately scrutinized the passing pedestrians like wolves sizing up their prey. This place was just as Li Chi described: chaotic, barbaric, and utterly disordered. Yet because of this, Lin Chen found a trace of familiarity. This place resembled those lawless border towns in the Zhangxian immortal realm, where the one with the strongest fist dictated the rules. No need for pretense, no need for restraint, and no concern for identity. As he was walking, he suddenly paused. A faint cry for help came from a nearby alley, mixed with coarse laughter. The sound was very weak, inaudible to ordinary people, but Lin Chen's divine sense captured it clearly. He instinctively wanted to keep walking. A passerby he encountered by chance was not worth wasting a bit of spiritual energy on. After 500 years in the Zhangxian immortal realm, he had seen too many similar scenes, and was no longer the hot-blooded youth who would intervene when witnessing injustice. But just as he took a step forward, he stopped again. His divine sense detected an extremely unique aura emanating from that girl. Lin Chen abruptly turned his head, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes as he looked again towards the alley. This time he saw clearly. Pure yin qi. Lin Chen was astonished. The aura was so rich that it almost solidified, yet it was hidden and sealed as if trapped by something. Pure yin saint body, also known as the succubus saint body. A naturally born furnace body, extremely rare. A woman possessing this physique contains pure yin qi within her body, which is a treasure for cultivators. Cultivating together can exponentially increase the speed of cultivation. In the Zhangxian immortal realm, once a pure yin saint body is discovered, all the major sacred lands would fight to claim it. Even some reclusive old monsters would personally intervene to snatch it. He had once witnessed a sacred land shatter half a continent in a fight over a pure yin saint body. He never expected that such a physique existed in the Blue Star as well. Lin Chen's figure vanished into thin air. Deep in the alley, 5 men had cornered a girl around 17 or 18 against the wall. The leader was a bald, muscular man with a green dragon tattooed on his arm, smoking a cigarette, and wearing a gold chain the thickness of a little finger around his neck. He was lewdly teasing the girl. "Little sister, are you here alone in Dongshanping? There are a lot of bad people here, let the brothers protect you." His accomplices let out a series of lewd laughs. Someone reached out to touch the girl's face. The girl huddled in the corner, hugging her arms, biting her lip, without making a sound. She was wearing a faded old t-shirt and jeans with a hole in her canvas shoes, revealing her dusty toes. Yet there was no fear in her eyes, only stubbornness. Like a little lamb surrounded by a pack of wolves, she knew she couldn't fight back, but refused to bow her head. "Get lost, or I'll kill you." A cold voice echoed from the mouth of the alley. The bald man turned his head to see a young man in black casual wear standing at the entrance. Slender build, fair skin, looking like a young master from a wealthy family. Oh. The bald man laughed, flicking the cigarette, but away, twisting his neck with a cracking sound. You little pretty boy trying to be a hero. Do you know whose territory this is? He stepped up to Lin Chen. Look, he was half a head taller than Lin Chen with arms as thick as Lin Chen's thighs. Kneel down now and count out 3 times, and I might spare you. His accomplices broke into laughter. Brother Guang, this little skinny guy probably can't even take one of your punches. Don't kill him, it won't be good to have to collect the corpse. Lin Chen didn't even look at him. He walked straight towards the girl, his steps neither fast nor slow, as if the bald man didn't exist at all. Looking for death. The bald man's face darkened as he swung his fist towards the back of Lin Chen's head. The wind from the punch whooshed through the air enough to give an ordinary person a concussion. Lin Chen didn't turn his head. He merely hummed softly. The bald man's fist froze in midair. His expression solidified on his face, and his pupils dilated sharply. Immediately afterward, his entire body, along with the 4 accomplices behind him, exploded without warning. The 5 of them completely vanished from this world. The girl leaned against the wall, witnessing the entire process. Her face turned pale for a moment, and her lips turned white. But just a few seconds later, the color returned to her face. She raised her head to look at the unfamiliar man before her. The expression in her eyes made Lin Chen slightly surprised. It was not fear, not a scream, not trembling, but curiosity. An ordinary girl witnessing 5 living men explode into a mist of blood had her first reaction be curiosity. You killed them, won't you get into trouble? The girl spoke, her voice surprisingly calm. Lin Chen did not answer the question. On the way here, his divine sense had already swept through the entire Dongshan Ping, capturing the aura of every person. This place was filled with desperate people, underground fighters and henchmen from various families, with most having blood on their hands. The few people just now carried a heavy aura of killing, having surely killed more than 1 or 2. For such scum, dying was too good for them. Besides, they even dared to lay hands on him. Death was already the lightest punishment. Lin Chen looked down at the girl and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Qin Rulin." The girl's voice carried a maturity rare for her age. Lin Chen scrutinized her. She wore a tattered t-shirt and faded jeans with canvas shoes showing holes. Her face was delicate, albeit obscured by grime and fatigue. "Are you willing to come with me?" Lin Chen asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how odd they sounded. But he offered no explanation. For someone at his level, extending an invitation to take in another was a rare exception. In the Zhongshuan immortal realm, such treatment was something one could only dream of. A pure Yin sacred body. If she were in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, such a physique would attract countless old monsters vying to take her as a disciple. Qin Rulin looked up at him, her gaze bright. "I am willing." There was no hesitation, no excessive questioning. It was straightforward and clear-cut, catching Lin Chen off guard once again. "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" "Bad people wouldn't save me," she replied matter-of-factly. Lin Chen said no more and extended his hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Rulin placed her hand in his. In the next instant, the scene in the alley vanished and reformed in an instant. As the wind howled past their ears, they found themselves standing in a room at the Dongshan Hotel. Qin Rulin looked down at her feet, and then up at the scene in the room, her eyes full of astonishment. How is this possible?" Lin Chen sat down on a chair and gestured for her to do the same. "First, tell me about your situation." Qin Rulin lowered her eyelashes. "I am an orphan raised in a welfare home. Later, I was trafficked abroad and moved around several places before ending up in Dongshamping. This time, those people planned to sell me as a prize in an underground fighting arena. I managed to escape while the guards were drunk, but then I was cornered in the alley." Lin Chen listened without offering consolation, simply asking, "Do you want to learn my methods?" Qin Rulin was momentarily stunned. What I used to get here from the alley is called a technique, and the means by which I dealt with those people is also a technique," Lin Chen said calmly. "This is the way of cultivating immortality. If you wish to learn, I can teach you." Qin Rulin fell silent for 2 seconds. Then she stood up, pulled out a chair, knelt on the ground, and bowed her forehead heavily to the floor. "Master." There was no hesitation in her actions. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl was unexpectedly decisive, to the point that even he was caught off guard. She did not inquire about his identity, nor about the nature of cultivating immortality, not even about the proper etiquette for becoming a disciple. "Aren't you going to ask who I am?" Qin Rulin lifted her head, a small red mark appearing on her forehead. "Who you are is not important. What matters is that you have the ability to make me stronger." Lin Chen remained silent for a moment, a rare smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This girl was more resolute than the first disciple he had taken in the Zhongshuan immortal realm. "Get up." He stood up and walked in front of Qin Rulin, placing his hand on the top of her head. A strand of spiritual energy entered her body, slowly flowing along her meridians. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, the accumulated filth was expelled from her body, the blocked meridians forcibly opened, and her bones emitted faint cracking sounds. Cleansing the marrow. After a moment, Lin Chen retracted his hand. Qin Rulin opened her eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease throughout her body. Then she looked down to see a layer of dark filth emerging from her body, exuding a foul odor. Go wash up. Qin Rulin hurried into the bathroom. The sound of running water continued for quite some time. When the bathroom door opened again, Lin Chen looked up, his gaze pausing slightly. Having washed away the grime, Qin Rulin's skin appeared almost translucent, her features exquisite, like a finely drawn painting, with a hint of coldness in her expression. The unique feminine aura of a pure Yin body emanated from her. Her previously concealed beauty, hidden beneath dirt and fatigue, was now fully revealed. Even in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, her appearance would overshadow many saintesses. What shocked Lin Chen even more was that Qin Rulin emerged without wearing any clothes. Even for someone like Lin Chen, who had lived for hundreds of years, it was a bit overwhelming. After all, this was the figure of someone with a pure Yin body. Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, Qin Rulin felt no anger. Instead, she felt a different kind of emotion arise within her. About 10 minutes later, she finally spoke. Master. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, took out clothes and a thin booklet from his spatial ring, and tossed them to Qin Rulin. This was a technique he acquired after slaying a high elder of the Hahuan sect in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, specifically tailored for pure Yin bodies. You can keep this technique for now while you want to understand it at your current level. We'll talk again once you reach foundation establishment. Qin Rulin received it with both hands. Thank you, Master. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Qi, Qin Tianlu, and Su Zhan arrived promptly at Lin Chen's door. As the door opened, the three of them were stunned simultaneously. Standing behind Lin Chen was a young girl 17 or 18 years old, dressed in plain clothes, her face as cold as a moon palace fairy, surrounded by an aura that made people hesitant to look directly at her. The three exchanged glances, each reading the same thoughts in the other's eyes. Truly, Master Lin had an eye for talent. Su Zhen cleared his throat and suppressed any inappropriate thoughts. Master Lin, it's about time. Lin Chen nodded. Let's go. The arena at Dongshamping was set up in an abandoned warehouse at the end. The warehouse appeared dilapidated from the outside, but inside was a different world. In the center stood a standard fighting arena surrounded by tiered seating. The stands were already filled with people, a sea of dark figures, the air thick with cigar smoke and hushed whispers. A group of bodyguards in black surrounded the area, each with bulging waists and sharp eyes. On this day, each year, the most powerful figures in Linhai would gather here. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. At the entrance, the heads of various families in Linhai began to enter one by one. Each appearance sparked a wave of low murmurs. That's Su Wenyuan from the Su family's main branch, representing the Su family this year. Old Master Kong is personally here. He is the oldest figure in Linhai, holding the highest status by seniority. There are the Wang family, the Zhou family, and the Qian family. All the prominent figures of Linhai had gathered. Su Wenyuan sat in the Su family's seat, lounging with his legs crossed, exuding confidence. Beside him sat a burly, middle-aged man, arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation, while those from the Su family dared not come too close. Old Master Kong, leaning on a cane, walked to the center of the arena. The elderly man, over 70 years old with graying hair, walked steadily, his voice booming. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Linhai Martial Arts Tournament will still be conducted according to the old rules, arena duels, with winners prioritizing their choice of territory and projects. There are no restrictions on methods or life and death until one side admits defeat or loses combat capability. He scanned the entire venue before slowly stepping down. Let the tournament begin. The first contestant stepping onto the stage was a representative from a Linhai family with dark skin, bulging muscles, and a shiny bald head. He was an underground boxing champion invited from overseas. Standing on the stage, he thumped his chest with his fists like a gorilla, exuding a terrifying presence. His opponent was also a martial artist specializing in external techniques. The two clashed for no more than 3 minutes, and with an elbow strike to the champion's temple, the champion fell heavily to the ground. Sparse applause erupted from the audience. Such a level of duel did not impress the big shots. It was merely an appetizer in the routine. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Li family, didn't you invite any masters? Are you afraid to come up and give it a try? The speaker was Wang Tianda, head of the Wang family, a longtime rival of the Li family. Behind him stood a short man dressed in a black kimono, a disdainful smile on his lips. Li Qi shot a cold glance. Wang family, when did it become your turn to challenge us? If you're too afraid to come up, just admit defeat. In that case, the Li family's exhibition center land will belong to us, the Wang family. Su Zhen loosened his tie and said in a deep voice, Master Li, let me handle this. Li Qi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Su Zhen leaped onto the stage, his movements clean and decisive. The man from the Sakura country also stepped onto the stage, the two facing off. I am Yamamoto Ryuichi, pleased to meet you. The Sakura country man's words were stiff. Su Zhen was too lazy for pleasantries. He stepped forward, his right fist wrapped in a gust of wind, aiming straight at his opponent's face. Having broken through his bottleneck during his time in Lin Chen's villa, his strength had significantly improved. Yamamoto Ryuichi sidestepped, countering with a punch. The two exchanged blows for a brief moment. Lin Chen, watching from below, glanced once and said, "Su Jun is not a match." "What?" Li Chi was shocked. Before he could finish his words, a muffled groan came from the stage. Su Jun stumbled back 3 steps, clutching his chest, blood seeping from his mouth, his face as pale as paper. "I lost," he gritted his teeth and said. After stepping down, Su Jun wore an apologetic expression. Li Chi found it hard to believe. "What happened? Didn't you say you broke through your bottleneck?" His opponent is at the peak of internal strength, and his striking method is peculiar, not the usual internal martial arts. "I couldn't withstand it," Su Jun said with a wry smile. Yamamoto Ryuichi stood at the center of the stage, arms crossed, chin held high. "Is this the level of Dragon Nation martial arts? Not a single capable fighter among you." He surveyed the audience with an extremely arrogant tone. "Is this what you call a martial arts tournament? I think it should be called a weakling convention instead." The crowd erupted in an uproar. The faces of the representatives from various families turned ashen, but no one dared to answer the challenge. Even Su Jun, who was at the peak of internal strength, had been defeated, leaving few capable of standing against Yamamoto. A few family representatives stirred, but then sat back down. Wang Tianda wore a beaming smile. "If no one dares to challenge, then this year's territory distribution will surely favor the Wang family." At that moment, a voice rang out. "A mere Yamato man dares to run rampant on Dragon Nation's territory." The voice was not loud, yet it distinctly reached the ears of everyone present. The crowd parted automatically to make way. At the end of the path stood a burly middle-aged man. With each step he took, the dust on the ground spread outward, an invisible sense of oppression enveloping the entire venue. Su Wenyuan sprang up from his seat, his face flushed and his eyes gleaming with intensity. "We welcome Master Huagang." Huagang donned a black training outfit, its sleeves embroidered with a mountain peak, the emblem of the Han family from Jiangnan. His steps were as steady as a mountain, each footfall stirring up dust from the ground. Upon seeing him, Yamada Ryu instinctively tightened, his arms crossed over his chest. He was a direct disciple of the master Yagyu Jubiai, renowned in the martial arts world of Sakura Nation. After arriving in Long Country, he had traveled through several provinces, challenging over 10 masters without a single defeat. Yet this man before him evoked an unprecedented sense of crisis deep within. Huagang stepped onto the arena, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze nonchalantly fixed on Yamada Ryu, as if he were observing an ant. A small nation like Sakura dares to be arrogant. Yamada Ryu's pupils constricted slightly. The posture of his opponent, standing with hands behind his back, was clearly an insult. "I am Yamada Ryu, a disciple of Master Yagyu Jubiai. May I ask your name?" Yamada Ryu suppressed his anger and introduced himself according to the samurai code. "I am Huagang, a disciple of Master Hanbei Wang." Huagang's tone was laced with condescension. "Even your master would show me respect, let alone you, who is on." Yamada Ryu's face flushed instantly. The dignity of the samurai was shattered by those words. "Baka." Yamada Ryu stopped wasting words, his foot pushed off the ground as he launched himself like a cannonball. His right fist enveloped in a layer of crimson energy aimed directly at Huagang's face. This punch, he had never used his full strength during his time in Long Country. Today was the first. Huagang did not dodge, nor did he change his stance. He merely raised his right hand, extending a single index finger. Yamada Ryu's fist struck that finger, and the crimson energy exploded like waves crashing against rocks. The shockwave surged, causing the ropes surrounding the arena to shake violently. Yamada Ryu's pupils suddenly constricted. His full-powered punch was actually blocked by just a finger. The recoil from the punch left his entire arm numb, while Huagang's finger remained completely still. You have entered the transformation stage." Yamada Ryu's voice had changed pitch. Transformation stage. These two words fell like a bomb into the calm surface of the lake. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Old Kong suddenly stood up, almost dropping his cane. The head of the Zhou family gasped, and the representatives from the Qian family exchanged shocked glances, seeing the horror reflected in each other's eyes. The transformation stage, the strongest realm beneath the masters. In the entire Linhai region, there hadn't been a transformation stage expert for decades, yet Huagang was not only in that stage, but also a direct disciple of the foremost Master Hanbei Wang from Liangjiang. The weight of this revelation was too heavy. Yamada Ryu took 3 steps back, creating distance from Huagang. His right hand trembled. The recoil from the earlier punch had injured his wrist. He took a deep breath and slowly drew his katana from his waist. The instant the blade was unsheathed, a cold gleam swept across the arena. This sword had accompanied him for 10 years, slaying 19 opponents, its blade adorned with intricate cloud patterns that shimmered with a chilling luster. Yagyu's one sword slash. Yamada Ryu grasped the sword with both hands, raising it above his head. Internal energy surged into the blade like a tidal wave, and a faint red light emerged along the edge. Someone in the audience gasped, Yagyu Jubai's signature move. It is said that when Master Yagyu executes this strike, he can cleave a mountain in two. In that moment Yamada Ryu's aura peaked. Though he was merely at the pinnacle of internal strength, the power of this strike was enough to make any martial artist of the same tier hesitate to face it heat in. The blade fell. Huagang sneered, his right fist tightening as he struck out. The clash of fist and blade met in midair, the resounding impact echoing like a thunderclap, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The blade's light shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless points of light that scattered in the air. Meanwhile, the force of Huagang's punch remained unabated, continuing forward. Yamada Ryu's pupils reflected the ever-growing force of the punch. He wanted to dodge, but his body could not react in time. Huagang's second punch was already upon him. This punch landed squarely on Yamada Ryu's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly in the dead silence of the arena. A fist-sized hole appeared in Yamada Ryu's chest, blood and shattered bones exploding from his back, splattering against the ropes at the edge of the arena. He was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena, convulsing twice before falling completely still. Two punches. One shattered the blade light, the other pierced his chest. The arena fell into silence. The heads of various families stared blankly at Huagang, who stood with his hands behind his back, then glanced at the lifeless body on the ground. Wang Tian's face turned as pale as paper, slumped in his chair, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Huagang cast a casual glance at Yamada Ryu's corpse, his tone indifferent. A mere Japanese dares to wreak havoc on the land of Long Country, seeking death. He paused for a moment, then added, a tiny land dares to claim supremacy. Su Wenyuan sprang up from his seat, his face flushed with excitement, waving his arms and shouting, good. Excellent fight. Master Hua is mighty. He was already calculating in his mind how much territory he could secure after the Su family claimed the top spot, and how to wrest control of the Su family business from Su Qingxue. In this battle, Huagang not only killed a martial artist from Sakura Nation, but also crushed all hopes of the other branches of the Su family. Huagang stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping over the entire assembly. Who else is there? The three words fell onto the silent ground like three heavy stones pressing down on everyone's chest. No one dared to respond. Even Yamada Ryu, who wielded Yagyu Jubai's signature technique, was killed in two punches. Sending someone else up would be tantamount to suicide. Furthermore, Huagang was backed by Han Beiwang, the foremost master of Liangjiang. Even if someone could defeat Huagang, who would dare to offend the Han family? Old Kong slowly sat back down, sighing, muttering, the Su family will rise to the top this year. The head of the Zhou family looked ashen, but he could do nothing. The representatives of the Qian family lowered their heads, even their breathing deliberately quiet. Su Wenyuan stood with hands on his hips in front of the Su family seats, surveying the surroundings, his triumphant expression nearly overflowing. He had waited too long for this moment, so long that every time he was overshadowed by Su Qingxue, he would repeatedly calculate in his heart. As long as he secured the top spot in the martial arts competition, everything would reverse. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. It was calm and unhurried, tinged with an unmistakable contempt. A mere transformation stage dares to be so arrogant. All eyes in the arena turned in unison toward the source of the voice. It came from the location of the Li family, where a young face slowly stood up. He was dressed in black casual, in his 20s, with a 17 or 18-year-old girl in plain clothes standing behind him. It was Lin Chen and Qin Ruolin. Su Wenyuan recognized him, first taken aback, then sneering, Lin Chen. You a gigolo relying on women dare to speak disrespectfully to Master Hua. Do you know who Master Hua is? A direct disciple of Master Han Beiwang. What are you? Young man, don't be overconfident. If this is not a place for you. Apologize and Master Hua won't hold it against you. Indeed, don't go up there and seek death. Others from the families were also advising. A freeloader dares to disrespect Master Hua, seeking death. Su Zihao scoffed with disdain. Huagang's gaze fell on Lin Chen, a cold smile curling at his lips. Kid, do you know where this place is? Given your youth and ignorance, I can spare your life, Huagang stated indifferently. Just based on you. Lin Chen replied calmly. On the arena, life and death are irrelevant. Are you sure you want to proceed? Huagang narrowed his eyes, clearly enraged. Lin Chen, don't go up. At this moment, Su Qingxue appeared, rushing to stand in front of Lin Chen. Su Qingxue, look at the mess you've created. Bringing such trash here, I see you don't want to be the president of the Su family anymore. Su Wenyuan seized the opportunity to attack. Lin Chen smiled, patting Su Qingxue's hand gently, saying softly, it's fine, just an ant, not worth your concern. As soon as these words were spoken, Huagang's murderous gaze shot over, causing those around Lin Chen to flee in panic, fearing they would be caught up in it. Only Li Qi and others remained steadfast. Kid, looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Do you not know who I am? Huagang sneered. Aren't you just Han Baiwang's disciple? I killed one just a few days ago. A losing you won't matter at all, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. The heads of various families exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. Although the name Zhao Mang was unfamiliar to the elders present, he was indeed a disciple under Han Baiwang. But this young man actually killed him. He even dared to say it in front of Huagang. Su Qingxue stood behind the Su family's seat, her palms slick with sweat. She learned from Lin Cece that Lin Chen had come to Dongshanping. Worried for Lin Chen's safety, she rushed over from Lin Hai. At this moment, hearing Lin Chen's words, her heart nearly leaped to her throat. Huagang's pupils suddenly constricted. A few days ago, Zhao Mang had indeed gone missing. The master had casually mentioned that the waste was most likely in over his head. Though he was indifferent to Zhao Mang's fate, for someone to openly admit to killing Han Baiwang's disciple in front of all the families in Lin Hai was a blatant slap in the face. What did you say? Huagang's voice deepened, the aura of a powerful practitioner overwhelming as it pressed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not pause his steps, his tone remaining calm. I said that if today were your master Han Baiwang coming personally, perhaps I would regard him with a bit more respect. As for you, just an ant. The gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the venue. Even old Master Kong Zhuang couldn't help but grip his cane tightly. Who is Han Baiwang? The #1 master of the Two Rivers, a martial arts giant ranked among the top 20 in the Dragon Kingdom. This young man actually said that Han Baiwang coming in person would only earn him a little more respect. That was incredibly arrogant. Su Wenyuan was first caught off guard, then nearly laughed out loud. In his heart, he had already regarded Lin Chen as a dead man. The killing intent in Huagang's eyes nearly solidified as he spoke each word with conviction. You killed my junior brother and insulted my master. If I do not eliminate you on this stage today, Huagang would be unworthy of being Han's disciple. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Come up and accept your death. Lin Chen walked slowly toward the platform, not jumping up, but rather ascending the steps leisurely, as if strolling in an empty garden. Su Qingxue could not help but call out Lin Chen. Her voice was filled with worry. Lin Chen glanced back at her, nodding slightly to reassure her. Qin Rulin stood beneath the stage, her gaze calm. She had seen a glimpse of her master's strength in the alley. That was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even if Huagang had a great reputation to her, he was merely dust that her master could wipe away at will. Li Qi clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, the moment had arrived. Master Lin was about to make a move. Su Zhen didn't even dare to blink, fearing he might miss any detail. On the stage, the two stood 3 steps apart. Huagang assumed his starting position, his internal energy surging as the aura of a master practitioner was unleashed without reserve. The ropes surrounding the stage were whipped into a frenzy by the force of the energy, and those seated in the front row even found it difficult to breathe. Use your full strength. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Huagang said coldly. Lin Chen still had his hands hanging by his sides, his tone casual. Full strength. You think too highly of yourself. Huagang stopped wasting words, stepping forward as his right fist, encased in a fierce gale, struck directly at Lin Chen's face. That punch was so fast that it cracked through the air with a sharp sound. Lin Chen did not dodge. He simply stood there, his hands still at his sides. Seeing this, Huagang's rage intensified. Was this guy mimicking his way of fighting against Yamada Ryuchi? Huagang's fist struck solidly against Lin Chen's chest. But there was no expected sound of bones cracking, nor did Lin Chen fly backward. Lin Chen remained completely still. Huagang's pupils constricted as his left fist followed, crashing towards Lin Chen's abdomen. Next came the 3rd punch, the 4th punch, the 5th punch. His speed increased, and the full force of his energy exploded, leaving the audience with nothing but a flurry of fists. The torrential sound of strikes resounded on the stage for a full 10 minutes. Huagang's fists fell like a violent storm upon Lin Chen, who remained standing, not even furrowing his brow. Huagang's forehead began to sweat. He had unleashed every killing move of the Han family's fist technique, from the basic stance to his master's secret techniques, continuing in a relentless barrage. Lin Chen's body stood like an immovable mountain, his attacks failing to raise even a speck of dust. Below the stage, Su Wenyuan stood up in a panic, shouting, Master Hor, why don't you use your full strength? Huagang nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. This fool, couldn't he see that he had already exerted every ounce of strength he had? Every punch could have pierced steel, yet striking this young man felt like hitting cotton, unable to even wrinkle. Su Qingxue's heart, which had been hanging, gradually settled. Watching the calm figure on the stage, her worry slowly transformed into surprise. It turned out that when he said he was fine, he truly was fine. Qin Rulin's lips curled into a slight smile. Master is indeed a master. Li Qi and Su Zhen were so excited they could barely contain themselves, feeling immense gratification. During this time, they had endured immense pressure, the shadow of Han Baiwang weighing heavily upon them. Now seeing Lin Chen standing unmoved while Huagang attacked him for over 10 minutes without a scratch, the exhilaration they felt was beyond description. Huagang finally stopped. He stepped back 3 paces, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his chin onto the stage. He stared intently at Lin Chen, turmoil churning within him. After 30 years of cultivation, he had encountered peak-level masters, even deep and unfathomable martial arts grandmasters, yet he had never seen anything like this. The other stood still while he unleashed his full strength, yet he left no trace behind. This was no longer a gap in strength, it was a gap in dimensions. Lin Chen looked at Huagang, who was panting heavily, and yawned. Is this the skill Han Beiwang taught you? It's nothing special. He paused, sincerely suggesting, why don't you have your master come in person? Huagang was thoroughly enraged by this statement. He gritted his teeth, his entire internal energy surging like a tidal wave into his right arm. With a flash of his figure, his right fist wrapped in a faint golden fist energy struck towards Lin Chen. This was Han Beiwang's signature technique, the Storm Fist. Back in the day, Han Beiwang had used this fist to kill a peak-level master overseas with just 3 punches over the Yangtze River. The fist energy exploded and waves of air surged. Lin Chen remained standing in place unscathed. Is that all? Lin Chen said, casually uttering 2 words. Huagang stared blankly at his still trembling fist, his finger bones shattered, blood dripping through the gaps between his fingers. At this moment, he finally understood something. The gap between him and Lin Chen was even greater than the gap between Yamada Ryuichi and himself. Lin Chen extended a finger, using it as a sword, and lightly drew a line from top to bottom. The motion was nonchalant, as if he were drawing a vertical line in the air with a pen. Huagang looked down at himself, finding no wounds, feeling nothing at all. He was first taken aback, then a mocking smile crept onto his lips as he coldly said, just playing tricks. The crowd below also exchanged glances. Su Wenyuan even scoffed aloud, about to mock him. Just then a loud bang resounded. The stage behind Huagang suddenly cracked. A straight fissure extended from the northern end of the stage all the way to the southern end, half a meter deep, with a cut as smooth as a mirror, as if an invisible giant sword had sliced through it. Wood chips and debris fell down, dust and smoke swirling. Huagang stood frozen in place. The next second, with a soft thud, Huagang was transformed into a mist of blood. Before anyone could react, the entire floor of the warehouse was split in half, as if experiencing a great earthquake. The venue fell into silence. Su Wenyuan's mouth hung open, the mockery on his face turning into fear before he could even finish his words. Beside him, Su Zihua's legs turned weak, and he plopped back down onto his chair. Su Qingxue covered her mouth, her eyes filled with pride. Her fiancé was not a waste, he was a hero of the ages. Qin Rulin looked at her master on the stage with burning eyes. Her desire to grow stronger was more resolute than ever. One day she too would stand on the stage like her master, earning the admiration of all. Old Master Kong Zhuang stood up, his cane striking heavily on the ground, his voice hoarse, yet filled with awe. Lin Hai has produced a dragon. The words of the old Master Kong echoed in the air. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. All the heads of the families and the surrounding crowd with hundreds of eyes were fixed on the deep, bottomless fissure on the stage. Extending from the northern end to the southern end, it was half a meter deep with a smooth edge. A few people were already trembling. Master, this is definitely a master. A martial artist from the Qian family exclaimed, his voice trembling with unmistakable fear. A mere fingertip split the entire arena. This is not martial arts, this is fucking supernatural magic. Zhou Sintong, the head of the Zhou family, jumped up from his seat, knocking over the tea table in front of him without noticing. In the Wang family's camp, Wang Tian slumped in his chair, his face ashen. He had just been heartbroken over the death of Yamashita Longi, but now he didn't even dare to breathe. So powerful, Master Lin. Su Zhan exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, shaking Li Qi's arm vigorously. Look at that fingertip. As I said that night at Miaoyan Mountain Villa, Master Lin is definitely not an ordinary master. Li Qi was shaken so much that his head was spinning, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. They won. The Li family was the champion of this year's martial arts competition. And from now on, no family in Lehigh would dare to point fingers at the Li family. Kong Zhuang straightened up slowly, leaning on his cane. This position was never easy to sit in, but someone had to take it. He cleared his throat, and his aged voice rang out again. I announce that this year's Lehigh martial arts competition champion is the Li family. He paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to the young figure on the arena with a hint of respect in his tone. All territorial and project selection rights are reserved for the Li family. Li Qi took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and strode onto the stage. He did not walk towards Kong Zhuang, but instead approached Lin Chen, bowing deeply at 90 degrees. From now on, the Li family will follow Master Lin's lead. His voice resonated, echoing in the warehouse. Su Zhan was the second to stand up, kneeling on one knee, cupping his fists and shouting. From now on, Su Zhan of the Jiangnan Sky Eagle Martial Arts School is willing to serve Master Lin. Next was the Qian family. Qian Wanjun stood up from his seat, his earlier arrogance completely gone, replaced by deliberate respect. He quickly walked to the stage and clasped his hands, saying, "From now on the Qian family will revere Master Lin." Zhou Wanshan followed, closely clasping his hands. "From now on the Zhou family will follow Master Lin's lead. The Wang family, Wu family, Zheng family, Su family." One by one, the heads of the families stood up from their seats, walked to the stage, and bowed in respect. Some were genuinely in awe, some were assessing the situation, and some were afraid of being the first to be punished. But regardless of their inner calculations, everyone's posture was extremely low at this moment. Kong Zhuang stood to the side with his cane, watching this scene, a hint of emotion flashing in his old eyes. He had lived in Lehigh for most of his life, witnessed the rise and fall of 3 generations, and had never seen such a scene. All the families were actually bowing to one person at the same time. The prominent figures of Lehigh, numbering in the hundreds, were all bowing. Yet standing in the center was a young man in his 20s. Su Wenyuan did not move. He stood at the Su family's seat, his face alternating between shades of green and white, trembling uncontrollably. The blood mist from Huagang's corpse was still flowing at the edge of the arena, now completely cold. He had thought Huagang would win, thought the Su family would take the championship, and thought about how to gradually kick Su Qingxue out of the board of directors after gaining power. But reality was like a bucket of ice water poured over him, smashing all his calculations to pieces. Beside him, Su Ziheo's face was even paler as he whispered, "Dad." That night. "Shut up." Su Wenyuan squeezed out 2 words between his teeth. Su Qingxue stood behind the Su family's seat, tears streaming down her face. She did not wipe them away, allowing the tears to blur her vision. She did not make the wrong choice from 5 years ago. Until now, she had never made the wrong choice. The man she chose was not a waste, but a hero of the world. Lin Chen stood in the center of the arena, facing the compliments and awe from all directions, his expression still calm. A dignified Tribulation transcendence master would naturally not be swayed by such flattery. He raised his hand, and the entire venue fell silent. "I will not interfere in matters of Lehigh." His words were clearly heard by everyone. "Business will continue as usual, but there are 2 points. First, the Li family and Lin family, which is formerly the Zhao group. Whoever moves against them will perish. Second, do not provoke me." His gaze slowly swept across each face in attendance, and everyone lowered their heads, fearing to anger this master. A master must not be humiliated. Of course, if anyone steps into Lehigh and affects you, I will not be lenient. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the family heads instantly became extremely excited. This was a master's guarantee. A single word from a master could withstand 1,000 troops. Lin Chen walked down from the stage, and the crowd automatically parted, creating a path 10 times wider than before. Those heads of families who usually looked down on everyone now did not even have the courage to look up at him. Su Qingxue was the first to rush forward, burying herself in his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Chen gently patted her back, nodded at Li Qi and Su Zhen behind him, and then held Su Qingxue's hand as they walked out of the warehouse. Qin Rulin followed behind, glancing back at the striking fissure on the stage, a hint of fervor flashing in her eyes. The martial arts competition was over, but the excitement at Dongshan Ping was just beginning. The representatives of various families did not leave. Instead, they flocked to the Dongshan Hotel. The hotel lobby was packed, and the usually quiet front desk was surrounded by a group of people in suits and ties, forming layers upon layers. Lin Chen's room door was open. He sat in a chair, watching the heads of each family enter in line. Zhou Santong was the first to come in, holding a Zetan wooden box. The box was opened, revealing a ginseng with complete roots, shaped like a human, with thick roots like chops. "Master Lin, this is a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng dug from the depths of Changbai Mountain, which I, Zhou, have treasured for 10 years. Today I present it to Master Lin as a token of respect." Zhou Santong's smile was full, his voice dripping with flattery. Lin Chen glanced at it and nodded slightly. Zhou Santong breathed a sigh of relief and exited the room. Next was Qian Wanjun. He handed over 3 photos of 3 commercial office buildings located in the most prime area of Lehigh, worth over 2 billion. The property transfer agreement had already been drafted, pending only Lin Chen's signature. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but accepted it. Although the Lin family group was large now, more was always better. Then came the Zheng family, presenting an ancient bronze sword from the spring and autumn period. The Wang family offered 3 bottles of life-prolonging pills, said to be a secret from the imperial court 100 years ago. The Wu family brought in a stunningly beautiful woman, claiming she was the eldest daughter of the Wu family, wanting to marry Lin Chen even if it meant being a concubine. Lin Chen glanced at the head of the Wu family. Without saying a word, the Wu family head pulled his daughter away, his shirt drenched in cold sweat. There were those who offered luxury watches, luxurious cars, private jets, overseas estates. Each head of the family racked their brains, wishing to display all their wealth before Lin Chen. Lin Chen maintained the same expression throughout. He neither rejected nor accepted, simply looked through everything one by one, and then let them leave. Everyone was perplexed by his thoughts, and dared not ask, only awkwardly exiting. When a small family's turn came, the situation was somewhat different. The head of that family was in his 40s, wearing a worn gray cloth shirt, looking particularly shabby among the well-dressed crowd. His surname was Fong, named Fong Yuanji. The Fong family was the most inconspicuous small family in Lehigh, primarily engaged in the medicinal herb business, but in recent years had been nearly bankrupted by the Zhao family. When Fong Yuanji entered the room, he was empty-handed. Fong Yuanji, right? Su Jin, standing to the side, frowned upon seeing that he brought nothing. Everyone else brought something. Why did you come empty-handed? I brought news, Fong Yuanji stammered, a piece of news worth more than any gift. Su Jin was about to scold him, but Lin Chen raised his hand to stop him. What news? Fong Yuanji did not beat around the bush, speaking directly. In Jiangnan province, deep within the Congling mountain range, there is a place that grows a very special herb. The herb is entirely silver-white and glows at night. The fragrance it emits can attract wild beasts within a radius of several miles. He paused as if recalling the details. Those wild beasts underwent mutations after smelling the scent of the... I saw an ordinary mountain rat that, after gnawing on the leaves of that herb, managed to bite through a tree as thick as a bull's mouth. The locals collecting herbs said that the herb should not grow in the human world. It is something left behind by immortals. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, a different expression appearing in his eyes for the first time. He was worried about not having materials to reshape his physique. Years ago, during a failure of Tribulation transcendence, the precious materials in his storage space were mostly destroyed by heavenly lightning. The materials for refining the pill to reshape his physique were extremely scarce, even in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, and he had thought it impossible to find them on Blue Star. However, if he guessed correctly, the thing Fong Yuanji described was very likely the divine body herb. It could completely reshape an ordinary person's physique, granting them the qualifications to cultivate immortality. Can you confirm the location? Lin Chen asked. Yes, I have been to the Congling mountain range a dozen times. Although the place is remote, I know the way only. Fong Yuanji hesitated for a moment. That valley has recently been occupied by a group of unknown people. I observed them from a distance. They did not look like people from the Dragon Kingdom and were armed. He stood up, his gaze fixed on Fong Yuanji. What do you want me to help you with? Thud. Fong Yuanji knelt down earnestly, saying, Master Lin, I only ask you to save my Fong family once. He took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. It turns out that after the Zhao family was destroyed, a vacuum appeared in the medicinal material market of Linhai. The Fong family had been in the medicinal material business for generations, suppressed by the Zhao family for over a decade. Just as they saw a glimmer of hope and were preparing to reopen the market, the people from the Han family of Jiangnan came knocking. The Han family sent someone to convey that the medicinal material market in Linhai will be managed by them from now on, and the Fong family must completely withdraw within a month. Fong Yuanji said, his voice trembling. The Fong family has relied on medicinal materials for 5 generations. To make us withdraw from the market is to cut off our livelihood. I refuse to agree. He paused, clenching his fists tightly. Then the Han family took action. 7 days ago, someone poisoned the well water in the Fong family's old residence. The poison was colorless and tasteless, undetectable by silver needles, and even hospital tests found no abnormalities. However, those poisoned would experience excruciating pain in their meridians within 3 days, with black-blue lines appearing on their skin, as if countless venomous snakes were slithering through their veins. My father, my wife, my 12-year-old daughter, and more than 10 core members of the Fong family are all poisoned, Fong Yuanji said hoarsely. I have consulted all the famous doctors in Linhai, but none could identify the cause. Only one old Chinese doctor quietly told me that he had seen such symptoms once in his youth. The poison is called Qing Shichan, a secret medicine exclusive to the Han family of Jiangnan, which outsiders cannot resolve. The Han family announced only they have the antidote. If you want the antidote, you must exchange all the Fong family's pharmacies and channels in Linhai. I am unwilling. Fong Yuanzi's nails dug into his palm, drawing a bit of blood. The legacy of 5 generations of the Fong family cannot be handed over so easily. I would rather die than agree. But I have no choice. My father is in bed crying out in pain all night. My daughter has been in a coma for 3 days. My wife has become nothing but bones. He raised his head, looking at Lin Chen, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. I heard people say that the martial arts competition is the last chance for Linhai, so I shamelessly came here. In fact, I didn't even qualify to enter. The Fong family is too small to even be invited, but I saw your finger, Master Lin. That finger made me realize that I still have hope. So I shamelessly stayed until now, hoping to ask Master Lin to save my Fong family's lives. Lin Chen listened and casually asked, do you want me to save your family or to eliminate the Han family? Fong Yuanji shook his head vigorously, his tone urgent. No, no, no. The Han family is powerful, the #1 aristocratic family in Jiangnan, with more than one martial arts master among them, and even someone like Han Beiwang, the top master of the Two Rivers, presiding. Even if I am ignorant of the world, I wouldn't dare to ask Master Lin to confront the Han family heathen. I only ask Master Lin to save my family, or... He gritted his teeth and finally spoke the words he had hidden deep in his heart. Or when you collect that kind of medicinal herb, you can take me with you. There are herbs that can save my whole family in the Songling mountain range, a place I have been to. There are too many poisonous insects and miasma, and even the most experienced hunters do not dare to venture deeper. With my abilities I cannot enter, but as long as I can obtain some of those herbs, perhaps I can exchange them for the antidote or money to send my family abroad for treatment. Lin Chen said lightly. If your information is true, not only will I cure the poison of your entire family, but I will also protect the Fong family. He looked at Fong Yuanji, his tone casual. If the Han family comes to cause trouble, let them come to me. Fong Yuanji stood frozen in place. He opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Protecting the Fong family. He knew well how heavy those 4 words weighed when spoken by a master. Why was the Zhao family able to dominate Linhai back then? It was precisely because they had martial arts experts backing them. And this person in front of him seemed stronger than all the Zhao family's supporters combined. He suddenly bent down, knocking his forehead heavily against the ground with a dull thud. Then he straightened up, knocked his head again, and then another. After 3 loud knocks, blood had already appeared on his forehead. Fong Yuanji, on behalf of the 21 members of the Fong family, thanked Master Lin for his life-saving grace. Lin Chen waved his hand. Get up. Go back to Jiangnan. First, write a detailed account of your family's symptoms for me. Once the matters of the martial arts competition are settled, I will personally visit the Fong family. As for the antidote, the Han family's poison is nothing to me. It is merely a mortal poison. Fong Yuanji then stood up, wiped the blood and tears from his forehead with his sleeve, and deeply bowed again before retreating from the room. When he exited the Dongshan Hotel, it was already dusk. He glanced back at the brightly lit window on the 3rd floor, and a long-lost smile finally appeared on his face. The Fong family was saved. After sending off Fong Yuanji, Lin Chen stayed at the Dongshan Hotel for half a day. People from various families continued to come to pay their respects. After dealing with them one by one, he took Su Qingxue and Qin Rulin back to Linhai. By the time they returned to the mountainside villa, it was already late at night. Lin Cece heard the sound of the door opening and jumped up from the sofa, rushing into Lin Chen's arms, then cautiously sized up Qin Rulin, who stood behind him. Brother, who is she? There was a hint of hostility in her tone. My disciple, Lin Chen replied succinctly. Qin Rulin slightly inclined her body, her voice cold. Hello, I am Qin Rulin. Lin Cece sized her up several times, ultimately nodding fine. My brother's disciple is my sister. Saying this, she naturally pulled Qin Rulin to the guest room, chatting away while introducing the layout of the villa. Qin Rulin was led by her, a rare look of confusion on her face. Lin Chen watched the two of them go upstairs, shaking his head and smiling. He then walked to the study, took out paper and pen, and began to write a list. Early the next morning, Li Qi personally came to visit. He sat on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of Longjing tea brewed by Lin's mother, his face still wearing the excitement from yesterday. When Lin Chen placed a list in front of him, his expression instantly became serious. Master Lin, these items. The list contained more than 20 types of materials, including jade, ores, metals, and some things that Li Qi had never heard of. Lin Chen did not plan to arrange another gathering array outside the villa. His parents and sister had only just begun to come into contact with spiritual energy. They hadn't even reached the threshold of foundation establishment. Too much spiritual energy would actually be harmful. What he intended to set up was a killing formation and a fog formation. The killing formation was for offense, while the fog formation was for defense. With one for attack and one for defense combined with the already established gathering array, the 3 formations would complement each other. In the Tsangshuan immortal realm, this configuration is typical for a small sex residence. The gathering array provides spiritual energy support, the fog formation obscures the vision and divine sense detection of outsiders, and the killing formation deals with those intruders who lack awareness. Even if a martial arts master were to intrude into the formation, they would not last 3 seconds. If an enemy at the foundation establishment stage were to forcefully attack, the killing formation could at least hold them off for half an hour, enough time for Lin Chen to return from anywhere. However, there shouldn't be any foundation establishment cultivators in Blue Star. Go handle it. Whoever can bring these materials, I will reward them, Lin Chen said. Li Qi nodded, earnestly, carefully folding the list and putting it in his pocket. Master Lin, rest assured the Li family will gather these items, even if we have to turn over the entire dragon country, but a few of them are quite rare and may take some time. That's fine. Lin Chen nodded. The Songling mountain range is located in the heart of Jiangnan province. If he went alone, he could quickly return, but this time he would have to take Fong Yuanji with him, which might delay things a bit. During the time he is away, the villa will be home to his parents' sister and newly accepted disciple. The safety of those four must be absolutely guaranteed. Once the three formations are set up, even if a master were to come, they wouldn't be able to step into the villa. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan province, at the Han family. The Han family's old residence is located in the most prosperous area of Jiangnan province, covering 100 acres with green bricks and black tiles, pavilions, and towers far grander than any family in Linhai. At this moment, deep within the old residence, in a secret chamber, the atmosphere was stifling, making it hard to breathe. An old man dressed in a black tang suit sat on a mahogany chair playing with two iron cores in his hands. His face showed no expression, but the fingers gripping the iron cores tightened slightly, and fine cracks had appeared on the surface of the iron cores. Is Hua Gang dead too? The old man said solemnly. Yes, replied a black-clad man kneeling below, lowering his head and not daring to look up. Like Zhao Meng, he died at the hands of the same person coming from Linhai named Lin Chen. Crack. The iron cores shattered into powder in the old man's palm, and tiny metallic shavings fell through his fingers. At dawn, Lin Chen sent a message to Su Qingxue informing her that he would be out for 2 days. Su Qingxue immediately replied with a take care, and added, come back early. He stared at those 4 characters for a few seconds before putting his phone away. At 9 in the morning, Fang Yuanji and Su Zhan arrived promptly at the villa entrance. Fang Yuanji carried a large mountaineering backpack filled with ropes, compasses, and other outdoor gear. Su Zhan, on the other hand, brought a short knife. Both of them wore expressions of barely concealed tension. Master Lin, the car is ready. The sect leader sent a special vehicle to take us to the foot of Songling Mountain, which will take about 6 hours. No need, Lin Chen interrupted him. The car is too slow. Su Zhan was taken aback. No car. Could it be by airplane? However, the nearest airport to Songling required 2 transfers, which would be slower than driving. Lin Chen didn't explain. He raised his hand and lightly gestured in the empty space before him. Buzz. A crisp sound resonated, and a ripple spread through the air, followed by the emergence of a fissure. The edges of the fissure glowed, resembling an eye slowly opening. Through the fissure, one could faintly see the undulating green mountains. Fang Yuanzi's backpack slipped from his shoulder and landed on his foot, but he was oblivious. Su Zhan gaped, his jaw nearly dropping to his chest. Behind them, Li Qi and Qin Tianlu both gasped in astonishment. Qin Tianlu had lived for most of his life. He had seen skilled practitioners use their powers to retrieve items from afar, and he had witnessed martial arts masters walk on water, but he had never seen anyone tear open a fissure in the air with a mere gesture. Come in. Lin Chen stepped first into the fissure and glanced back at the 2 who were still frozen in place. Su Zhan snapped back to reality first, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and followed him in. As he stepped into the fissure, he instinctively closed his eyes, but the anticipated scene did not unfold. Inside the fissure was a passageway surrounded by flowing pale golden light patterns. The ground beneath his feet was not solid, yet he felt as if he were being supported. Fang Yuanji followed last, his calves trembling. He was just an ordinary herbal merchant and had never encountered such a spectacle. However, Lin Chen's promise to save his entire family made him grit his teeth and rush in with his eyes shut. The fissure dissipated behind him, leaving Li Qi and Qin Tianlu staring at each other in the empty space in front of the villa. Old Qin, what kind of technique was that? Li Qi's voice was dry. Qin Tianlu slowly shook his head, his wrinkles bunching together. There is a technique called shrink the earth to an inch in martial arts, said to be capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a single day when mastered to perfection. But that is a legendary feat. As for tearing space. He paused, his voice trembling. I have lived for 60 years and have never seen it. I have only read about it in ancient texts. That is beyond the realm of technique. It is a divine ability, seemingly attainable only after transcending as a master. Transcending as a master. What kind of realm is that? The 2 fell silent for a long time, their respect for Lin Chen growing deeper. Although they did not understand what kind of being Lin Chen was, they knew one thing: as long as they followed someone like him, the Li family would never fall. At this moment, a fissure suddenly opened in the sky above the Songling mountain range. Lin Chen stepped out first, standing midair with the lush green forest stretching beneath him for miles. The mountain wind rustled his clothing as he looked down at the mountains beneath him, his spiritual sense spreading out like a tide. Su Zhan and Fang Yuanji were supported by an unseen force behind him, tightly gripping each other's arms as they looked down at the abyss below, their faces paler than the clouds beneath. Master Lin, we won't fall, will we? Su Zhan's voice trembled. No, Lin Chen replied casually, his spiritual sense already sweeping through the entire Songling mountain range. Fang Yuanji was not exaggerating. There were indeed many valuable items deep within this mountain range. Centuries-old spiritual mushrooms, wild Hisho Wu, and a few rock ginseng hidden in cliff crevices. These were rare herbs in the eyes of mortals, but they did not catch Lin Chen's interest. What he sought was the divine body grass. Suddenly Lin Chen's gaze fixed on a hidden valley in the southeast. There he sensed an extremely faint fluctuation of spiritual energy originating from the same source as the divine body grass he had encountered in the Zhongshuan immortal realm. Although the spiritual energy was significantly weaker, it was unmistakable. Found it. He waved his hand, bringing Su Jun and Fang Yuanji along, his figure flickering. In the next second, the three of them had already arrived at the entrance of that valley. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, blocking out the sun, with the air filled with the scent of plants. Before them lay a pristine lake, its surface calm. Across the lake was the valley entrance, where a variety of strange flowers and herbs could be faintly seen growing. Fang Yuanji steadied himself, his stomach churning. But he couldn't care about his nausea. He glanced around, his fear replaced by excitement. They had truly arrived at Songling. The straight-line distance from Lehigh to Songling exceeded 800 kilometers. How long had it taken? 3 minutes. Or even shorter. Master Lin, what was that just now? He couldn't help but ask. Spatial displacement. Just a small Lin Chen casually replied, his gaze still fixed on the valley entrance across the lake. If you are loyal, I can teach you in the future. Su Jun's breath quickened. Fang Yuanji trembled with excitement, his lips quivering. If they learned such a technique, would they still need to take cars or planes in the future? To cross 1,000 miles with just a thought. This was a divine ability. We are willing to go through fire and water for Master Lin, they exclaimed in unison. Lin Chen did not look back. He merely nodded slightly, and then walked towards the lakeshore. The closer he got to the lake, the more unusual the surrounding vegetation became. The ferns by the lake were over twice as tall as those outside, and the flower heads of a few wildflowers were nearly the size of basins. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, refreshing anyone who inhaled it. Fang Yuanji followed Lin Chen, introducing in a low voice. Master Lin, this area of Songling has always been a forbidden place. Local herbalists would rather take a 3-day detour than dare to enter this valley. After hesitating, he continued, they say there are. What is it? Lin Chen asked. Fang Yuanji swallowed hard, replying, earth dragons. Oh, is that so? Lin Chen stood by the lake, his gaze focused on the surface, his spiritual sense already penetrating the water to reach the lake bed. There indeed lay a unique fluctuation of spiritual energy, stronger and more violent than that of the divine body grass. He raised his hand and softly spoke to the lake. Beast, why don't you come out and submit? Fang Yuanzi's face turned pale. He wished to intervene, but it was too late. The old hunter had said that earth dragons were the most terrifying existences in this mountain range, large enough to swallow a cow in one bite, with tough skin that even a hunting rifle could not penetrate. It had always been the case that people avoided earth dragons who would dare provoke them. The lake's surface remained calm, but 3 seconds later the tranquility was shattered. A massive whirlpool erupted in the lake's center with a diameter of at least 10 meters. The water was stirred up, creating a thunderous roar. Then a great roar emanated from the lake's depths. Su Jun and Fang Yuanji felt a heaviness in their chests, as if their hearts were about to leap out of their chests due to the roar. The lake churned, raising waves several meters high. A gigantic shadow slowly rose from the lake bed. First, there were 2 vertically oriented pupils the size of copper bells, followed by a head covered in dark green scales, and then a massive body stretching over 10 meters. Each scale was the size of a palm, glinting like metal in the sunlight. Its limbs were as sturdy as stone pillars, with claws sharp as curved blades, and a row of bony spines extended from its head down to the tip of its tail. The tail gently slapped the water's surface. Boom! Water splashed up over 10 meters high, falling like a torrential downpour onto the lake. Su Jun's legs started to tremble. He had seen fearless martial artists like Zhao Meng and arrogant masters like Hu Gang. But faced with this giant beast, he felt every cell in his body screaming at him to run. This was the fear deeply ingrained in human genes, the primal fear of giants. Fang Yuanji fared worse, sitting down abruptly, his teeth chattering. There really is an earth dragon. What those old hunters said is true. The giant beast's vertical pupils slowly turned to lock onto the tiny figure by the shore. A deep growl emanated from its throat, carrying a warning and threat. It had resided in this lake for countless years, and no creature had ever dared challenge its authority. Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the giant beast that towered over him several times. His expression was calm, and he even slightly curled his lips. Lucky find, he murmured. Although this creature was not a true dragon, it had already condensed its inner core. This giant beast had cultivated in this spiritually rich valley for many years, already gaining spiritual intelligence, teetering on the edge of transformation. Although it wouldn't even qualify as a low-tier demon beast in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, to reach this level in the spiritually depleted blue star was nothing short of miraculous. If he could tame this giant beast, the 3 formations of the villa would gain a spirit. At that time, with a spiritual entity guarding the entire formation, its power would at least multiply several times. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator came, they wouldn't need to lift a finger. The formation spirit could shred them to pieces. The giant beast seemed to understand his words, a flash of anger flashing in its vertical pupils. It opened its massive mouth, and a water arrow shot out, aimed directly at Lin Chen's position. The water arrow was as thick as an arm, moving so fast that it created a sonic boom in the air. Su Zhan instinctively wanted to rush forward to block it, but before he could take a step, Lin Chen had already raised his right hand. He extended a finger and gently pointed forward. The water arrow abruptly stopped midair, then instantly solidified into a crystal-clear ice pillar. The ice pillar shattered with a loud crash, turning into a sky full of ice crystals that fell onto the lake. The giant beast's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. It could sense the aura emanating from this being before it, a pressure far surpassing its own life level. That was a power it could only look up to after cultivating for hundreds of years. Lin Chen spoke again, his voice carrying authority. I give you two choices. One, submit to me, and I will aid your transformation into a dragon. He paused, then released a hint of his aura. Or, I will kill you, Lin Chen said. The giant beast's vertical pupils trembled violently. As a creature that had gained spiritual intelligence, it could naturally sense the aura leaking from Lin Chen. That was the presence capable of effortlessly erasing it from existence. Woo! In the next second, a low whine escaped its throat, and the anger and vigilance in its vertical pupils instantly faded. Slowly it lowered its massive head, pressing its forehead against the lake's surface, and the bony spines along its back folded down one by one, with its tail sinking quietly into the water. It swiftly approached Lin Chen, adopting a posture akin to a pet seeking affection. Hiss! Fang Yuanji and Su Zhan sat on the ground, staring blankly at this scene. Is this still a human? Seeing this scene, Su Zhan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Fang Yuanzi's eyes nearly bulged out. Lin Chen maintained a calm expression, raising his hand to pat the scales of the earth dragon. His divine sense swept through the giant beast's body, discovering that the earth dragon's inner core had been condensed for at least 300 years, just a step away from transforming into a flood dragon. However, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was too thin. This final step had trapped it for countless. He flipped his hand and took out a low-grade spirit stone from his storage space. This was the most basic cultivation resource in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, not considered rare, akin to money on Blue Star. Yet in the spiritually depleted Blue Star, the energy contained within this spirit stone equaled the 100 years of hard practice the earth dragon had endured at the bottom of the lake. The earth dragon's vertical pupils widened suddenly. It could sense the vast energy contained in that stone, a concentration of spiritual energy richer than all the spiritual herbs in the valley combined. Its breathing quickened, a series of urgent whines escaping its throat as its large head rubbed against Lin Chen's hand. This is a reward for your submission. Lin Chen tossed the spirit stone into the air. The giant beast tilted its head back and skillfully caught the spirit stone in its mouth. Then it let out a joyful whine, its massive body plunging into the lake, swimming rapidly around the shore. The lake water churned violently, its tail slapping the surface and sending up sprays of water. On the third lap, it turned back again, flipping over in front of Lin Chen, exposing its white belly. Su Zhan's lips twitched even more violently, muttering under his breath, "Is this really the earth dragon? What's the difference from that big yellow dog in the village?" Fang Yuanji covered his face, feeling his worldview collapsing at a visible speed. He had grown up hearing the legends of the earth dragon, and had heard old hunters mention a ferocious giant beast lurking deep in the Zhongling Mountains more than once. But now this legendary ferocious beast seemed no different from a pet dog in front of Lin Chen. After a moment, the giant beast had enough fun and finally settled down. Its body began to emit a faint glow, veins beneath its skin shining like glowing iron wires. The spirit stone it had swallowed was releasing immense spiritual energy, impacting the bottleneck that had trapped it for hundreds of years. It let out a low roar, diving deep into the lake. A series of huge bubbles rose to the surface, then gradually settled into calm. "Let's go." Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, turning to lead the two of them across the lake, instantly arriving at the entrance of the valley on the opposite shore. The entrance of the valley was very narrow, flanked by steep cliffs, allowing only two people to pass side by side. As they passed through the entrance, the landscape before them opened up dramatically. The valley was shaped like a gourd surrounded by mountains. Although the cliffs soared into the clouds, they were exceptionally bright. At the bottom of the valley lay a flat grassy area roughly the size of 3 or 4 football fields. Surrounding it were vegetation radiating spiritual energy, and just being among them one could feel an enchanting fragrance. That was the scent of spiritual energy. Su Zhan took a deep breath, exclaiming, "This place feels so comfortable, like the smell of Master Lin's villa." Fang Yuanji sensed it too. In the years he had traversed mountains to acquire medicinal herbs, he had visited countless deep forests. but he had never encountered a place that made every pore of his body feel so relaxed. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the entire valley, taking in the situation within. This valley just happened to sit atop a mini spiritual vein. For centuries, the vein had nourished the soil and water within the valley, turning it into a natural gathering place for spiritual energy. Although this spiritual vein would not even be considered a low-grade mine in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, it was a rare paradise on Blue Star. Divine body grass. Lin Chen's gaze shifted, finally landing on a patch of silver-white grass on the opposite bank of the stream. That small patch of grass was only about 3 feet square, with a dozen silver-white blades of grass poking their heads out of the soil, each only the length of a finger, their stems thin and nearly transparent. Most of the spiritual energy in the valley emanated from these silver-white blades of grass, purer than Lin Chen had expected. Indeed, it is divine body grass. Lin Chen crouched down, carefully clearing the soil to check the growth of the roots. The roots were intact, with seeds already scattered in the surrounding soil. This divine body grass had been propagating here for more than 1 generation. His thoughts had already moved beyond the herbs before him. The location, environment, and concentration of spiritual energy in this valley were simply a natural medicinal garden. The gourd-shaped terrain surrounded by mountains served as a natural barrier, while the valley's spiritual vein provided a continuous supply of spiritual energy, and the stream resolved the irrigation issue. All that was needed was to set up a gathering formation to further concentrate the spiritual energy from the vein. The growth rate of the herbs could be enhanced several times. Additionally, with a mist formation and a killing formation, outsiders wouldn't be able to find the entrance. Even if they did, they couldn't get in. But thinking about the materials for the formations made Lin Chen frown. Gathering formation, mist formation, killing formation. These 3 formations were the most basic entry-level setups in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, no different from the formations used by sects for outer disciples to practice. But this was Blue Star, where even the most basic materials for the formation plates were hard to find. In the Zhongshuan immortal realm, he could easily set up 10 or 8 formations with scraps from his storage bag. Now he could only wait for the families on the coast to slowly gather materials. Unexpectedly, the dignified Shura immortal sovereign found himself helpless due to the lack of materials for such a trashy gathering formation. Saying this out loud would surely make the entire Zhongshuan immortal realm burst into laughter. Forget it, let the earth dragon guard this place for now, Lin Chen muttered. This place was already hidden, and with a giant beast guarding the lake entrance, ordinary people would struggle to cross the lake even if they stumbled upon the area. He could return to set up the formations once the materials were gathered on the coast. Master Lin, what did you say? Fang Yuanji didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Lin Chen stood up, taking out a jade shovel and jade box from his storage space. Let's begin collecting divine body grass. There are 16 mature ones. I will take 10 and leave the rest for seeds. In Blue Star, these medicinal herbs are precious. We must take them with moderation and not uproot them completely. Fang Yuanji nodded inwardly. He had spent most of his life in the medicinal herb business, and was well aware of how ordinary people would behave upon encountering such treasures. Most would uproot them completely, leaving not a single one behind. Lin Chen, possessing the ability to crush everything, still chose to leave seeds for this valley. Such a person was worth following for a lifetime. With a casual wave, Lin Chen used spiritual energy to completely dig out each divine body grass. He then wrapped the roots in spiritual energy to preserve their viability before placing them in the jade box for storage. While collecting herbs, he was already planning in his mind. These 10 divine body grasses were needed for his parents and sister to reshape their physiques. Since they had no aptitude for cultivation, the divine body grass was perfect for refining divine body pills, allowing them to possess divine bodies. The remaining 4 would be given to Su Qingxue for cleansing her marrow and refining her essence, so she could also step into the threshold of cultivation. As for Qin Rulin, her pure sacred body was already the top-tier physique for cultivation, not requiring the transformation from divine body grass. After collecting all 10 divine body grasses, Lin Chen stored the jade box in his storage space and stood up. Meanwhile, deep at the bottom of the lake, the giant beast lay curled up in the deepest cave at the bottom of the lake, enveloped in a milky white light cocoon. The spiritual energy from the spirit stone was visibly merging into its body, its scales shedding as new ones formed beneath its skin. The new scales were a lighter color with faint golden patterns along the edges, no longer the previous dark blue color. 2 small bumps had formed on its head, which were the growing horn roots. The growth of horns was the first step towards transforming into a flood dragon. Once the dual horns broke through the skin, it would no longer be an earth dragon, but a true flood dragon. After that, Lin Chen decided to give it a name. Since it was encountered in the Zongling mountain range, he named it Songjinglong. Upon hearing this name, Su Zhan's face twitched. Master Lin, you really are a genius at naming. As he was leaving, Lin Chen transmitted a message to the earth dragon. Little dragon, guard this place and wait for my return. Let's go first to Jiangnan. Lin Chen stepped out of the valley with Fang Yuanji and Su Zhan. He casually waved his hand in the void, and the spatial rift reappeared. Su Zhan and Fang Yuanji, having gained experience, entered without waiting for Lin Chen's urging. The sensation of spatial displacement still caused a tumult in their stomachs, but at least their calves no longer trembled. Xinjiang City, where the Fang family is located, is the most important distribution center for medicinal materials in Jiangnan Province, situated at the intersection of three provinces, historically a hub for the flow of medicinal materials between the north and south. Every day tons of medicinal materials flow in and out here, from ginseng from Changbai Mountain, to sanchi from Yunnan and Guizhou, from snow lotus from Tianshan to caterpillar fungus from the Tibetan region, all of which must pass through Xinjiang before being sent to various parts of the country. Lin Chen stepped out of the rift, hovering in the air above Xinjiang City, gazing down at the city surrounded by mountains. His divine sense spread out, capturing the entire outline of Xinjiang City. 3 national highways converge here, 2 railways run through the city, and there is also a freight airport outside the city. No wonder the Zhao family wanted to seize this land. After he destroyed the Zhao family, the Han family also sought to claim this territory, showing their sharp vision. Whoever can control Qingjiang's medicinal market holds the lifeline of medicinal materials for all of Jiangnan and even half of Long Country. If they could take this land, the Lin Group's commercial map could use it as a fulcrum to radiate throughout the province and even the entire country. Whether for his parents to do business or for himself to gather rare treasures, it would be much more convenient. In contemplation, the 3 had already landed in front of the Fang family's old residence. The old residence is a typical Jiangnan dwelling with green bricks and dark tiles, and a plaque reading Fang family old residence hanging over the door, its characters weathered, looking quite aged. Before they could enter, a harsh, scolding voice came from inside. "Old man Fang, Master Han gives you 3 final days. If you do not sign the transfer agreement within 3 days, your family members lying in bed waiting to die will be waiting to receive their corpses." A raspy voice shouted in the yard, filled with shameless arrogance. Why waste words with him? Just drag out his daughter and let the brothers feast on her. Let's see if he dares to hold on. Another sharp voice joined in. Fang Yuanzi's face turned pale. In an instant, his fists clenched. His lips trembled, his voice full of humiliation and helplessness. "It's those from the Han family again. They have been harassing us for a long time. We are weak, and the lives of my entire family are in their hands. We can only endure." Lin Chen remained silent, darting to the front of the old residence, and the door opened automatically. In the yard stood 7 or 8 burly men in black, each robust and intimidating. At the forefront was a skinny man with a sharp chin, lounging on a stone bench in the yard, cracking sunflowers. The Fang family huddled in the corner of the yard, several women holding children trembling, and an elderly man with white hair stood in front, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen's divine sense swept over these individuals, confirming their identities as members of the Han family. He did not speak, merely letting out a cold snort. In an instant, their bodies exploded without warning, turning into a mist of blood. The Fang family stared blankly at this scene, all showing expressions of terror and continuously retreating, their bodies shaking like sifted chaff. Su Zhan stood at the door, silently retracting his hand from the hilt of his knife. He had witnessed Lin Chen's actions many times, yet every time it still sent chills down his spine. To be able to kill with just a grunt was no longer martial arts, it was words turning into law. Fang Yuanji rushed out from behind Lin Chen, shouting, "Do not be afraid. This is Master Lin from Linhai, whom I invited to save our Fang family." The Fang family stared at Fang Yuanji for a few seconds, then burst into tears. Fang Yuanzi's brother stood up, trembling, grabbing Fang Yuanzi's hand. "Yuanji, dad and sister-in-law are in critical condition. They are the ones most poisoned and have been unconscious for 4 whole days. The doctor said they could leave at any moment." Falling to his knees, Fang Yuanji immediately knelt before Lin Chen, his forehead heavily knocking on the bluestone floor. "Master Lin, please save my family. Take me to see the patients," Lin Chen said. Fang Yuanji scrambled to his feet, leading Lin Chen through the main hall into the backyard. In the main room of the backyard, several wooden beds were lined up with Fang family members' poison lying on them. The air was thick with the strong smell of Chinese medicine, mixed with the scent of damp wood rotting. On the innermost bed lay an elderly man of about 70, his complexion waxy yellow, lips blackened, and his breath so weak it was nearly imperceptible. The others on the beds were in similar conditions. Lin Chen stood at the bedside, a golden light flashing in his eyes, his gaze penetrating the flesh to reach deep into their meridians. Then his brow furrowed slightly. These individuals did not have any so-called toxins, instead their veins were densely packed with black worms. These worms were so small they were invisible to the naked eye. They wriggled in the blood vessels, laying eggs, gnawing at flesh, and releasing a liquid that gradually weakened the body's functions. The worms had already spread through the blood to the vicinity of the heart. If left for another day or 2, even a divine being could not save them. However, while a divine being could not help, Lin Chen could. This is not poisoning. Lin Chen retracted his gaze. It's a curse. Fang Yuanji was taken aback, and the rest of the Fang family were equally stunned. A curse? Fang Yuanzi's voice trembled. Master Lin, can this curse be lifted? It's just an ordinary cursed insect. My hand extended, I suddenly grasped towards the room, and a stream of golden spiritual energy surged from my palm into the bodies of the afflicted, flooding their veins like a burst dam. The moment those black worms encountered the golden spiritual energy, they began to thrash wildly, desperately, trying to flee. However, wherever the spiritual energy passed, the worms turned to ashes expelled from the body through the blood. The faces of the afflicted gradually regained their rosy color, their previously weak breaths became steadier, and their chests began to rise and fall regularly. Fang Yuanzi's eyes turned red. The rest of the Fang family crowded at the door, some already wiping away tears. Fang Yuanzi's brother approached Lin Chen, about to kneel, but Lin Chen supported him with his spiritual energy. No need for that. Lin Chen stood up, his gaze sweeping over the other poison members of the Fang family. Bring me the medicinal residues they have consumed these days. Fang Yuanji immediately ran to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of black medicinal residue. Lin Chen took just one glance and plucked out an extremely fine black thread from the residue, less than a centimeter long, which would be impossible to detect among the medicinal materials. This is a cursed thread. Someone tampered with this prescription. Every bowl of medicine consumed nourished the cursed insects. He flicked his fingers, and the black thread turned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the cursed insects within the Fang family members were completely cleared. Each person's blood vessels were rid of varying numbers of the cursed insects, with the most having over 100 in their body. Yet before his tribulation level cultivation, these mundane cursed insects were merely dust that could be wiped away with a hand. After completing all this, Lin Chen walked out of the main room. In the yard, the entire Fang family knelt down in unison, with Fang Yuanji at the front, his forehead touching the ground, shoulders shaking violently. Master Lin's great kindness cannot be repaid. From today on, the Fang family will follow Master Lin. Get up. Lin Chen said flatly, if you wish to become my subordinate family, as long as you are loyal, I will continuously protect you. If you betray, then there is no need for the Fang family to exist. In the depths of the Miaojiang region, amidst the vast mountains, a young man dressed in traditional Miao attire sat cross-legged on a beast skin mat. His garment was adorned with intricate insect patterns, and several thin snakes, as delicate as hair, were coiled around his wrists. Before him lay a black ceramic pot, its surface densely etched with twisted runes. Suddenly, a sharp screech emanated from within the pot. The pot trembled violently, the runes dimming one after another, as a foul-smelling black smoke began to rise from the opening. The young man opened his eyes wide, a hint of astonishment flashing in his gaze. Someone actually broke my god-devouring goo. He extended his hand, fingers grasping at the air, capturing the wisp of black smoke in his palm. The black smoke struggled for a moment before dissipating, leaving behind an extremely faint aura. This aura made him furrow his brow. The young man fell silent for a moment, then took out an old mobile phone from his bosom. The call connected, and a hoarse, deep voice came through. Speak. Master Han, the goo poison I placed on the Fang family has been resolved by someone. The young man's tone carried a hint of amusement. Should I make a personal visit? On the other end, Han Beiwang paused for a moment before slowly replying, no need, I have already sent someone to investigate. Once we find out the truth, Tian Sha will take action and eliminate the Fang family along with them. The young man raised an eyebrow and then hung up the phone. Tian Sha. Han Beiwang had directly mobilized Tian Sha. It seemed that the person who broke his god-devouring goo had not only angered the Han family, but had also touched Han Beiwang's reverse scale. In Jiangnan province, at the Han family's old residence, Han Beiwang sat in a master chair, having unknowingly replaced his iron dagger with a new pair. His calloused fingers slowly rubbed the iron dagger, producing a dull rasping sound. The housekeeper had just delivered a detailed report from Xinjiang. All 8 field agents sent to the Fang family had gone missing, while the Fang family members were unharmed. Fang Yuanji even had a stranger moving in and out of the old residence. The identity of that stranger had already been clarified. He was Lin Chen from Linhai. It was this Lin Chen again. The veins on Han Baiwang's hands bulged, his eyes filled with fury. In less than half a month, Zhao Meng had died and Huagang had also perished. 2 of his personal disciples had fallen to the same person, something that had never happened since he became a master. He had instructed his disciples to assimilate the Fang family in Xinjiang, a crucial move in his plan for the medicinal material market. The Fang family had been engaged in medicine for generations and had deep roots in Xinjiang. Controlling them would mean controlling the medicinal circulation of 3 provinces. Now that move had also been thwarted by Lin Chen. Have old Zhou contact Tian Sha. Han Beiwang said coldly, inform them that the target is Lin Chen. There's no need to investigate further, just quote a price. The housekeeper bowed and withdrew. A few minutes later he returned with a somewhat strange expression. Sir Tian Sha said that Lin Chen is already on their assassination list. The last order was placed by several merchants in Linhai for 70 million, sending 2 yellow-level assassins, but the mission failed. Yellow-level assassins. Han Beiwang snorted coldly. Useless. Tian Sha means that we do not need to add money. Their rule is no kill, no order. Since the last mission failed, they will automatically upgrade the assassination level. The housekeeper paused before continuing. They asked about Lin Chen's general strength. Following your instructions, I said he is likely at the early stage of transformation, at most at peak transformation. Tian Sha remained silent for a moment before directly dispatching 3 Earth-level assassins. 3 Earth-level assassins. Tian Sha only had 10 Earth-level assassins in total, each one a top-tier master at the peak of internal strength. Together, they would be more than capable of surrounding and eliminating a transformation expert. Moreover, Tian Sha's assassins never engaged in direct confrontation. As long as they could complete the mission, they would spare no expense and use any underhanded means necessary. Unless a true master were to arrive, even a martial artist at peak transformation would undoubtedly perish. 3 peak internal strength assassins surrounding a young man in his 20s. Han Beiwang mused, while stroking the iron dagger, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Unless he has 9 lives, he is bound to die. In Xinjiang City, in the backyard of the Fang family's old residence, Fang Yuanji led Lin Chen through the door of the medicinal material storage room, where a strong medicinal aroma greeted them. Master Lin, this is the wealth accumulated by our Fang family over 5 generations. Fang Yuanji pointed at the densely packed medicine cabinets in the storage room. Although we have been severely suppressed by the Zhao and Han families in recent years, our foundation remains. Feel free to choose whatever you need. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the medicine cabinets. Bai Zhu Dang Gui Huang Qi Dang Shun, He Shou Wu. All ordinary medicinal materials circulating in the market with negligible spiritual energy content. He was about to leave directly when his divine sense suddenly stopped at an unremarkable wooden box in the corner. Open this box. Fang Yuanji was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to lift the box lid. Inside were some long-stored old herbs covered in a layer of dust. Lin Chen bent down and dug out a few dry shriveled roots and some yellowed leaves from the bottom of the box. These items had been stored in the Fang family's warehouse for at least over a decade, and even Fang Yuanji himself had forgotten when they were collected. I will take these herbs. Lin Chen placed the materials into his storage space. He had not made a mistake. These were clearly Tianqing grass, disembodied root, and Qiyang flower, all considered top-tier spiritual herbs. Although their age was lacking and the spiritual energy was pitifully thin, they were just right to complement the divine body grass. The body refinement pill was not considered a particularly high-tier refining pill in the Zhongshuan immortal realm. The difficulty lay in the scarcity of its materials. While it might not attract the attention of true great beings, it was more than enough to reshape the physique of mortals. After that, Lin Chen instructed Fang Yuanji to prepare a secret room. Fang Yuanji immediately arranged for a secret room to be cleared in the backyard. The room was small, only about 10 square meters, with thick blue brick walls that provided excellent sound insulation. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the secret room, taking out the divine body grass he had collected from the valley. A wisp of azure-white, ethereal fire burst forth from his fingertips. The ethereal fire danced in his palm as he threw the divine body grass into the flames. The silver-white leaves instantly melted into a shimmering liquid, slowly swirling in the center of the fire. Next, the disembodied root, Tianqing grass, and Qiyang flower were added one by one into the flames, with impurities turning into azure smoke and disappearing, leaving only the purest medicinal liquid. Into the cauldron. Lin Chen exclaimed, mixing the medicinal liquids together and pouring them into the pill cauldron he had taken from his storage space. The alchemy began. Half an hour later, the stone door of the secret room opened. When Lin Chen walked out, he held several jade vials in his hands. The largest jade vial contained 3 pills the size of pigeon eggs, pure silver in color, with a sheen glimmering on their surface. They were the body refinement pills. The other smaller vials contained spiritual mist water and marrow-cleansing liquid, mere byproducts he had casually refined during the alchemy process, perfectly suitable for his parents, Su Qingxue and Qin Ruolin. Master Lin, are we heading back? Su Jin approached. Not in a hurry, Lin Chen replied as he stowed the jade vials. Let's take a stroll in Xinjiang first. It was rare for him to come to Jiangnan. Although the spiritual energy here was thin, the landscape was distinctly different from Linhai. With the sun still up, it was the perfect time for a walk. Night in Xinjiang City fell earlier than in Linhai. The basin surrounded by mountains caused the sky to darken quickly. Shortly after dusk, pedestrians on the streets began to thin out. Lin Chen walked slowly along the stone path by the river, the lights from both banks reflected on the water's surface, shimmering brightly. Suddenly he sensed a killing intent within his divine sense. Lin Chen did not pause his steps. He continued forward, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The killing intent was faint, ordinary people, and even internal strength martial artists could not detect it, but in the face of his tribulation transcendence level divine, since it felt as though someone was beating drums right next to him. Not just one, but three, forming a triangular formation that surrounded him. It seemed the Han family's actions were faster than he had anticipated. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and deliberately turned into a dim, unlit alley. He stopped in the middle of the alley and said disdainfully, "Come out, little bugs. You've been following me all this way out." As Lin Chen's voice faded, three figures silently emerged from the shadows on both sides of the alley, surrounding him in a triangular formation at the center. In front stood a lean, middle-aged man gripping a blade as thin as a willow leaf, which was evidently poisoned, indicating he had come prepared. To the left was a burly man, his muscular arms bulging with three diamond-shaped shurikens nestled between his fingers. To the right stood a short individual exuding a chilling aura, holding a pitch-black short stick. The three were elite assassins from the Tian Sha codenamed Shadow Fong, Iron Hand, and Ink Crow. Shadow Fong twirled his blade, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you're interesting. To notice our tracking, no wonder the previous batch of useless fools from our organization fell to you." Iron Hand crossed his arms and scanned Lin Chen with disdain. "Is the boss being too cautious? At this age, he's barely at the early stage of internal strength. The three of us at the peak of internal strength coming to kill a little brat. Where does that leave Tian Sha's reputation?" Ink Crow remained silent. His voice was as cold as the caw of a crow. "Stop talking nonsense, kill him, and leave. Although this place is remote, it's still the urban area of Qingjiang City, and making too much noise would be problematic." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. To the eyes of these three ruthless killers, his action was more provocative than the most arrogant taunt. Shadow Fong squinted, slowing the rotation of his blade. "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at how foolish you are." Lin Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets, too lazy to adopt a fighting stance. "Each of you at the peak of internal strength would be considered a notable figure in the martial arts circle of Long Country, yet you're reduced to being lackeys. Being lackeys is one thing, but being so confident about it, isn't that laughable?" Iron Hand's expression darkened. The shurikens between his fingers began to tremble, emitting a piercing hum. "Kid, you've got some guts, spouting bravado even when death is imminent. You don't even emit any martial energy, not a trace of internal force in your body. A waste who hasn't even entered the realm of martial arts dares to be arrogant before your grandpa, Iron Hand. Kid, your mouth is quite sharp, but too bad. If you weren't about to die, we might have continued to enjoy your jokes." Shadow Fong sneered. "It's your fault for getting on Tian Sha's list. You can't sense any martial energy." Lin Chen chuckled even more, his eyes narrowing. "Of course you can't sense it because I am a cultivator of immortality." The alley fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Shadow Fong was the first to laugh, his cold smirk evolving into unabashed laughter. Iron Hand laughed so hard that he doubled over, nearly dropping the shurikens from between his fingers. Even Ink Crow's eternally expressionless face cracked a hint of mockery. "A cultivator of immortality." Iron Hand wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. "Kid, have you watched too many dramas? You think you're the protagonist of some fantasy series? Still boasting even when death is imminent. Among all the pretentious fools I've killed over the years, you're the most creative." "All right." Shadow Fong halted his laughter. The blade stopped spinning, its tip aimed at Lin Chen's throat. "Continuing to talk to him is an insult to our intelligence. Let's wrap this up. Having the boss send all three of us here is indeed a waste of resources." With that, Shadow Fang's figure vanished from the spot. Swoosh. The blade cut through the night air, tracing a ghostly green arc straight for Lin Chen's throat. The speed was so fast that it made the air explode with a bang, a murderous intent surging. Lin Chen sighed. "I initially wanted to reason with you and leave your bodies intact." He raised his right hand, extending a finger casually pointing in Shadow Fang's direction without any trace of preparation. When Shadow Fang's blade was less than an inch from Lin Chen's throat, he seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand and instantly turned into a mist of blood. The poisoned blade shattered into several pieces, clattering against the stone ground. The soul of an internal strength practitioner, though worthless, is still a soul. "Come, let's have a talk in my banner." Lin Chen summoned his artifact, the million-soul banner, and absorbed Shadow Fang's soul into it. Witnessing this, Iron Hand's laughter caught in his throat. He stared dazedly at the spot where Shadow Fong had just stood, which now only had a broken willow leaf blade remaining. His mind raced, but everything pointed to one conclusion. That is, the peak internal strength assassin Shadow Fong, ranked 7th in Tian Sha, was instantaneously killed by this young man in his early 20s with just a finger, not even having the chance to scream before exploding into blood mist. Instantly killing a peak internal strength practitioner. Ink Crow's expression changed for the first time. Even a transformation realm expert couldn't do that. Even at the peak of transformation realm, it would be impossible for Shadow Fong to have no chance to react. Thinking of that possibility, Ink Crow trembled violently, stammering, "Could it be that you are a Grandmaster?" And Iron Hand's pupils suddenly constricted. Grandmaster. These two words felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him. Though surrounding a peak internal strength practitioner with a transformation realm expert is difficult, it wasn't without historical precedence. The reason the three of them dared to come was that Tian Sha had assessed Lin Chen to be at most a beginner in the transformation realm. However, surrounding a Grandmaster, for them, that was a certain death. The gap between a Grandmaster and internal strength practitioners was not just a difference, it was an insurmountable chasm, a vast divide akin to that between a dragon and an ant. Run. Ink Crow immediately made a decisive choice, unleashing all his internal strength. Bang! The bricks underfoot exploded, and he transformed into a black shadow, shooting out toward the mouth of the alley. Iron Hand almost simultaneously reacted, fleeing in the opposite direction. At the same time, the three shurikens between his fingers shot toward Lin Chen, not seeking to injure him, but merely to delay him for even half a second. Their reactions were remarkably swift. From the moment Shadow Fong exploded into blood mist to the two fleeing in separate directions, less than half a breath had passed. In the training of Tian Sha's elite assassins, when faced with an opponent they couldn't defeat, the first principle was always to escape. Survival was the only chance for a comeback. But what they didn't know was that they were not facing a martial arts grandmaster, but rather an immortal sovereign. Lin Chen did not pursue, nor did he even move. "Where do you think you're going?" He scoffed lightly. "Stop." With that, a pressure emanated from his fingertips. Wherever the pressure passed, the air became solidified. The three shurikens shot by Iron Hand froze midair, suspended 3 feet from Lin Chen's face, unmoving. Ink Crow, who had just reached the alley's mouth, suddenly became stiff, maintaining his forward charge, but unable to move a single finger. Iron Hand, fleeing in the opposite direction, had 1 foot suspended in midair, his entire body like a statue that had been pressed on pause. Thinking of fleeing now, Lin Chen's voice came from behind them like a hellish decree of death. "Do you not think it's Moya?" And Taisho struggled desperately. The veins on their foreheads bulged, and their internal energy reached its limit, threatening to burst their meridians. Yet that oppressive force weighed down on them like a towering divine mountain, making it impossible not only to break free, but even to move a finger. Moya struggled to turn his eyes, and caught a glimpse of Lin Chen walking toward them. Lin Chen strolled leisurely, his smile radiant, but to Moya it was 1,000 times more terrifying than the expression of their leader in anger. "Where is the headquarters of the Tian Sha organization?" Lin Chen asked calmly. Moya gritted his teeth, and Taisho remained silent. This was the ironclad rule of Tian Sha: no member could disclose the organization's location. Those who violated it would face punishments more painful than death. They had witnessed a traitor being tormented for a full 30 days before finally perishing. Lin Chen waited for a moment, seeing that both were silent, and did not rush them. "Not going to speak." He raised both hands, extending his index fingers to press against Moya and Taisho's foreheads. As his fingertips touched their skin, 2 beams of black light penetrated their brows. Moya felt a chill at his brow, as if an ice needle had pierced his head. He stared in terror. "What have you done to us? What did you do?" Taisho panicked, his voice trembling. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, his smile still bright. "You'll know shortly." As the words fell, Moya's body abruptly stiffened. An indescribable sensation surged from deep within his bones. It was an unbearable itch, as if 1,000 ants were crawling between his bones like 10,000 feathers scratching at the soles of his feet. He wanted desperately to scratch, but his body was imprisoned by the oppressive force, making even the slightest movement a luxury. Yet the itch that penetrated his bones was a torment that drove him mad more than any torture. Then the itch transformed into pain. It felt as if someone were inserting red-hot iron skewers into the gaps of his fingernails. The excruciating pain spread from his fingers to his arms, from his arms to his shoulders, and from his shoulders straight to his brain. He opened his mouth to scream, but found his throat also locked by the oppressive force. The scream was trapped in his throat, turning into a low, whimpering roar. Next, the pain morphed into a burning sensation. It felt as if someone had set fire inside him, starting from his organs, burning through his stomach, intestines, and heart. He could clearly feel his internal organs burning, yet when he looked down, his chest appeared unscathed. It was not a physical burning, but rather a torment at the level of the soul. The agony of the soul being scorched by fierce flames was 100 times more intense than physical pain. On the other side, Taisho was in an even worse state than Moya. His larger physique and robust meridians made him more sensitive to pain. That sensation of ants gnawing at his marrow made every muscle in his body convulse, his face contorted, tears and snot streaming down. The second wave of torment struck. Along with the burning sensation came a tearing feeling, as if a pair of hands were grasping his soul and pulling it apart from both ends, trying to rip it in two. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. Their facial expressions twisted in agony, their features contorted beyond recognition. Yet in such torment they could not faint. Lin Chen was casting a spell nearby to keep their consciousness alert, ensuring they would not lose consciousness from the pain. Lin Chen stood by grinning widely. The spell I just cast on you is called the 100 Calamities Curse. As the name suggests, you will experience 100 different kinds of suffering, and this pain will layer upon layer with no end in sight. However, I won't let you die so easily. Once you show any signs of wanting to die, I will intervene to keep you alive. Of course, after reviving you, I will make you start all over again, experiencing pain continuously until you're old. Moya and Tai Shou were horrified at these words. Was this person a devil? They were both ruthless killers, top-tier figures within the organization. They believed themselves to be quite cruel, but compared to the smiling young man before them, their past methods of killing seemed as gentle as charity. In contrast, they felt like angels. No, like bodhisattvas. Just then Lin Chen suddenly, upon hearing this sigh, Moya's heart skipped a beat. Tai Shou froze, fearing yet another new torment was about to descend. After returning to Blue Star, I was still too kind, Lin Chen lamented. Moya nearly fainted on the spot. Tai Shou's eyes rolled back, a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, nearly choking him. Kindness? You call that kindness? If you are kind, what are we? Are we living bodhisattvas, saving all beings? Before the two could process this remark, another wave of intense pain struck again. This time several types of intense pain erupted simultaneously, intertwining in a way that the two could not bear. Let alone their mortal bodies, even cultivators from the Zhangxian immortal realm could not withstand this kind of suffering. This 100 Calamities Curse was obtained by Lin Chen after crushing an old ghost from the Zhangxian immortal realm. According to the remnants of that old ghost's soul, the power of this curse was incredibly terrifying. Moments later, Moya completely broke down. He wanted to bite his tongue to end his life, but found he could not move. He wanted to sever his heart vein using internal energy, but his internal energy was suppressed so tightly that he couldn't even circulate it. Even the right to die had been stripped away from him. Next to him, Tai Shou also collapsed, his lips trembling madly. Lin Chen flicked his fingers to allow him to speak. I will tell you. I will tell you. Tai Shou's voice trembled as he did not want to continue enduring the pain. The headquarters of Tian Sha is in the East Sea on an unnamed small island. Only the heavenly level assassins and the leader know the exact coordinates. We are blindfolded every time we return, but I can point it out on a map. Lin Chen nodded and asked, what symbols do members of the Tian Sha organization have? Tai Shou was about to answer when Moya jumped in first. He was more anxious than Tai Shou, fearing that if he was a moment too late, he would be tortured again. Yes. Every member has the same symbol, a tattoo of a black lotus flower on their left shoulder blade. As he spoke, he gestured for Lin Chen to look at his shoulder. The yellow level assassins have a single petal lotus, the mysterious level assassins have a double petal, the earth level assassins have a 3-petal lotus, the heavenly level assassins have a 4-petal lotus, and the leader has a 5-petal lotus that is golden in color. There are 4 ranks of members in our organization. The lowest level is the ordinary assassins and yellow level assassins, responsible for handling regular targets, mostly with strength below internal energy. Next are the mysterious level assassins with at least the strength of major internal energy, specifically targeting those with martial arts backgrounds. He took a breath and continued. Above them are the earth level assassins, a total of 10, all at the peak of internal energy. There are only 10 earth level assassins in the entire Tian Sha, and they are deployed only against targets at the peak of internal energy or at the transformation level. Next are the heavenly level assassins, only 2 in the whole Tian Sha, both martial arts experts at the middle transformation level. Heavenly level assassins do not strike easily, once they do, they have never missed. The last time a heavenly level assassin was dispatched was 3 years ago, targeting a martial arts master at the peak transformation level in the south. That assassination took less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. And the leader of our organization is a true martial arts master. We all call him Yan Luo, but no one knows his. He is rarely at the headquarters, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, but every time he goes on a mission, he hunts down those at the peak of transformation, or even master-level experts. Lin Chen nodded slightly after listening. This trip to Xinjiang had finally yielded some results. He gained a complete understanding of Tian Sha, an underground organization founded by masters composed of 2 mid-transformation experts, 10 peak internal energy practitioners, and numerous assassins. He raised his hand, and 2 beams of golden light flew out from Moya, and Tai Shou's brows returning to his fingertips. The 100 Calamities Curse was lifted. Both men collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Their clothes were soaked with cold sweat, as if they had just been pulled from the water. They lay on the ground, trembling, lacking even the courage to raise their heads. I will temporarily spare your lives. Go back and tell your leader that I, Lin Chen, will soon personally visit the island. Tell him to wash his neck and wait for me. Lin Chen's voice came from above, his tone cold. Moya and Tai Shou did not dare to respond, merely lying on the ground, frantically nodding. When they finally mustered the courage to lift their heads, the alley was already empty. They exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes the relief of having survived and the deep-seated fear. The 100 Calamities curse lasted only a brief moment, yet it engraved an indelible shadow in their souls for a lifetime. Hurry back and report to the leader the information is incorrect, Taisho said solemnly. Emoya nodded, and the two quickly departed. However, in the air, Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, watching their figures disappear into the night, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Let you lead the way. Tian Sha, I will surely slaughter you all. He intentionally spared their lives with the goal of having them take him to the Tian Sha headquarters. Emoya and Taisho escaped from Xinjiang at the fastest speed. They drove through the night, taking routes known only to the members of the Tian Sha organization, racing eastward. They dared not stop at any town they passed, and broke into a cold sweat at every sound of footsteps behind them. That deep-rooted fear lingered in their hearts. Early the next morning in the East Sea, at the dock of an unnamed small island, the entire island was shrouded in thick fog, invisible on satellite maps. On the island stood a steel fortress which served as the headquarters of the Tian Sha organization. After Emoya and Taisho arrived on the island, they entered the fortress, passed through 3 alloy doors with fingerprint recognition, and walked through 2 control rooms filled with surveillance screens, finally stopping before a pitch-black iron door. The door opened. Inside was an extremely spacious stone chamber with cold light fixtures embedded in the walls, casting dim light like the depths of the ocean. In the center of the chamber stood a massive black iron throne where a man was seated. He appeared to be just over 40 years old, yet his hair was completely white. His face showed no expression, but his eyes sent chills down one's spine. Yen Luo, the leader of Tian Sha, one of the most mysterious underground kings of Longhua. At his feet lay a completely black leopard, lazily flicking its tail. Emoya and Taisho knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yen Luo said nothing, but lightly tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingers. With each tap, their shoulders shook. Did the mission fail? Yen Luo's eyes glimmered with a hint of menace. Emoya dared not hide anything and recounted everything that happened in Xinjiang Alley, including the moment Ingya was killed in an instant, as well as Lin Chen's final words. Yen Luo's fingers stopped tapping the armrest. Are you telling me to wash my neck and wait? Yen Luo squinted his eyes. Emoya and Taisho pressed their foreheads tightly against the ground, not daring to say a word, fearing to provoke this underground king. I, Yen Luo, have built Tian Sha for 20 years, having killed no less than 5 masters. Tian Sha ranks among the top 3 in Longhua and top 10 globally. Even those masters from the Long group wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Yen Luo slowly stood up from the throne, and the black leopard sensed its master's killing intent, raised its tail, and emitted a low growl. A young brat in his 20s killed my man, and now wants me to wash my neck and wait for him. The air in the stone chamber seemed to freeze. Emoya and Taisho lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound, even while breathing. Yen Luo remained silent for a full 10 seconds before making a decision. Recall all heavenly level assassins and all earth level, mysterious level, and yellow level assassins currently on missions. From today onwards, Tian Sha enters a state of first level combat readiness. He paused and added, at all costs completely eliminate Lin Chen. The order was soon dispatched from the Tian Sha headquarters to the global network. At that moment, a Tian Sha assassin carrying out an assassination task in the Middle East received the news and immediately put down his sniper rifle and left the hotel. Meanwhile, an Earth-level assassin tracking a target in the South American rainforest saw the encrypted message on his satellite phone, instantly abandoning his imminent prey and heading towards the coast. On another front, 2 heavenly-level assassins set out from Western Europe and North Africa, one taking a private jet across the Mediterranean, while the other emerged from an underground fortress deep within the Sahara Desert. But Yen Luo's methods did not end there. An hour later, an encrypted message was sent from the Tian Sha headquarters, appearing simultaneously on terminals across all underground intelligence networks worldwide. A bounty notice. Target Lin Chen, male, in his early 20s, a citizen of Longhua. Bounty amount $200 million. Requirements: dead or alive. Once this bounty notice was issued, it detonated the global underground network like a nuclear bomb. What does $200 million mean? The highest bounty record in the underground world was set 5 years ago for the assassination of an African warlord, amounting to $120 million, funded by 3 mercenary companies. At that time, assassins and mercenaries across the entire African continent surged forth, ultimately leading to the warlord's demise at the hands of his most trusted bodyguard. And now $200 million. The dark web forum was the first to explode. The status of this forum in the underground world was akin to a stock exchange for assassins and mercenaries. As soon as the bounty notice went live, the traffic on the entire forum surged tenfold within 10 minutes. Holy shit. $200 million. Is this a bounty or an inheritance? Exclaimed a veteran registered for 15 years in the comments. Has Tian Sha gone mad? Do they make enough in a year to cover 200 million? Someone immediately replied. A user named Ming Wang, ranked in the top 20 of global loan assassins, rarely spoke on the forum. This time he unexpectedly commented, "I've taken note of this person." A simple sentence that sent the entire forum into a frenzy. This time he unexpectedly commented, "I've taken note of this person." A simple sentence that sent the entire forum. On that occasion, he single-handedly stormed the drug lord's lair, killing 110 top-tier retired mercenaries in a single night, leaving without a scratch. Since then there had been no news of his actions until today. Shortly after, another prominent ID left a message under the bounty post. Count. A killer from the UK, active in Western Europe and the Middle East, known for his precision and elegance in assassination. He has killed 3 leaders of terrorist organizations wanted by Interpol, 2 heavily protected politicians, and an arms dealer claiming to have the strongest security in Europe. His strength ranks 20th among global assassins. His only message was $200 million is enough for me to buy another estate in London. The forum was completely in uproar. The simultaneous appearance of Ming Wang and Count had never happened in the history of the dark web. The last time both appeared in the same post was to discuss an old case long buried. But it didn't end there. In Paris, in a 300-year-old castle, a man dressed in a tailored suit and impeccably styled hair sat in front of the fireplace, savoring red wine. His fingers were long and fair, better maintained than a pianist's. As the butler handed him a tablet, he was peeling a grape with those fingers. 200 million. The man popped the grape into his mouth, chewing slowly, then smiled. Tian Sha must be desperate. This man is the Black Prince, ranked 10th among assassins. He never took jobs below 50 million. The last job he accepted targeted the president of a small African country with a reward of 80 million USD. 3 days later, that president was blown to pieces in a bulletproof car, while the Black Prince never left this castle in Paris. Should we take it? The butler asked. No hurry. First check this kid's background. Anyone worth 200 million USD to make Yen Luo put a bounty on him won't be simple. The same scenes played out around the globe. Near the Arctic Circle, in a military fortress hidden deep within the snow-capped mountains, a 2-meter-tall giant covered in white fur was practicing punches in the snow. With every punch he threw, a 3-meter-wide pit exploded in the snow. Bao Xiong, ranked 9th among assassins, reportedly never used any weapon, as his body itself was the most terrifying weapon. In the ruins of a mosque destroyed by artillery fire in the Middle East, a figure wrapped in a black robe from head to toe sat cross-legged on a pile of rubble, a rusted ancient sword lying across his lap. He had no name, no code name, but everyone who knew him called him Death. Ranked 5th on the global assassin list, he had the fewest kills with a success rate of 100%. His only rule was to kill only those he wanted to kill, refusing any job for any amount of money. But for 200 million USD, even he made an exception. The entire underground world went wild. The bounty notice from Tian Sha had drawn out all the top predators lurking in every corner of the world. Many among them had been dormant for years. Some were already in a position where they didn't need money, but the temptation of 200 million USD was simply too great. More crucially, being able to snatch a bounty from the 10th-ranked assassin organization Tian Sha itself was a symbol of status. Meanwhile, major global intelligence networks were operating at rapid speed. Some accessed satellite imagery, others hacked into surveillance systems, while some retrieved Lin Chen's identity information from Long's household registration database. The son of Lin family, the richest in Lehigh, was thrown into the river after being crippled by the Zhao family 5 years ago and miraculously survived. He returned to Lehigh half a month ago, annihilating the Zhao family, the first family in Lehigh overnight, employing ruthless tactics and demonstrating unfathomable strength. Tian Sha lost 2 yellow-level assassins and an earth-level assassin, threatening to annihilate Tian Sha. This intelligence was compiled into a detailed dossier on the dark web, available for anyone to download for a fee. Within just half an hour, the download count for this dossier surpassed 10,000. In his 20s, killed an earth-level assassin from Tian Sha and provoked Yen Luo. No wonder Tian Sha is making such a big deal out of it. Is he a martial arts master? Someone commented. He's not a master. A master wouldn't let Mo Ya and Tai Shou return alive to deliver the message. He must be at the peak of the transformation level worth the risk. Ming Wang replied. This statement did not deter anyone. So what if he was a master? Could he withstand a bomb and a Gatling gun? 200 million USD was enough to drive all the assassins and mercenaries in the underground world crazy. In Jiangnan, at a deep mountain military base. This base was publicly listed as the Jiangnan Logistics Support Center, but in reality it served as Longgua's intelligence hub, responsible for monitoring security in the Lianjiang area. The base was built inside a hollowed-out mountain spanning 7 levels, each floor filled with the most advanced electronic equipment and intelligence personnel on duty around the clock. On the underground third floor in a conference room adorned with electronic screens, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a general's star on his shoulder was presiding over the meeting. His name was Yi Tian, a colonel responsible for monitoring the movements of all foreign forces in the Liang. Report General. Less than 3 hours after the bounty notice was issued, we have monitored at least 37 foreign assassins entering through various ports, 5 of whom have an S-level danger rating, all top-tier assassins ranked in the top 100. An intelligence officer reported. Yi Tian's expression darkened. 37. It's only been 3 hours, and if this trend continues, the number will keep increasing. Jiangnan is the heartland of Longhua and cannot become a hunting ground for international assassins. General, another advisor, spoke up. The Long Group seems very interested in this Lin Chen's information. They've also passed down word not to act rashly for the time being. Yi Tian tapped the table and said solemnly, send someone to contact this Lin Chen. Fang Yuanji had booked the best hotel in Xinjiang for Lin Chen. The top-floor suite had a panoramic view of the Xinjiang nightscape. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, his divine sense spreading out like a tidal wave. The trace of divine sense he had left on Moya and Taisho was now vividly pulsating in his perception. It was far away, extending beyond the boundaries of Xinjiang, ultimately stopping in a vast expanse of ocean. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. The straight-line distance from Xinjiang to the East China Sea was at least 800 kilometers. The 2 Earth-level assassins had sprinted 800 miles overnight, their escape speed far exceeding his imagination. He closed his eyes and pushed his divine sense to the utmost limit. The peak mental power of the Tribulation transcendence surged forth like a vast ocean traveling eastward from Xinjiang, ultimately spreading over the East China Sea. Wherever his divine sense passed, the electronic devices along the way simultaneously malfunctioned. Then Lin Chen's divine sense halted at an unnamed small island. The island wasn't large, only a few miles in diameter, shrouded in dense sea mist. However, his divine sense penetrated the fog, clearly revealing the scenery on the island. The mountain had been hollowed out, revealing an extremely large militarized fortress within. I finally found you, Lin Chen said with a cold smile. He retracted his divine sense and was about to get up when a knocking sound came from the door. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Although his divine sense had been withdrawn, the changes in the aura around the hotel still escaped his perception. In his divine sense, he found 2 people standing outside the door, both dressed in crisp military uniforms. He waved his hand, and the door opened automatically. The 2 at the door were momentarily stunned. The female officer was tall and striking, exuding an aura of cold elegance, a quintessential Ice Queen type, with 2 stripes and 3 stars on her shoulder, clearly a captain. The male officer beside her was broad-shouldered and muscular, emanating a bloody aura that only those who had been on the battlefield possessed, also holding the rank of captain. The door next to them also opened, and Su Jin peeked out. Upon seeing the 2 officers at Lin Chen's door, his expression changed slightly, and he hurried over. Come in. Lin Chen's voice came from inside the room. Qin Rushue and Hong Tianlong exchanged glances and stepped into the room. Su Jin followed, closing the door behind him. Hong Tianlong sized up Lin Chen a few times. The young man before him appeared to be just in his early 20s, tall and fair-skinned, dressed in ordinary black casual wear, resembling a college student. Given that Colonel Yi had sent them to protect such a person, Hong Tianlong already felt some skepticism, and seeing him in person only made it seem more absurd. You are Lin Chen, whom Colonel Yi asked us to find. Hong Tianlong's voice boomed with a tone that concealed no disdain. Lin Chen looked at him with indifference. If you dare to speak to me in that tone again, I will ruin you. Kneel. With those words, a terrifying pressure descended like a tide. Hong Tianlong's expression changed dramatically. He felt as though a great mountain was pressing down on him, causing his knees to buckle uncontrollably. With a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground. Qin Rushue also knelt, her cold and beautiful face showing fear for the first time. The 2 struggled desperately, trying to stand up, but that pressure was like a mountain, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Both of them were peak internal strength experts, top-notch fighters cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom's military, having executed countless dangerous missions and encountered many martial arts masters. But never had any master been able to bring them to their knees with just a single word. What kind of strength was this? Lin Chen looked at the 2 kneeling on the ground, his tone slightly impatient. You have 3 seconds to state your purpose. If it weren't for the fact that you are wearing the Dragon Kingdom military uniform, given the tone you just used, you'd already be dead. Qin Rushue took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult in her heart, and quickly said, Mr. Lin, we are the security heads of the Liangjiang region sent by Colonel Yi Tian. You have been offered a bounty of $200 million by the Tian Sha organization, and the bounty notice has been simultaneously released in the global underground world. Currently, over 30 international assassins have entered the country through various channels, with at least 5 of them classified as S-level threats. She paused, her tone growing more serious. If nothing unexpected happens, some have already arrived in Xinjiang. Colonel Yi sent us to remind you to pay attention to your safety. If necessary, the military can provide you with protection. Protection? Lin Chen laughed. A bunch of ants think they can make me hide. Qin Rushua panicked. Mr. Lin, you might not be aware of the strength of these assassins. Ming Wang, Earl Black Prince, Violent Bear, Death God. These are all top-tier assassins ranked among the best in the global assassin rankings. Any one of them has a record of successfully assassinating peak internal strength experts, or even masters. Coupled with the full force of Tian Sha, 2 heavenly-level assassins, and the master-level leader, Yen Luo, this power could unleash a bloodbath in any country. Hong Tianlong couldn't help but speak up, his tone now infinitely more respectful than before. Mr. Lin, we know you are strong, but this is the global underground world's most elite assassins coming out in full force, and you are all alone. Since that's the case, Lin Chen interrupted him, standing up and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the Qingjiang nightscape below. Then, let the slaughter begin. His tone was calm. Su Zhan's heart jolted at these words. He had seen Lin Chen show this expression before, when he had crippled Zhao Mang at Miaoyan Villa, when he had split the ring at the martial arts competition with a single finger, and when he had subdued the Earth Dragon in Songling Valley. Every time Lin Chen displayed this expression, it meant someone was about to suffer a great misfortune. Qin Rushua wanted to say something more, but Lin Chen, without looking back, threw out a line. You can leave now. Tell Colonel Yi that I appreciate his good intentions, but I will handle my own matters. Also, in the future, keep your people in line. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am. Hong Tianlong's easy to talk to. With a single word, he had brought them to their knees. Is that what you call easy to talk to? The two didn't dare to say more, stood up, saluted, and quickly exited the room. The moment they stepped out of the door, their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. Hong Tianlong wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. That pressure, just now, why did it feel even more terrifying than when the old chief gets angry? What level is he at? Qin Rushua was silent for a few seconds, and then whispered, I don't know, but we need to report to Colonel Yi immediately. At least we can't handle those assassins. Are you saying? Hong Tianlong frowned. Let's go back to the base first, Qin Rushua said. It won't be long before those SS-level assassins enter the country. For those SS-level assassins, the few just entering Xinjiang were nothing but rotten fish and shrimp. Even if they were rotten fish and shrimp, they weren't something their Dragon Group reserves could handle entirely. After Qin Rushua and Hong Tianlong departed, Lin Chen settled back onto the sofa. With a flicker of thought, he unfurled his divine sense. The peak Tribulation transcendence stage spiritual sense cascaded from the hotel's top floor like a vast ocean, surging outward in every direction. Every inch of Xinjiang city, every building, every street, every alley, was laid bare under the sweep of his divine sense. Within his perception, he saw shirtless men drinking and shouting over dice at a night market stall by the Qing River. He saw a couple clinking glasses by candlelight in an upscale downtown restaurant. He also glimpsed things better left unseen. In a room on the 3rd floor of a budget hotel, a young man and woman were engaged in an activity best left undescribed. Beside the bed lay a whip and a pair of fuzzy handcuffs. Lin Chen cleared his throat softly, musing inwardly, these youngsters certainly have eclectic tastes. What is a whip doing there? His divine sense swept past, swiftly delving deeper. This time he sought not ordinary people, but those carrying an aura of killing intent. The presence of assassins was starkly different from that of common folk. From the 2 Earth-tier killers of Tianxia, he had gained ample understanding of this distinct aura. His divine sense precisely captured every trace of icy, murderous intent. Some lurked on cargo ships by the river, others hid in abandoned tenement buildings in the old district, a few resided in 5-star hotels downtown, and several blended into the bustling night market crowds. They disguised themselves in various guises, yet no matter the facade, the thick scent of blood on them was inescapable under his divine sense. A total of 37 individuals. Neither more nor less, all within the bounds of Xinjiang City. The number was slightly higher than what the two had reported, likely new arrivals after the bounty was issued. Having confirmed the list, Lin Chen slowly raised his right hand. His lips moved faintly as he traced a line in the air with his fingertip. A surge of power erupted from his fingertip, piercing through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window and shooting straight into the heavens. Above Xinjiang, dark clouds gathered abruptly. Boom. Then one after another, deafening claps of thunder exploded. The drinkers at the night market looked up to witness a sight they would never forget. Within the pitch black clouds, golden lightning bolts were brewing. Ordinary lightning was silvery white, fleeting in an instant. But the lightning churning in the clouds was golden, like countless golden dragons swimming through the mist. In the old district, within a top-floor attic of a derelict tenement, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes peered through a sniper rifle's scope, observing the hotel's direction. He was Lone Wolf, a top-ranked assassin among the 100 best on the charts, a master marksman. He had already pinpointed the target's location, ready to strike at any moment. Just then he heard the thunder. Instinctively, he looked up at the window, his pupils reflecting a growing golden radiance. Boom. Before he could even think, a bolt of heavenly lightning pierced through the attic roof, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. The sniper scope shattered into fragments, and his body was reduced to a pile of charred remains. Meanwhile, on a cargo ship by the river, a man with an Asian face leaning against a container and smoking heard the thunder. Before he could look up, a golden heavenly lightning bolt tore through 3 decks, blasting him and the container behind him into pieces. In a 5-star hotel downtown, a man with Middle Eastern features sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, wiping down a rifle while muttering under his breath. Suddenly, a golden flash illuminated the window, and his movements froze. A heavenly lightning bolt shattered the bulletproof glass, hurling him out of the 27th floor window. In the basement of an abandoned building on the western outskirts, a burly white man over 2 meters tall crouched on the ground, assembling an oddly shaped sniper rifle. When the thunder roared, he jerked his head up, a flicker of terror in his eyes. He tried to react, but it was too late. The heavenly lightning pierced through 3 layers of concrete slabs, reducing him and the unassembled gun to charcoal. In a brief span, bolt after bolt of heavenly lightning descended. Each one struck an assassin with unerring accuracy, exactly 37 strikes in total. Not a single ordinary person was harmed, and even the buildings near the assassins remained untouched by the lightning. As the last golden arc dissipated over the river, the dark clouds swiftly parted, and moonlight once again bathed the streets of Xinjiang. In mere breaths, the 37 foreign assassins lurking in Xinjiang were utterly annihilated, leaving no survivors. The first to react was the local police station in Xinjiang. Emergency calls flooded in within minutes. Every single call reported the same thing. The police chief was dumbfounded upon receiving the reports. In his decades-long career, he had never heard of multiple unidentified individuals being struck dead by lightning. He immediately ordered all scenes cordoned off and requested reinforcements from the provincial department. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan military base, Yi Tian sat in the command room awaiting news from Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong. On the table before him lay a thick dossier, all the intelligence on Lin Chen hastily gathered by the intelligence department. But this dossier wasn't much different from the one on the dark web, mostly filled with speculation. His primary concern was determining the true extent of Lin Chen's power. The command room door swung open. An intelligence officer strode in briskly, carrying a laptop. He approached Yi Tian, stood at attention, saluted, and placed the laptop on the table. Reporting, Colonel Yi. A large-scale heavenly lightning incident has occurred in Xinjiang City. 37 fatalities have been confirmed, all struck by lightning with no survivors. Yi Tian stared at the laptop, his expression grave. Could this be the work of foreign assassins? But who possessed such power? Report. Suddenly, 2 resounding voices rang out from the doorway. Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong strode in. Their military uniforms remained crisp, but their faces were markedly different from when they left, etched with lingering fear. What happened? Did you see Lin Chen? Yi Tian immediately sensed something amiss. Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong exchanged a glance and let out a simultaneous deep sigh. We saw him. Qin Ruxue said, her voice strained. Colonel Yi, we have a situation to report. Our assessment of Lin Chen's true strength was completely off. Speak, Yi Tian said, sitting up straight. Hong Tianlong gritted his teeth and recounted everything that happened in the hotel. When we entered, I spoke to him in a rather harsh tone. Then he uttered just one sentence, and a wave of pressure bore down on us. He paused, a look of humiliation crossing his face. Captain Qin and I both dropped to our knees. It wasn't that we wanted to kneel. We simply couldn't stand. It felt like a mountain pressing down on us, our bones nearly crushed. Yi Tian's brow furrowed. He knew Hong Tianlong well. A burly, rugged man transferred from a border special forces unit with an iron will that never yielded. For him to admit he couldn't stand. How terrifying must that pressure have been? You're both at internal force Grandmaster and peak internal force levels. A single sentence. Yi Tian's voice trailed off. His gaze slowly shifted to the information on the laptop screen. 37 dead, precise strikes, no survivors, no civilian casualties. Then he looked back at Hong Tianlong. This peak internal force warrior brought to his knees by a single sentence. Could it be? Yi Tian's fingers trembled slightly. Was the heavenly lightning his doing? Quick! Investigate the identities of these deceased. Yi Tian ordered immediately. Moments later, a staff member entered with documents and handed them to Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at them, shot up from his seat, and his hands trembled as he gripped the papers. These, all 37, are foreign assassins. Which means, I suspect Lin Chen did this, Qin Ruxue said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian slowly leaned back in his chair and fell into a long silence. It seems we must report this to higher authorities. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Xinjiang Hotel, Lin Chen withdrew his divine, since his expression calm. All 37 assassins had been cleansed, not one left. But to him this was merely an appetizer. As long as that organization existed, it would endlessly bring trouble to him and those around him. He could disregard his own safety, but his parents and sister would inevitably face danger. Eradicate the root. This was the most crucial lesson he had learned in 500 years on the Zhongshuan immortal realm. It seemed Tiansha could no longer be allowed to exist. In the outskirts of Kyoto there lies an inconspicuous institutional compound. From the outside it appears no different from an ordinary government unit. However, passing through the lobby of the office building and descending underground reveals a starkly different scene. In the underground base, 7 levels deep, advanced electronic equipment is found everywhere alongside intelligence personnel on round-the-clock duty. This is the Dragon Group, the most mysterious official organization of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically handling special incidents in the martial arts and mystical realms. At this moment in the conference room on the 3rd underground level, several middle-aged men with deep auras are seated around a metallic conference table. The host, an elderly man with graying hair and 2 stars on his shoulder insignia, has a gaze as sharp as an eagle. His name is Shun Jinshan, one of the leaders of the Dragon Group responsible for intelligence analysis. News has come from Jiangnan regarding Yi Tian. Shun Jinshan picked up a telegram in front of him, his tone steady. 37 international assassins entering Xinjiang all died simultaneously, struck down by heavenly lightning, and it was a precise strike causing no harm to any civilians. The individuals in the conference room simultaneously raised their heads. Heavenly lightning. A man with gold-rimmed glasses furrowed his brow. Naturally, heavenly lightning cannot strike down 37 people dispersed throughout the city at the same time. There's no one in the mystical realm capable of such a feat. It wasn't someone from the mystical realm. Shin Jinshan flipped the telegram to the 2nd page. According to the Jiangnan base's information, the one who acted is a young man named Lin Chen in his early 20s from Linhai. It is said that he single-handedly wiped out the Zhao family in Linhai and defeated the direct disciple of Han Beiwang, Huigang, in the Linhai martial arts tournament. Yi Tian's assessment of him is at least a master level. A master at 20? Even the heirs of ancient martial families could not have such a rapid cultivation speed. Has Yi Tian been frightened into confusion? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses appeared somewhat incredulous. Shin Jinshan did not respond, but instead picked up another document. This document was thicker than the first, with 3 red S printed on the cover. Let's get to the point. Shin Jinshan's voice grew serious. The intelligence department has just confirmed that several SS-class assassins ranked in the top 10 of the assassin list have successfully entered the country. He opened the document, revealing a blurry photograph on the 1st page depicting a figure shrouded in a black robe, holding a rusted ancient sword across his lap. Number 005, codename Grim Reaper, ranked 5th on the assassin list. On the 2nd page there stood a giant man over 2 meters tall, covered in white body hair, practicing punches in the snowy ground. Number 009, codename Violent Bear, ranked 9th on the assassin list. On the 3rd page a man in a custom suit with meticulously combed hair sits in front of a fireplace sipping red wine. Number 010, codename Black Prince, ranked 10th on the assassin list. The 4th page contained only a pitch-black silhouette resembling a cloaked human figure. Number 011, codename King of the Underworld, ranked 11th on the assassin list. The 5th page features a foreign man dressed in British style. Number 020, codename Count, ranked 20th on the assassin list. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses inhaled sharply. Any one of these 5 individuals taken separately could trigger the highest alert status in a nation's security department. Now, with all 5 entering simultaneously and targeting the same individual, this has never happened in the history of the Dragon Group. Shin Jinshan tapped the table and issued an order: immediately send a command to the Jiangnan base, instructing Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong to protect Lin Chen, no matter what, by some time. The Dragon Group will dispatch the Qinlong and Zhuke teams, which will arrive within 3 hours at the latest. When Qin Ruxue received the order, she was in the hotel lobby having coffee. After hanging up the phone, she threw her phone onto the table and leaned back in her chair, speechless. What's wrong? Hong Tianlong asked. We are to protect Lin Chen, and by time, the Qinlong and Zhuke teams are already on their way. Protect Lin Chen. Hong Tianlong nearly spat out his coffee. Does the higher-ups not know what the situation is here? Does he really need our protection? Qin Ruxue took a deep breath, straightened her military uniform, and replied, regardless, an order is an order. Let's go, we should see him once more. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the hotel, Lin Chen sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, his divine sense taking in everything in Xinjiang City. Less than 3 hours after the 37 bolts of heavenly lightning struck, 5 new auras entered the urban area of Xinjiang City. These 5 auras were far stronger than those of the previous 37 assassins, with a much more intense killing intent. Are those damned SS-class assassins here? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. The so-called SS-class assassins are merely slightly larger ants, easily crushed with a flick of his hand. However, he was indeed somewhat annoyed. Although these ants posed no threat to him, their frequent buzzing around him was quite bothersome. It would be better to eliminate them all at once using the lives of these 5 to deter other petty nuisances. This way they would think twice before bothering him again and make the entire underground world aware of the consequences of provoking him. Lin Chen. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Upon seeing the 2 outside, Lin Chen smiled to himself. It was just what he needed, a pillow to accompany his slumber. "Come in," he said. This time the attitudes of the 2 at the door were far more respectful than last time. Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong stood at the door, their backs straight and their eyes downcast. "Why are you 2 here again?" Lin Chen did not even raise his eyes. "Mr. Lin, we have something to report to you." The 2 desperately lowered their heads, clearly still shaken from the previous incident, their attitudes excessively respectful. This time Hong Tianlong did not even dare to sit down, standing obediently to the side. Qin Ruxue quickly recounted the situation. 5 SS-class assassins ranked in the top 20 of the assassin list, Grim Reaper, Violent Bear, Black Prince, and King of the Underworld, have all entered Xinjiang City. "Good timing." Lin Chen stood up with a smile. "I was just worried about where to vent my anger. They have delivered themselves right to my door." He looked at the 2 of them, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "You 2 come with me." Qin Ruxue was taken aback. "Go. Where to?" "To squash those few flies." Lin Chen spoke calmly. "Just right, you 2 are in uniform. So help me spread the news afterward so that no more clueless flies will bother me in the future." Qin Ruxue opened her mouth to speak, wanting to say that those were top assassins ranked in the global top 20 of the assassin list, each capable of individually assassinating a martial arts master. But before she could voice it, Lin Chen had already made a thought. In the next moment, a force enveloped her and Hong Tianlong, and the 3 instantly vanished from the hotel room. When they reappeared, they were already several hundred meters high in the air above the hotel. Qin Ruxue looked down, seeing the countless lights of Xinjiang City beneath her, all reduced to tiny glowing points. The night wind howled past her ears, causing her military uniform to flutter. She was completely stunned. Hong Tianlong's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. He instinctively tried to grab onto something, only to find that beneath his feet was empty space, yet a force was supporting his feet, allowing him to stand steadily in midair. What kind of technique is this?" "Wind flight." Hong Tianlong's voice trembled. Lin Chen remained silent, for his divine sense had already locked onto the first target. In the southern part of the city, on the roof of an abandoned factory, a giant man, over 2 meters tall, was crouched at the edge of the roof, observing the direction of the hotel through binoculars. His upper body was bare, covered in a thick layer of white body hair, resembling a wild man from a primitive era. With each punch he threw, the air erupted with sonic booms. Feeling his momentum, Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong's breaths quickened. This guy's strength has increased. He must have reached the peak of the transformation stage. Qin Ruxue's expression grew serious. Violent Bear ranked 9th on the assassin list. The lives taken at his hands numbered in the thousands, with 3 being super experts close to the master level. His most glorious achievement was tearing apart a heavy armored vehicle with his bare hands, leaving no survivors among the 12 fully armed mercenaries aboard. "Mr. Lin, that is Violent Bear, ranked 9th on the assassin list. Our intelligence indicates that his strength is at least at the transformation stage, and may have even touched the threshold of master level. Not long ago he was just in North Africa." "Die." Lin Chen uttered a single word. The moment Violent Bear looked up, his pupils suddenly constricted, his muscles instantly bulging, and a surge of violent inner strength erupted from his dantian, forming a layer of light white protective aura around his body. This was his signature technique, Beast King Armor. Once activated, ordinary bullets could not penetrate his skin, but it was of no use. In the instant that word fell, the 2-meter-tall giant was blown apart into a mist of blood in less than the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ruxue's breath halted. Hong Tianlong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Violent Bear ranked 9th on the assassin list, one of the most terrifying assassins in the global underground world, was killed by a single word, leaving not even a trace. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong, a faint smile on his lips. "Let's go." With a flicker of thought, Lin Chen wrapped the 2 of them and traversed the void. Seconds later, the trio materialized in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in the northern part of the city. A man with golden hair and blue eyes sat on the sofa, polishing a silver pistol. The Count, ranked 20th on the assassin list, was the ace of the God organization. In his career, over 300 targets had fallen to his gun, among them many at the pinnacle of the Wajin realm. It was said that his pistol harbored a special power from the west, possessing immense might. Qin Ruxue was about to speak a warning, but the Count had already noticed them. He lifted his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had never imagined anyone could appear in his room so silently. His reaction was lightning fast. With a twist of his wrist, the silver pistol aimed at Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen gave him no chance to speak. "Die." Just a single word, yet it fell like a divine decree from the ninth heaven. The Count's pupils dilated sharply before his finger could squeeze the trigger. His entire body exploded into a mist of blood. The Count was dead. Hong Tianlong stared at the empty room, his lips trembling and eyes wide. The furious bear was at the peak of Huajin, and the Count was at the great perfection of Huajin. But before Lin Chen, what difference was there between these men and ants? The third one. Lin Chen did not pause for even a second. In a breath, he traversed half the city again, landing in a dimly lit alley. At the end of the alley stood a man in a bowler hat leaning on a walking cane. The Black Prince ranked 10th on the assassin list. Unlike other assassins, he never hid his movements. He had even sent an electronic invitation to the hotel front desk, inviting Lin Chen to share a drink in this alley. He saw the three descend from the sky, his gaze settling on Lin Chen. He tapped his cane on the ground, about to deliver his famous opening line. Lin Chen gave him no chance to speak. Die. Before the cane could touch the ground, the Black Prince's body burst into a mist of blood. Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong no longer spoke. They followed Lin Chen in a daze, the recorder faithfully capturing each instant kill. The fourth one, the Grim Reaper. Lin Chen brought the two to the top of an abandoned lighthouse by the river. A figure wrapped from head to toe in a black robe sat cross-legged on the railing, a rusted ancient sword resting across his knees. The Grim Reaper, ranked 5th on the assassin list, had the fewest missions but a perfect success rate. It was said his method of killing was unlike any others. He used only that rusted ancient sword. The Grim Reaper rose slowly, his black robe rustling in the river wind. His hand gripped the sword's hilt, but as he moved to strike, he found himself frozen. Die. With the final word, the Grim Reaper, ranked 5th on the assassin list, exploded into a mist of Qin Ruxue, her face full of shock, murmured, "The furious bear, the Count, the Black Prince, the Grim Reaper, the King of Hell. 5 SS-level targets, all dead." Hong Tianlong looked at Lin Chen's profile and suddenly felt they had been incredibly fortunate. If they hadn't been acting on official orders, their fate would likely have been the same as those assassins. These top assassins who dominated the global underworld, each backed by vast organizations and with blood-soaked hands. Yet before this young man, they couldn't even withstand a single word. Lin Chen stood in the void, the hem of his clothes flapping in the wind. These assassins had all been dealt with, but this hunt was not yet over. The one who issued the bounty, Tian Sha, was the root he had come to sever today. He turned to Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong, speaking calmly. "Got it all recorded?" Qin Ruxue nodded instinctively. "Good." Lin Chen reached out and grasped both their shoulders. "Now I'll take you to the last place." As his voice fell, the three vanished from the spot instantly. Space twisted, and every scene was left behind in the blink of an eye. When their vision cleared again, they stood above a vast ocean. "Mr. Lin, where is this?" she couldn't help asking. "The Tian Sha headquarters," Lin Chen said flatly. The next second he parted his lips and spoke. "Tian Sha, I've come for you." "Mr. Lin, where is this?" she couldn't help asking. "The Tian Sha headquarters," Lin Chen said flatly. The next second he parted his lips and spoke. "Tian Sha, I've come for you." His voice rolled down from the clouds like divine thunder from the ninth heaven, each word carrying a force of 10,000 June, crashing onto the sea surface. The entire island trembled violently. Aside from the fortress, all other buildings turned to dust in an instant. Deep within the fortress, in the most luxurious secret chamber, the Tian Sha leader Yen Luo was sound asleep in bed, embracing two blonde women. He had drunk heavily tonight, was in a good mood, and had just finished a fierce battle. A $200 million bounty had been issued, drawing top assassins from around the world to Xinjiang. That brat named Lin Chen wouldn't live to see tomorrow. By the time he woke up, everything would be settled. He turned over his hand, wandering restlessly over the women. With a deafening crash, the entire bed collapsed. Yen Luo rolled out naked from the debris covered in wood chips and dust, while the two women screamed in terror. The entire mountain shook violently, and shrill alarm sirens echoed within. An earthquake. Yen Luo grabbed a bathrobe, threw it on, and dashed barefoot out of the chamber. The corridor was in chaos. Hundreds of Tian Sha members surged from every passage, their faces etched with confusion and panic. Yen Luo's face darkened to its limit. He shoved aside two subordinates blocking his path and charged toward the mountaintop exit. He wanted to see which fool dared to court death at the Tian Sha headquarters. Even if it were a grandmaster, so what? He and Luo had killed no fewer than 5 grandmasters. Even the 2 old monsters of the Dragon Group had to tread carefully around him, and every underworld organization in the world granted him some respect. He burst out of the mountaintop exit, stood at the island's highest point, and roared to the heavens, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Tian?" The next moment his voice died abruptly. Because he saw it. Following his gaze, a colossal hand appeared in the sky. It was so vast it blotted out half the night sky, each line on its palm like a winding river. That hand reached down from beyond the clouds, its 5 fingers slowly spreading, each like a heaven-supporting pillar. As the palm pressed down, the air was compressed into a deafening sonic boom. The sea surface pushed by the palm's force sank over 10 meters, exposing the reefs and seabed around the island. The speedboats and lookout posts at the island's edge were crushed into nothingness the moment the hand appeared. Yin Luo's pupils reflected the ever-growing palm. He wanted to flee but found himself unable to move. For 20 years, he had ruled the underworld. The Tian Sha he built was one of the top 3 assassin organizations in Dragon Country, and his hands were stained with countless lives. But now, facing this colossal hand from the heavens, he felt despair for the first time in his life. No. His scream was swallowed by the deafening roar. The giant hand descended, smashing the nameless island into nothingness. Hundreds of Tian Sha members along with the impregnable military fortress were ground to dust in less than a second. Everything on the island vanished, leaving only a bottomless black whirlpool, slowly closing. Moments later, the giant waves gradually subsided, and the sea returned to calm. This nameless island, hidden in the depths of the East Sea for 20 years, would henceforth exist only in legend. High in the sky, Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong were utterly petrified. Hong Tianlong stared at the empty sea below, forcing out a trembling sentence, shattering an entire island with one palm. Is that something human power can achieve? Qin Ruxue came to her senses a bit sooner, but her voice still quivered, turning qi into a palm. Even a divine realm expert beyond the Grandmaster level can't do that. A divine realm expert can collapse a building with one palm, but this is an entire island. An island spanning several kilometers. She suddenly remembered something and looked down at the button on her chest, the micro-recorder. The recorder was still working. That meant everything that had just happened, from the colossal hand descending from the sky to the entire island being crushed into nothingness, had been fully recorded. What she didn't notice was that the call indicator light on the encrypted satellite phone at her waist was still on. In the command room of the Jiangnan military base, Yi Tian stood there, his water cup overflowing without him noticing. Everyone in the command room stared blankly at the scene playing on the screen. It was the real-time feed from Qin Ruxue. The colossal hand fell from the sky, smashing the entire island into nothingness. The communication equipment in the room was also broadcasting synchronized audio. The entire command room was dead silent. Everyone stared at the empty sea on the screen, completely speechless. At the same time, in the Dragon Group base in the capital on the 3rd underground floor, Shen Jinshan still held the encrypted phone to his ear, his pupils contracting. They had heard the entire process too. Everyone in the meeting room focused their gaze on the phone in Shun Zinshan's hand. He slowly lowered the phone, his fingers pressing on the table, his face full of shock. The others in the room hadn't heard the content yet, but from Shun Zinshan's expression, they sensed something momentous. The man with gold-rimmed glasses put down his documents and sat up straight. The other generals also set down their teacups. Old Shin, what's the situation? Shen Jinshan took a deep breath, using all his strength to steady his voice. Ruxue and Tianlong just called. That Lin Chen crushed the entire island where the Tian Sha headquarters was located with one palm. From the surface to the seabed, everything was wiped flat. The Tian Sha organization, from its leader to its members, left no survivors. Above the East Sea, Lin Chen withdrew his hand, his expression calm. Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong followed behind him, their hearts already numbed by shock. In just a few breaths, they witnessed 5 of the world's top assassins being erased one word at a time, and they watched an island spanning several miles be reduced to nothing by a single palm. They felt that the worldview they had built in the first half of their lives was shattered by Lin Chen's fists that night. Lin Chen's voice pulled them back to reality from their days. He raised his hand and waved in the void, and a spatial tear appeared again, enveloping the two as they stepped through it. As light and shadow swirled moments later, the 3 had returned to the top floor of the Qinjiang Hotel. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Qinjiang remained tranquil, unchanged from just a few minutes ago. But the two knew that from tonight onward, this world would never be the same. 5 SS-level assassins had been removed from the assassin list, and the Tian Sha organization had been erased from the underground world, and the mastermind behind it all was none other than the young man pouring tea in front of them. Lin Chen raised his teacup and took a sip, looking at Qin Ruxue. Casually, is the video recorded? Oh, yes, Mr. Lin, it's already recorded. Qin Ruxue instinctively stood at attention to respond, her tone even more respectful than when reporting to a general. Very good. Lin Chen put down his teacup. Give it to the people behind you. Let those ants know, so those flies stop bothering me every few days. He paused for a moment before saying something that made Qin Ruxue's heart skip a beat. If you accomplish this, I can promise you one thing. Qin Ruxue's pupils constricted sharply. A promise. This person could kill an SS-level assassin with a word and shatter an entire island with a palm. The value of his promise was beyond monetary measure. The Dragon Group had struck gold with this deal. I will report to the higher-ups immediately. Qin Ruxue stood at attention and saluted, turning to leave the room quickly. Hong Tianlong followed closely behind, glancing back at Lin Chen as he reached the door. He shivered slightly and gently closed the door. An hour later, Dark Web Forum, the largest information hub in the global underground world, was on the brink of unprecedented paralysis. The cause was an ID that had never posted before suddenly releasing a video. The title of the video was simply Bounty Target Lin Chen Combat Power Assessment. Not a single person who clicked on the video could watch it to the end. It wasn't because the images were too bloody, but because their hearts couldn't take it. At the start of the video, the 9th-ranked assassin, the Violent Bear, was squatting on the rooftop of an abandoned factory. The next second, a word die came from off-screen, and the Violent Bear's body exploded into a mist of blood. There was no fight, no struggle, no special effects. Just a single word, and the Violent Bear was dead. Immediately after, the Count also died from a single word. The Black Prince stood in a dim alley, his civilized staff just raised when the third die fell. The top hat flipped several times in the air, the brim still stained with a trace of lingering blood mist. Then came the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper, ranked 5th on the assassin list, didn't even get to draw his sword before he was blown apart into blood mist. Finally, there was Hades, the top powerhouse who had been hidden in the Dark Web Forum for many years. His fate was no different from the previous 4. Once the video was released, the forum went completely haywire. Soon after, the comments section exploded like a dam bursting open. An assassin with the ID North African Lone Wolf posted a long string of ellipses in the comments, then added, "My grandma isn't going to Longwa for kindergarten today." A mercenary leader who claimed to have seen the Violent Bear in action frantically apologized in the comments section. He said he had personally witnessed the Violent Bear tear apart an armored vehicle with his bare hands, and had always believed the Violent Bear to be the strongest individual combat power on Earth. Now he felt he had been too naive back then. 5 SS-level assassins combined didn't last 10 seconds. The Violent Bear at the peak of transformation, the Count at the completion of transformation, and the Black Prince was reportedly half a step into mastery. What does half a step into mastery mean? In Africa, he could be considered a small country's supreme emperor. Is the Grim Reaper a master? Someone raised a question that everyone was concerned about. The true strength of the Grim Reaper had been debated in the underground world for many years. Some said he was at the peak of transformation, others said he was half a step into mastery, and some even claimed that the Grim Reaper might have truly stepped into the realm of mastery. But soon a seasoned intelligence analyst made a judgment in the comments: the Grim Reaper is at least half a step into mastery, and may even be a true master. 3 years ago, when he assassinated that African warlord, the warlord's personal guard was a genuine master. After that battle, the master's corpse was found 3 kilometers away from the assassination scene on the riverbank, with only a single sword wound on him. So even a master couldn't withstand a single word from this young man. The comments section fell silent for a full 3 seconds before erupting into even more intense discussions. Some began to speculate on Lin Chen's true realm, while others analyzed whether the video could have been digitally enhanced, but more began to feel relieved that they hadn't accepted the $200 million bounty. An assassin with the ID Scorpion posted a long message in the comments indicating that he had originally booked a ticket to Longwa, but immediately canceled it after watching the video. These assassins were not foolish. $200 million was indeed a lot, but one must be alive to spend it. As the forum discussion reached its peak, the Dragon Group released another message. No video, no images, just a brief text announcement confirmed the Tiansha organization, one of the top 10 assassin organizations in the world, has been eradicated today by Lin Chen single-handedly. The organization's leader Yin Luo and all its members are dead, and the island where the organization's headquarters was located has permanently vanished from the map. If the previous video was like dropping a bomb into the forum, this message was like dropping a nuclear bomb into the crater. Tiansha is one of the top 10 assassin organizations in the world, and Yin Luo is a killer who has genuinely killed masters. Such a force was single-handedly annihilated by one person, and even the headquarters was wiped out. The entire dark web forum exploded. Following that, an announcement turned everything upside down. According to the evaluation of the Underground World United Council, Lin Chen, with the code name God of Death, is now ranked first on the assassin list. The comments section below this announcement became quiet instead. No one felt that a young man who had never made the list before had the right to skyrocket to the first place. Because everyone understood that being able to kill someone with a word and single-handedly wipe out the entire Tiansha organization ranking first on the assassin list was not his glory, but the glory of the assassin list. The God of Death. This code spread to every corner of the globe with underground forces in just a few minutes. At this moment, everyone in the major underground forces around the world was discussing the same name. And at this moment, in Linhai at the mountain villa, Lin Chen stepped out of the spatial tear and landed in his own yard. After several days apart, the flowers and plants in the yard had absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy. The spirit-gathering formation was operating stably, and the concentration of spiritual energy had reached more than a dozen times that of the outside world. Just as he steadied himself, the villa's front door burst open. Lin Cece, dressed in a pink loungewear, rushed out of the house in slippers, diving into his arms, her head rubbing against his chest. "Brother, you've finally returned. It's been 3 months. You lied to me saying you'd be gone for a few days, and it turned out to be a full 3 months. Lin Chen ruffled her hair, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Just 3 months. Just 3 months. Lin Cece lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes wide open, and punched his chest. "Do you know how many times Mom has mentioned you every day?" Lin Chen looked up towards the entrance. His parents were standing there. His mother's eyes were already red, and she kept wiping the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. His father stood beside her, and although he didn't speak, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lin Chen set his gaze sweeping over his parents' bodies. After 3 months of the spirit-gathering formation's baptism, his parents' physiques had unknowingly undergone a transformation. The family sat together in the living room. His mother went to the kitchen to warm up a table full of dishes, insisting on watching her son finish eating, even though it was already late at night. Sitting at the familiar dining table, eating the familiar flavors, listening to Lin Cece chatter about the trivial matters that had happened at school over the past 3 months, the softest spot in his heart was filled to the brim. After 500 years in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, he had stayed in immortal palaces and dined on immortal feasts, but no meal could compare to this moment. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen took out a few jade bottles from his storage space. Body refining pills, spiritual mist water, and marrow cleansing liquid. The 3 items were neatly placed on the tea table. "Dad, Mom, Cece, you all take these." Lin Chen handed the body refining pills to each of them. "These are specially refined for you. After taking them, your physiques will completely change, and you will transcend the realm of mortals." Lin Cece took the body refining pill, and without a second thought swallowed it. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, then also unhesitatingly consumed it. Lin Chen placed his hand on Lin Cece's back. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into her body, guiding the medicinal power of the body refining pill to flow slowly through her meridians. Lin Cece felt a warm current rising from her lower abdomen, spreading throughout her limbs and bones, and every pore in her body opened up. Then it was Lin's father and mother. The medicinal power of the body refining pills combined with the spiritual mist water and marrow cleansing liquid, the threefold effects simultaneously worked to expel the impurities accumulated in their bodies over half a lifetime. Half an hour later, the 3 of them opened their eyes simultaneously. Lin Cece looked down at her hands, her skin as delicate as a freshly peeled egg, and all the calluses from practicing the piano had vanished. Lin's father stood up from the sofa, but found his muscles had regained their fullness and strength. He tried taking a few steps, his movements steady and strong, as if he had become 20 years younger. Lin's mother even stroked her face, tears brimming in her eyes. She now resembled an 18-year-old girl. "Brother, am I going to be like you now?" Lin Cece exclaimed in excitement, jumping up and hugging Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen nodded, watching the genuine joy on his family's faces, a heartfelt smile spreading across his lips. His sister and parents had finally succeeded in body refinement. 500 years ago, when he left Blue Star, his greatest regret was not being able to protect his family. Now, 500 years later, he returned from the Zhongshuan immortal realm, finally able to rectify that regret. His parents and sister could now establish their foundations, and step by step enter the ranks of cultivators. He would not let himself witness his family wither away, nor would he allow inner demons to take advantage of the situation during Tribulation transcendence. He walked to the window, his smile fading. While his family was temporarily settled, there were still some accounts that needed to be settled. The Han family of Jiangnan Han Bei Wang, that first master of the 2 rivers, was still safe and sound. Previously, he had killed 2 of Han Bei Wang's apprentices, and Han Bei Wang had sent Tian Sha to assassinate him. Now that Tian Sha had been wiped out, it was time for the Han family. That night, Lin Chen did not disturb anyone. He stood in the courtyard of the hillside villa, spreading his divine scents like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire Linhai city. His lips moved slightly, and a voice accurately entered the minds of the heads of various families in Linhai. "Tomorrow morning at the hillside villa, bring the formation materials you have gathered." Zhou Santong was lying in bed about to fall asleep when the sudden voice exploded in his mind, startling him. He looked around, finding the bedroom empty, his face filled with horror. But he quickly realized it was Lin Chen. Qian Wanjun was in his study reviewing accounts, and at the moment he heard the voice, his hand trembled, causing the teacup to tip over and spill tea all over the accounts. Qian Wanjun was in his study reviewing accounts, and at the moment he heard the voice, his hand trembled, causing the teacup to tip over and spill. The calmest was Li Qi, who had witnessed Lin Chen's heart communication at Miaoyan Mountain Villa. At this moment, he merely stood up from his chair, bowed deeply to the void, and respectfully said, "Yes, Master Lin." That night, the elite circle of Linhai had a restless night. The heads of various families hurriedly prepared the materials they had gathered over this period. The next morning at the entrance of the hillside villa, a dozen luxury cars drove up the winding mountain road, parking neatly in a row outside the villa gate. The heads of each family, accompanied by their subordinates and materials, stood outside the door, not daring to enter. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice came from within the villa, "Come in." Only then did everyone dare to push open the large door and enter in a line. The moment they stepped into the villa's courtyard, everyone's expressions changed. Su Jin walked in front of. As he stepped through the door, he froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Although he had been here several times, every time he stepped into the gathering spirit array, he was as shocked as the first time. A warm, flowing energy surged from all directions, seeping into his body through his pores and slowly circulating through his meridians. The fatigue he had accumulated from frequent travels dissipated significantly within those few seconds of stepping into the courtyard. The heads of families who were visiting for the first time could not hide their shock on their faces. Qian Wanjun stood in the courtyard, taking a deep breath, feeling a refreshing and sweet aura penetrate his lungs, invigorating him. The fatty liver and high blood pressure he had accumulated over the years seemed to lighten with each breath. He even faintly noticed a restoration of his male vigor. Zheng Guoyang looked around and found that the flowers and plants in the courtyard were exceptionally lush. Clearly ordinary varieties, yet they appeared more vibrant than the precious flowers outside. Other heads of families could not help but whisper among themselves. Some said it felt like soaking in a hot spring, while others claimed it was like receiving a full-body massage. Lin Chen stood in the center of the courtyard, still dressed in black casual attire, his expression calm. The heads of the families quickly composed themselves, stepping forward to present the material lists before Lin Chen. "Master Lin, here are the materials you requested." "Oh, I searched the entire Jiangdong and Jiangnan for them," Zhou Santong said earnestly. "Master Lin, these are rare ores, 2 carts of titanium, crystal, obsidian, and meteorite ore." Qian Wanjun followed up. "Master Lin, the Tianwang stone materials you requested, I have done my best to acquire. Here is the quantity for your review." Other heads of families also presented their material lists. In just a short while, the stone table in the courtyard was piled high with various jade stones, ores, and rare metal lists. Lin Chen scanned the material lists, nodding to himself. Although they could not compare to the materials from the Tsongshuan fairy realm, they were indeed rare on Blue Star. With this batch of materials, the Gathering Spirit Array could be upgraded again, and the Mist Array and Killing Array could also be set up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their previous tension gradually dissipating, replaced by excitement. To receive Lin Chen's approval made all their efforts worthwhile during this time. "How do you all feel about this place?" Lin Chen casually asked. Zhou Santong eagerly replied, his tone excited. "Master Lin, I am not flattering you. This place is incredibly comfortable. Just during this short time, I feel like I've aged 10 years younger." Qian Wanjun chimed in. "I have suffered from many ailments over the years, fatty liver, high blood pressure, migraines, etc. And I rely on medication to get by every day. But after standing in the courtyard for just a while, my head no longer hurts, and I feel completely relaxed. I'm not afraid to admit it. I don't even want to leave." Zheng Guoyang directly asked, "Master Lin, is this villa for sale? I will pay any price." Lin Chen smiled slightly, gesturing for everyone to sit down, and began. "The reason you feel comfortable here is that I have set up a formation called the Gathering Spirit Array. The Gathering Spirit Array can concentrate the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth here, with a concentration several times that of the outside world. Spiritual energy is the essence of all life, and when ordinary people live in an environment rich in spiritual energy for a long time, their bodies will naturally be nourished and healed. The materials I asked you to help gather are also for setting up the formation." Everyone listened, somewhat understanding. However, whether it was the formation or the spiritual energy, it did not matter. What was important was that this place truly made people feel good. Lin Chen did not elaborate further. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and suddenly a dozen teacups appeared out of thin air on the tea table in front of everyone, filled with clear, transparent water. This display of conjuring objects left everyone wide-eyed, but no one dared to ask further. "Try it," he said. After a moment of hesitation, Su Jun was the first to pick up a cup and drink it all. The moment the water went down his throat, his eyes widened in shock. He looked down at the empty cup, then back at Lin Chen, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He felt a warm current rising from his abdomen, spreading through his meridians to his limbs and bones, every cell in his body rejoicing and rejuvenating. Next, Qin Tianlu also drank it, feeling the effects most profoundly. That warm current rushed through his lung meridians, completely dissipating the last trace of cold energy. The hidden injury that had plagued him for over a decade was entirely healed with this cup of water. Seeing the reactions of the other heads of families hurriedly picked up their cups. Some took careful sips, while others directly gulped it down, and soon everyone wore the same expression. First shock, then disbelief, and finally lingering delight. Master Lin, what kind of water is this? Sujin finally voiced the question on everyone's mind. It is spirit spring water infused with spiritual energy, Lin Chen replied casually. Qian Wanjun could not help but press on. Master Lin, what benefits does this spirit spring water have for the body? Lin Chen glanced at him. The cup you just drank has already cured your fatty liver and high blood pressure. It can cure all diseases within your body, including cancer. The courtyard suddenly fell silent. Everyone simultaneously looked down at the empty cups in their hands, then turned their gazes to Lin Chen, incredulity filling their eyes. Cancer. What those two words mean to modern people was all too clear to everyone present. It was a terminal illness, a death sentence, an endless pit of medical expenses and suffering. Yet this young man before them claimed that the water they just drank could cure cancer. If this were true, if this thing could be brought to market, it would be the greatest discovery in the history of human medicine. No, it would be a revolution. A revolution that would completely overturn the entire medical industry. The commercial interests behind this revolution were simply beyond measure. Qian Wanjun swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Master Lin, can this thing be mass-produced? As long as it is within the range of the gathering spirit array, there will be as much as you want. Lin Chen nodded, adding, the spirit spring water I just gave you is of a higher concentration that it can not only treat illnesses, but also prolong life. Prolonging life. Those four words detonated like bombs in everyone's mind simultaneously. The ability to cure cancer had already left them speechless, and now Lin Chen was telling them it could also extend life. The ancient techniques for longevity that emperors and generals sought, but could not attain, were now right in the cup before them. Everyone's eyes widened, and for a long time no one could utter a single word. Li Qi's hand holding the empty cup was still trembling slightly. He lowered his head to glance at the cup, then raised his gaze to Lin Chen and swallowed before speaking. Master Lin, can this water really cure all ailments, and even prolong life? Lin Chen nodded, lightly gesturing for everyone to take a seat. The root cause of the many ailments in Blue Star is the severe lack of spiritual energy. Ordinary people consume grains, and the toxins within their bodies cannot be expelled, accumulating over time to become sources of disease. Cancer is also a result of the body being unable to withstand the invasion of cancer cells. If the body undergoes cleansing and enters the path of cultivation, cancer will naturally cease to exist. The spirit spring water precisely compensates for the weakness of ordinary bodies, eliminating the sources of disease, thus naturally extending lifespan. Li Qi's eyes instantly turned fervent. He had been in business in Linhai for 20 years, rising from a small workshop to Wanbao Pavilion with a sharper business acumen than anyone present. While others were still marveling at the healing properties of the spirit spring water, he had already envisioned the vast market hidden behind that cup of water. If we can sell this spirit spring water, Linhai will rise to the forefront of Jiangdong, and leading Jiangdong will not be an issue. Li Qi's voice trembled with excitement. Sujin, still processing the information, instinctively asked, how much can this stuff be sold for? 10,000 a cup. Li Qi slowly extended a finger, his expression serious. 1 million, one cup for 1 million. The entire yard fell silent for a full 3 seconds. 1 million for a cup. Zheng Guoliang's mouth twitched. Qian Wanjun also widened his eyes. Will anyone buy it for 1 million? Li Qi placed the empty cup on the table, glancing around, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. 1 million. Forget 1 million, even 10 million would not meet the demand. Think about it, that centenarian tycoon in South Australia who managed to extend his life with money spent far more than tens of billions. Once the efficacy of this spirit spring water is revealed, the wealthiest people globally will fight over it. This is a divine water that can prolong life. Just think about how crazily those tycoons would act. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. And those politicians, financial magnates, and Middle Eastern royals who wouldn't want to live an extra 20 years. We can even limit the supply, offering it to the highest bidder. If managed well, the profit in a year could elevate our family in Linhai to the ranks of the world's top elite. Li Qi spoke eloquently for half an hour. He discussed pricing strategies, distribution channels, target customers, and brand operations. The people present grew increasingly excited, as if they could already see mountains of gold and silver before them. After finishing, Li Qi took a deep breath and respectfully turned to Lin Chen. Master Lin, how do you want to sell this spirit spring water? Of course it will be sold. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, speaking casually. But for now, consider it a reward for you. What a... The expressions on everyone's faces turned incredulous. Lin Chen scanned each person's face. You all did well in finding materials for me, and I am very sad. I, Lin Chen, am fair in my rewards and punishments. Since you regard me as your leader, I will not treat you unfairly. As long as you do your job well, there will be as much spirit spring water as you want. As his words fell, a trace of aura emanated from his body. Just a wisp, yet it felt like a towering divine mountain pressing down on each person's head. Everyone simultaneously felt as if their throats were being gripped by an invisible hand breath, stopped hearts racing. Several of the weakest subordinates were already trembling, drenched in cold sweat. Of course, if you dare to betray me. Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. You will die. With that, the aura instantly retracted. In the yard, over a dozen people collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Qian Wanjun was sprawled over the table, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the surface. Zhang Guoyang clung to the armrest of his chair, his legs trembling and unable to support him. Su Jin, the most powerful among them, also turned pale, his heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, he felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Everyone slowly regained their composure and hurriedly got up from the ground, standing straight and saying in unison, "We will do everything as Master Lin says." Lin Chen nodded slightly, waving his hand. Dozens of fist-sized jade jars appeared out of thin air before each person. The jade jars were pure white, exuding a faint luster. They were containers Lin Chen casually crafted specifically for holding spirit spring water. "Take these, they are all for you. As for the spirit spring water, in the future, whether you want to sell it or use it to win people's hearts, it's up to you, but there is one thing." Lin Chen said slowly, "Half of the profits belong to the Lin Corporation." The crowd eagerly agreed. Half of the profits were absolutely acceptable. The spirit spring water belonged to Lin Chen, and the qualification to sell it was also granted by Lin Chen. Even if he took 90%, they would willingly comply. Lin Chen retracted his hand and leaned back in his chair. His parents were currently expanding the Lin Corporation's business. Although the Zhao Corporation's original assets were vast, securing a foothold in Linhai and Jiangdong would always hinge on capital. Releasing the spirit spring water would allow the Lin Corporation to accumulate a significant cash flow in a short period by taking half of the profits. Li Qi carefully stored the jade jar and bowed again. "Master Lin, rest assured, I will ensure the spirit spring water business reaches all of Jiangdong, even internationally." Other heads of families also expressed their intentions. Each person's eyes burned with ambition. As everyone gradually dispersed, Lin Chen called out to Su Zhan, "Has there been any movement from the Han family recently?" Su Zhan turned around, his expression slightly tense. "Reporting to Master Lin, the Han family has been very quiet lately. After the incident with the Tian Sha, the Han family has withdrawn from several strongholds in Jiangdong, and even in Xinjiang they haven't sent anyone over. My informants have found out that Hanbei Wang has closed his doors to visitors, not even meeting with the heads of several prominent families in the provincial capital." Lin Chen sneered, remaining silent. "Master Lin, should I?" "No need." Lin Chen stood up, his gaze shifting towards the Jiangnan direction. "I will personally handle the matter with Hanbei Wang. You and Li Qi focus on the spirit spring water business." The two clasped their fists solemnly and exited. Lin Chen stood alone in the yard, his divine sense sweeping across the surroundings of the mid-mountain villa. The gathering spirit formation was operating smoothly, and the materials for the fog formation and killing formation had been prepared. Only one more night of work was needed to set up both formations. He called his parents and sister to the living room and briefly explained the spirit spring water situation. After listening, Lin's father was silent for a moment before patting his shoulder. Lin Cece was even more excited, jumping up and saying she wanted to drink spirit spring water every day to stay forever 18. Early the next morning, Lin's father and mother went to the Lin Corporation headquarters. Funds from various families in Linhai had started to flow in, although the spirit spring water business had not officially launched. The first advance payment had already reached the Lin Corporation's account. After the training ended, Lin Chen emerged from his room and began to set up the killing formation and the mist formation. He took out the materials sent by Li Qi and others from his storage space, each of which he had refined anew. He embedded the foundation of the killing formation deep underground around the villa, arranging 7 foundation stones in the pattern of the Big Dipper, each buried 3 meters deep, resonating with the focal point of the gathering formation. Then he started to set up the mist formation, placing the materials at 8 positions around the villa. When the formation was complete, a white mist rose from the ground, enveloping the entire villa. The white mist was not dense, but if someone looked at the villa from the outside, their gaze would be quietly diverted by the mist. Soon, within half an hour, both the killing formation and the mist formation were completed. Lin Chen checked the gathering formation again and raised the energy supply at the focal point a bit, causing the spiritual energy concentration in the courtyard to soar once more, making the flowers and plants visibly more lush. In this way, the villa with the 3 formations combined would mean certain death, even for a martial arts master who dared to intrude. If someone with ill intentions approached the villa, the mist formation would cause them to unknowingly veer off course. If someone forced their way in, the killing formation would reduce them to a mist of blood within 3 seconds. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard surveying his accomplishments, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, his phone rang, and Su Qingsu's name flashed on the screen. He pressed the answer button, and a voice filled with complaint came from the other end. "Lin Chen, did you forget about me?" Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. During this time, he had first gone to the Tsongling mountain range, then to the Qingjiang Fang family, and afterwards eliminated the Tian Sha, indeed, not contacting Su Qingxue at all. It was only natural for this girl to feel a bit aggrieved. I've been quite busy these days, his voice carried an apologetic tone. Busy, 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 that's all you know. Su Qingxue huffed lightly, her tone softening. A new restaurant has opened in Lehigh, and the environment is quite nice. I've made a reservation. You can accompany me tonight as a form of compensation. Lin Chen did not hesitate to agree. He had intended to find Su Qingxue today anyway. He had helped his parents and younger sister improve their physiques, but had not yet attended to her. The body refining pill and the essence cleansing liquid were all prepared just in time to give them to her today. Then it's settled. They'll pick you up at 5. Su Qingxue's voice became cheerful again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a Weinard Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove into the winding road of the villa area. Su Qingxue held the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the flashing red dot on the navigation screen, her brows furrowing tighter. The navigation showed that the destination was just 50 meters ahead, but outside the windshield was only a forest with no sign of the villa. She circled around the winding road twice, but the navigation stubbornly directed her toward that forest. She could only call Lin Chen, saying, "Lin Chen, I've arrived, but I can't find your house. The navigation keeps telling me to drive into the woods." A light laugh came from the other end of the phone. "Don't move, just stand there." Moments later, the forest before her suddenly rippled like water, the mist dissipating to reveal a path leading to the villa. Su Qingxue rubbed her eyes, confirming that it was not her illusion. She drove along the path and found Lin Chen already waiting at the villa entrance, dressed in his usual black casual, where his expression placid. Su Qingxue parked the car, walked up to Lin Chen, and playfully punched his chest. "What kind of magic are you hiding here? I almost drove my car into a tree just now." Lin Chen chuckled. "This is a realm of immortals." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Despite her words of disbelief, her steps were light as she followed Lin Chen into the villa. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, a cool and sweet aura enveloped her, instantly dissipating most of her fatigue. She stood in the courtyard and took a deep breath, feeling as if she had become a few pounds lighter. "Why is the air in your home so good? Just one breath makes me feel 3 years younger." Su Qingxue looked around suspiciously, saying, "Did you install an oxygen generator at home?" "About that." Su Qingxue did not press further and linked her arm with Lin Chen's as they got back in the car. The two of them headed to the newly opened Yunding restaurant in Lehigh City Center. The restaurant is located on the top floor of the tallest building in the CBD, with the entire night view of Lehigh visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the river dotted with fishing lights, and the neon lights from both banks reflecting in the water. Su Qingxue made a special effort to dress up today, wearing a dark green long dress, her long hair styled up, revealing a swan-like neck. She sat opposite Lin Chen, her hands resting on her cheeks, gazing at him with an uncontainable smile. "Why did you think to invite me today?" Lin Chen flipped through the menu. "I missed you and wanted to invite you. Is that not allowed?" Su Qingxue replied confidently. Lin Chen looked into her bright, sparkling eyes, feeling a gentle stir in a soft spot within his heart. In the Zhongshuan immortal realm, for 500 years no one had ever made him feel this way. Just as he was about to speak, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. "Oh, isn't this Su Qingxue?" Su Qingxue lifted her head, her brows furrowing. The speaker was a woman in a tight red dress, her hair styled in large waves, heavily made up, exuding a strong scent of designer perfume. She was linked to a portly man who wore a gold chain around his neck, the thickness of a pinky, with 3 gold rings on his hands, and even his designer attire could not conceal his nouveau riche aura. "Yimei, what are you doing here?" Su Qingxue replied tersely. Yimei swayed her hips as she approached the table, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Qingxue and Lin Chen, a meaningful smile on her lips. "Qingxue, I heard your Su family has been struggling lately. How did you end up dating a poor boy?" She deliberately emphasized the words poor boy, her eyes lingering on Lin Chen's ordinary black casual. Though Lin Chen's clothes were tidy, they bore no logos, clearly indicating they were not designer wear. Su Qingxue's expression turned cold. "Yimei, are we that close?" "Oh, we were classmates once. I'm just concerned about you." Yimei smiled even more triumphantly, linking her arm with the portly man and waving her large diamond ring in front of Lin Chen and Su Qingxue. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé Zhu Jun, the second young master of the Zhu family in Lehigh." Zhu Jun, this is Su, general manager of the Su Corporation. However, it seems like the Su family is about to go bankrupt. Zhu Jun had been fixated on Su Qingxue since entering the door. Su Qingxue's beauty and elegance outshone Yimei by a long shot. Her swan-like neck and bright clear eyes made it impossible for him to look away. He straightened his beer belly and took out a gilded business card, extending it to Su Qingxue, his smile radiating a self-satisfied superiority. "Su, general manager, I've long admired you. My name is Zhu Jun, vice president of Zhu Real Estate." I've heard a little about the recent troubles of the Su family. If you need any help, the Zhu family is always willing to assist. Yi Mei saw her fiancé's attentiveness towards Su Qingxue, her smile stiffening for a moment, her voice becoming sharp. Zhu Jun, Su general manager, is a person of integrity. How could she possibly want our help? Isn't that right, Su general manager? Su Qingxue did not accept Zhu Jun's business card, nor did she acknowledge Yi Mei's provocation. Yi Mei was completely ignored, instantly infuriated, her gaze turning back to Lin Chen. And who might this be? She scrutinized Lin Chen with disdain. Su general manager, when did your taste become so poor? This one does not look like a child from a prominent family at all. Where did this wild chicken come from, cackling incessantly by my ear? Is there no one to manage it? Lin Chen said dismissively. You dare to insult me? Yi Mei seemed to have been struck at her weak point, her eyes filled with malice and hatred. Insult you? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold gleam. I would even dare to kill you, do you believe that? Yi Mei was momentarily stunned by his words, captivated by the aura emanating from Lin Chen's gaze. But soon she regained her composure and pointed at Lin Chen, ready to unleash her tirade. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen had already stood up. He didn't utter a word, but reached out and grabbed Yi Mei. The speed of his strike was astonishingly swift. Yi Mei had no time to evade, and the instant her throat was gripped, her sharp and scornful expression had not yet faded. Immediately after, Lin Chen raised his other hand and slapped her face. Slap, slap, slap. He didn't use any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength, and he exerted less than a billionth of his cultivation. The physical strength of a Tribulation transcendence cultivator could easily crush a transformation stage powerhouse with just one slap. The sound was crisp and resonant, akin to a bamboo stick striking a cutting board. Yi Mei's shriek was abruptly cut off by the slap. Each scream was silenced, and after a few slaps her face swelled at a visible rate, her lipstick smeared, and her meticulously styled waves turned into a chaotic nest. Everything transpired too quickly. From Lin Chen rising to Yi Mei receiving the slaps, it was merely a breath's time. By the time Zhu Jun reacted, his woman's face had already swollen into that of a pig. You bastard. Zhu Jun's words had not yet escaped his lips when Lin Chen casually tossed Yi Mei aside, and she flew out of the restaurant like a dead dog, crashing heavily onto the corridor outside. Just as Zhu Jun was about to rush over, Lin Chen quickly grasped his neck. You didn't hit her, did you? Lin Chen. Then, following the same pattern, Lin Chen delivered the same slap series to Zhu Jun. After several crisp sounds, Zhu Jun's already plump face was thoroughly swollen, resembling a pig's head. Bang! Lin Chen flung Zhu Jun away, and his hefty body followed Yi Mei out of the restaurant door, crashing onto the ground with a muffled thud. The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant. All eyes were focused on Lin Chen. Su Qingxue lightly coughed, lifted her water cup for a sip, but a faint smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. The restaurant manager, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the kitchen, ready to scold the troublemaker, but paused when his gaze swept over Su Qingxue. He recognized that the dark green dress Su Qingxue wore was this year's haute couture limited edition from Paris Fashion Week. Understanding the situation, he chose not to speak, and instead turned to quickly enter a nearby VIP room. Moments later, the door to the VIP room opened. A handsome young man walked out, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit adorned with a Patek Philippe limited edition watch. He cast a glance at the two figures lying at the restaurant entrance like dead dogs, and his expression immediately darkened. Who is causing a commotion in my restaurant? He surveyed the surroundings, his tone arrogant. Then his gaze fell upon Su Qingxue, and he was instantly captured. Su Qingxue's swan-like fair neck and her bright clear eyes, coupled with the grace of the dark green dress, made the gloom in his eyes dissipate in an instant, replaced by a hint of lewdness. He quickly approached Su Qingxue, slightly bent over, displaying a gentleman's smile honed through countless rehearsals. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of becoming your friend? My name is Han Tianlong, and I am the owner of this restaurant. Su Qingxue frowned and did not respond. Get lost, Lin Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Han Tianlong's smile froze. In his entire life, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. He slowly straightened up, turned to Lin Chen, and scrutinized him from head to toe. Dressed in a black casual outfit with no logos or any luxury brands he recognized. He didn't even wear a luxury watch, and his shoes were the most ordinary sneakers. He was simply a complete and utter pauper. Han Tianlong's face was filled with disdain, sneering inwardly. Where did this loser come from to act arrogant in front of me? Just wait until I charm this woman, then you will see. At that moment, the restaurant manager hurriedly approached Han Tianlong, lowering his voice. Young Master Han, it was him causing the disturbance. Oh, just now, he beat up the second young master of the Zhu family and the woman with him. Han Tianlong adjusted his suit sleeve, looking back at Lin Chen with a tone of condescension. Sir, we are an upscale establishment. You were disrespectful and then resorted to violence. I'm afraid Yinding Restaurant cannot accommodate someone like you. Please leave here. Lin Chen smiled, leaning back in his chair, leisurely observing him. Oh, then what exactly does it mean to be upscale? Is it considered upscale to flirt with my girlfriend? Han Tianlong was publicly exposed, his face suddenly flushing red, and he lowered his voice in anger. Your girlfriend. Do you think you are worthy? Su Qingxue set down her water cup, her tone cold. He is certainly worthy. If he is not, then do you think you are worthy? Han Tianlong was momentarily speechless, his face alternating between green and white. After a moment, he, humiliated and furious, raised his voice sharply. You filthy woman, are you really giving me face? It's a blessing that I have my eyes on you. Do you even know who I am? As soon as the words fell, all the diners in the restaurant turned their heads in unison. Lin Chen remained calm and unruffled, still leaning back in his chair, a faint smile on his lips. Oh, then tell me, who are you? Han Tianlong adjusted his tie, lifting his chin, his tone filled with pride. I am from the Han family of Jiang, and my grandfather is Han Beiwang, the foremost master of Liangjiang. Han Beiwang. The mere mention of this name was like a giant stone dropped into a calm lake. Hiss! A wave of gasps echoed throughout the restaurant. The name Han Beiwang was known by everyone in the Liangjiang region. He was the giant controlling the entire Han group, with assets spanning Jiangnan and Jiangdong, a legendary master in the martial arts world of Liangjiang. Top families in Linhai didn't even dare to breathe in front of the Han family. This was the extent of the Han family's power. Most of the diners at Yunding restaurant were affluent figures from Linhai, fully aware of the weight of this name. Han Tianlong surveyed the surroundings, reveling in the awe-filled gazes of others, his chin lifted. A middle-aged man in a suit nearby couldn't help but stand up, walking over to Lin Chen's side and whispering, Brother, just let it go. Apologize to young Master Han and leave quickly. You cannot mess with the Han family. Master Han could turn Linhai upside down with just a flick of his finger. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's expression also changed. She knew Lin Chen was strong, but the significance of the name Han Beiwang in Liangjiang was simply too heavy. The scale of the Su group now was like comparing an ant to an elephant against the Han group. Even with the rising Lin group, they were still far from being able to contend with the Han family. Thinking of this, she gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, whispering, Lin Chen, why not just let it go? Han Tianlong saw Su Qingxue wavering, and his smile grew even more arrogant. He was just about to say a few more pretentious words. Slap. A clear sound of a slap reverberated throughout the restaurant. Lin Chen casually slapped Han Tianlong across the face. This slap also did not use spiritual energy, relying purely on physical power, but it was a bit heavier than when he slapped Yi Mei and Zhu Jun. Han Tianlong spun twice in the air before crashing to the ground, his left cheek swelling high and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He covered his face, utterly dazed. He had been pampered and privileged all his life, though no one had ever dared to lay a finger on him, not even his grandfather had ever scolded him. But this guy before him actually dared to hit him. You dare to hit me, eh? Han Tianlong covered his swollen face in disbelief. His heart was filled with rage, and after all, he was the grandson of a master of Liangjiang, the heir of the Han family, and would one day be a giant in the business world of Long Country. Who did not refer to him as young Master Han? Yet this trash dared to strike him. Lin Chen looked down at him, his expression indifferent. If you say one more word, I will cripple you. Go back and tell your grandfather that Jiangdong is not a place he can meddle in. If you extend your hand again, I will kill him and wipe out the Han family. As Lin Chen finished speaking, the entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence. All the diners gaped, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Su Qingxue also widened her eyes, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. To kill Han Beiwang and destroy the Han family. The man who had just persuaded Lin Chen quickly stepped back, distancing himself. His gaze towards Lin Chen transformed from sympathy to that of an idiot. Madman. This person is absolutely insane. What kind of existence is the Han family? The richest in Liangjiang, with assets spanning the two provinces of Jiangnan and Jiangdong. Their industries cover real estate, energy, medicine, and finance. The combined strength of all families in Linhai doesn't even match half of the Han family's power. The Han family is also backed by a marriage alliance with the Pei family of Longdu, a truly powerful family. With Han Beiwang, the #1 master in Liangjiang, stationed there, the Han family could shake the entire Liangjiang with just a stomp. The annexation of Linhai by the Han family is only a matter of time. And now this young brat in front of him actually said he wants to kill Master Han and destroy the Han family. It is akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly foolish. Han Tianlong covered his face, stunned for a full 3 seconds, then burst into loud laughter. Destroy the Han family. Kill my grandfather. Han Tianlong sneered repeatedly, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Do you think you're worthy? Just based on you. He looked around as if sharing this colossal joke with all the diners. The people around indeed felt that Lin Chen was being ridiculous, and the murmurs of discussion grew louder. A few diners had already quietly taken out their phones to record, preparing to share this farce on social media. The middle-aged man, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward and lowered his voice. Young brother, heed my advice, apologize to young Master Han, and this matter could still have room for negotiation. Otherwise, not just you but your family will also suffer. Han Tianlong covered his face, which had swollen like a pig's head, his eyes flashing with resentment. He straightened his back, his tone dripping with threat. It's too late. Unless you kneel and beg for mercy and let your girlfriend spend the night with me, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise you all will die. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He raised his right hand and lightly drew it across Han Tianlong's legs. Uft, uft. In an instant, Han Tianlong's legs exploded at the knees. Flesh and shattered bones splattered across the restaurant's pristine floor, his calves utterly disappearing, leaving behind 2 jagged stumps. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining a large area of the floor. Han Tianlong didn't even have time to scream before the excruciating pain caused him to pass out. This all happened too quickly. From the moment Lin Chen raised his finger to the explosion of Han Tianlong's legs, it was less than a second. Su Qingxue covered her mouth, her face slightly pale. The surrounding diners were stunned for a full 3 seconds before screams erupted. Some diners threw down their chopsticks and ran outside, while others hid under the tables trembling, and some even vomited. The middle-aged man who had advised Lin Chen slumped to the ground, his pants already soaked. Lin Chen, indifferent, pointed again at the severed legs of Han Tianlong. A golden light seeped into the wound, instantly stopping the gushing blood, sealing the ruptured blood vessels and muscles with a force. Then he pointed with his third finger. Han Tianlong suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up straight. The moment his consciousness returned, the intense pain at the stumps of his legs surged back like a tide. He opened his mouth, emitting a scream like that of a slaughtered pig, desperately trying to grasp his legs, only to find that there was nothing below his knees. He screamed for less than 3 seconds before losing consciousness again. Lin Chen woke him up once more. Han Tianlong screamed for several more seconds before passing out again. Lin Chen woke him again. Fainting, awakening, fainting again, awakening again. This cycle repeated over a dozen times. Han Tianlong's spirit completely collapsed. He lay on the ground, convulsing, tears, mucus, and saliva mixing together, making incoherent. He could no longer care about the dignity of the young master of the Han family, using his remaining strength to desperately bang his head on the ground, making loud thuds. I was wrong. Please spare me. I was wrong. His voice was hoarse, filled with profound fear. The remaining diners in the restaurant watched this scene, their faces pale. The few people recording with their phones trembled so much that they could barely hold them. They had seen ruthless people before, but they had never seen someone who repeatedly knocked someone out, woke them up, and then knocked them out again for over a dozen times. This method was simply more terrifying than the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Lin Chen sat back down in his chair, crossed his legs, and took a sip from his cup. He looked at Han Tianlong, who was trembling on the ground, his tone calm. I am a rather kind person. Huh? Han Tianlong suddenly raised his head, looking puzzled. What? Am I not kind? Lin Chen said lightly. Kind. Han Tianlong lowered his head to answer, not daring to refute. How about this? You disturb my date, I cripple your legs, and you compensate me with 100 million. No problem, right? Han Tianlong again raised his tear-streaked face, completely dumbfounded. The surrounding diners were equally stunned. Kindness? You call this kindness? Blowing someone's legs off, and then asking for money? That's simply highway robbery. Where's the kindness in that? Han Tianlong's heart was filled with intense hatred. 100 million, while not much to him, was a blatant humiliation. But when he looked down at his empty pant legs and recalled the torturous experience from earlier, that hatred was extinguished by overwhelming fear, leaving no embers behind. He nodded vigorously, pleading, I'll pay. I'll pay. Please spare me. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and said to Su Qingxue beside him, Qingxue, take out your phone, open the payment code, and let our young master Han pay up. Su Qingxue, looking bewildered, still took out her phone from her pocket, opened the payment code, and placed it in front of Han Tianlong. Han Tianlong tremblingly took out his phone and scanned the code. Moments later, a transfer notification popped up. You have successfully transferred 100 million RMB. After receiving the money, Lin Chen pointed again at Han Tianlong. Han Tianlong jolted, thinking he was about to be tortured again, curling up in a ball. But he found that the intense pain at the stumps of his legs had suddenly vanished. Although he had lost his legs, at least it no longer hurt. Go back and tell your grandfather to come find me personally if he wants revenge. Lin Chen finished speaking, stood up, took Su Qingxue's hand, and walked out without looking back. All the diners in the restaurant watched the young man walk out the door. It was only after that figure completely disappeared into the elevator that people in the restaurant began to talk again. The middle-aged man sitting on the floor was helped up by the waiter, his pant legs still wet. He repeatedly murmured the same phrase, Ling Hai is about to change, the Han family won't let this go. Han Tianlong lay on the ground, having lost too much blood, causing his consciousness to start fading again. With his last bit of strength, he grabbed the restaurant manager's pant leg, his voice intermittent, "Call an ambulance. And call my dad. Quickly." The manager hastily took out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed the number multiple times. When the call connected, he shouted into the receiver, "Mr. Han, young Master Han is in trouble. At the Yunding restaurant. His legs are gone." After a full 5 seconds of silence on the other end, a roar erupted. "What?" Soon Han Tianlong was carried to the sofa by several waiters to wait for the ambulance. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes filled with resentment. In his heart, he vowed that once he returned to the Han family, he would seek revenge, making his grandfather take action personally. He wanted that person to experience 100 times the torment he had faced. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Su Qingxue were walking side by side by the river. The night breeze blew over the river, and Su Qingxue linked her arm with his, walking for a long time before speaking. Lin Chen about the Han family. "It's fine." Lin Chen interrupted her casually. "Han Bei Wang will come looking for me sooner or later, which saves me the trouble of finding him." He took out a jade bottle from his storage space and handed it to Su Qingxue. "Take the pill inside." Su Qingxue accepted the jade bottle, uncorked it, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. She poured out a pill the size of a pigeon egg, shimmering with a silvery white sheen under the light. She didn't ask what it was and swallowed it without hesitation. Lin Chen extended his hand, placing his palm on her back, a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowing into her body, guiding the medicinal properties of the body, refining pill to circulate slowly through her meridians. At this moment, Su Qingxue felt a warm current rising from her lower abdomen, spreading throughout her limbs and bones, every pore in her body expanding. Half an hour later, Su Qingxue opened her eyes. She looked down at her hands, which were now even whiter and more delicate than before. She could clearly feel a vague, indescribable strength added to her body. That strength was weak, but undeniably present within her. "What is this?" Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask. "Body refining pill." Lin Chen retracted his hand. "From now on, your physique has transcended that of an ordinary person. They'll teach you how to cultivate when I have time." "Good." Su Qingxue smiled, standing on her tiptoes to peck him on the cheek. The news of Han Tianlong's crippled legs spread through the upper circles of Linhai in just half an hour. The first to receive the news was Zhou Santong. He was sitting in his study contemplating the first batch of clients for the spiritual spring water when his phone suddenly rang. The voice on the other end trembled, saying that Han family's direct descendant Han Tianlong had been crippled at the Yunding restaurant. Zhou Santong's hand shook, causing the teacup to fall to the ground and shatter. "Who did it?" He nearly jumped out of his chair. "Lin. Master Lin." Zhou Santong sat back down heavily, remaining silent for a full 5 seconds before slowly exhaling. "The Han family has hit a brick wall this time." The same scene unfolded simultaneously in various families of Linhai. When Qian Wanjun heard the news, he was in a meeting and smashed his phone on the ground in front of all the board members. Zheng Guoyang summoned the core members of his family overnight, advising everyone to behave during this time. Old Master Kong had already lain down, but upon hearing the news, he sat up again, staring out the window in silence for a long time, murmuring, "A storm is brewing." In Jiangnan province, at the Renha hospital under the Han group, the area outside the top-level VIP ward was filled with bodyguards in black, the corridor eerily silent. Inside the ward, Han Tianlong lay on the bed, the blanket flat over his knees, which had completely disappeared. His face was still swollen, but had been treated by the doctors, no longer resembling a pig's head, though the purple bruises were still clearly visible. Han Tianlong's father, Han Jingshan, stood by the bedside, gripping the railing at the end of the bed with a dark expression. He had been attending a business banquet when he received the call informing him that his son had lost his legs, causing him to smash the wine glass in his hand against the floor. He drove overnight from the provincial capital to Linhai, running through several red lights, but by the time he arrived at the hospital, his son had already been taken into surgery. The doctor's diagnosis was clear: both legs below the knees were completely missing, with no possibility of reattachment. He would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Han's mother, Pei Yuji, was crying at the bedside, her eyes swollen. She was the legitimate daughter of the Pei family in Longdu, and her marriage into the Han family was the result of an alliance between the two powerful families. The Pei family's influence in Longdu was not in the slightest inferior to the Han family's position in Jiangnan, which allowed Pei Yuji to have a significant say in the Han family. At this moment, she held her son's hand, her nails nearly embedding into his palm. "Who did it?" Pei Yuji asked with a voice filled with malice, turning to glare at the trembling restaurant manager nearby. "You better recount the situation without missing a word. If you omit even a single detail, I will kill you." The restaurant manager was sweating profusely. He dared not hide anything, and began recounting from when Yi Mei provoked Han Tianlong to the moment his legs were crippled, mentioning the repeated torment and the extortion of 100 million, detailing everything. Han Jingshan's face darkened further with every word. Pei Yuji gritted her teeth, her resentment almost spilling over. A mere brat from Linhai not only dared to kill my father, but also threatened to annihilate the Han family. Han Jingshan's tone was filled with murderous intent. A mere wild dog from Linhai dares to bare its fangs at the Han family. Pei Yuji stood up, glaring at Han Jingshan, her voice sharp. I don't care who he is, he crippled my son's legs, and I want his entire family to pay for it. I want everyone around him to compensate my son. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number directly. Once the call connected, she said only one sentence: find Lin Chen in Linhai, and bring back all his family members. On the other end there was an acknowledgement before hanging up. Han Jingshan did not stop her. The Han family had been dominating Jiangnan for 20 years, and there had never been a time when the Han family bullied others without anyone daring to bully them in return. Even if his son had spoken out of turn or had inappropriate thoughts first, so what? Whoever Han family's son looked at was his good fortune. What qualifications did a nouveau riche from Linhai have to resist? The Han family's intelligence network began to operate at its fastest speed. Within an hour, all the information about Lin Chen was laid out before Han Jingshan. The son of the richest man in Linhai, Lin Chen, had been thrown into the river with broken limbs by the Zhao family 5 years ago, but miraculously survived. Half a month ago, he returned to Linhai and annihilated the Zhao family overnight. During the Linhai martial arts tournament, he defeated Huagang, splitting the arena with a single finger. The poison of the Qingjiang Fang family was resolved, and the 3 Earth-level assassins of Tian Sha were defeated in Xinjiang. As the information became increasingly detailed, Han Jingshan's frown deepened. When he turned to the last page, his finger paused. There was only a short line of text. Estimated strength master level. Master. Pei Yuji leaned over to take a look, snorting coldly. So what if he is a master? My father is also a master, the top master in the 2 rivers. The Han family has stood in Jiangnan for 20 years relying on my father's strength. How strong can a kid in his 20s be? Han Jingshan did not refute, but also did not agree. He closed the document, fell silent for a moment, and this time he called the head of the Han family's dark division. Take action against Lin Chen's parents and sister. It's best to capture them alive. If not, deal with them on the spot. Upon receiving the order, the Han family's dark division immediately took action. This group had been cultivated by the Han family for 20 years, each member a master with profound internal strength, skilled in assassination, kidnapping, and tracking. They had never shown their faces in public, only loyal to the head of the Han family. However, just an hour later, the head of the dark division called back, his tone filled with incredulous confusion. Mr. Han, we cannot find anyone. Han Jingshan tightened his grip on the phone. What do you mean, you can't find anyone? We have located the villa in the mountains. According to the information, we arrived there, but we could not see the villa at all. That area is just a forest and thick fog. Our people have wandered inside for half an hour, but cannot get in. Han Jingshan fell silent. Pei Yuji, hearing this from the side, shouted sharply, keep looking. I don't believe a few people can disappear into thin air. The dark division tried for a whole night. They used drones, satellite positioning, and infrared detection, employing every means available. But the navigation showed that the target was just 50 meters ahead, yet they could not get in. The drone's aerial view only captured a dense forest with nothing visible. Early the next morning, the head of the dark division called again, his tone now tinged with a hint of incredulous fear. Mr. Han, it's impossible. That place is too sinister. We invited a friend from the realm of mystics to take a look, and he said that a formation has been set up there. Formation? Han Jingshan's voice suddenly turned cold. Yes, and that friend said he had never seen such a formation, which is far above his level. He advised us not to force our way in, saying that if we attacked, anyone who entered would die inside. Pei Yuji snatched the phone, screaming into the receiver. Useless. A bunch of useless people. What good is it for the Han family to raise you? She smashed the phone on the ground, the screen shattering into a spiderweb. She turned to look at her son, who lay unconscious on the bed, her chest heaving violently. As the sky began to brighten, Han Jingshan finally dialed the number he least wanted to call. Once the call was connected, a hoarse and deep voice came through. Speak. Han Jingshan took a deep breath and reported everything that had happened last night in detail. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then a chilling, murderous intent seeped through the receiver. Even across hundreds of kilometers, Han Jingshan felt a shiver run down his spine. The murderous intent grew stronger. The temperature in the ward seemed to drop several degrees. Only one sentence came through the phone, cold as a judgment from the depths of hell. In 3 months, I will personally enter Linhai and kill Lin Chen. He knew that his father was truly angry. The last time Han Beiwang acted personally was 5 years ago, when a half-step master from overseas boasted in front of the Han family for 15 minutes before being killed with a single palm by Han Beiwang. And this time his father was coming to Linhai in person. He looked out the window, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. When his father arrived in Linhai, even if Lin Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would undoubtedly die. By then, not only did he want Lin Chen dead, but he also wanted the lives of everyone in the Lin family. The secret department dispatched by Han Jingshan was trapped in the fog array of the villa for an entire night. At dawn, the head of the secret department finally received the order to retreat. As he withdrew with his subordinates from the outskirts of the villa, the faces of everyone bore the relief of having survived a disaster. That place was too eerie. Clearly the navigation showed the target was just a few meters ahead, yet they had walked for hours without finding the entrance. Even stranger, the military dogs brought along trembled with their tails tucked low as they approached that area, refusing to move forward regardless of how much they were dragged. Afterward, the secret department retreated from Jiangnan and never sent a second batch of people. However, the Han family did not remain silent. That afternoon, a piece of news spread from Jiangnan province like a heavy bomb dropped into the territory of Liangjiang. Han Beiwang personally declared, 3 months later, I will go to Linhai and slay Lin Chen. Upon these words, the entire martial arts circle of Jiangnan and Jiangdong was thrown into chaos. Who is Han Beiwang? The first master of Liangjiang, a giant ranked in the top 20 of the martial arts world, in Longhua, who personally defeated 2 masters from Yinghua country during the national war years ago, achieving legendary status. He had not personally taken action for nearly 10 years. 10 years ago, when a few blind overseas masters came to Jiangnan to provoke Han Beiwang, did not even step out of his door, his disciples drove them back. Yet this time he actually intended to visit in person. The news spread from Jiangnan to Jiangdong, from Jiangdong to Jiangbei, and from Jiangbei to the capital. The intelligence networks of various martial arts families across the country started operating at full speed. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? The head of a martial arts family in the capital frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. The information regarding Lin Chen was extremely limited. He hailed from Linhai, had annihilated a small family, the Zhao family, and killed 2 disciples of Han Beiwang, one of whom, Huagang, was already a master in the refining stage. Beyond that there was a blank. It said he is just over 20. The steward beside him added. The family head tapped his fingers on the table, and after a moment of silence made a decision: send someone to Linhai, observe the battle in 3 months. The same scene unfolded simultaneously across the country. The Wei family and Su family from Jiangnan, the Zhou family, and Zheng family from Jiangdong, the Chen family, and Zhao family from Jiangbei, the Qin family, and Pei family from the capital, and even the Gu masters from the southwestern Miao region all declared that they would send people to Linhai to observe this battle in 3 months. A young man in his 20s being able to provoke Han Beiwang to personally issue a challenge regardless of victory or defeat was enough to warrant everyone's attention. The dark web forum was in an uproar. A master at 20. What a joke. The top master from Kunlun, who achieved mastery at 35, couldn't even reach the peak of internal strength at 20, let alone be a master. A user with the ID Jiangdong Old Canon posted a lengthy analysis itemizing the rules of martial arts cultivation and concluded, Lin Chen was at most at the peak of the refining stage with no possibility of being a master. Huagang has reached mastery in refining, and while Lin Chen could kill Huagang, he must at least be at the peak of the refining stage. However, there is an insurmountable gap between the peak of the refining stage and being a master. 10 peak refining masters may not be able to defeat a single master. Han Beiwang is a well-established master with 20 years of fame. This battle has no suspense. I beg to differ. Han Beiwang's 2 disciples died at his hands, and even Tian Sha fell to him. Can a peak refining master achieve this? I bet Lin Chen is a master. Some held a different opinion. So what if he is a master? How many masters has Han Beiwang killed? He single-handedly slew 2 masters from Yinghua country during the national war, and in recent years no fewer than 5 overseas masters have fallen at his hands. He is renowned even within Longhua. Even if Lin Chen is a master, he is just a fledgling. The 2 cannot be compared. The voting on the forum was quickly pushed to the top. The support rate for Han Beiwang against Lin Chen was overwhelmingly one-sided. Occasionally a few posts regarding Lin Chen's true strength were immediately deleted by the moderators. For instance, a post stating, I heard that the Yama of Tian Sha is also a master. If Lin Chen can destroy Tian Sha and kill Yama, his strength is definitely above a master's level, disappeared within 3 minutes of posting. The various families in Liangjiang also expressed their positions. The vast majority stood by the Han family. After all, the Han family was the wealthiest in Liangjiang with deep-rooted influence. The Wei family publicly declared support for Han Beiwang, closely followed by the Su family. Even within Linhai, divisions began to emerge. Although the heads of each family held Lin Chen in great respect, Han Beiwang's reputation was too formidable, and a few families had started to secretly curry favor with the Han family. Only the Su family, Li family, and Feng family maintained a resolute stance. Su Qingxue stated in an interview, I believe Lin Chen will not lose. Li Qi even prioritized the first batch of spirit spring water for those families that publicly supported Lin Chen. In the eye of the storm, Lin Chen completely ignored the uproar from the outside. He tore through the void from Lin Hai, appearing at the lakeside of the Tsangling mountain range. As soon as he landed, a massive splash erupted from the center of the lake. A colossal creature, nearly 30 meters long, surged from the bottom of the lake, its scales shimmering with a blue-gold luster under the sunlight. Its two horns had grown to half a meter long, with faint golden patterns swirling at the base. Moo! It raised its head and let out a clear dragon roar, reverberating through the valley and startling all the birds in the mountains. Upon seeing Lin Chen's figure, it let out a whimper from its throat, its tail swiftly wagging on the water's surface, resembling a dog joyfully greeting its owner. It swam to the shore, nudging its large head against Lin Chen's hand, rubbing against him incessantly. Lin Chen raised his hand to stroke it, also taken aback. Since the last time it was fed spirit stones, less than a month had passed, and this creature had already completed its transformation into a dragon. Its size had increased from over 10 meters to nearly 30 meters, its scales becoming tougher and the spines on its back sharper. In the Zhongshuan immortal realm, it was barely sufficient as a guardian spirit beast for a small sect. The Zhongjing dragon joyfully swam around Lin Chen twice, then flipped over, exposing its white belly and emitting a series of gentle coos, as if seeking affection. Lin Chen gave it a pat on the belly, and it then flipped back over, lowering its head to allow Lin Chen to stand on its head, carrying him over the lake and into the valley. The scenery in the valley was even more vibrant than the last time he visited. The silver-white divine body grass had sprouted a new batch of tender sprouts. The surrounding spirit herbs had grown exceptionally lush, with several century-old spirit mushrooms having increased in size compared to their last appearance. Lin Chen took out the materials he had brought for setting up formations. Among the materials collected by the major families in Lin Hai, he had specifically reserved some of the best quality for preparing this valley. The spirit gathering formation was set up first. He placed the formation eye at the bottom of the stream in the center of the valley, with the 4 formation bases embedded into the walls of the valley. At the moment the formation was completed, the entire valley trembled slightly, and spiritual energy from all directions began to converge into the valley. The spirit herbs within grew visibly lush. The fog array followed closely. He embedded 8 pieces of cold jade into the high cliffs of the valley's perimeter, and as the formation completed, a dense, white mist rose at the valley's mouth, completely obscuring the entire valley. From the outside, this looked like an ordinary cliff. Lastly came the killing array. He embedded the formation bases refined from meteorite ore and titanium crystals into the mountains on either side of the valley entrance, interlocking with the fog array. Once someone enters the valley entrance without carrying the formation talismans, the killing array would activate in an instant. With the 3 arrays combined, the valley's defense system was already no less than that of the half-mountain villa. With the Zhongjing dragon guarding the lake's entrance, even a foundation establishment expert would find it impossible to step into the valley. Lin Chen inspected the operation of the formations and was about to put away the remaining materials when his divine sense suddenly caught a breath coming from afar. He looked up toward the outside of the valley, his gaze piercing through layers of fog, discovering that a group of people was approaching the lake. The group traversed through the dense forest, making their way towards the valley. There were 7 of them, all with golden hair and blue eyes, tall and robust, dressed in matching dark gray tactical suits with standard-issue pistols and tactical daggers at their waists. At the forefront was a bald man in his 40s with a grotesque scar stretching from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth on his left cheek. The aura he exuded was starkly different from the internal strength of the martial arts of Longhua, more akin to a variant of spiritual energy resembling a sewer in Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen stood on the branch of an ancient tree, his divine sense already enveloping the group. He caught several key words from their conversation. Clearly these individuals were after something in the valley. His figure flickered, appearing in the path the group was dead. The 7 foreigners halted simultaneously. The bald man with the scar scrutinized the suddenly appearing young man from Longhua, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. His perception swept over Lin Chen's entire body, discovering no energy fluctuations within. That hint of wariness instantly dissipated. Local. The bald man spoke in a heavy accent of Longhua, his tone filled with condescension. Lead us into the valley, or we will kill you. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. He raised his right hand and waved it casually. The 6 burly men behind the bald man simultaneously froze, their pupils dilating rapidly. In the next second, 6 bursts of blood mist exploded violently. The bald man's smile was frozen on his face. His hand remained pointed at Lin Chen, but the 6 subordinates behind him had completely vanished from this world. He opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't utter a sound. Lin Chen reached out from a distance, and the bald man was pulled toward him by a force. Soul Search. He placed his hand on the bald man's crown, and the Soul Search technique activated instantly. The bald man's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, mouth agape, as countless fragments of memory were forcibly extracted from his soul by a power. Moments later, Lin Chen withdrew his hand, a wisp of aura flicked from his fingertips. With a bang, the bald man's body exploded from the inside out, turning into blood mist. From the memories gleaned during the soul search, Lin Chen pieced together the origins of this group. Water biotech company registered in a European country appeared to be a legitimate enterprise engaged in gene drug research, but in reality it specialized in how to modify the human body with special substances to awaken superpowers. The so-called superhumans are essentially similar to the martial arts masters of Longhua, merely differing in their cultivation systems. Longhua martial artists cultivate internal strength following the path of Meridian and Dantian. Superhumans absorb a mixed variant of spiritual energy, manifesting more directly, such as igniting fire with bare hands, enlarging their bodies, or shooting lasers from their eyes. Water Company had somehow learned that there was a treasure deep within the Songling mountain range capable of altering human structure, so they sent people to infiltrate Longhua in search of it. These 7 individuals were merely the advance party. A whole armed expedition team awaited behind them. What concerned Lin Chen more was the organization the bald man belonged to, known as the Hand of God. This organization gathered the world's top superhumans with a core of 12 powerful individuals referred to as the Master Gods. The descriptions of the Master Gods in the Soul Search memories were quite vague, but one piece of information was very clear. Each Master God is an SS-level superhuman corresponding to the martial arts grandmasters of Longhua. Above the 12 Master Gods there exists a divine king, who calls himself God, overseeing the entire organization. Regarding the true identity and strength of this god, the bald man's memories were blank. It was only known that he had never appeared in public, making him extremely mysterious. Lin Chen retracted his hand, the remnants of blood mist in his palm, disintegrating into nothingness under the scorching of spiritual energy. His gaze turned cold. He was a cultivator, fundamentally transcending the mundane, and the worldly disputes of Blue Star had little to do with him. Yet deep down he was still a person from Longhua. These foreign hands stretched into the territory of Longhua, lurking at the entrance of his medicinal garden, touching upon his reverse scales. Those who offend Longhua will be punished regardless of distance. He memorized the names of the Hand of God, and Water Company raised his hand to draw a line in the air and stepped into the spatial rift. There was no need to worry about the valley for now. 3 formations had been established, and the Songjing Dragon, a transformed flood dragon, sat guard at the lake's mouth. No matter how many people came, they wouldn't step into the valley entrance. After returning to Linhai, several days slipped by quietly. The press conference for the Linquan Water, jointly organized by Lin Group and Su Group, was held as scheduled at the Linhai Convention Center. The venue was packed with media reporters from across the nation, expert representatives from the pharmaceutical industry, and hundreds of public representatives who gained entry through an online lottery. All eyes were focused on the transparent crystal bottle in the center of the stage, which held half a bottle of clear transparent liquid shimmering with a peculiar glow under the lighting. Li Chi personally hosted the press conference. He stood on stage as the large screen behind him displayed the experimental data of the Linquan Water. Videos comparing cancer resistance experiments on mice, blood test reports before and after volunteers drank the water, and recovery records after trials by severely ill patients. Every piece of data showcased the same conclusion. This water could cure diseases, and it could cure any disease. The flashes of cameras went off in rapid succession. Medical experts in the front row whispered among themselves, some appearing excited, while others furrowed their brows. This is the most significant news in the medical field this year. An elderly professor took off his glasses and wiped them repeatedly. If this data is true, this discovery is enough to change the course of human medical history. Can it cure cancer? Scoffed a middle-aged doctor nearby. I've spent 30 years in clinical practice and seen countless so-called miracle drugs that claim to cure cancer, all of which turned out to be scams. As the press conference entered the final segment, Lin Chen walked out from backstage. He was rarely seen today in a deep gray suit, with Su Qingxue standing beside him, quietly introducing the important guests in the audience. Li Chi timely announced the start of the QA session. A reporter in the front row wearing black-framed glasses raised his hand first. He stood up, took the microphone, and fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. On stage, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. I am a reporter from the Medical Observer. May I ask, Mr. Lin, you promote this Linquan water as a cure-all, including for diseases like cancer. Does this not raise suspicions of false advertising? To my knowledge, there is no medication globally that can treat multiple different types of diseases simultaneously, let alone claim to cure all ailments. He paused, flipping a page in his notebook, and continued to press. Furthermore, all the experimental data you provided comes from internal testing, without any certification from third-party authoritative organizations. May I ask, Mr. Lin, are you planning to submit this data to the National Medical Products Administration for review? Or do you intend to bypass regulation and go directly to market? The questions were pointed. The venue fell silent instantly, all cameras aimed at Lin Chen. The gazes of several medical experts in the front row were fixated on him, awaiting his response. Lin Chen did not answer the first question. He picked up the crystal bottle on the stage, uncorking it, and a refreshing aura wafted out, causing several individuals in the front row to inhale deeply. "You can try it yourselves," Lin Chen said flatly. "There happen to be a few patients here." His gaze swept over the audience, pausing on a few pale-faced representatives who clearly bore signs of illness, signaling them to come up to the stage. Lin Chen stood at the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping across the dense crowd below. Li Chi quickly descended the stage, bringing 3 individuals to the forefront. 2 men and 1 woman, their faces pale and emaciated, were clearly the victims of prolonged suffering from illness. The woman wore a wig, the edges of which revealed her bald scalp from chemotherapy. "These 3 are all terminal cancer patients," Lin Chen's voice echoed throughout the venue via the microphone. Li Chi handed the medical records one by one to the reporters and medical experts in the front row. The gray-haired professor received the records, flipping through a few pages, his brow furrowing. The middle-aged doctor beside him leaned in to take a look, nodding slightly after examining it, his tone laced with surprise. "The diagnosis records, chemotherapy records, and imaging reports are all issued by legitimate hospitals with no signs of forgery." The 3 medical records circulated among the medical experts, and no one raised any further objections. Lin Chen poured the spiritual spring water from the crystal bottle into 3 paper cups and handed them to the 3 patients. The woman with the wig cradled the cup in both hands, her fingers trembling slightly as she stared at the clear liquid within, tears suddenly streaming down her face. Having undergone chemotherapy, 12 times the cancer cells had spread to her lymph nodes. The doctor had told her she had at most 3 months left. She didn't know why she should trust this young man before her. Perhaps it was because she had already tried everything else in these 3 months, and trying once more couldn't hurt. She tilted her head back and drank the water. The moment the spiritual spring water went down her throat, a warm current surged from her lower abdomen, like the first stream, melting in spring, spreading along her meridians to her limbs. She could distinctly feel the warm flow passing through her internal organs, a wave of comfort continuously washing over her. The pain from the cancer invading her bones quickly faded within seconds. She looked down at her withered fingers, and the previously grayish-white nail beds were visibly regaining their healthy pink color, while the scars from chemotherapy on her arms were also slowly fading. The changes in the 2 male patients beside her were even more pronounced. One of them was in the late stages of liver cancer. His abdomen was distended, resembling a woman several months pregnant. Less than 10 seconds after drinking the spiritual spring water, his swollen abdomen began to gradually flatten, and the red spider veins on his skin faded one by one. The other was in the late stages of lung cancer. His chronic difficulty in breathing meant he could only speak 1 word at a time. As the spiritual spring water went down his throat, his chest heaved violently, and his complexion transformed from pale yellow to a healthy flush, the skin that had been sunken at his temples becoming plump again. The 3 individuals stood on the stage, exchanging glances. The pallor etched on their faces from long suffering was fading at an astonishing speed, gradually becoming rosy. The woman with the wig trembled as she lifted her hand to touch her cheek, then covered her mouth and cried out loud. The medical experts in the front row could no longer remain seated. The gray-haired professor suddenly stood up, unaware that his glasses had fallen onto the table. He stared intently at the faces of the 3 patients, his lips trembling as he murmured, "Impossible, this is impossible. This completely defies medical logic. The symptoms of late-stage cancer cannot reverse in such a short time." The middle-aged doctor took off his glasses, wiped them, and after putting them back on, his eyes widened even further. The complexion, the skin, the mental state. Everything has changed. They don't even resemble the same person. Even if it were a miracle drug, it shouldn't work this quickly. Around them, reporters frantically clicked their cameras. This was headline news. The representatives in the back row stood up, craning their necks. Some were already in tears, while others shouted for their family members to come up and try it. At that moment, a clumsy voice, speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom, came from the doorway. "Is this a magic trick? Is the medicine in the Dragon Kingdom a joke?" The venue fell silent instantly, and everyone turned to look at the entrance. A few blonde, blue-eyed individuals were walking in, led by a foreign man in his 40s. Dressed in a meticulously tailored dark blue suit with his hair slicked back neatly, he wore an arrogant expression. The faces of the front row medical experts changed dramatically upon seeing him. The gray-haired professor whispered in shock, "People from Water Company. The leader is Dr. Anderson, a 3-time Nobel Prize winner in medicine, a representative of authority in the international medical community." Dr. Anderson walked slowly to the front of the stage. His gaze swept over the 3 patients, and the arrogance at the corner of his mouth remained unchanged. Behind him followed 2 tall attendants. One was a reporter carrying a camera, and the other wore gold-rimmed glasses as an assistant. The foreign correspondent with the camera spoke first, his tone full of provocation. "Mr. Lin, I am a special correspondent from Medical Vanguard from Europa. The effects of the potion you just demonstrated are truly unbelievable. Dr. Anderson, a Nobel Prize winner in medicine, doesn't believe this potion is real. How do you explain that? Were these patients hired in advance? If so, that would be considered commercial fraud. Many medical experts present nodded in agreement. Dr. Anderson's arrival gave them confidence. He was a legendary figure who had won the Nobel Prize in medicine 3 times. His words are law in the international medical community. Since even he deemed the spiritual spring water to be fake, it was likely to be false. Dr. Anderson adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice measured. Mr. Lin, I have been engaged in medical research at Water Company for 30 years and have seen countless so-called miraculous medicines that claim to cure all diseases. From the herbal remedies of indigenous tribes in the Americas to the talismans of African shamans, each one has ultimately been proven to be a scam. Your performance just now resembles a carefully orchestrated magic show more than anything else. As I understand, there do exist certain types of props in the Dragon Kingdom, known as medical props, which are used to cooperate with quacks in staging acts. If your potion is real, why not dare to submit it for double-blind testing by international medical institutions? Science emphasizes repeatability and verifiability, not staging a miraculous recovery with a few actors at a press conference. Unless you can prove its efficacy on the spot otherwise. Dr. Anderson spread his arms, shrugging in a manner full of disdain. Otherwise, it is nothing more than an unscientific, utterly commercial gimmick. Lin Chen looked at him, his expression. His divine sense had already pierced through Anderson's facade. This seemingly principled Nobel Prize winner was imbued with the same spiritual energy that flowed through the individuals of the Songling mountain range. A superhuman, moreover of considerable rank. It was no coincidence that Water Company had appeared. They were after the spiritual spring water. Lin Chen remained silent. He raised his right hand and gently slashed at Anderson's left arm. With a loud thud, Anderson's entire left arm exploded from the shoulder. The incident happened so quickly that the pain signals from his nerves hadn't even reached his brain. Anderson looked down, seeing his left shoulder empty, blood gushing from the severed end. He let out a blood-curdling scream, stumbling back and knocking over the chair behind him. Clutching the stump of his arm, he rolled on the ground, his once arrogant face contorted, continuously wailing. The 2 attendants behind him were frozen in shock, their faces filled with terror. The audience below erupted into chaos. Everyone stood frozen in place. The medical experts in the front row were particularly pale with fear. Anderson clutched his spurting stump, his body convulsing. He pointed at Lin Chen with his remaining right hand, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. You dare to hurt me. I will kill you. I want you dead. Lin Chen ignored him and signaled to Li Qi. Li Qi's face was a bit pale, but he complied. He approached Anderson, squatting down, uncorking the crystal bottle and dripping the spiritual spring water onto Anderson's severed arm. The moment the spiritual spring water made contact with the wound, a miracle occurred. The blood that had been gushing from the severed end stopped. Immediately, a layer of granulation tissue began to visibly extend outward. In an instant, blood vessels, muscles, nerves, and bones began to grow layer by layer. The entire process took only 10 minutes. Anderson's screams transitioned from heart-wrenching to incredulous gasps. He watched in disbelief as a complete arm grew back from his empty left shoulder, every inch of it tangible from bone to muscle to skin. He moved the newly grown fingers, each bending and straightening, and turned the joints as flexible as if they had never been severed. The entire venue fell silent. The middle-aged doctor, who had collapsed on the ground, gaped, his eyes nearly popping out. The gray-haired professor took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and trembled violently. The rebirth of a severed arm. This was not curing an illness nor repairing, it was rebirth. This had completely surpassed the understanding of modern medicine. Even the most cutting-edge stem cell regeneration technology could not grow a complete arm from scratch in just 10 minutes. If the spiritual spring water could accomplish the rebirth of a severed arm, then what could cancer possibly mean? What could aging signify? Humanity's oldest dream of longevity, since its inception, seemed to have touched the threshold of reality for the first time. Anderson lay on the ground, clutching his newly grown left arm, his expression a complex mix of emotions. His eyes reflected shock, fear, and even more so greed. He had personally experienced the efficacy of the spiritual spring water and understood better than anyone present what this meant. The water company had studied the bottleneck of superhuman activation for 30 years without breaking through. If they could obtain the spiritual spring water, perhaps they could achieve a breakthrough overnight. At that point, the Hand of God organization could possess a fully fledged superhuman army. The press conference had concluded. The news of the spiritual spring water landed in the medical world like a nuclear bomb. From coastal cities to Kyoto, from the Dragon Kingdom to overseas, countless media outlets rushed to report. 7 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were about the spiritual spring water, and the servers of various major news websites were temporarily overloaded. There were indeed voices of skepticism, but the video from the press conference had spread across the entire internet, clearly showing the rebirth of the severed arm, with no signs of editing. Even the most stubborn skeptics fell silent after watching that video. When Anderson exited the convention center, the night had deepened. He climbed into a black business vehicle parked by the roadside, pulled out his phone, and dialed an encrypted number. Once the call connected, Anderson spoke eagerly. "Leader, I think I've found something that can mass-produce superhumans. It's not a drug, it's a miracle. I saw my arm grow back from nothing before my very eyes. If we can obtain its formula or source, we could produce at least 1,000 Class A superhumans, and it may even be possible to continuously spawn new God-level ones in a short time. At all costs, obtain it." A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line after a long silence. After the press conference, Lin Chen originally planned to head straight home. Su Qingxue linked her arm with her eyes, pleading. Li Qi and the others specially organized a celebration banquet for the spiritual spring water. All the notable figures from Jiangdong are here. You have to accompany me just for a bit. Lin Chen glanced at her and nodded slightly. The banquet was held in the luxurious banquet hall of the Yunding Hotel in Linhai. A row of top-tier luxury cars, including Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach, lined the entrance, resembling a luxury car exhibition. Uniformed waiters moved back and forth, and a red carpet stretched from the entrance deep into the banquet hall. When Lin Chen and Su Qingxue entered the hall, it was already bustling with people. The men were dressed in suits while the women adorned themselves in jewelry. As soon as Su Qingxue entered, she was pulled away by several familiar business partners to greet them, leaving Lin Chen to sit alone on a sofa in the corner. Just as he sat down, he overheard two young women nearby whispering to each other. "Did you watch today's press conference video?" The woman in the red dress spoke excitedly. "That spiritual spring water is said to be able to enhance beauty and prolong life. It's more effective than any expensive face cream. I asked several people, but couldn't get my hands on the first batch. Is it really that miraculous?" The woman in white asked, half in disbelief. The woman in red pulled out her phone and opened a video clip. The screen displayed the moment Anderson's severed arm regenerated. The sight of flesh growing over bone was vividly shocking. After watching, the woman in white covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. "This is more outrageous than a sci-fi movie. Who on earth invented this spiritual spring water?" "I heard it's a handsome guy in his 20s, the woman in red said, putting her phone away, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I think his last name is Lin, and he was the host of today's press conference." Lin Chen heard their conversation and shook his head with a smile. Just then a pair of leather shoes appeared in front of him. He looked up to see a young man in his late 20s looking down at him condescendingly. The man was dressed in a custom Weinert suit, wearing a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. His hair was slicked back with gel shining slickly, and his chin was slightly raised, his gaze filled with condescension. "Are you Lin Chen?" Lin Chen glanced at him, withdrew his gaze, and continued drinking his water. Chen Xiaohua felt ignored, and his expression darkened instantly. In Jiangdong, no one had ever dared to speak to him that way. He raised his voice, which cut through the banquet hall like a knife. "So you're the useless one who invented the spiritual spring water. How about this? You sell me the formula for the spiritual spring water, and I will reluctantly protect you." He added, "In Jiangdong, with me backing you, you can walk confidently in the future." As soon as he mentioned the spiritual spring water, everyone in the banquet hall turned to look. The dignitaries present that night were here precisely for the spiritual spring water, and upon hearing someone publicly trying to buy the formula, they all perked up their ears. Soon someone recognized Chen Xiaohua's identity. He was the young master of the Chen family, the richest family in Jiangdong, and the only heir. Half of the real estate, energy, and ports in Jiangdong were owned by the Chen family. Although the Han family dominated the two rivers, the Chen family's foundation in Jiangdong was deeper than that of the Han family. Moreover, Chen Xiaohua was notorious for his reckless lifestyle, indulging in drinking, gambling, and other vices. It was said that last year he lost 3 billion in a single night in ouching without even batting an eye. He had also once thrown 20 million for a social media influencer. Yet he was the only scion of the Chen family. The patriarch of the Chen family had only had him in his 70s, pampered since childhood, and no matter how big a mess he made, someone was always there to clean it up. In Jiangdong, no one dared to provoke him. "It's over," someone whispered regretfully. "That young man has been targeted by Chen Xiao, or the formula for the spiritual spring water is likely doomed. If Chen Xiao wants something, he usually gets it. Last year, a small pharmaceutical company developed a new drug that caught his attention. They refused to sell. 3 days later, that pharmaceutical company went bankrupt." Others chimed in. All eyes were on Lin Chen. Some felt sympathy, some reveled in his misfortune, while others were secretly relieved that they were not the ones being targeted. Lin Chen leaned against the back of the sofa, not even raising an eyelid. "Get lost or die." The entire banquet hall fell silent at once. Chen Xiaohua was stunned for a full 3 seconds. He doubted he had heard wrong, tilting his head and directing his ear towards Lin Chen. What did you say? Say it again. Lin Chen finally lifted his eyelids to glance at him. His gaze was as indifferent as if he were looking at a stray dog too lazy to kick. Chen Xiaohua's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing his finger at Lin Chen's nose. You, a mere nouveau riche from a small place, like Lin Hai, dare to act tough in front of me. Do you know who I am? With a single phone call, I can shut your company down tomorrow. What makes you think you can talk to me? Don't think that just because you can act tough in Lin Hai, you can be arrogant in front of me. I am the legitimate son of Jiangdong's richest family, the Chen family. Other wealthy businessmen from nearby cities began to advise Lin Chen. An elderly man with graying hair lowered his voice. Young man, take my advice and apologize to Chen Xiao if this matter can still be salvaged. The Chen family's influence in Jiangdong is beyond your imagination. I understand your youthful arrogance, but don't gamble with your future. Yes, Chen Xiao is magnanimous. If you just lower your head, this will pass. Another person echoed. Just then a crisp female voice rang out from outside the crowd. Lin Chen Gij. Is that you, Lin Chen Gij? The voice was filled with unabashed joy. The crowd parted and a girl in a light pink princess dress ran over, lifting her skirt. She looked around 18 or 19 years old with a delicate and lovely appearance, large watery eyes, long curled lashes, and shallow dimples on her cheeks, resembling a doll that had stepped out of a fairy tale. Chen Xiaohua's eyes lit up upon seeing the girl. He recognized her as Murong Weiner, the prize jewel of the Murong family, one of the most precious young ladies in all of Jiangdong. Although the Murong family's foundation was in Jiangdong, their connections spanned the entire Jiangdong and Jiangnan. Even the Han family had to show the Murong family some respect. Chen Xiaohua had long sought opportunities to get close to her, but had repeatedly been rebuffed. He hurriedly adjusted his tie, putting on what he thought was his most gentlemanly smile, stepping forward to greet her. Murong Weiner dashed past him, a waft of fragrance in her wake, and dove directly into Lin Chen's embrace. She tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's arm, rubbing against him, lifting her little face, her voice sweet as honey. Lin Chen Gij. It's me, Weiner. The little Weiner from the Murong family, the one you used to take to eat candy every day? Don't you remember me? Lin Chen looked down at the delicate face in his embrace, his mind racing. Memories from before the age of 5 had been washed away into fragments over 500 years in the Zhongshuan immortal realm, yet the name Murong still vaguely reminded him of something. He tentatively asked, Are you that little snot-nosed kid who always followed me around? Murong Weiner pouted, nudging her head against his chest. I don't have a runny nose anymore. Lin Chen Gij, you're so mean. You left for 5 years, and only now do you come back. I used to say that when I grew up, I'd want to play doctor-patient games with you. As she spoke, she hugged Lin Chen's arm, tightly rubbing against him, as if she wanted to hang on to him entirely. Chen Xiaohua stood nearby, his expression shifting between clouds and sun, gradually turning red. His gaze was fixed on the spot where Murong Weiner was clinging to Lin Chen's arm, the flames of jealousy in his heart almost burning through his chest. He had pursued Murong Weiner for 2 whole years, but she had never even looked at him. Now right in front of him, she was cuddling up to this nouveau riche. It was intolerable. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a sentence through clenched jaws. Kid, if you kneel down and beg me now, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't survive in Jiangdong. Ooh, I keep my word. Lin Chen shifted his gaze from Murong Weiner's face back to Chen Xiaohua, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Oh, I'd love to see how you plan to make me unable to survive in Jiangdong. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire audience was stunned. All eyes were once again focused on Lin Chen. Brother, standing before you is the sole heir of the Chen family, the wealthiest in Jiangdong, with all the resources of the vast Chen family resting on his shoulders. In Jiangdong, to provoke him is to provoke the entire Chen family. Yet this young man, dressed in ordinary clothes, openly spoke boldly to Chen Xiaohua. This is not arrogance. It is a clear invitation to death. Chen Xiaohua's face instantly turned dark, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Chen. You are the first person who dared to speak to me like this. Do you really think I am made of clay? With that, he took out his phone and simply said into the mic, come in. In less than 10 seconds, the doors of the banquet hall were pushed open and 6 bodyguards in black entered in a single file. Each one was tall and sturdy, their waists bulging, their gazes sharp as knives. Chen Xiaohua tucked his phone back into his pocket and raised his chin once more. He looked down at Lin Chen and said, do you believe that I could cripple you right here and no one would dare to utter a word? Lin Chen leaned back against the sofa, not even changing his posture. He then spoke indifferently, even if your father and grandfather were here, they wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Who gave you the courage to provoke me? Hiss. Hearing this, the entire audience inhaled sharply. Murong Weiner, standing next to Lin Chen, flashed a hint of worry on her exquisite face. Though she hadn't seen Lin Chen for many years, the Lin Chen in her memory was never one to boast. But the power of the Chen family was indeed overwhelming. If Chen Xiaohua dares to lay a hand on my brother Lin Chen, I will ask Grandpa Li for help. Mu Rongwaner thought to herself. The people around her began to whisper amongst themselves. Is this kid crazy? Chen Xiao is the top young master of Jiangdong, with only Han Tianlong from the Han family in Jiangnan able to match him. I heard Han Tianlong had his legs broken. I wonder who had the guts to do that. It must have been a top family from the capital that took action. Most of the wealthy businessmen present were not knowledgeable about the martial arts world and did not understand the true weight of the term master. To them, martial arts masters were merely a group of brawlers, and even if they could fight, could they stand against guns? Thus they naturally did not regard martial arts with any seriousness. Moreover, even though they had heard about the Han family's declaration of war against someone named Lin Chen, the Lin Chen before them was clearly unconnected to the Lin Chen who had been declared war upon. To be openly declared war on by a giant like the Han family, one must at least be from a top family in the capital. There was no way it could be this young lad before them. Only a few family representatives who knew the inside story were curled up in the corner, not daring to breathe. At that moment, a sharp and cutting voice came from the crowd. Chen Xiao, I know him. He is not the inventor of the spiritual spring water. He is just a pathetic loser from a bankrupt group in Linhai. Everyone turned to look. They saw a woman in a black low-cut dress swaying her hips as she walked out. The deep V of her dress opened down to her navel, the skirt split so high it almost reached her thighs, and the heavy makeup on her face made her look like a nightclub hostess. She walked straight up to Chen Xiaohua, her eyes filled with flattery. Chen Xiaohua appraised her from top to bottom, his gaze lingering on her deep V for quite some time. Do you know her? Wei Xuan noticed Chen Xiaohua's gaze, and not only did she not shy away, but she also pushed her chest out, her voice sultry enough to drip water. Chen Xiao, my name is Wei Xue. I was this loser's high school classmate. Her father used to be the owner of the Lin Group, but that's all ancient history now. The Lin family went bankrupt 5 years ago, and her parents are now living in a rented room in a village poor as dirt. How could such a fallen family possibly be the inventor of spiritual spring water? I guess that formula was probably stolen from somewhere. She got carried away looking around and raising her voice. Moreover, someone like him, a bottom-tier scum of society, doesn't even own a decent brand. How could he possibly be invited to a banquet of this caliber? I bet he snuck in and maybe even stole something from a guest. Once these words were spoken, everyone's gaze toward Lin Chen changed. These social elites valued circles above all else, and a bankrupt bottom feeder sneaking into their banquet was a humiliation to them. The crowd frowned, even covering their noses as if Lin Chen truly smelled poor. No wonder he looked familiar. Turns out he is an intruder. Where are the security guards? How could this kind of bottom-tier scum be let in? Quickly throw him out and don't dirty the carpet of the banquet. Wei Xue saw the reactions of those around her and felt triumphant, her chin nearly reaching the ceiling. She took the opportunity to inch closer to Chen Xiaohua, pressing her chest against his arm. Chen Xiaohua naturally understood her intentions and wrapped an arm around her waist, firmly squeezing her butt. Wei Xue let out a soft hum, her face flushing with 2 patches of red, her eyes dreamy, clearly enjoying the moment. She leaned against Chen Xiaohua's embrace, looking at Lin Chen with the gaze of a victor. Lin Chen, did you hear that? You are not welcome here as a bottom feeder. You might as well roll out of here. What are you waiting for the security to carry you out? The crowd echoed, their voices rising in a chorus of expulsion. At that moment, a dignified voice came from outside the crowd. What is happening? Who is causing trouble here? A middle-aged man in a suit strode in. He wore a badge from the event's host on his chest, his hair meticulously styled, and he was none other than the event manager Supervisor Bai. The crowd quickly parted, pointing at Lin Chen while clamoring to report. Supervisor Bai, it's this kid. He snuck in without an invitation and insulted Chen Xiao. Yes, we all saw it. He has been provoking Chen Xiao, simply shameless. Hurry up and throw him out, otherwise we might not dare to come to your hotel's banquets in the future. Upon hearing Chen Xiao, Supervisor Bai's expression instantly changed. He followed the direction of the crowd's pointing fingers and indeed saw Chen Xiaohua. He immediately appeared to shrink, hurrying over to Chen Xiaohua, bending slightly and plastering a flattering smile on his face. So it's the esteemed Chen Xiao here. My apologies. I was just tending to other guests at the back and didn't know you had arrived. Please forgive my lack of courtesy. Do not hold it against a small person like me. Chen Xiaohua enjoyed such flattery immensely. He nodded slightly, his tone full of arrogance. It's fine, but you need to manage this place better, allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harry in here. Who would dare to come again? Supervisor Bai repeatedly nodded, sweat beading on his forehead. He straightened up, turning towards Lin Chen, his flattering expression instantly switching to a stern one. You punk. You snuck in here. Which impoverished village did this beggar come from, daring to cause a scene here? Get out now. Come here, break his legs and throw him out. Several security guards rushed over at the command. Mu Rongwaner saw this and couldn't help but want to explain for Lin Chen. Just then a clear and cold female voice echoed from deep within the banquet hall. I want to see who dares to touch him. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. A woman in a dark green long dress stepped out from the crowd. Her cold beauty and ethereal presence resembled that of a celestial maiden exuding the aura of a mature woman. She was followed by 3 individuals, and someone in the crowd recognized their identities. One was Li Qi, the head of the Linhai Wanbao Pavilion, another was Su Jinshan, the elder of the Su family, and the last was Su Jin, the master of the Jiangnan Tianying martial arts school. Su Qingxue walked to Lin Chen's side, her gaze coldly sweeping over Manager Bai and the security guards. Under her piercing gaze, Manager Bai involuntarily took half a step back. He recognized Su Qingxue, the president of the Su group and one of the hosts of tonight's celebration banquet. President Su, may I ask who this is? Manager Bai asked tentatively. Su Qingxue ignored him and turned to look at Li Qi. Li Qi stepped forward, his booming voice resonating throughout the banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to formally introduce this man, the inventor of Lingquan water, the actual controlling shareholder of the Linhai Lin Group, Mr. Lin Chen. Tonight's celebration banquet is held in his honor. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Manager Bai's expression instantly froze. Wei Shui, leaning against Chen Xiaohua, also stiffened. Those who had just urged Lin Chen to leave were now, as if their throats were gripped, their faces alternating between green and pale. The name Lin Chen had already spread throughout Linhai since that afternoon. The inventor of Lingquan water, the miracle creator of rebirth from a severed arm, the most sought-after figure in the entire Jiangdong. Yet they had just called for this person to leave. Su Jin stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping across Manager Bai's face, his tone disdainful. Who did you say you would break the legs of? As soon as Su Jin's words fell, Manager Bai's legs went weak. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, beads of cold sweat hitting the floor one after another. Su Qingxue, the president of the Su group and one of the hosts of tonight's banquet. Li Qi, head of the Linhai Wanbao Pavilion. Su Jinshan, a retired general and one of the first in the Dragon Kingdom to bear the Star of Honor. Su Jin, master of the Jiangnan Tianying martial arts school, a well-known expert in the Jiangdong martial arts community. Any one of these individuals could easily make him disappear from Jiangdong with just a flick of their finger. Yet he had just pointed at their superior and threatened to break his legs and throw him out. Manager Bai knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Mr. Lin, President Su, Pavilion Master Li, I was blind and ignorant. I did not recognize Mr. Lin Chen. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to say such things even if I had 100 lives. He kept bowing his head. I beg you, please do not hold my faults against me. Spare me this time. Li Qi shot him a cold glance, but said nothing. Manager Bai continued to bow, his forehead hitting the floor with a loud thud, blood quickly oozing from the impacts. Chen Xiaohua stood aside, his expression slightly changing, but quickly returning to an indifferent demeanor. Whether it was Li Qi, Su Jinshan, or Su Jun, these individuals were merely local tyrants in Linhai. The combined power of Linhai's families could not compare to even a finger of the Chen family. The Chen family had rooted itself in Jiangdong for 3 generations. His grandfather had served as the secretary of Jiangdong, and his second uncle was the deputy mayor, having both money and power. How could a few Linhai locals stir up any waves? He straightened his winered suit collar, his tone filled with scorn. Even if you support him, what does it matter? Can you altogether compare to the Chen family? Know your place and get out of the way. Do not obstruct me from teaching this trash a lesson. Su Jun's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenching with cracking knuckles. He stepped forward, his voice low and restrained. Chen Xiaohua, this is Linhai, not your Chen family's territory. Do you dare to act against Master Lin here? Are you seeking death? Li Qi coldly interjected. If your father and grandfather knew how you treated Master Lin, how would you explain it upon returning? Chen Xiaohua seemed to hear the greatest joke, laughing loudly with his head thrown back, his tone increasingly arrogant. Explain? What is there to explain? A mere piece of trash. Does he even deserve an explanation from me? Even if I break his legs and throw him out today, my father and grandfather would only praise me for a job well done. We the Chen family cannot be bullied outside. This is what my grandfather taught me since childhood. Su Jun looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. He slowly spoke. I suggest you call your father first and tell him what happened here and see what he says. Just as Chen Xiaohua was about to retort, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. The crowd parted automatically, and 2 figures walked in from the banquet hall's main door. In the front was an elderly man in his 70s, his silver hair meticulously styled, leaning on a yellow rosewood cane, his back straight. Despite his advanced age, he walked steadily and powerfully, his murky old eyes radiating a formidable authority from long-held power. He was Chen Wangbei, the Chen family's elder, the former secretary of Jiangdong, who had wielded provincial power for 12 years. Even after retirement, his influence remained. Even current provincial leaders would visit him during holidays. Following Chen Wangbei was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a dark gray zhongshan suit, his features vaguely resembling Chen Xiaohua, yet his demeanor was entirely different. Chen Jingshan, head of the Chen family, acted steadily, and with shrewdness dominating Jiangdong's business scene for 30 years, expanding the Chen family's enterprise from real estate into energy, ports, and finance, and was the creator of Jiangdong's wealth. The banquet hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. The Chen family elder actually came in person. This old man rarely shows himself in public, and many prominent figures from the provincial capital can't even get an audience with him. Chen Jingshan is here too. With this father-son duo present, all the important figures in Jiangdong must have gathered. That brat is finished. The elder of the Chen family was fiercely protective. Once when Chen Xiaohua lost 300 million in a casino, and ouching, the elder sent a private jet to bring him back without paying a dime, and the casino had to comply with a smile. Seeing his father and grandfather appear simultaneously, Chen Xiaohua's face flashed with joy. He hurried over, getting in front of Chen Jingshan, pointing at Lin Chen, while starting to play the victim. Dad, Grandpa, you arrived just in time. This trash publicly humiliated me at the banquet just now, saying that even with both of you here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. This isn't just slapping my face, it's slapping the face of our entire Chen family. Dad, hurry and have someone break his legs and throw him out. His voice was loud, as if he wanted everyone in the banquet hall to hear. After saying that, he turned his head, looking at Lin Chen with the gaze of a victor, a smug smile plastered on his face. With his grandfather present, even if all the local tyrants of Linhai joined forces, they couldn't protect this impoverished wretch. The guests around also revealed expressions of anticipation, whispering among themselves. With the elder of the Chen family present, this kid is likely to leave horizontally today. Deservedly, so a bankrupt loser who knows whose thigh he clung to in order to get in here, and yet dares to be arrogant in front of young Master Chen. He truly doesn't know how to write the word death. Young Master Chen has walked over Jiangdong for 20 years, always bullying others, and never being bullied himself. This kid has truly run into a dead end. Slap. A loud slap echoed throughout the banquet hall. Chen Jingshan's hand remained suspended in midair, while Chen Xiaohua's face was already turned sideways from the impact. He staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance, a bright red handprint appearing on his left cheek, visibly swelling. The whole banquet hall fell silent in an instant. All expressions on people's faces froze. Wei Shui covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Manager, by kneeling on the ground, stopped mid-bow. The guests waiting to watch the drama had their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Chen Xiaohua covered his face, looking at his father in disbelief. He had lived for 27 years, and his father had never struck him. Not even when he lost 300 million, nor when he crashed a limited edition Rolls-Royce, nor when he got himself into trouble with the wrong women. His father would only ground him for a few days at most. But today, before all the prominent figures of Jiangdong, his father had slapped him. Chen Jingshan's hand trembled slightly, unsure whether it was from anger or fear. He stared at his son, his eyes filled with the fiery anger of disappointment, his voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. Unfilial son. Hurry and apologize to Master Lin. Chen Xiaohua, covering his face, was completely dazed. Apologize? To a bankrupt loser? Chen Wangbei approached, leaning on his cane, not even glancing at his grandson, and walked straight to Lin Chen. He slowly bent down, lowering his posture, his voice filled with remorse. Master Lin, the Chen family has produced such an unfilial descendant. It is my fault, Chen Wangbei, for failing to educate my grandson properly. The Chen family will certainly come to apologize on another day for today's incident. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Some sarcastic remarks were on the tip of their tongues, yet they were choked. They watched as the elder of the Chen family bent over, his demeanor lowered to the dust, each word striking them like a slap in the face. The elder of the Chen family, once the secretary of Jiangdong, wielded power over a province for 12 years, and even after retirement, provincial leaders would visit him. Yet now he was bowing and apologizing to a young man in his 20s. What on earth is happening? He even went so far as to let his own son publicly slap his most cherished grandson. This had never happened before. The Chen family was known for slapping others in the face, but never for slapping their own in deference to others. Chen Xiaohua covered his face as if his soul had been siphoned away. He glanced at his father, then at his grandfather, his gaze shifting back and forth between them and Lin Chen. His father's hand, which had struck him, still hung limply at his side, trembling slightly. Grandfather bent over the man who had never bowed to anyone in his memory, was now too afraid to even breathe in front of Lin Chen. Dad, Grandpa, you. Chen Xiaohua was stunned into silence. Lin Chen slowly stood up from the sofa. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted, creating a clear space. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the faces of everyone present. Mu Rongwan stood at the edge of the crowd, her hands pressed to her chest, her delicate face filled with admiration. Her eyes seemed to sparkle, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. She thought to herself, Lin Chen is still that formidable Lin Chen from childhood, unchanged in the slightest. At this moment, Wei Shui beside Chen Xiaohua was completely weakened. She leaned against the nearby table, barely preventing herself from collapsing, trembling as if she were a sieve. She had thought she could climb up the social ladder by latching onto the seemingly bankrupt Chen Xiaohua, but she never expected to encounter such a steel wall. Surrounding Jiangdong's big shots, Su Qingxue, Li Qi, Su Jinshan, Su Zhen, each of whom could make waves in Linhai, all stood behind Lin Chen. Even the head of the Chen family and the elder bowed their heads before Lin Chen. But Lin Chen was clearly bankrupt, clearly thrown into the river by the Zhao family 5 years ago to die. How could he have turned things around in such a short time? Lin Chen's gaze fell on Chen Xiaohua. The former arrogance on Chen Xiaohua's now swollen face had vanished, his lips quivered, and he couldn't even meet Lin Chen's eyes. Do you believe what I said before now, eh? Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Chen Xiaohua was at a loss for words, his lips trembling. Fear overflowed in his eyes. In the next moment, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, landing on Chen Xiaohua's legs. With a dull thud, Chen Xiaohua's legs exploded at the knees, his lower legs completely disappearing, blood gushing from the severed ends like a fountain. He didn't even have time to scream, his entire body fell stiffly to the ground unconscious. It all happened too quickly. Only when Chen Xiaohua lay in a pool of blood did the surrounding people react. Screams erupted around them. Some of the more timid individuals wet their pants in fear. Wei Shui, standing next to Chen Xiaohua, had blood splattered across her face and chest as his legs exploded. She looked down at the blood on her body, letting out a piercing scream, frantically wiping her face, turning it into a bloody smear. Chen Wangbei suddenly looked up, gazing at his grandson, lying in a pool of blood, his murky old eyes filled with unmasked terror. His hand, gripping the cane, trembled violently, the cane tapping urgently against the floor, his back bending even lower. For the sake of my old face, the Chen family is willing to give Master Lin 1/3 of our assets as compensation. Chen Wangbei spoke urgently. I implore Master Lin to show mercy and spare this ungrateful child. 1/3 of the assets. The entire banquet hall gasped in astonishment. What does 1/3 of the Chen family's assets even mean? The Chen family's business spans real estate, energy, ports, and finance, with total assets reaching hundreds of billions. 1/3 of that is hundreds of billions of assets. This money is enough to buy the entire city of Linhai and still have plenty left over. Spending billions for a life. Chen family's elder is truly terrified. Lin Chen raised his hand and pointed. A golden light entered the severed leg of Chen Xiaohua, instantly stopping the gushing blood. Originally, I had no enmity with your Chen family, but he just said he would break my legs, so I have now crippled his legs. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, his gaze falling on Chen Wangbei, his tone calm. Does your Chen family accept this reason? Chen Wangbei sighed deeply and nodded repeatedly. He dared not voice any objections. The 2 disciples of Han Beiwang had perished at Lin Chen's hands, the Tianxia organization had been wiped out by him alone, and even the master of Yanluo Tang couldn't withstand a single blow. The Chen family was the richest in Jiangdong, powerful and wealthy, yet they lacked a master. Not to mention a master, they didn't even have a true expert. If Lin Chen wanted to annihilate the Chen family, one thought would suffice. Unlike the ignorant rich, present Chen Wangbei understood the true value of a master. The reason the dragon country could stand firm amidst the surrounding wolves was not just due to rapid technological advancement. The deeper reason was that martial artists emerged victorious in national conflicts, thus possessing absolute authority. Chen Jingshan squatted beside his son, looking at the empty pant legs with reddened eyes, yet he dared not utter a word. Very well, then I shall consider our grievances resolved. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. If he provokes me again in the future, the Chen family will no longer have a reason to exist. Chen Wangbei and Chen Jingshan nodded. If it weren't for wanting to consolidate the forces of Jiangdong, Lin Chen would have already crushed Chen Xiaohua. He had no interest in these mundane powers, but his parents and sister had yet to step into the realm of cultivation. They still needed these supports. To strike the Chen family was both to establish authority and to subdue them. Chen Wangbei, being so astute, immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Master Lin, for showing mercy today. The Chen family will remember this, and will follow Master Lin's lead moving forward. If there are any orders, we will comply without question. A former secretary of Jiangdong publicly expressed these words. This meant that from this moment on, the richest Chen family in Jiangdong had officially submitted to Lin Chen. Mu Rongwan's eyes widened, covering her mouth, the light in her eyes shining even brighter. Lin Chen's gaze shifted from Chen Xiaohua to Wei Shui. Wei Shui was covered in blood, desperately trying to wipe her face. Upon feeling Lin Chen's gaze, her body stiffened suddenly, and she began to tremble. I don't know who you are, nor do I understand how you know my family's information, Lin Chen said calmly, but you don't need to. Wei Shui could no longer hold on. With a thud, she knelt to the ground, crawling and rolling to Lin Chen's feet, grasping his pant leg tightly, her tears and snot mixing with the blood on her face. Lin Chen, it's me, Wei Shui. I'm your high school classmate. I had a crush on you. Her voice trembled, no longer carrying the earlier pride and arrogance. It was because I confessed to you and was rejected that I held a grudge all this time. I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please spare me. She desperately pulled at her clothes, revealing large patches of pale skin. Looking up at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with eagerness and a desire to survive. My skills are excellent. I can do anything you ask of me, just please don't kill me. Let me be your dog. I beg you, Lin Chen, spare me. Lin Chen didn't spare her a glance. He lifted his foot and stepped down. Wei Shui's entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Whoosh. Immediately Lin Chen's large hand grasped a force, swallowing her entire being along with the splattered blood mist, reducing her to nothingness. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the trembling of teeth. Those who had just mocked Lin Chen now shrank into corners, not daring to breathe, wishing they could squeeze themselves into the walls. Manager Bai knelt on the ground, having witnessed the entire process of Wei Shui's disappearance. His head hit the ground, even harder blood smeared across his face without him caring, his voice trembling. Master Lin, spare me. I was blind, I beg for your mercy. I will never dare again. Thud. Manager Bai met the same fate as Wei Shui. His entire being exploded into a mist of blood, also devoured by Lin Chen's million-soul banner. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, not even glancing at him. He then turned and strolled to the center of the banquet hall stage. Hundreds of Jiangdong elites below fell silent, not a sound to be heard. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly scanning every face in the crowd. Each person who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads. Is there anyone who still refuses to accept that? As Lin Chen's words fell, a moment of silence enveloped the hall. Chen Wangbei was the first to step forward. The former secretary of Jiangdong struck his cane against the ground and declared robustly, Master Lin, our Chun family yields. Su Jin followed closely, cupping his fists and shouting, the Tianning martial arts school yields. Li Qi's voice was even louder, the Li family of Linhai bows to Master Lin. Su Zhanshan leaned on his cane and spoke with determination, the Su family will henceforth respect Master Lin. Zhou Santong also stepped forward to clasp his fists, while Qian Wanjun bowed, and Zheng Guoyang even went so far as to kneel on one knee. One by one, hundreds of Jiangdong elites in the banquet hall bowed and clasped their fists, their voices rising and falling. The Qian family yields. The Zhou family yields. The Zheng family is willing to serve Master Lin. The weight of these few individuals combined was enough to represent the entire Linhai and even half of Jiangdong's power. Those who were still hesitant saw that the elder of the Chun family had already expressed his stance, and they no longer dared to hesitate, all following suit. Master Lin, our Bai family yields. Master Lin, our Xia family yields. Master Lin, our Huang family yields. Master Lin. In an instant the banquet hall was filled with voices of submission echoing throughout. Su Qingxue stood at the front of the crowd, watching the man standing with his hands behind his back on the stage, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile, her eyes slightly reddened. This man 5 years ago had his limbs broken by the Zhao family and was thrown into the river. 5 years later he returned from the depths of despair, treading down Linhai and then Jiangdong. Mu Rongwan stood beside Su Qingxue, her hands clasped before her chest, her large eyes sparkling as if about to burst with stars. She gazed at Lin Chen's profile on stage, feeling her heart race as if it might leap out of her throat. Brother Lin Chen is so handsome that it takes her breath away. Lin Chen stood on the stage with his hands clasped behind his back, while hundreds of Jiangdong elites bowed and clasped their fists from below the crowd, collectively lowering their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. In just one night he made all the most powerful families in Jiangdong submit. Even the richest family, the Chun family, willingly bowed down, as such methods had never been seen in the history of Jiangdong. Lin Chen raised his hand and gently pressed down. The entire venue fell silent instantly, even the sound of breathing became lighter. To be honest, I hadn't planned to make an appearance at this banquet today. Lin Chen's voice was calm and clear, reaching everyone's ears. But since I'm here, I have one thing to say: the spiritual spring water from now on, whoever behaves will receive more, and naturally the money will also be the most. He paused and added, moreover, this spiritual spring water requires no cost whatsoever. As his words fell, the entire banquet hall felt as though a bomb had been dropped. Everyone present simultaneously looked up, their eyes wide with disbelief. No cost. How could they had witnessed the effects of the spiritual spring water today, miraculous healing of severed limbs and curing terminal illnesses? How could such a divine product have zero cost? Chen Wangbei stepped forward, disbelief etched across his wrinkled face. The Chun family's willingness to offer 1/3 of their fortune to appease Lin Chen's anger, even agreeing to submit entirely to a young man in his 20s, was largely due to the allure of the spiritual spring water. He managed to buy a small vial of spiritual spring water from Li Qi, drank just 3 drops, and the chronic leg pain that had plagued him for over a decade vanished, with black hair even beginning to sprout amidst his white locks. Having lived to this age, he had long since grown indifferent to money and power. Only longevity and health mattered to him. and the spiritual spring water in Lin Chen's hands could provide him with both. So don't say 1/3 of the Chun family's fortune, he would even be willing to offer double that. Master Lin, what do you mean by no cost? Chen Wangbei asked eagerly. Lin Chen replied lightly. No cost means that however much you want I can provide, and it requires no conditions whatsoever. Hiss, a collective gasp echoed through the hall. How much ever you want to get. This implies that the supply of spiritual spring water is infinite. This is equivalent to having infinite wealth, and what they hold is the exclusive distribution right to this infinite supply. More crucially, the cost is zero, yet the selling price can be determined by themselves. There were long lines of people willing to pay $1 million for a cup of spiritual spring water. Even wealthy foreigners had started inquiring. This is not merely business, it's akin to running a money printing factory. No-cost sales mean that whatever profit is made is yours faster than a money printer, someone murmured. If a cup is $1 million, how many cups can be sold in a year? The calculations are beyond comprehension. Lin Chen observed the excited expressions of the crowd and continued, indeed, it's a no-cost business. As long as you follow me, not only the current concentration of spiritual spring water available in the market, but also higher concentrations, and even magical tools and pills, I can provide them all. He paused, his tone growing colder. The precondition is that you must not let me know you have ulterior motives, otherwise the fate of those two just now will be yours. The crowd's breath hitched again. The horrific scene of that woman and manager was still fresh in their minds. They didn't even want to think about such a death. No one wished to experience such a death. After a moment of silence, a bold businessman raised his hand and cautiously asked, Master Lin, the spiritual spring water is so precious, why are you willing to sell such a valuable thing to us? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. The spiritual spring water capable of miraculous healing and extending life held immense value. Oh, why share it with others? As the saying goes, precious resources shouldn't flow to outsiders. Anyone would hold on tightly and seek wealth for themselves. Lin Chen scanned the crowd and replied, I can easily obtain spiritual spring water, but what I desire is not just Linhai, but the entire Liangjiang, or even the whole Dragon Nation. The mention of the entire Liangjiang, even the whole Dragon Nation. This statement lit up everyone's eye. By mastering the exclusive supply of spiritual spring water combined with Liangjiang's business network, what kind of entity could they become? Linhai is just the starting point, Jiangdong is the springboard, while Liangjiang, and even the entire nation, is the true stage. If they could unify all the powerful families of Liangjiang through the spiritual spring water, that would be a force comparable to the top families in the capital. Chen Wangbei felt a storm of emotions inside. He never expected this young man's ambition to be far greater than he had imagined. At this moment, Li Qi was the first to raise his arm and shout, his voice echoing throughout the banquet hall. From now on, Jiangdong respects Master Lin. Su Jin followed suit. Chen Wangbei echoed, from now on, Jiangdong respects Master Lin. Hundreds of Jiangdong elites in the entire banquet hall bowed simultaneously, their voices almost shaking the ceiling. From now on, Jiangdong respects Master Lin. After the banquet concluded, the entire force of Jiangdong had been united into a single entity by Lin Chen. The distribution channels, pricing strategies, and shares of the spiritual spring water were all finalized within a mere half hour. Li Qi was responsible for the coastal and surrounding markets, while Chen Wangbei handled the provincial capital and Jiangbei region, with other families allocated shares accordingly. Mu Rongwan intended to escort Lin Chen back, but he waved her off. Wainer, return home and prepare for the matters concerning the spiritual spring water with your family. Don't delay important tasks. We can have dinner together another day. Mu Rongwan pouted, looking quite unwilling. Yet she understood that the matter regarding the spiritual spring water could not be delayed, so she reluctantly got into the car with the attendants of the Mu Rong family. Before leaving, she rolled down the window and shouted to Lin Chen, Brother Lin Chen, next time we meet you must take me shopping. Lin Chen watched as the Mu Rong family's convoy drove away, then turned towards Su Kings's car. The night was deep and most of the luxury vehicles outside the Cloud Peak Hotel had already dispersed, leaving only a few scattered along the roadside. Su Qingxue leaned back in the back seat, her face still flushed with excitement from the banquet. Let's go, I'll take you home, Lin Chen said as he got into the car. Su Qingxue rested her head on his shoulder, her voice laced with a hint of drunken laziness. Lin Chen, when you spoke on stage today, you looked incredibly handsome. All the big shots in Jiangdong were bowing their heads to listen to you. Watching you from below made my heart race to the point of nearly stopping. Lin Chen smiled slightly, but did not respond. The car drove smoothly along the Riverside Road after leaving the hotel. Su Qingxue leaned against him, eyes closed, a smile still lingering on her lips. Before long, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His divine sense detected multiple killing intentions converging from 4 directions simultaneously. Each source of killing intent was formidable, with even the weakest reaching the peak of the transformation stage. These killing intents were not the inner strength of Dragon Country martial artists, but rather a mixed variety of mutated spiritual energy originating from the same source as the vanguard team from Water Company he encountered earlier in the Tsangling mountain range. Foreign superhumans. Stop the car, Lin Chen commanded, and the driver old Zhang immediately hit the brakes. Su Qingxue lifted her head from his shoulder, her eyes a bit confused. What's wrong? Lin Chen raised his hand and drew an arc in the air, a transparent light shield enveloping Su Qingxue and old Zhang. The surface of the shield shimmered with golden runes like an inverted bowl, firmly protecting them. We are being followed, Lin Chen said calmly. What a... Su Qingxue's drunkenness faded significantly, her face turning pale. Instinctively clutching Lin Chen's sleeve, she was visibly anxious. Don't worry, just stay in the car and don't go out. Lin Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her. Then you be careful, Su Qingxue said with concern. The ones who should be careful are them, Lin Chen said as he opened the door and stepped out. He closed the car door and stood in front of the vehicle. Almost as soon as his feet touched the ground, the surrounding scenery began to twist violently. The ground erupted with countless cracks and thick vines began to emerge from the fissures, each as thick as an adult man's thigh. The trees lining the road started to grow wildly, their branches extending outward at a visible speed, forming an impenetrable wall of wood. In just a few seconds, the entire street was completely sealed off. The towering vine walls over 10 meters high trapped Lin Chen and the car, blocking even the moonlight from entering. At that moment, directly ahead, an old man with white hair and beard appeared, dressed in a dark green robe, exuding a faint green light. His eyes were also green, glowing like two ghostly flames in the night. Beside the old man, a red-haired young man stepped out from the shadows. He was tall and dressed in a sharply tailored white suit, his handsome features resembling a male model stepping off a magazine cover. But what stood out the most were his eyes, where flames danced in his pupils. The red-haired youth was known as the Fire God, an S-level fire superhuman. It was said that he once single-handedly incinerated an armored division in the Sahara Desert. To the left, a blonde woman in a tight black leather outfit leaned against the vines. Her figure was breathtakingly curvaceous, with an hourglass shape that could be grasped with a single hand. Her eyes were dark purple with slit pupils like a cat, and a seductive smile played on her lips. The blonde woman was named Caitlin, an S-level enchantress. She had once infiltrated a military base alone, causing 300 soldiers within the base to turn on each other without lifting a finger herself. Caitlin winked at Lin Chen, licking her lips. Beside her stood a towering black man, over 2 meters tall, his skin glistening with a metallic sheen. He was bare-chested with muscles that looked as though they were forged from steel, radiating a fierce aura. Tank, an S-level diamond superhuman. His body was as indestructible as diamond. To the right, a man with a small mustache, dressed in traditional samurai attire from Sakura Country, sat cross-legged on a protruding vine. He had a katana laid across his lap, its sheath as black as ink with a dark red cord wrapped around the hilt. Sasaki Kenji, also known as the Blade Demon, was a peak transformation stage powerhouse from Sakura Country. The Oni cut he wielded was one of the 3 famous blades from Sakura Country, having once severed an armed helicopter mid-takeoff with a single stroke. The final elder was named Quinn, an S-level forest superhuman, the strongest among the 5. Lin Chen swept a glance at these 5 individuals, his expression remaining calm. You all came for the spiritual spring water, right? Lin Chen spoke. The elder slowly descended from the vines, saying, Young man, hand over the formula for the spiritual spring water, and I will leave you with a complete corpse. Lin Chen naturally knew their identities, having learned some information about Western superhumans while soul-searching the leader from Tsangling Mountain. These individuals were all core combat forces of the Western superhuman organization, the Hand of God, 5 superhumans above SS level. In the Western underground world, S-level superhumans have a recognized moniker: walking disasters. Each of them possesses the capability to single-handedly destroy a city. Their simultaneous appearance here clearly indicates they are not here for idle chatter. Give you 1 second to get out of my sight, and I will spare your lives, Lin Chen said indifferently. Arrogant. With just you, how dare you talk back in the presence of us disasters? You are courting death. The Blade Demon squinted, his eyes gleaming coldly. I will turn him to ashes. The red-haired youth finished speaking, and a deep red flame ignited in the palm of his right hand. Watch as I slice him in 2, then have my fun with that girl in the car and interrogate her for the formula of the spiritual spring water. The Blade Demon slowly gripped the hilt of his sword, licking his lips. Buzz. A sharp blade intent surged from the sheath, and the surrounding vines were sliced with countless fine cuts from the invisible sword chi. I heard you killed Yin Luo. I want to test your strength. The black man spoke with a clumsy dragon language. As he spoke, he struck his fists together, producing loud metallic clanking sounds. Lin Chen looked at them, his expression unchanged. He even yawned. Did you not inquire about my identity before coming here? The elder's green eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. You merely wiped out the group of waste known as the Celestial Killers and killed that nobody Yin Luo. In front of us, the hand of God, the Celestial Killers are but ants. I have met Yin Luo himself. He is nothing but trash, unable to last even 3 moves against me. The elder assessed Lin Chen and scoffed. As for you, you are not much stronger than him. He paused, his tone filled with arrogance. I give you a choice: hand over the formula for the spiritual spring water, and we can leave you with a complete corpse. Such a divine item as the spiritual spring water is beyond your grasp. You have no idea what it can bring, and you are unworthy of it. Lin Chen looked at the elder, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Then let's see if you have the lives to take it. The elder's eyes turned cold. You seek death. Do you truly believe you can leave today? Lin Chen shook his head, his tone flat. With the 5 of you, you are far too weak. You are not worthy of forcing me to act. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Any one of them was a top-tier powerhouse. Even an SS-level powerhouse would not dare to claim victory over them. Yet this young man before them was so brazen. Baga. The blade demon struck first. He flipped his right hand, and the Oni cut traced a jet-black arc, the blade's light cutting through the air and transforming into a 3-meter-long black ribbon aimed straight at Lin Chen. The slash produced a sharp sonic boom in the air, as if the very atmosphere was being cleaved apart. Seeing this, a cruel smile appeared on the blade demon's lips. This slash had once severed an armed helicopter. There was no way a mere flesh-and-blood body could survive. Crack! The blade light shattered, exploding into countless black dots that scattered. However, the blade demon's smile froze on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Lin Chen's standing position, unable to comprehend the scene before him. How is this possible? The eyes of the blade demon constricted violently. In his life, he had wielded over 3,000 blades, cutting through armed helicopters, shattering bulletproof armor, and slaying masters of the Dragon Nation. The blade aura lingered 10 meters away, not dissipating. Such a peak manifestation of blade intent could not be found a second time in the entire martial world of Sakura Nation. Yet at this moment, the blade aura he unleashed with all his might did not even touch the corner of Lin Chen's clothing before shattering on its own. How can this be? What have you done? The blade demon exclaimed in shock. Lin Chen stood still, remaining calm. I already told you, you are too weak. Even if I stand here and let you attack, you wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on my body. These so-called S-level superpowers are respected as walking disasters in the Western underground world. Yet in Lin Chen's eyes, their attacks were inferior even to the chi release of a Foundation establishment practitioner. The physical body of a Tribulation transcendent Xian Zun could not be shattered even by divine thunder, and mere blade aura was nothing more than a tickle. Dragon Nation brat, you are too arrogant. The blade demon was thoroughly enraged, gripping the hilt of his ghost cut tightly, as his internal energy surged into the blade like a raging tide. Blood-red patterns appeared on the pitch-black blade, vibrating violently and emitting a buzzing sound. The temperature of the entire street suddenly dropped, and a thin layer of white frost formed on the vine walls. Ghost cut ultimate, 100 Ghosts Night Walk. The blade demon roared wildly, swinging the ghost cut. Waves of enormous blade aura tore through the air, densely striking towards Lin Chen. 10, 20, 30 strands of black blade aura covered the sky, sealing off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. The ground was cut by the dispersed blade energy, leaving countless deep cracks, as if the asphalt had been plowed. On the distant spire of a clock tower, 2 figures stood side by side. The leader of the Qinglong team, dressed in blue battle attire with crossed arms and a solemn expression. Next to him stood the leader of the Zhuke team, wrapped in a red cloak that fluttered in the night wind. They had received intelligence from the Dragon team, stating that a strong figure from the hand of God had secretly entered the country, tracing the signal to this location, and witnessed the scene of the vines sealing off the entire street. Qinglong, do you think Master Lin can hold on? Zhuke asked with concern. Qinglong paused for a moment before slowly replying, difficult. The blade demon was ranked among the top 5 sword masters in Sakura Nation. During the National War 10 years ago, the Dragon team lost no less than 5 brothers at his hands. His technique 100 Ghosts Night Walk once cleaved a long-standing master in half over the East Sea. Even I would be injured if I faced it head-on. What about the other S-level superpowers? Fire God Hawkins S-level fire superpower, Enchantress Caitlyn S-level charm superpower, Tank Baron S-level defense superpower, King of the Forest Eugene SS-level plant superpower. With each name Qinglong mentioned, his voice grew heavier. If these 5 join forces, only the captain can withstand them head-on. Zook's brow furrowed tighter. Shouldn't we go down and help? Qinglong shook his head, his gaze fixed on the young figure surrounded by vines. Wait, I can't see through Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the members of the Hand of God were sneering. Caitlyn leaned against the vines, her slender fingers curling a strand of golden hair, a lazy smile on her lips. Is this Dragon Nation handsome boy scared silly? standing still and waiting to die. What a pity for this face who dying under the Blade Demon's 100 Ghosts Night Walk isn't too much of a loss. Tank Baron punched his fists together, producing a dull metallic thud, his voice as rough as thunder. I bet he won't even leave behind a complete corpse. The smile on the Blade Demon's face reappeared with a cruel curve. The 100 Ghosts Night Walk was his ultimate technique, unleashing 30 blade auras simultaneously, each capable of cleaving a small mountain. The blade aura had sealed off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. Break! Lin Chen uttered a single word, his voice not loud, yet resonating like thunder. The 30 blade auras froze in midair simultaneously, then shattered inch by inch. From the blade tips to the blades themselves, they instantly transformed into countless black light points. The smile on the Blade Demon's face completely froze. All members of the Hand of God widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Chen raised his right hand, extending a finger gently towards the Blade Demon. At the moment his fingertip descended, the Blade Demon's body seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, exploding from the inside out. The ghost cut in his hand shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, clattering against the ground. The top 5 swordmaster of Sakura Nation let out no cry, vanishing completely from this world. On the clock tower's spire, Qinglong and Zhuge gasped in shock. How is this possible? Qinglong's voice changed pitch. A single finger instantaneously kills a peak practitioner. Even the ghost cut shattered. Zook's eyes widened, instinctively grabbing Qinglong's arm. The members of the Hand of God were seasoned warriors. After a brief moment of shock, they reacted immediately. The king of the forest Eugenie's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "This kid is not right. Strike together. Don't give him a chance to pick us off one by one." Fire God Hawkins's eyes suddenly glowed with fierce red light. He clasped his hands in front of him, a massive fireball over 3 meters in diameter forming in his palms. The temperature of the fireball reached its peak. The surrounding vines rapidly withered and curled under the heat wave, and the air distorted and warped from the scorching. He roared, hurling the fireball towards Lin Chen. Where the fireball passed, the asphalt road instantly melted into dark red magma. Caitlin simultaneously activated her charm superpower. Her eyes gleamed with dark purple light as an invisible wave of mental force surged towards Lin Chen's brain. Her charm superpower had made 300 trained soldiers kill each other within 10 seconds. Now she concentrated all her mental force on Lin Chen. Eugene pressed his hands against the ground, a surge of green light radiating from him. Countless thick vines burst forth from the earth, wrapping around Lin Chen's legs in layers. The surface of these vines was covered in sharp barbs, each capable of crushing a heavy truck. Tank Baron let out a deafening roar, his skin transforming into a dazzling diamond sheen. He stomped down hard on the ground, creating a deep pit in the asphalt, and charged towards Lin Chen like a cannonball fired from a gun. His defensive superpower could withstand a barrage of rockets. A pure bodily impact was enough to reduce a small building to rubble. The 4 powerful figures attacked simultaneously, each strike capable of being fatal. Qinglong's face turned grave in an instant, his right hand resting on the hilt at his waist. We must act. He can't withstand this alone. Zhuge also drew the short blade from her back. Qinglong's sword was halfway drawn, but could not be moved. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, 2 golden flames swirling in his pupils. The flames were not large, but contained a purer essence of fire than Hawkins' fireball. The flames leapt from his pupils, transforming into a slender golden fire serpent heading towards the massive 3-meter fireball. At the moment the fire serpent collided with the fireball, Hawkins' flames seemed to meet a king having no chance to resist, and were completely consumed. The golden fire serpent continued unabated, passing through the fireball, through Hawkins' palms, through his chest. Hawkins was instantly enveloped in golden flames, unable to even scream before turning to a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen turned to look at Caitlin. His gaze held no killing intent, merely a faint glance in her direction. The moment Caitlin's mental force collided with that gaze, it shattered like glass. She felt as if an invisible giant hammer struck her head, exploding her skull from the inside out. Her stunning face maintained the confident smile she had while casting her charm, only to dissolve into a mist of blood an instant later. Tank Baron had already charged in front of Lin Chen. His diamond body reflected a brilliant light in the dim glow of the street lamp, the impact capable of collapsing a building focused entirely on Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained standing in place, not even lifting a finger. The moment Baron's diamond body collided with Lin Chen, it was like tofu striking diamond. His body began to explode from the fist that made contact, inch by inch, diamond shards flying in every direction. He resembled an out-of-control heavy truck crashing into a towering divine mountain, the recoil shattering all his bones to dust. He stopped in front of Lin Chen, maintaining the posture of throwing a punch, before crashing down, turning into a pile of mush. The king of the forest Eugenie's expression changed completely. His body began to explode from the fist that made contact inch by inch, diamond shards flying in every direction. He resembled an out-of-control heavy truck crashing into a towering divine mountain, standing still, crushing a tank. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. This was not a duel between humans, but a god-crushing ants. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, his figure turning into a green light as he burrowed into the vine wall. Lin Chen waved his hand. Eugenie's body froze in midair, and all the vines he summoned disintegrated instantly. Eugenie's body transformed into green light points, completely erased in an instant. The street returned to its original state. On the spire of the clock tower, Qinglong's hand, which held the sword hilt, froze in midair. The short blade in Zook's hand had fallen to the ground at some point, the clatter bringing her back to her senses. She remained silent for a long time. 5S level superpowers, all dead. Zhuke was utterly shocked. In less than a minute, Qinglong, what do you think his realm is? Qinglong looked down at the sword at his waist, suddenly feeling like a clown. He forced a wry smile, sheathing, I don't know either, but incredibly strong. The Qinglong and Zhuke had just shifted their gaze away from the spire of the bell tower, turning to leave. Suddenly a calm voice echoed from behind them. Have you seen enough? Hiss. The hairs on the backs of the two stood on end, their muscles instantly tensing. Qinglong instinctively placed his hand on the sword hilt, while a flicker of flame surged from Zook's fingertips. One was the leader of the Qinglong team, and the other was the leader of the Zhuke team, both ranking among the top 10 in strength within the dragon group. Yet before that voice had sounded, they hadn't sensed even the slightest breath. The two of them turned rigidly around. They saw Lin Chen standing in midair 3 feet above the ground with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes gently fluttering in the night breeze. His gaze fell upon Qinglong and Zhu Que, his expression indifferent, scrutinizing the two uninvited guests. Qinglong's hand moved away from the sword hilt. He had a clear intuition that if he dared to draw his sword, his fate would not be much better than that of the knife demon. Are you with those people, eh? Lin Chen began to speak. Qinglong quickly clasped his hands in a salute, his voice betraying his nervousness. Master Lin, there's a misunderstanding. I am Qinglong, the leader of the Qinglong team in the dragon group. This is Zhu Que, the leader of the Zhuke team. We were ordered to track the strong individuals of the Hand of God entering the country, and we are not with them. Zhuke followed suit, clasping his hands and adding, when we arrived, the battle had already begun. We intended to assist, but Master Lin's strength is unparalleled, and you did not need our intervention. Upon hearing they were from the dragon group, the indifference on Lin Chen's face softened somewhat. He recalled that Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong were also from the dragon group. They had interacted in Xinjiang before and had shown a relatively respectful attitude. He nodded slightly, not saying another word, and in a flash he disappeared from their sight. Qinglong and Zhuke stood in place, gazing at the empty night sky and exchanging glances. They both saw the same shock in each other's eyes. Vanishing into thin air, disappearing in an instant, Zhuke said hoarsely, this is no longer the martial way. Qinglong remained silent for a long time before slowly exhaling. We must return to report to Elder Shen that all 5 of the Hand of God's powerful members have been wiped out. Within 3 days this news will spread across the entire Western underground world. The Dragon Kingdom has produced a young master. This news cannot be concealed. Lin Chen reappeared, already seated in the back seat of Su Qingsu's car. The driver, Old Zhang, trembled slightly as he held the steering wheel, stealing a glance from the rearview mirror, not daring to ask further. He had been driving for the Chen family for 20 years and had seen countless significant figures, but Mr. Lin's methods had entirely surpassed his comprehension. The car restarted and drove into the coastal streets, shrouded in night. Lin Chen glanced sideways at Su Qingxue, noticing that something was off with her. Su Qingxue leaned against the seat, breathing rapidly, her complexion displaying an abnormal flush. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen reached out to check her forehead. He discovered a trace of chaotic mental energy waves lingering. She lifted her head, her gaze dazed, stuttering out a few words in a hurried tone. Lin Chen. Give me. Lin Chen's brow furrowed as his divine sense swept over Su Qingxue's entire body. He discovered a trace of chaotic mental energy waves lingering within her, identical to the waves emitted when Caitlin had used her charm ability earlier. His protective shield could block physical attacks and energy impacts, but charm abilities were essentially mental radiation. One glance would fall prey to it. Su Qingxue had just taken a body refining pill, and her body was in the process of being reshaped, with her meridians partially open and closed, leaving her completely defenseless against this mental energy. The car entered the garage of Su Qingxue's villa. Old Zhang wisely turned off the engine and exited quick. Lin Chen helped Su Qingxue out of the car. Upon entering the room, she had already swung herself onto him, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck, her burning cheeks pressed against his neck. The moment of cooking was imminent. A night without words. Lin Chen opened his eyes, immediately noticing the changes in his cultivation level. The peak bottleneck of the Tribulation transcendence stage, which had been stagnant for 500 years, surprisingly showed a slight loosening. That slight loosening was almost negligible, but for someone who had been trapped at the peak for 500 years, it was akin to finding sweet rain after a long drought. He turned to look at Su Qingxue, who was still fast asleep beside him. She was wrapped in blankets, a serene smile gracing her lips, and the flush on her face had faded, her skin appearing even whiter and more delicate than the night before. Lin Chen extended his divine sense, sweeping over Su Qingxue's dantian, his pupils slightly widening. Refining Qi stage. Within Su Qingxue's dantian, a mass of silvery white spiritual energy was slowly swirling. Though that mass of spiritual energy was still very weak, it had already taken shape, marking her formal entry into the realm of cultivation. Just yesterday, he had given her a body-refining pill, and merely after one night, she had not only completed the process of cleansing her meridians, but had directly stepped into the refining Qi stage. This speed was faster than riding a rocket. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the center of that silvery white spiritual energy in her dantian. There floated a crescent moon phantom, entirely luminous, radiating a soft and holy glow. His breath hitched slightly. This is the Jiaoyu sacred body, one of the 10 sacred bodies of the Zhangxian celestial realm. It is on par with Qin Rulin's pure Yin sacred body, yet in certain aspects even superior. The pure Yin sacred body is a purely furnace-type physique, allowing cultivators to geometrically enhance their cultivation speed when dual cultivating with it. The Jiaoyu sacred body is even more unique. It can serve as both a furnace to nourish its partner and can also turn the tables to treat its partner as a furnace, facilitating a perfect dual cultivation cycle. In the Zhangxian celestial realm, female cultivators with the Jiaoyu sacred body are the dream partners sought after by all sacred sons of the Holy Lands, for being with them equates to possessing both a top-tier furnace and a top-tier dual cultivation technique. I never expected that after taking the body-refining pill, Su Qingxue would awaken such a legendary physique. While Lin Chen was still pondering, the bedroom door was pushed open. Su Qingxue entered carrying a tray. Dressed in pure white with a matching apron tied around her waist, her long hair casually pinned back, revealing her slender and fair neck. Sunlight streamed in through the window behind her, making the apron nearly transparent, outlining her delicate waist and straight legs. When she noticed Lin Chen staring at her, her face flushed deeply to her ears. Images of the previous night surged in her mind, causing her hand holding the tray to tremble slightly. Usually she was a formidable CEO in the business world, calm and decisive with a commanding presence. But last night, she seemed like a completely different person. Since you're awake, you should eat something, Su Qingxue said, her head lowered, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Chen watched her place the breakfast on the bedside table, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He reached out, gently wrapping his arm around her waist, pulling her back beside him. Breakfast isn't urgent. Let's stir-fry the rice again first. This time Lin Chen took the initiative, rolling over on top of her. In the afternoon, Lin Chen left Su Qingxue's villa and returned to the mountainside villa. Pushing open the door to the house, Lin's mother was sitting on the sofa in the living room, sipping tea made from spiritual spring water. Her originally graying hair had turned shiny black. The wrinkles on her face were almost invisible, and her skin appeared tight and smooth. Lin's father was sitting beside her, flipping through financial reports, his hair also black, and his physique robust, looking no older than in his 30s. Lin Cece was sitting cross-legged on the sofa next to them, holding a cup of spiritual spring water with cucumber slices covering her face. Upon seeing Lin Chen return, she mumbled a vague "brother" before closing her eyes to continue her meditation. The aura surrounding her had refined several times compared to 3 months ago, and she had faintly touched the threshold of the refining Qi stage. Lin's father set down the report, his face full of excitement. "Xiaoqin, you returned just in time. The first day's sales figures for the spiritual spring water are out. Guess how much?" "How much?" Lin Chen sat down on the sofa. "This number." Lin's father extended 5 fingers, his voice trembling slightly. "The first batch was limited to 3,000 bottles priced at 1 million each, and within less than 30 seconds of going online, they were all sold out. The price for the second batch, coming in 3 days, has already risen to 150,000 per bottle, with pre-order lists extending to next month. Foreign agents flew over last night willing to pay 3 times the price for the goods. This is just in Jiangdong province. Once the national channels are open, the profit margins are incalculable." Lin's mother poured Lin Chen a cup of tea. "Your dad was so excited he couldn't sleep all night, saying he has never seen a product like this in his life. It's simply divine." Lin Chen took a sip from the teacup, watching the genuine smiles on his family's faces, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The greatest regret he had when he left Blue Star 5 years ago was not being able to protect his family, and now that regret was gradually being alleviated. Returning to his room on the 3rd floor, he sat cross-legged, preparing to consolidate the slight looseness in his cultivation gained from dual cultivating with Su Qingxue. Meanwhile, the dark web forum of the Western underground world had gone completely crazy. A confidential post was pinned at the top of the forum's homepage with the title consisting of a short line of red text: "The 5 powerful members of the Hand of God have all been wiped out in the Dragon Kingdom." The body of the post listed 5 names: SS-class Forest King Eugene, S-class Fire God Hawkins, S-class Charm Demon Caitlyn, S-class Tank Baron, and the Swordmaster of Sakura Country Knife Demon. Each of these individuals possessed the strength to single-handedly destroy a city, but together they couldn't even take down a young man from the Dragon Kingdom, and the entire battle lasted less than a minute. The end of the post included a small line of text: "None of the 5 survived, and not even their bodies were left behind." The forum erupted into chaos. Many were utterly shocked upon seeing this post. King of the Forest Eugene, one of the top 10 leaders of the Hand of God, ranked 5th on the Dark List. The Dark List is a higher tier than the Assassin List. Those ranked high on the Assassin List merely assassinate wealthy politicians, while every individual on the Dark List is a monster capable of single-handedly annihilating an army. There are only 20 slots on the entire Dark List, though anyone released would vastly surpass the first on the Assassin List. Those powerful enough to ascend the Dark List are the prime focus of intelligence departments in various countries. Even he was slain. The shock among the crowd had yet to subside when other names were unearthed. Fire God Hawkins, ranked 11th on the Dark List, had once single-handedly burned an armored division in the Sahara. Enchantress Caitlyn, ranked 14th on the Dark List, had infiltrated a NATO military base alone, causing 300 soldiers to turn on each other. Diamond Tank Baron, ranked 16th, had withstood a barrage of rockets from a mercenary group in North Africa. For individuals, each a top-tier powerhouse on the Dark List. Together they, along with a Peak Blade Ghost, found themselves utterly defeated in Dragon Nation. Was this the work of the Dragon Group? Impossible. The main forces of the Dragon Group are in Kyoto. They couldn't have arrived in Jiangdong so quickly. Could it be the elderly monsters from Dragon Nation, who rarely reveal themselves? The dark web forum was rife with speculation. Just then a new post appeared titled simply "Video." Accompanying the post was a poorly shot video. The footage was clearly taken from the distant spire of a clock tower, shaky, but the content within was clear enough to send chills down one's spine. A young man stood in the center of a street choked with vines. With a single finger he obliterated the blade ghost into a mist of blood. His eyes narrowed, and the fire god was reduced to ashes by golden flames. A swift glare turned the enchantress's head into a burst of flesh. Standing still, the diamond tank crashed into him and was shattered into a puddle of flesh. With a wave of his hand, the king of the forest and all the vines were erased. From start to finish it took less than half a minute. The forum fell into a silence that lasted 3 seconds. Then comments surged like a tsunami. Who is this person? He looks familiar. Doesn't he resemble that Dragon Nation guy who killed 5 top assassins last time? Killer Lin Chen. Isn't he the first on the assassin list? How can he even take down someone from the dark list in an instant? To him, being first on the assassin list is a joke. Even the Grim Reapers from the assassin list couldn't withstand a single move from him, and now Eugene, ranked 5th on the dark list, also falls short against him. What realm is this person in? Could it be demigod level? Is Dragon Nation about to produce another Qin Kunlun? Qin Kunlun, the foremost figure of Dragon Nation, had once fought alone against the 3 great demigod-level powerhouses of the West in a national war 20 years ago, remaining undefeated. That battle established Dragon Nation's status in the martial arts world and instilled fear in the Western underground world to this day. For 20 years, Western powerhouses have had to think twice before entering Dragon Nation, all because of the presence of the formidable Qin Kunlun. Now another killer Lin Chen has emerged. A demigod in his 20s, even younger than Qin Kunlun was back then by over a decade. The martial arts world of Dragon Nation has been producing talents in droves these years. If this continues, what will we fight with against Dragon Nation in the next national war? There are still 6 months until the national war, and now Dragon Nation has gained another demigod. How can we possibly fight? The discussions on the forum grew increasingly heated. Far away in the capital of Dragon Nation, the headquarters of the Dragon Group was shrouded in silence. Qinglong and Zhuke immediately reported to Shunjinshan upon their return from the seaside. They recounted every detail of what they had witnessed. After listening to the report, Shunjinshan remained silent for a long while. Leaning back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapped the table. Above the master level, Qinglong's voice trembled. The pressure I felt from the old man was nowhere near his strength. Shunjinshan raised a hand to suppress Qinglong's words. Block all news about Lin Chen in the country. From today onwards, Lin Chen's strength is classified as top secret for the Dragon Group. Only the leader and I have the authority to access it. All tasks related to Lin Chen are to be suspended, and no one in the Dragon Group is permitted to contact him for any reason. Only engage him, you do not suppress him. Whatever he wants as long as it does not cross the line, grant it to him. Qinglong and Zhuke simultaneously cupped their fists in acknowledgement. Sun Jinshan stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the night scene of Kyoto, his expression grave. He knew that the hand of God had stumbled greatly this time and would never let it go easily. One of the top 10 leaders had fallen along with several top powerhouses. Such losses were enough to drive the hand of God mad. In Europa, an ancient castle. The castle is nestled deep within the Alps, surrounded by snow-capped mountains and coniferous forests. From the outside it appears to be an abandoned medieval castle, but passing through 3 hidden doors one finds an extraordinarily large modern base underground. At this moment, in the innermost conference room of the underground base, a massive round table sat in the center with 10 positions surrounding it. 9 of the positions were already occupied, leaving 1 empty. That vacant seat originally belonged to Eugene. At the main position sat an elderly man with white hair and beard. Dressed in a pure white suit, he toyed with a gold coin. The coin flipped in his fingers, reflecting a gold. His face was kind and gentle, resembling a retired university professor. However, none of the 8 individuals seated across from him dared to meet his gaze. Yahweh, the founder of the Hand of God organization. No one knows his real name, nor his actual age. All that everyone knows is that he is recognized as the supreme powerhouse in the Western underground world. 20 years ago, during the National War, Qin Kunlun fought and became a deity, and among Qin Kunlun's opponents was him. In that battle he was defeated in half a move, but that was because Qin Kunlun had broken through a small realm at a crucial moment. For 20 years he has not taken action again, nor has anyone dared to challenge him. Eugene is dead. Yahweh began, his tone as gentle as if conversing with an old friend. Silence enveloped the round table. Also Hawkins, Caitlin Barron, and the Blade Ghost. 5 individuals fell in Dragon Nation, none returning alive. As he spoke, his fingers gently flicked the coin, which spun in midair before landing back in his palm. Seated beside him was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Edward, second in strength only to Yahweh, the left and right arm of God, responsible for the organization's daily operations and intelligence analysis. He adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. It has been confirmed that the attacker is the same person, Lin Chen, from Dragon Nation. According to intelligence analysis, this person's strength is at least above the master level. Above the master level. A deep voice resonated. The speaker sat across the round table. He was tall and clad in silver armor, carrying a hammer nearly half his body size on his back. Thunder King Otto, an SS-level lightning ability user, ranked 3rd on the dark list. He had once sunk an aircraft carrier with a single blow in the Pacific Ocean. "He'll go," Thunder King declared, his voice as thunderous as his namesake. "I want to see if this Lin Chen can withstand my Thunder God hammer. You alone are not enough." A cold female voice interjected. She sat next to Thunder King, her entire body covered in a layer of frost. Ice Queen Bryn, an SS-level ice and snow ability user, ranked 4th on the dark list. It is said that her abilities can instantly freeze 100 miles. Enough. The voice of God remained gentle, but everyone around the round table fell silent. He pocketed the coin and slowly stood up. As he did, the atmosphere in the entire conference room grew heavy. Everyone felt as if a great mountain had settled upon their shoulders. The national war is in 6 months. With Lin Chen emerging from Dragon Nation, we can no longer take risks, but this account will not be settled so easily. We will meet in 6 months at the national war. I will personally confront this junior then. He turned and walked to the giant floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the pristine white snow of the Alps. Moreover, withdraw all bases of the Hand of God in Dragon Nation temporarily, avoiding its sharpness. Simultaneously issue a bounty. Anyone who can provide information about Lin Chen will receive a reward of $1 billion. He paused. As for Eugenie's position, let Kane take over. At the far end of the round table, a figure cloaked in black slowly raised his head. Crimson eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light beneath the hood. Kane, an SS-level vampire ability user, ranked 7th on the dark list. It is said that he has lived for over 300 years, sustaining his life by consuming the blood of the strong. He licked his lips, his voice hoarse. "As you wish, my esteemed master." On this day, Lin Chen was practicing in his room on the 3rd floor, as usual. After the enhancement of the Gathering Spirit Array, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Half-Mountain Villa barely rivaled the standards of the lowest realms in the cultivation world. Although he was still far from being ready for Tribulation transcendence, it was already a paradise for his parents and sister. Sitting cross-legged by the window, a faint golden light enveloped him. The spiritual power in his dantian flowed slowly like a river, refining a trace of external spiritual energy with each circulation. Dingling. The phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen opened his eyes and picked up the phone. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number registered in Jiangnan province. He pressed the answer button and a calm middle-aged man's voice came through. "May I ask if this is Master Lin Chen?" "Who is this?" "Master Lin, I am Yi Tian from the Liangjiang military district. I apologize for the intrusion, but I would like to meet with you. Yi Tian, the head of Liangjiang. He was the superior of Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong, who had previously come to contact him on orders while in Xinjiang. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen agreed. Upon hearing the response, Yi Tian's tone became noticeably excited, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as they set a time and place. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen stood up and casually waved his hand in the air. A spatial rift instantly opened, and he stepped in, his figure disappearing from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a tranquil tea house in Jiangnan province. The tea house was built by the river, surrounded by lush bamboo. At the entrance stood two plainclothes guards, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Lin Chen glanced over. Both had the strength of minor external martial artists, which was sufficient among ordinary people. With that, he vanished from his spot and reappeared on the second floor. At that moment, in a private room on the second floor of the tea house, a middle-aged man in military uniform was already waiting. From a distance, one could see he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a colonel's insignia on his shoulders, standing upright. This man was none other than Yi Tian, the head of the Liangjiang military district. Seeing Lin Chen appear out of thin air at the doorway of the private room, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had long known that Lin Chen's strength was unfathomable, but witnessing such a method firsthand was still astonishing. He quickly stood up, a smile spreading across his face. Master Lin, it is a great honor to finally meet you in person. Lin Chen sat down across the tea table, his tone flat. Did you not send those two people to find me last time? Yi Tian's smile froze for a moment. He vividly remembered the expressions of Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong when they returned, having been forced to kneel and unable to get up due to a single sentence from Lin Chen. Clearing his throat, he personally poured tea for Lin Chen. Last time my people were ignorant and offended Master Lin. I offer this tea as an apology. Lin Chen raised his teacup and took a sip, then spoke straightforwardly. Speak, what do you need from me? Yi Tian set down the teapot, his expression becoming serious. Master Lin, I would like to invite you to serve as the chief instructor of the Divine Sword Team. The Divine Sword Team. Lin Chen put down his teacup, somewhat perplexed. Yi Tian immediately explained the Divine Sword Team is a special operations unit of the Liangjiang military district composed of a group of martial arts novices specifically tasked with addressing threats from foreign special enemies. This unit was personally established by General Qin Kunlun, and each province has such a team, all under the unified command of the Dragon Group. Every year, these special forces hold a martial arts exchange meeting with teams dispatched from each province. The team that wins first place can obtain more martial arts resources, including qualification for selection as a preparatory member of the Dragon Group. Lin Chen nodded slightly after hearing this. Before he ventured into the cultivation world, he was merely an ordinary rich second generation and had no exposure to these matters. He never expected that Long Country would also have a martial arts exchange, which was somewhat similar to the sect competitions in the cultivation world. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. The West has underground forces like the Hand of God, and the Celestial Scourge, and supernatural beings like the Fire God and the Charm Demon. If Long Country did not possess corresponding martial forces, it would indeed be difficult to cope. The superhero films from the Eagle Country are essentially documentaries about real supernatural beings. However, the official narrative claims they are actors leading ordinary people to believe that those earth-shattering battles are merely movie special effects. If it were not for this, ordinary personnel in Long Country would have no way to engage with those possessing special means, let alone protect the populace. However, these matters had little to do with him. These do not concern me, Lin Chen replied indifferently. Yi Tian seemed to have anticipated this response, immediately retorting, Master Lin, serving as the chief instructor will not take up too much of your time, and upon accepting this position you will receive the rank of colonel. Additionally, your family will receive 24-hour protection from the Dragon Group, and you can utilize the resources of the Dragon Group at any time you require. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Although his parents and sister had already consumed the body-refining pill and entered the threshold of cultivation, their cultivation level was still shallow. They might be able to protect themselves against internal martial artists, but facing master-level experts or supernatural beings would still pose a danger. Although he could intervene at any time, even a tiger can doze off, it's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. The protection from the Dragon Group was dispensable for him, but it would serve as an additional safety net for his family. I will only teach for 3 months. Lin Chen put down the teacup. 3 months later I will leave, but I can guarantee that by then the Divine Sword Team will become the strongest special forces of Long Country. Yi Tian stood up excitedly, bowing deeply. Thank you, Master Lin. His voice trembled with emotion. He had already learned from the reports of Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong about Lin Chen's strength in detail. With a single word, he could kill top assassins, single-handedly annihilate the headquarters of the Celestial Scourge, and crush 5 powerful members of the Hand of God within a minute. For such a person to personally instruct the Divine Sword team, even if it were only for 3 months, it was enough to transform the team completely. Master Lin, the base of the Divine Sword team, is located 30 miles outside the provincial city. Whenever you are available, I will arrange for the team members to gather. Yi Tian spoke with utmost respect. By the way, what is the current ranking of the Divine Sword team? Lin Chen asked curiously. Yi Tian suddenly looked a bit awkward, stammering. There are a total of 20 special departments nationwide, and we are ranked last. Lin Chen was speechless. Although he knew they were somewhat weak, he did not expect them to be this weak. Then who is the strongest? The Dragon Flame team under the jurisdiction of Qin Kunlun in Yanjing. In that case, let's begin tomorrow, Lin Chen said as he stood up slowly. Yi Tian thanked him again and accompanied him to the entrance of the tea house. Watching Lin Chen step into the spatial rift and disappear into the void, he took out an encrypted communicator, took a deep breath, and said, "Relay my orders, all members of the Divine Sword team. Gather tomorrow, latecomers will face military discipline." The next morning, 30 miles outside Jiangnan province, the base of the Divine Sword team was built in a valley surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and facing a body of water. On the training ground stood 30 young men, each dressed in camouflage uniforms, standing tall and straight. They were the martial arts seedlings selected from tens of thousands of soldiers in the Liangjiang military district, each bearing high hopes. At the very front of the team stood Qin Rushua and Hong Tianlong. The two were originally preparatory members of the Dragon Group and had been specially assigned by Yi Tian to serve as the captain and vice-captain of the Divine Sword team. At that moment, the two stood in the morning breeze, both displaying a hint of nervousness. "Have you heard? The instructor for this Divine Sword team is a mysterious powerhouse," Hong Tianlong whispered. Qin Rushua shook her head. "I don't know, but I heard that the new chief instructor promised Colonel Yi yesterday that the Divine Sword team would become the strongest special forces of Long Country in 3 months. Hong Tianlong gasped. "The strongest? The Dragon Flame team in Kyoto is backed by a martial arts master. Can we catch up to the Dragon Flame in 3 months? Are you kidding? That's why I'm nervous." Qin Rushua lowered her voice even further. "I wonder what kind of person it will be. It's probably someone with connections coming to Guild the Divine Sword. The last chief instructor was at least a transformation-level powerhouse." A man nicknamed Monkey, a member of the Divine Sword, spoke up. "Who says otherwise? There are quite a few people who come to Guild the Divine Sword. Oh, I heard this chief instructor is just a guy in his 20s. In his 20s? Must be using backdoor channels. It's unlikely he has the strength to be our chief instructor, right?" These people were all elites among elites, naturally filled with pride. Once he arrives, he'll make sure he knows why the flowers are so red. The group rubbed their fists in anticipation. Suddenly a sound echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up, all of them stunned. A massive rift suddenly tore open in the void. A slender figure stepped out from within the fissure. With his hands clasped behind his back and robes gently fluttering in the breeze, he stood suspended in midair, gazing down at the 30 dumbfounded team members below. Those who had been rubbing their hands together, boasting about giving the new instructor a hard time, were utterly stunned. Monkey's jaw dropped, nearly hitting his chest. Beside him, the burly man who had vowed to show the new instructor what real toughness means had unknowingly dropped his combat baton to the ground. Clang! The sharp sound echoed through the deathly silent training ground. Walking on air, hovering in the void. Even a martial arts grandmaster couldn't achieve that. Only legendary divine realm experts could. And this chief instructor looked barely over 20. "I just heard someone wanted to give me a hard time," Lin Chen spoke, his voice soft yet crystal clear in everyone's ears. "I can give you that chance." No one dared to respond. Lin Chen leaped down from the air. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered into a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, cracks spreading like a spider web in all directions. A blinding cloud of dust swept across the entire training ground, debris flying dozens of meters away. All 30 team members took a step back in unison. As the dust settled, Lin Chen stood in the center of the crater, completely unharmed. Qin Rushua and Hong Tianlong stood at the front of the formation, their expressions calm. After all they had witnessed Lin Chen shatter an entire island with a single palm strike, a mere crater was nothing. Beside the training ground stood a 3-story command building. Inside the second-floor monitoring room, silence reigned. Yi Tian stood before the monitor, flanked by over a dozen staff officers and technicians. Their expressions were identical, eyes wide, mouths agape. What did I just see? A deity descending to Earth. More like a meteor striking the planet. Is he even human? Yi Tian was utterly astounded. He had only heard of Lin Chen's power from Qin Rushua and Hong Tianlong, but now he witnessed it firsthand. Yet his shock quickly turned to elation. With such a formidable figure overseeing the Divine Sword team, this year's martial arts exchange would surely shine. Suddenly the monitoring room door swung open. A middle-aged man strode in, his face stern. Dressed in camouflage, his shoulder boards bearing the rank of colonel, he was powerfully built with calloused hands, a master of external martial arts. Luo Feng, the former chief instructor of the Divine Sword team, a martial arts expert at the Grandmaster level of internal force. Old you, why did you remove me from my post? Luo Feng's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. This is the critical training period before the martial arts exchange. With me gone, Divine Sword will finish last again. Do you know how many sleepless nights I've put into these team members? Yi Tian turned around, his tone resolute. Old Luo, rest assured, this time Divine Sword will not be last. Luo Feng reached out and touched Yi Tian's forehead. Are you feverish? Talking nonsense. Yi Tian brushed his hand away, pointing at Lin Chen on the monitor. I've invited a true martial arts master to guide Divine Sword. With him here, we'll shine this year. Luo Feng followed his gaze to the screen. On the monitor, a young man in his early 20s stood in a massive crater with the team members cowering like quails around him. The crater was at least 10 meters across. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Old Yi, he shouted, pointing at Lin Chen, his voice rising several octaves. At a time like this, you're letting some show-off join Divine Sword. Are you insane? He grew more agitated. How old is this kid? Barely over 20. I've been training since birth, 30 years to reach Grandmaster level. Even if he started in the womb, how strong could he be? This crater. Did you plan explosives beforehand to stage this? Yi Tian was about to explain. No, I'm going to drive that kid away. Luo Feng turned and rushed out the door. Old Luo, you're no match for him. Yi Tian's words were cut short as Luo Feng stormed out. Yi Tian sighed deeply, then turned to an officer. Go prepare a stretcher. On the training ground, Lin Chen stood in the crater, his gaze sweeping over the 30 team members. Each one shrank back, avoiding his eyes. No wonder Divine Sword always finishes last, Lin Chen said contemptuously. A bunch of cowards daring to act, but not to own up. The team members grumbled inwardly. Bro, you descended from the sky and left a meteor crater, practically a god descending to earth. How are we supposed to challenge you? Are we supposed to just walk into a slaughter? Just as Lin Chen was about to continue, a furious roar came from the entrance. Where does this brat come from? Is Divine Sword a place for you to show off? Get out. Luo Feng charged onto the field, his facial muscles twitching with rage. He reached the edge of the crater, glanced at the 10-meter-wide pit, a flicker of doubt in his eyes quickly overshadowed by fury. I am Luo Feng, former chief instructor of Divine Sword, he announced, looking down at Lin Chen. Kid, I don't care whose son you are or who your father is. Divine Sword is forged with sweat and blood by the Two Rivers military region. It's not a playground for connections like you. Leave now, or I'll make you. Lin Chen glanced at Luo Feng, his tone casual. Are you telling me what to do? Luo Feng's face darkened. Without further words, he clenched his right fist, a sharp surge of internal energy erupting from his dantian flooding into his arm through his meridians. His right arm visibly swelled, the sleeve fabric tearing apart. The full power of his Grandmaster-level internal force burst forth. Mountain-crushing fist. Luo Feng roared, his fist wrapped in terrifying energy aimed at Lin Chen's face. This punch had once shattered an abandoned tank, an heirloom killing technique of the Luo family. Lin Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he extended a single finger, its tip gently touching Luo Feng's fist. The moment the fist met the fingertip, it shattered. Bang! Luo Feng felt as if his fist had struck a colossal mountain, an indescribably terrifying force traveling from his fist through his entire body. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the sandy training field, rolling several times before stopping. All 30 team members covered their faces. Luo Feng lay on the sand, struggling several times before lifting his head. He stared at the young man standing at the crater's edge, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had trained for 30 years, seen peak grandmasters, even legendary masters, but never had he witnessed someone break his full force attack with a single finger. Hold, Luo. Yi Tian jogged out of the command, building a walkie-talkie in hand. He crouched beside Luo Feng, lowering his voice. I hadn't finished speaking when you rushed out. This is Lin Chen, Master Lin. He killed Han Bei Wang's 2 disciples, defeated the celestial fiend, and took down the 5 experts of God's hand. Fighting him, you were asking for death. Luo Feng lay on the ground, his mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. He had just told a divine realm expert who could instantly kill a grandmaster to get out. A grandmaster must not be insulted. Insult means death. Lin Chen didn't even look at Luo Feng. His gaze returned to the 30 team members. All 30 of them shuddered simultaneously, their backs involuntarily straightening. Now, is there anyone else who... Silence. The training ground was eerily quiet. All 30 members of the Divine Sword team stood frozen, not daring to utter a word, even their breathing subdued. Everyone wished to shrink back. This person was terrifying, almost a divine being. At that moment, Luo Feng got up from the ground. He adjusted his dusty training uniform and strode towards Lin Chen. Then he bowed respectfully and said, "It is I, old Luo, who failed to recognize the great Lin Master and offended him. I am willing to accept punishment. Please, Master Lin, impose a penalty on me." Lin Chen looked at him and nodded slightly. "You are indeed a man much better than these cowards." His gaze swept over the 30 team members. "Then go ahead and sever an arm." With those words, Luo Feng did not hesitate. He gripped his right arm with his left hand and twisted it violently. A sharp crack echoed through the air. In an instant, Luo Feng's right arm snapped, the bone breaking, leaving only skin and flesh attached. The entire arm hung limply, clearly rendered useless, and it would not heal in a few months. In that moment, his face turned pale as a sheet, cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Seeing this scene, all 30 Divine Sword team members gasped in shock. Even the usually proud instructor Luo had severed his own arm at a mere word from this young man, highlighting the terror of the youth. Buzz. The next second, Lin Chen raised his hand, pointing, and a golden light pierced into the spot where Luo Feng's arm had been severed. The light instantly enveloped Luo Feng's entire broken arm. Soon the sounds of bones resetting and muscles healing intertwined. Moments later, the light dissipated. Luo Feng's right arm was restored without a single trace of injury left. How is this possible? Luo Feng's eyes widened. He attempted to move his arm, bending and straightening his fingers. The joints moved as if they had never been broken, even better than before. He dropped to one knee, his voice trembling. "Thank you, Master Lin." The 30 team members stared in unison at Luo Feng's perfectly intact right arm. His severed arm was restored in an instant. Is this still martial arts? This is a miracle. Now, is there anyone who still disagrees with my appointment? Lin Chen said lightly. No objections. The team members glanced at each other and replied softly. Seeing this, Lin Chen snorted coldly. Boom. A tremendous pressure descended from the void. All 30 members felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, all 30 people knelt down in unison. Haven't you eaten? Why are you shouting so softly? Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose. The 30 individuals mustered all their strength and shouted at the top of their lungs. No objections. No objections. No objections. The sound created a massive wave that made the windows beside the training ground vibrate. After a moment, Lin Chen withdrew his aura. The pressure vanished immediately, and everyone lay on the ground gasping for breath. In that split second, they felt as if they were suffocating. Very good, you are not too weak, able to withstand 1/10th of my pressure. Lin Chen's tone remained flat. 1/10th. Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh, was this even human language? Today we will rest, but be here on time tomorrow. I want to test your abilities. He turned and waved his hand, creating a rift in space. Stepping in, the rift closed, and he vanished into thin air. The training ground fell silent once more. It was not until 10 minutes later that someone slowly regained their senses. What realm is this new chief instructor? His voice was still trembling. He mentioned 1/10th of the pressure. Does that mean the strength he demonstrated just now is merely 1/10th of his full power? A burly man beside him shook his head, the flesh on his face quivering. You've seen those foreign superhuman movies, right? Even an S-level superhuman cannot jump from several hundred meters and land unscathed. A burly man beside him shook his head, the flesh on his face quivering. You've seen those foreign superhuman movies, right? Even an S-level superhuman cannot jump from several hundred meters. Hong Tianlong stepped out from the group and cleared his throat. Everyone quiet down. I formally introduce to you our chief instructor, Master Lin Chen. The 30 individuals immediately surrounded Hong Tianlong, bombarding him with questions. Hong Tianlong began to recount the tale. From the alley in Xinjiang City where Lin Chen killed the heaven-slaying killer in one word, to the heaven-slaying headquarters where he was obliterated with a single palm, then to the 5 great powerhouses of the hand of God attacking Lin Chen only to be crushed in a minute. He spoke slowly. Every time he recalled these scenes, his heart trembled. The Divine Sword team members listened, their breaths halted. One word to annihilate the peak of the transformation realm, a single palm to shatter an entire island, and a minute to crush 5 superhumans above SS level. The monkey suddenly shrieked. Is this still a human? Did we really just intend to intimidate such a person? The burly man covered his face and squatted down. Captain Hong, are you sure everything you said is true? Not fabricated. Someone tremblingly raised their hand to ask. Before Hong Tianlong could respond, Luo Feng's voice carried in from outside the crowd. It's true. Luo Feng strode to the front of the team members, his expression more serious than ever. He had served as the chief instructor of the Divine Sword for 3 years, earning immense respect from these members. No one dared to question his words. During the national war back then, I served as a bodyguard by General Qin Kunlun's side. When the general struck, mountains and rivers crumbled with a single punch, and with a single sword the Yangtze River was severed. No Western power could withstand his sword. He paused, scanning each team member's face. But the general could not tear through the void, nor could he leap from several hundred meters and land without a scratch. He took a deep breath and enunciated each word. The strength of Chief Instructor Lin is likely beyond that of the general. Silence. The training ground was so quiet that one could hear everyone's heartbeat. The monkey's atoms apple-bobbed several times. Surpassing the general? Does that mean our divine sword has received the number 1 from Long Country? Not necessarily the number 1, but the youngest god of war in Long Country, no one else but him. Luo Feng turned around, looking in the direction Lin Chen had vanished, his eyes filled with awe. Train well under Chief Instructor Lin. In 3 months at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference, divine sword must make our name known throughout Long Country. A fire ignited in everyone's eyes. From despair to hope, from fear to fervor, it took just half an hour. But what if Chief Instructor is so strong that the training intensity? Someone muttered softly. Everyone's gazes turned back to Hong Tianlong. Hong Tianlong's mouth twitched slightly. I truly do not know, but you will find out tomorrow. Everyone's hearts rose again. The next morning at the Divine Sword training ground, the 30 members of the Divine Sword Department were already on high alert in the training area. Tension was written all over their faces as they were about to challenge an existence that Luo Feng claimed was comparable to, or even surpassed, that of a general. Lin Chen appeared out of thin air on the command platform, still dressed in his black casual outfit. He glanced at the crowd below and said in a calm tone, "Attack me together with all your might." Together. The members of the Divine Sword exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, Hong Tianlong and Qin Rushua were the first to strike, attacking Lin Chen from both sides. Seeing this, the others shouted in unison and attacked from all directions. In an instant, various moves came pouring in. A storm of punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts, as dozens of attacks descended upon Lin Chen like a torrential rain. Lin Chen stood still, his hands resting behind his back. He allowed the assaults to rain down on him without moving an inch. An hour later, the 30 members of the Divine Sword lay sprawled across the training ground, gasping for breath. Their fists were swollen, their legs weak, and their internal energy nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained standing in place, his clothes not even wrinkled, his hair not out of place. The monkey lay on the ground, his voice trembling. Is he even human? Taking hits for an hour without a scratch, his clothes not even wrinkled. He's more absurd than a humanoid Godzilla. The burly man beside him rolled his eyes, having lost even the strength to retort. I'm exhausted, and he hasn't even changed his breathing rhythm. Damn it, it's just infuriating how much better he is than us. Lin Chen looked at the exhausted team members and nodded slightly. Not bad, at least you are not cowards. I have a basic assessment of your strengths now. He had already seen clearly through their attacks. Among these 30 individuals, most were merely beginners in martial arts, just ordinary external energy practitioners. In terms of skill, they could only win against ordinary boxers or special forces, but they were utterly insufficient against true powerhouses, let alone those foreign superhumans. To help them become stronger within 3 months, there was only one way: first wash the marrow, second use pills, third pair them with his self-created techniques. It wouldn't be a problem for them to reach the peak of external energy within 3 months. Major Yi, these are the materials I need for the pills. Please buy them according to the list. Lin Chen casually tossed a prescription to Yi Tian and Luo Feng, who were watching nearby. Yi Tian took the prescription, looking puzzled. Master Lin, what is this? This is the prescription for the energy drawing pill, Lin Chen said calmly, which can make their physical bodies comparable to internal energy practitioners, or even stronger. Comparable to internal energy practitioners. Even stronger. Luo Feng nearly exclaimed, his hands trembling as he took the prescription. Having grown up in the martial arts family of the Luo clan, he knew well the vast difference between external and internal energy. External energy practitioners hone their physical bodies, while internal energy practitioners cultivate their dantian and meridians. An internal energy practitioner at the minor success stage could easily defeat 10 peak external energy practitioners. Now Lin Chen claimed that a single pill could allow external energy practitioners to challenge internal energy levels. If he hadn't witnessed Lin Chen's abilities with his own eyes, he would have thought him a boastful liar. Yi Tian also looked shocked. Although he wasn't a martial arts expert, he understood the significance of challenging levels. The two hurriedly examined the prescription and found that all the required materials could be purchased at a traditional Chinese medicine shop. While not common, they could be easily gathered through military channels. Lin Chen then threw out another list of materials. This is for washing the marrow, which can elevate their physical strength to a new level and assist in future breakthroughs. Hiss! Luo Feng's eyes turned red. These were precious items that were hard to come by. If auctioned at a martial arts auction, they would likely fetch sky-high prices. But Lin Chen just casually handed them over. Master Lin, these items are perhaps a bit too precious. Yi Tian hesitated to accept, trying to return the prescription. Yes, if these were placed at our annual martial arts auction, they would probably sell for an exorbitant price. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. Were these items that rare on Blue Star? The energy-drawing pill was something that was insignificant in the realm of cultivation. A worthless item that even dogs wouldn't eat. Turned out to be so precious on Blue Star. However, Lin Chen understood, as the spiritual energy on Blue Star was indeed scarce. No worries, you can submit these prescriptions, but they must not be shared with others, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Master Lin. The two spoke in unison. They then examined the list for washing the marrow and found that the materials listed were more than those for the energy-drawing pill, but were not considered rare. Without a second thought, Yi Tian immediately sent someone to prepare the materials. 3 days later, all the materials were in place. Lin Chen set up a large pot in the center of the training ground and proportionately added all the herbs. A strand of bluish-white flame flickered from his fingertips, quietly burning at the bottom of the pot. The herbs quickly melted, purified, and merged in the flames. In just half an hour, 30 pill-sized balls were successfully refined, each one perfectly round and glowing with a soft golden sheen. Next, Lin Chen had 30 specially made large wooden barrels brought in, neatly lined up in the training ground. Each barrel was filled with hot water, to which he added the materials for washing the marrow in proportion. The moment the hot water met the herbs, it turned an inky green, emitting a strong herbal fragrance. Get in, Lin Chen commanded, looking at the members of the Divine Sword. The 30 team members hesitated not at all, stripping off their shirts and stepping into the barrels. After several days of shock, they did whatever Lin Chen told them, without questioning why. About half an hour later. Oh, damn, that hurts. The monkey was the first to howl. A sharp pain surged through him, like being spoiled by a rich woman, and then having his head scrubbed with a steel wool ball. He clung desperately to the edge of the barrel, cold sweat pouring down. Following him, the burly man also began to scream, then the third, the fourth. Within a minute, simultaneous cries of agony echoed from all 30 barrels. They were all trained martial artists capable of enduring high-intensity physical training and withstanding fractures and bruises from fights. But this pain surging from the depths of their marrow completely exceeded their limits. After all, when Lin Chen washed the marrow for his sister and Su Qingxue, he protected their meridians with spiritual energy throughout, making their suffering minimal. In contrast, the members of the Divine Sword used a simplified version of the herbal bath, without any protective spiritual energy, forcing them to bear the pain. Luo Feng stood by, frowning deeply. He had also experienced similar pain when he first started practicing martial arts, but that was through the most primitive methods to hone the body. Moreover, he had used the best herbs from the Luo clan at that time, while Lin Chen's casually chosen materials seemed even more effective than what he had used back then. The cries continued for about the length of an incense stick, then abruptly stopped. The pained expressions on all the team members' faces vanished simultaneously. In their place was an expression of extreme relaxation. Some closed their eyes with smiles at the corners of their mouths, while others sighed softly in comfort, and a few even leaned against the barrel and fell asleep. After the intense pain passed, a gentle comfort, like spring water, replaced it, rising from their dantian and flowing smoothly through their entire bodies along the meridians. It felt as if they were soaring during a teenage dream. They could clearly feel their bodies being cleansed layer by layer. Half an hour later, everyone opened their eyes simultaneously. The monkey looked down at his hands, examining them closely. All the calluses from his previous boxing practice had fallen off, replaced by smooth and delicate skin. He tried to clench his fist, the joints cracking crisply, each finger brimming with a sense of strength. The burly man even stood up directly from the barrel, looking down at his abs. He already had 8-pack abs, but now the muscle lines were even more defined, and his skin glowed with a faint sheen, as if he had been remade. Qin Rushua looked at her arms, where the scars had completely disappeared, her skin as tender as a freshly shelled egg. She clenched her fist, and could clearly feel the strength hidden beneath her muscles was over twice as strong as before. Once everyone had dressed and lined up again, Lin Chen spoke. Hong Tianlong, Luo Feng stepped forward. The two stepped forward at the same time. You two will compete in a test of strength. Hong Tianlong, shocked, pointed at his own nose. Me? The chief instructor, is that really me? Against Instructor Luo? He is a master of transformation, while I am only at the minor success stage of internal energy. Luo Feng hesitated as well. Master Lin, are you sure? Tianlong just reached minor success in internal energy. You want me to suppress my level and compete with him? No need to suppress, Lin Chen smiled faintly. A pure test of physical strength will suffice. You might not even be able to beat him. Luo Feng was astounded, yet he felt unconvinced. A mere internal energy practitioner can compete with me, a master of transformation. Ridiculous. On the training ground, two individuals took their stances, standing face to face. A battle was imminent while the other team members surrounded them, craning their necks to watch. The monkey squatted at the front, lowering his voice. Is the chief instructor out of his mind? He wants the captain to compete in physical strength against Instructor Luo. Instructor Luo is a master of the renowned Luo family's martial arts, a burly man chimed in. The Luo family's martial arts rank among the top in the entire Long country, with physical strength comparable to a tank. Even if the captain took a medicinal bath, he couldn't possibly outmatch Instructor Luo in physical prowess. Isn't this just a pure loss? Qin Rushua crossed her arms and silently nodded. Coming from a martial arts family, she understood better than anyone present what the gap in realms entailed. The chasm between internal strength and transformation is as insurmountable as a heavenly moat. Confronting it with mere physical strength holds no chance of victory. Indeed, under normal circumstances, internal strength can never overcome transformation. It's not just the gap in realms, the disparity in physical strength is also exceedingly evident. After all, attaining transformation in martial arts signifies reaching a pinnacle of talent. Once one enters transformation, their physical body experiences further enhancement, achieving a balance of internal and external cultivation. Upon reaching a certain pinnacle of balance, one can attain mastery in transformation. Now the outcome in the arena seemed predestined in the eyes of the crowd. Meanwhile, on the left side of the training ground, Hong Tianlong took a deep breath, grounding his qi in his dantian, and assumed an offensive stance. With slightly bent legs and a lowered center of gravity, his fists guarded his chest, and he resembled a tiger poised to pounce. Luo Feng, on the other hand, looked relaxed with his hands naturally hanging at his sides. Having served as the chief instructor of the Divine Sword for 3 years, Luo Feng knew Hong Tianlong's capabilities all too well. Even after Master Lin's special cleansing, an internal strength warrior could never defeat a transformation expert like him. With that thought, he grinned. Tianlong, come at me with all you've got. Don't worry, you'll hold back. Boom. Hong Tianlong moved. He stomped the ground powerfully, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The floor beneath him shattered with a thunderous crack, revealing spiderweb-like fissures, as if trampled by a tank. His right fist, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, slammed towards Luo Feng's chest, powered purely by physical strength, without any enhancement from internal energy. The wind from his punch howled, moving at more than double the speed before his cleansing with an overwhelming momentum. How could this be? Tianlong's speed suddenly increased so much. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, astonished. He quickly realized he could no longer afford to be careless, tightly clenching his right fist and retaliating with a punch of his own. Although he claimed to hold back, instinct as a transformation warrior compelled him to exert 80% of his physical strength in that punch. Buzz. In the instant his fist swung out, the air erupted with a loud bang. After all, he was still a transformation expert, and coupled with his inherently formidable physique, he was certainly not weak. Bang! A dull thud echoed as their fists collided in midair. In the next moment, Luo Feng's smile abruptly froze. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. The moment their fists met, he felt as though his fist had struck a... It was as if an indescribably terrifying power emanated from Hong Tianlong's fist, surging up his forearm and into his shoulder. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a sharp pain shot through his knuckles. Following that, he was sent flying backward, his feet carving 2 deep trenches in the ground, before he finally came to a halt. Looking down at his fist, he discovered that the 4 fingers of his right hand were all dislocated, and the back of his hand was already swollen. Fractured. Luo Feng stood frozen, his face a mask of shock. Had he truly been defeated? Not just defeated, but in his area of expertise, physical strength, by someone with only minor internal strength. Only one punch. Although he hadn't used all his strength, it was enough to prove that Hong Tianlong's physical prowess was not inferior to his own. Even if he exerted all his strength, he might not necessarily win against Hong Tianlong. He was utterly stunned. The arena fell silent. All members of the Divine Sword stood frozen, their expressions filled with shock. The monkey's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. De Zhuang rubbed his eyes again and again. Qin Ruxu's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. Instructor Luo suffered a fracture. A master of transformation renowned for his physical prowess was sent flying by a warrior with only minor internal strength, and even broke his knuckles. This. Luo Feng had yet to recover from his shock, staring blankly at his fractured fist, his face a canvas of horror. He had genuinely lost. Not to mention being defeated in a physical contest, but to the point of fracturing his bones. If this got out, he would have no face left in the martial arts world. On the other side, Hong Tianlong also stared blankly at his fist, his expression dazed. He slowly raised his head, gazing at Luo Feng's swollen hand several meters away, his lips trembling as he murmured, "I actually sent Instructor Luo flying with pure physical strength, and even injured him. Is this really me?" The Divine Sword team members were in an uproar. The captain defeated Instructor Luo with physical strength. Did I see that wrong? But that's Instructor Luo, a master of transformation, the strongest physical fighter in the entire Liangjiang military district. Who just claimed the captain was merely throwing the match? Is this what you call throwing the match? It must be that medicinal bath. The monkey slapped his thigh and shouted, "It must be that medicinal bath he just took." That bath elevated the captain's physical strength beyond that of a fully realized transformation. All the team members simultaneously looked down at their hands. They had all just taken the same medicinal bath. If Hong Tianlong could crush a transformation master with only minor internal strength, then could they, as the chief instructor said, also challenge opponents beyond their level? The team members collectively raised their heads looking at Lin Chen. Their gazes shifted from fear to awe, and from awe to fervor. To enable someone to undergo a transformation in half an hour, allowing internal strength warriors to crush transformation experts, is something only a divine being could achieve. Qin Ruxue observed the team's reaction, a thought surging in her mind. Her grandfather had been severely injured by enemies, suffering internal wounds for 30 years, unable to find a cure despite seeking out renowned doctors. If Lin Chen's cleansing could completely rejuvenate a person's physique, could it also heal her grandfather's internal injuries? She clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, regaining his composure, Luo Feng strode up to Lin Chen, bowing deeply with respect and admiration on his face. Having lived over half his life, he had never admired anyone. Yet he was completely impressed by the young man in front of him, who was just over 20. "Master Lin, today I, Luo, am completely convinced. Your methods have even stirred this old fellow who has practiced martial arts for 30 years. Lin Chen merely smiled lightly, saying nothing. Though this cleansing was a simplified version, once successful, the physical bodies of the Divine Sword members would be entirely removed from the mundane. In simple terms, it would create a pure body suitable for cultivation. While it may not qualify as a spiritual body, it is certainly superior to the so-called martial arts practiced on Blue Star." He then continued casually, "Don't rush, there's still the Qi induction pill to try." As Lin Chen's voice fell, the entire training ground erupted once more. Just a single medicinal bath had allowed Hong Tianlong to crush Luo Feng physically. They had witnessed the power of that medicinal bath with their own eyes. Now, with another pill being presented, the crowd could hardly imagine the enhancement it would bring after consumption. "Everyone come up to collect the Qi induction pills." Lin Chen spread his palm, revealing 30 glossy pills resting quietly within their surfaces, adorned with a halo, a testament to their quality. The team members lined up, approaching one by one. Each person trembled slightly as they received the pill, cradling it carefully, as if afraid it would fall and shatter. The monkey held the pill in his palm, inspecting it from every angle. The pill was no larger than a thumb, its surface smooth as congealed fat, emitting a faint, refreshing medicinal fragrance. The scent of the medicine slipped into his lungs. After just one breath, the internal force in his dantian began to stir restlessly. "Is this thing called a pill? It doesn't seem particularly special, does it? But it does smell wonderful, making one want to eat it." The crowd, "Everyone take it right here." Lin Chen slowly instructed, prompting everyone to consume the pills. The members of the Divine Sword showed no hesitation, tilting their heads to simultaneously toss the pills into their mouths. The Qi induction pills melted instantly upon entering their mouths. A warm medicinal power slid down their throats, and then erupted like a volcano in their dantian. A torrent of energy surged from their abdomens to their limbs and bones, sweeping through every meridian like a flood bursting its banks. "What the hell?" The monkey's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed. He could clearly feel the previously imperceptible air around him rushing madly into his body. The dust on the training ground spread outwards from each person as 30 visible small whirlwinds gradually formed. With a light sound, a certain blockage within the monkey's body was instantly broken through. His internal force raced through his meridians like a runaway horse, shattering one acupoint after another. External force reached minor completion, then major completion, and finally crashed into the threshold of internal force. He trembled suddenly, and when he opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance shone in his pupils. Internal force reached minor completion. He had been stuck at minor completion of external force for an entire year, yet after taking this pill he broke through in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The speed was comparable to that of a Dongfeng missile. Meanwhile, the burly man beside him also broke through. His large frame and thicker meridians made the commotion during his breakthrough much more pronounced. The ground cracked outward from his center, his muscles trembled violently, and his bones crackled loudly. He let out a long howl, reverberating across the area. Similarly, Qin Ruxue's transformation was the most striking. Already stunningly beautiful after consuming the Qi induction pill, her skin became even more translucent, subtly glowing. Seated with closed eyes, her internal force surged upwards, breaking through from minor to major completion of internal force. When she opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance flickered within them. Hong Tianlong's transformation was even more exaggerated. After just having physically crushed Luo Feng, he consumed the Qi induction pill, and the shackles within him shattered noisily. His internal force surged through his meridians like a river breaking its dam, skyrocketing from minor completion to major completion of internal force, finally stabilizing at the peak of internal force. In just a short time, the sounds of breakthroughs echoed throughout the training ground from everyone. Some broke through to the peak of external force, some crossed into the realm of internal force, while others advanced further on the foundation of internal force. 30 auras erupted simultaneously, filling the air with an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the field, his expression shifting from anticipation to shock, and then to a daze. Having lived over 40 years, he had seen geniuses and prodigies, but he had never witnessed 30 people breaking through at the same time. Moreover, the speed of their breakthroughs was as simple as drinking water. This could no longer be explained by common sense. It was nothing short of a miracle. It took him decades to elevate from an ordinary person to his current level of internal force cultivation. Yet these members of the Divine Sword had only spent less than an hour, breaking through multiple realms in succession. If the martial arts community learned of this, everyone would go mad trying to seize them. On the other side, Yi Tian was so excited that his hands trembled. Though not a martial arts expert, as the head of the Liangjiang military district, he understood too well what this team represented. In past martial arts exchange meetings, the Divine Sword had always come in last, but with this batch of monsters, not to mention the top 5, even taking first place was not a dream. After a stick of incense, all 30 opened their eyes one after another. The monkey sprang up, looking down at his hands, inspecting them thoroughly. He clenched his fists, clearly feeling unprecedented strength hidden beneath his muscles. Turning around, he unleashed a series of rapid punches into the air, leaving trails in the air. The burly man directly walked to the testing area in the corner of the training ground. There stood a force testing machine, typically used to evaluate the team's punching power. He took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful punch. The moment his fist struck the pad, the testing machine emitted a piercing alarm, and the numbers on the display danced wildly before settling on a figure that left everyone gasping. Mid-level internal force. Previously, he had only reached major completion of external force and could barely meet the passing mark on the testing machine. Now he had unleashed the level of mid-level internal force. This is too monstrous. The burly man stared blankly at his fist. Other team members also rushed to test their own strength. Once the results came out, the training ground erupted once more. All 30 individuals crossed into the realm of internal force. The weakest had reached minor completion, while the strongest had touched the threshold of transformation. Qin Rushua walked in front of Lin Chen and solemnly saluted. Chief Instructor, on behalf of all the members of the Divine Sword, I assure you that this year at the Martial Arts Exchange meeting, the Divine Sword will definitely secure first place. Her tone was serious, each word resonating with conviction. Lin Chen nodded slightly. It's just a cheat. His tone remained calm. In the next 3 months, I will teach you a set of my own created cultivation method. Combined with this method, your speed of improvement will be even faster than now. All 30 team members perked up, eager for improvements. However, before I teach the cultivation method, I need you to do one thing. Lin Chen swept his gaze over everyone. Keep the matter of the qi induction pills and the cleansing medicinal bath to yourselves. No one is to reveal a word to the outside world, including your families. If I discover anyone leaking information, you know the consequences. The team members shivered in unison, quickly clasping their fists in response. After training, everyone gradually dispersed. Qin Rushua did not leave. She stood at the edge of the training ground, watching Lin Chen's back, her thoughts growing ever stronger. Her grandfather's injury had been lingering for 30 years, and if it continued, he would have at most 6 months left. Having witnessed Lin Chen's abilities, she was certain that helping 30 people transform would easily cure her grandfather's internal injuries. She clenched her fists and swiftly ran after him. Lin Chen was just about to leave when a figure suddenly blocked his path. It was Qin Rushua. Instructor Lin, her voice trembled slightly. Lin Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Is there something you need?" Qin Rushua bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then directly knelt down. This cold and proud female officer was now in tears, her forehead heavily bowed to the ground. "Instructor Lin, can you please save my grandfather?" "Save your grandfather?" Lin Chen responded. Qin Rushua nodded vigorously, slowly revealing the family matters she had buried in her heart. She came from the Qin family in Longdu, a family that once held great prominence in the martial arts world of Longhua. Her grandfather had provoked a mysterious person he shouldn't have in his youth, and that person was extremely displeased with her grandfather's offense, placing a curse within him. This curse was exceptionally vicious. It stated that apart from the first generation of the cursed, all male descendants would not live beyond 30 years. Now, apart from her grandfather and 2 older brothers, there were no other male descendants in the Qin family. Her 2 brothers were about to turn 30, and the day the curse would take effect was drawing near. Moreover, her grandfather's health could no longer withstand the effects of the curse, and was on the verge of collapse. "Please, Instructor Lin, save my family." As long as you save my family, I will do anything you ask. Qin Rushue kept bowing, and soon blood began to seep from her forehead. A hint of golden light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, as his divine sense swept over Qin Rushue. With this sweep his pupils slightly constricted. The meridian patterns within Qin Ruxue's body were distinctly different from those of ordinary people, and a mysterious power lurked deep within her dantian. That power was wrapped in layers of seals, if it weren't for his tribulation period divine, since no one else could have detected it. When he finally saw the source of that power, he was momentarily stunned. It was actually the Linglong's sacred body. The Linglong's sacred body, one of the top 10 sacred bodies of the Zhongshuan celestial realm. This physique is often obscured before awakening and appears no different from an ordinary person. However, once awakened, the speed of cultivation would increase exponentially. Years ago, he had taken on a disciple in the Zhongshuan celestial realm who possessed the Linglong sacred body. That disciple rapidly entered the transformation stage within a century after awakening a speed that astonished even him, comparable to those ancient lineage sacred sons and daughters. He never expected that such a physique also existed on Blue Star. If Qin Rushue could grow strong, it would undoubtedly be a significant help to Lin Chen when seeking revenge in the Zhongshuan celestial realm. I can help you, but you must agree to one condition. Qin Rushue raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. I will agree to any condition you have, as long as you save my Qin family. Lin Chen replied, I want you to be my maid. Qin Rushue was taken aback. Maid. It seemed she realized something, and her face quickly flushed red to her ears, her heart churning. What did he mean? Did he want me to serve him every day? But what kind of service? Could it be that kind? But this seemed to be her first time. However, if he saved the Qin family, it didn't seem impossible. With that thought, she secretly glanced at Lin Chen and quickly lowered her head. Only now did she notice that Lin Chen was extremely handsome and possessed such great strength. Being his maid didn't seem like such a bad thing. Lin Chen, seeing her blushing, guessed what she was thinking, but did not explain. Years ago, he had taken in 7 disciples in the Zhongshuan celestial realm, each with a dedicated maid to care for their daily needs and assist in cultivation. This maid was not what Qin Rushue imagined, but he couldn't be bothered to correct her. After all, if she offered herself, after all, as a celestial lord, having more women was normal. During his time in the cultivation world, many sacred daughters and princesses from various kingdoms wanted to be his partner, but he had always remained aloof. Of course, he did not treat those women poorly. He had given each of them magical treasures. So will you agree to this condition? Lin Chen asked again. Qin Rushue did not hesitate and nodded vigorously. I agree to your terms. As she finished speaking, Lin Chen took out a jade bottle from his storage space and handed it to Qin Rushue. This contains the Peiyuan pill, which strengthens the foundation and enhances the physique. If it's a curse, I need to go in person, but that's not possible right now. This pill can extend your grandfather's life for at least half a year to a year. The Peiyuan pill was something he had casually refined before, originally meant for his sister and parents. Now it came in handy. In the cultivation world, the Peiyuan pill was just a very common healing pill, rare to the same extent as the 666 cold medicine on Blue Star. Qin Rushue accepted the jade bottle with both hands, tears welling up again. She hugged the jade bottle tightly, bowed again, her voice choked. Thank you, Instructor Lin. Thank you, Instructor Lin. In the following time, Lin Chen occasionally visited the Divine Sword base to check on the members. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. At the Divine Sword training ground, the cultivation levels of the 30 team members had all stabilized. The weakest had reached the inner strength completion stage, while the strongest, Qin Rushue and Hong Tianlong, were on the brink of the transformation stage. Luo Feng hadn't been idle during the month either. He trained alongside the other team members and made some small breakthroughs in his cultivation. He also tried the medicinal bath, which left him utterly astonished. All the scars within his body had actually healed, and his realm had also improved. He had reached the mid-transformation stage. After a moment, Lin Chen summoned everyone to the center of the training ground. He still wore the same black casual outfit, standing with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the 30 youthful faces below. Not bad, your cultivation levels are quite good now. Hearing this, the team members straightened their backs, their eyes filled with respect. A month ago, they were merely external strength martial artists. Now each one was an inner strength expert. A month and a bit ago, they wouldn't even have dared to think of it. Next, I will teach you a set of my own created techniques. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath. The Adam's apple of the monkey rolled up and down while the burly man clenched his fists tightly, flames igniting in his eyes. The cleansing of the meridians and the chi guiding pills had already transformed them. Now the chief instructor would personally impart techniques. The results were unimaginable. Lin Chen raised his hand and a diagram of human meridians outlined in golden light appeared in midair. 36 meridians were clearly visible in the diagram, with the paths of inner force circulation distinctly marked. This technique is called the Pajuan formula, based on the physical body and driven by inner force. Each level can exponentially amplify physical strength. Those who reach the third level can contend with the peak of the transformation stage. If one reaches the fifth level, they can defeat a master of a higher level. The entire training ground was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. To contend with the peak of the transformation stage and defeat a master of a higher level, anyone else saying this would be dismissed as a madman. But coming from Lin Chen's lips, no one doubted it. I will stay here for another 2 months. Within these 2 months, anyone who does not reach the initial mastery of the first 3 levels of the Pajuan formula will have to leave the divine sword. Lin Chen raised his hand and sent 30 golden light points into the foreheads of each team member. The complete Pajuan formula cultivation insights and the key points and breakthrough techniques of each level were all imprinted into their minds. Begin your training now. Oh, if you have any questions, come ask me. The 30 team members responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Master Lin. Suddenly, Yi Tian rushed in from outside the training ground. He was beaming with excitement, holding a document in his hand, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead from running. This usually calm and composed commander of the Liangjiang military district was now as excited as if he had won the lottery. Master Lin, the prescription for your meridian cleansing and the formula for the Qi guiding pill have been compiled into a report and sent up. The reply just came down. He took a breath, his voice trembling. They said these 2 projects are extremely important and want to send someone to negotiate with you in person. I don't know if Master Lin is willing to trade. Lin Chen asked in puzzlement whether this was a trade. Yi Tian hurried to explain that Master Lin knew the worth of the 2 formulas better than anyone. If he were willing to hand them over, the terms could be whatever he desired. Money, resources, military rank. Anything will do, Yi Tian added. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. To him, these 2 items were nothing more than casually concocted entry-level fare. The Inchi Dan in the Zhongshuan immortal realm was used by newly initiated outer disciples, and the meridian cleansing and marrow refining medicinal bath scarcely qualified as a true formula. It was improvised from herbs available on launching. Yet for Longwa their value was incalculable. A single Inchi Dan could push an external force practitioner to break through into internal force. A vat of the medicinal bath could elevate a body's strength to crush opponents of a higher tier. If equipped on a large scale, Longwa's military strength would achieve a qualitative leap in a short time. Very well, Lin Chen answered calmly. This was always intended to be granted to you. He had promised Yi Tian that the Shunjin members would be rapidly strengthened within 3 months. His earlier warnings forbidding leaks had been for their safety. With the state apparatus as a backstop, such concerns no longer applied. Hearing that, Yi Tian leaped with excitement. 2 days later, a convoy arrived from Jingdu. There were no police escorts, no red carpets. Its low profile made it seem like an ordinary official visit. Upon receiving the notice, Yi Tian could not sit still. At dawn, he donned his crisply pressed uniform and stood personally at the base gate to receive the guests. The convoy entered the base and came to a halt. The door opened, and 3 figures descended. At the head strode a square-jawed, middle-aged man in a faded uniform, his shoulder boards bearing a single general's star. He carried a domineering presence, his spine rigid and his gaze razor-sharp as an eagle's. Yi Tian was frozen upon seeing him. He had expected that the authorities would send someone important, but never imagined it would be Qin Rulong, a lieutenant general and the son of Longwa's foremost general Qin Kunlun. In the national war, his father Qin Kunlun had single-handedly held the line and routed the Western Divine Realms champions, securing his preeminence. Great fathers seldom sire weak sons, as the progeny of Longwa's top general Qin Rulong was no exception. In recent years, he had focused on cultivating exceptional talent. It was he who founded the Longzhu, an elite cadre dedicated to special operations. His personal appearance at the Shenzhen base testified to a level of attention beyond Yi Tian's expectations. 2 men accompanied Qin Rulong as he approached. One was Shenzhen Shan, the current head of Longzhu, a name Lin Chen already recognized from reports delivered by Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong. The other was a young man in a major's uniform whose features bore a faint resemblance to Qin Rulong's. Qin Rulong walked up to Lin Chen without airs and extended his hand. Mr. Lin, I have long heard of your renown. I have tasted your Lingquan water. Its effects are indeed remarkable. Now that you have slain the Tian Sha and crippled the hand of heaven, to find such a prodigy among Longwa's younger generation fills this old man with great satisfaction. Lin Chen shook his hand briefly. General Qin, you flatter me, he replied. After a few civilities, Qin Rulong turned to the matter at hand. Mr. Lin, we have conducted a thorough assessment of your meridian cleansing and marrow refining medicinal bath and the Inchi Dan. Our conclusion is that the strategic value of these 2 items is no less than that of an armored division. Qin Rulong fixed his gaze on Lin Chen and spoke solemnly. I came personally partly to meet this young hero and partly to hear your conditions face to face. What do you want? I hope you will trade these with us. Lin Chen did not answer at once. He leaned against the chair, his fingers tapping the armrest in a slow rhythm. After a moment he spoke. The conditions are simple. I need Longwa to guarantee the safety of several people. I will name them to you later. I also demand that the state under no circumstances interfere with the freedom of me or my family, including my freedom to take a life if necessary. Take a life? Shen Jinshan blurted, stunned. Those who deserve death, Lin Chen replied coldly. Qin Rulong showed no hesitation. I can agree to those two conditions immediately. He paused and his tone grew even more solemn. Furthermore, the higher authorities have decided to confer upon you the rank of Major General and the lifelong position of Chief Instructor of the Xinjiang Squadron. This rank will not be limited by years of service. You will enjoy all the privileges of a Major General without being obliged to undertake duties you do not wish to assume. At the same time, your family will be placed on Longzhu's highest protection list and will receive security equal to that afforded core personnel in Jingdu. Not only that, you will serve as an honorary elder of Longzhu with the authority to mobilize Longzhu's resources, a standing equivalent to that of Longzhu's elders. At these words, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. A lifelong chief instructor post a major general's rank top-tier protection. Qin Rulong was plainly trying to bind him to Longwa's war machine with honors. Yet it mattered little to him. These titles were optional, but accepting them would erect an additional safeguard for his parents and sister. With the machinery of the state watching over them, danger would be all but eliminated. Exchanging two items he regarded as worthless for such security was not a bad bargain. Agreed. Qin Rulong's face broke into a smile. He rose and extended his hand. Major General Lin, may our cooperation be fruitful. That afternoon, Lin Chen handed the complete pill formula and the medicinal bath recipe to Shen Jinshan and simplified the procedure so they could bypass the pill refining stage entirely. Before departing, Shen Jinshan produced a gilded invitation and pressed it into Lin Chen's hand. Major General Lin, this is a special pass to this year's martial arts exchange. Special units from across the nation will attend. Oh, we hope you will be present in person. Lin Chen accepted the invitation with a nod. 2 months of intensive training passed in the blink of an eye. On the Xinjiang training ground, 30 team members were paired off, locked in fierce combat. Fists cleaved the air, and chi surged. The entire arena was suffused with violent internal force. 2 months earlier, they had been a band of external force fighters, perennial Alsorans at the exchange. Now each had reached beyond the pinnacle of internal force. The foremost Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong had even leapt into the initial stage of force transformation. Bolstered by the Pejuan technique, Xinjiang had been utterly reborn. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back on the dais, his gaze sweeping over every team member below. The 30 of them straightened their spines in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. 2 months before they had looked down on this young chief instructor. Now in their hearts, Lin Chen was a god. Tomorrow is the martial arts exchange. I have but one demand: take first place. The 30 shouted in unison. Xinjiang will prevail. Long live the chief instructor. The next morning at the Liangjiang Military District Airfield, a military transport sat on the tarmac as the Xinjiang members boarded in formation, fire burning in each of their eyes. Luo Feng sat beside Lin Chen and spoke with respect. Master Lin, Xinjiang's aim this time is the championship. Qin Ruxue sat nearby and added with determined assurance, Chief Instructor, rest easy. Xinjiang will not bring you shame. The aircraft lifted off and set its course for Longdu, the host city of the martial arts exchange. Longdu, as the international metropolis of the Dragon Kingdom, is almost at the forefront in every aspect. Lin Chen also went to Longdu primarily for the matter concerning Qin Ruxue's grandfather. Once successful, Qin Ruxue would become his maid, and having a maid with a Linglong sacred body would be a significant advantage. He was not worried about any issues arising among the members of the Divine Sword. After 3 months of special training, this team had undergone a complete transformation. Led by 2 members in the early stages of transformation, with everyone possessing internal energy and equipped with the breaking army technique and chi-inducing pills, this lineup would not only dominate a national exchange meeting, but could also contend with foreign superpower factions. The champion of this year's martial arts exchange meeting would undoubtedly be the Divine Sword. The plane landed at a military airport on the outskirts of Longdu. The venue for the martial arts exchange meeting was chosen at the Dragon Scale Battle Team's base. Of Dragon Scale is a special unit based in Longdu, consistently ranking high in previous exchange meetings with formidable strength. In the following 3 days, the Divine Sword progressed through the preliminaries, quarterfinals, and points competitions, reaching the semifinals with a sweeping victory, facing no rivals. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on one name: Divine Sword. This team, which had always been at the bottom, had swept through from the quarterfinals. All opponents were defeated within 3 minutes, with none able to last even 5 minutes. Did the Divine Sword take some kind of medicine this year? Last year, they couldn't even pass the preliminaries. Not just medicine. Did you see that big guy? He single-handedly broke through the entire Dragon Scale team. Dragon Scale was a top 4 team last year, yet they were swept aside like this. In the semifinals, Divine Sword faced Dragon Scale. A massive figure stood alone in the center of the stage, not even activating the breaking army technique, relying solely on his physical strength. The 5 members of Dragon Scale took turns to fight, but even the strongest captain was knocked off the stage after just 3 moves. The arena fell silent. Instructors from various regions exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Wasn't Divine Sword always ranked last? How could they suddenly become this powerful? This wasn't a competition, it was a one-sided massacre. Yi Tian sat in the stands, his face beaming with joy. In previous years he had brought Divine Sword to compete only to be eliminated at lightning speed in the preliminaries and then by a plane ticket home, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Now he finally felt vindicated, relishing the astonished expressions of the other regional leaders. All of this was thanks to Master Lin, who had transformed a bottom-tier team in just 3 months. The finals were without suspense. The opponent was still Long Yin, the elite special department, once personally guided by the first general of the Dragon Kingdom Qin Kunlun. Most members of the Dragon Group were selected from Long Yin. The captain of Long Yin had already reached the peak of internal energy, with all 5 members fully proficient, having won the championship last year with a perfect record. However, against Divine Sword they were still crushed. Qin Rushue took action, activating the breaking army technique to its 3rd level, unleashing a wave of fist energy that swept the arena. The captain of Long Yin, exerting all his strength, lasted less than 10 minutes before being sent flying off the stage by a single punch from Qin Rushue, crashing heavily against the protective wall. Yi Tian and Luo Feng's faces were wrinkled with smiles. This is fantastic. So this is what it feels like to win all matches. It's even better than being with models at a club. As the formal segment of the exchange meeting concluded, the chief instructors and leaders from various regions flocked over. Old Luo, what's going on with your Divine Sword this year? Has that female captain already reached the transformation stage? A bearded instructor grabbed Luo Feng. Luo Feng raised his chin slightly, pride written all over his face, of course. Our chief instructor is Master Lin Chen. Master Lin? Who is that? The bearded instructor looked puzzled. Due to the information blockade from the Dragon Group, most present did not know Lin Chen's name. When their gazes followed Luo Feng's indication to Lin Chen, everyone froze for a moment. In his 20s, tall and slender with a handsome face, he looked even younger than the members of Divine Sword. This young man is the chief instructor who transformed Divine Sword. Clearly they did not believe it. After the exchange meeting, there was a segment for the instructors to spar, a traditional event held every year. Instructors from various regions took the stage to compete, showcasing their abilities, and the most exciting part of previous years was this moment. Instructor Lin, please come to the stage. The chief instructor of Long Yin announced loudly. Lin Chen stood up. Unlike other instructors who leaped onto the stage, he placed his hands behind his back and walked up the steps slowly and steadily. There was a low murmur from the stands. He walked up. Doesn't he lack internal energy? So young, he must be a theoretical type. Those team members probably took some special drugs to become strong. It has nothing to do with him. The first to take the stage was the chief instructor from the Miaojiang region. Dressed in traditional Miao attire, several thin snakes coiled around his wrists, exuding a chilling aura. He grinned and cupped his hands, saying, Instructor Lin, please give me guidance. Lin Chen glanced at him and shook his head. Not enough. The Miaojiang instructor was taken aback. What do you mean not enough? Just you alone is not enough. Lin Chen replied indifferently, if you can't even defeat a member of my Divine Sword, how dare you challenge me? The Miaojiang instructor narrowed his eyes, his tone turning cold. What do you mean by that? Lin Chen shook his head. I mean, how dare you be so arrogant? Before he could finish his words, Lin Chen swept his gaze across all the chief instructors in the stands, a faint smile curving his lips. Everyone present, why don't you all come at once to save time? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. How arrogant. One person challenging all the chief instructors from various regions. This had never happened in the history of the martial arts exchange meeting. Those who could become chief instructors of special forces were at least at the peak of the transformation stage, many being veteran powerhouses at that level. To fight alone is already an extremely high standard, yet to take on everyone isn't that sheer arrogance. The Miaojiang instructor's face turned completely grim, his voice filled with fury. Kid, do you think I'm trash? Do you look down on me so much? Lin Chen smiled slightly. No. The Miaojiang instructor was about to say that he was being sensible. Lin Chen's next words froze his expression completely. Not just you, I mean everyone present here, all of you are trash. As his words fell, the entire training ground erupted. So arrogant. Who does this kid think he is? A burly instructor suddenly stood up, his face filled with anger. Even General Qin Kunlun never spoke like this back in the day. Maya Jiang, show him what you're made of. The Miaojiang instructor stopped wasting words. He waved his hands, and the thin snakes in his sleeves turned into black lightning and shot towards Lin Chen. These were the 5 poisoned snake goo of Miaojiang, each one soaked with dozens of lethal poisons capable of paralyzing the entire body upon being bitten. Lin Chen stood still, making no movements. As the poisonous snakes flew within 3 feet of him, it was as if they hit an invisible wall, letting out a wail before turning into ashes. The Miaojiang instructor's pupils constricted. He bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist which coalesced in the air into a fierce blood-colored goo worm that lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen gently blew out a breath, and the blood-colored goo worm extinguished like a candle in the wind. The Miaojiang instructor spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying backward and crashing heavily at the edge of the stage. Once again the arena fell silent. "Let's all go at once." "What are you waiting for?" someone shouted. A dozen instructors leaped onto the stage simultaneously. The first to charge in was a horizontal training master from Jiangbei, his muscles forged like steel with fists wrapped in thick fist energy, striking towards Lin Chen. Next was a swordsman from the Southwest Military District, unleashing a myriad of sword shadows with his soft sword. Then came a master of internal family boxing from the Southwest region, with palm winds as dense as a fine drizzle. All attacks landed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, motionless. His clothing did not flutter, his hair remained undisturbed, and he didn't even blink. "Is that all?" Lin Chen continued to apply pressure. He raised his right foot and gently stomped down on the ground. A wave of force radiated outward from him. The tiles of the stage cracked inch by inch, and a dozen instructors were sent flying simultaneously, crashing down in disarray across the stage. Some clutched broken arms, wailing, some covered their chests, coughing up blood, and some fainted outright. Only one instructor remained standing on the stage. He stood at the edge of the platform, his legs trembling like a sieve, and his long knife clattered to the ground. Lin Chen turned to look at him, and he kneeled down with a thud. "I concede. I concede." Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and resumed standing with his hands behind his back. He scanned his surroundings and spoke. Who else? The entire training ground was silent enough to hear a heartbeat. In the stands, the members and leaders from various regions all had their mouths agape. A dozen instructors at the peak of their transformation stage were all sent flying with a stomp. What kind of strength does this person possess? Everyone was shocked and speculating about who Lin Chen truly was. Although they were considered seniors in the martial arts community, they had never heard of such a young powerhouse in the martial world of Long Kingdom. Luo Feng stepped onto the stage and cleared his throat. "Instructor Lin is a martial arts master, and naturally you are not his match." After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, he is also a major general personally certified by General Qin Rulong." Everyone gasped in disbelief. Lin Chen looked so young, yet had achieved the master level. And he was certified as a major general by Lieutenant General Qin Rulong. That was the son of Qin Kunlun. The significance of that had never been heard of throughout Long Kingdom. "Senior Lin, I apologize for any offense earlier. Please forgive me. At such a young age to possess such strength, our martial arts community in Long Kingdom is destined for greatness." Indeed, during the national battle with Senior Lin and General Qin Kunlun presiding, how could Long Kingdom not prosper? In an instant, everyone rushed forward to bow to Lin Chen, beginning to flatter him. Each of these instructors was a leading figure in the martial arts community, as well as the chief instructor of special forces, holding positions at the pinnacle of society. Ordinary people would never have the chance to meet them, yet here were these eminent figures bowing to Lin Chen, calling him senior with great enthusiasm. Lin Chen glanced at everyone indifferently. "But I just called you all garbage. Oh, weren't you all dissatisfied? Why are you bowing so deeply now?" Many instructors lowered their heads awkwardly. It turned out that Lin Chen had spoken the truth. Compared to him, they were indeed garbage. At this age, he had reached the master level, surpassing even the great General Qin Kunlun in his youth. Given time, he would surely become the pillar of Long Kingdom, and being called garbage was of no consequence. After another round of flattery, the conference concluded, and the banquet began. However, Lin Chen did not attend the banquet. He asked Qin Rushua to take him directly back to the Qin family to resolve her family's matters. Arriving at the door of the Qin family, Lin Chen glanced up. The entire courtyard was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere filled with a chilling aura, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding villas. It must be the result of the curse that Qin Rushua mentioned. After all, once one hits 30, they are slain, and no matter how good the family luck is, it all collapses. Qin Rushua led Lin Chen through the courtyard towards her grandfather's bedroom. The moment the door was pushed open, a strong stench assaulted them. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He was all too familiar with this smell. It was the scent of a decaying corpse. Earlier, he had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the realm of cultivation. Yet the old man lying on the bed was clearly still breathing. He turned to look at Qin Rushua and found her expression unchanged, as if she didn't smell anything. "Do you smell anything?" Lin Chen asked. Qin Rushua shook her head. "No, the room only has the smell of medicine." "Buzz." Lin Chen opened his eyes wide, focusing on the old man. he discovered that the foul stench was not emanating from the body, but rather from a strand of extremely strange spiritual energy. That spiritual energy coiled deep within the old man's blood vessels, exuding a decayed aura. What surprised him even more was that this essence of spiritual energy resembled the power of belief in the cultivation world. There are many paths to cultivation. Some evil cultivators specifically rely on the power of belief to ascend, commonly referred to as pseudo-deities. They leave a strand of spiritual energy in the mundane world, allowing ordinary people to worship daily, thus drawing on belief, power, and essence to enhance their cultivation. However, these beings are scorned by righteous cultivators, so they are generally killed on sight. Could the one who cursed the Chen family be a pseudo-deity? But with the lack of spiritual energy on Blue Star, it should be impossible for such a level of existence to appear. To drop a strand of spiritual energy, one would at least have to be a golden core cultivator. Once the golden core is formed, the spirit is unleashed. Instructor Lin, this is my grandfather. Chen Ruxu's voice broke his contemplation. Lin Chen withdrew his thoughts, refocusing on the old man on the bed. With just one glance, he recognized the curse afflicting the old man. It's actually a blood curse. The blood curse, also known as the lineage-severing curse, is an extremely vicious curse inherited through blood. Except for the first generation of the cursed, none of their descendants, regardless of gender, live beyond a certain age. The reason Chen Ruxu had not manifested any symptoms should be related to her exquisite holy body. Those with holy bodies are immune to all poisons. This low-level blood curse poses no threat to her. The reason Chen Ruxu had not manifested any symptoms should be related to her exquisite holy body. Those with holy bodies are immune to all poisons. This low-level blood curse poses no threat to her. Chen Ruxu looked at him anxiously. Lin Chen replied calmly, "Yes, it's very simple." Just then a few people suddenly burst in from outside. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit, wearing a hypocritical smile. He was followed by a young man with slicked back hair and several burly bodyguards. Seeing the newcomers, Chen Ruxu's expression changed, and she scolded, "Uncle, what do you mean by this?" The newcomer was Chen Ruxu's uncle Feng Dekai, from the Feng family of Longdu. Feng Dekai walked in with a grin. "Ruxu, just listen to your uncle's arrangements and marry young Master Bai." He pointed at the young man beside him. The Bai family is now a top family in Longdu. Marrying into them would give the Chen family a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, once the old man passes away, the Chen family will be left without heirs, and it would be better to forge an alliance with the Bai family, which would also benefit our Feng family. Chen Ruxu's voice turned icy. "Uncle, don't think I don't know what you're planning. You want to seize the Chen family. As long as I'm here, you can forget about it." Feng Dekai's expression darkened immediately. "Ruxu, don't be so ungrateful. Your grandfather is already gravely ill, and the Chen family has no heirs. Your two older brothers are also preparing to die. Listen to me, you can still marry young Master Bai. He is talented and handsome, a rare young talent. You won't be at a loss. Otherwise, don't blame your uncle for being unkind." Suddenly a laugh erupted. Who the hell is laughing?" Young Master Bai shouted angrily. As he spoke, all eyes in the room turned to the source of the sound. They saw Lin Chen leaning against the bedside, a playful smile on his lips, as if watching a farce. Feng Dekai frowned, his gaze turning hostile as he scrutinized Lin Chen. "Who are you? How dare you laugh at young Master Bai? I just feel that your description of him as talented is incorrect. He clearly has a face of kidney deficiency." Chen Ruxu couldn't hold back her laughter either. "You little brat, you're looking for death." Feng Dekai scolded. Lin Chen ignored him and turned to Chen Ruxu. "Do you want me to deal with your uncle?" Chen Ruxu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, but leave him one life." Feng Dekai's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Kid, do you know who I am? I am from the Feng family. The Feng family of Longdu. If you dare touch a single hair on me, I will make your whole family." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen waved his hand casually. Feng Dekai was struck as if by a heavy hammer, flying backward to crash against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood and fainting on the spot. The young man with slicked back hair turned pale and pointed at Lin Chen, shouting, "Do you know who I am? I am from the Bai family." Lin Chen waved again. Young Master Bai and the few bodyguards behind him were sent flying, piling up like a stack of pancakes at the entrance, losing consciousness. Chen Ruxu looked at Feng Dekai lying at the entrance with no sympathy in her eyes. This uncle had been trying to seize the Chen family's assets ever since her grandfather fell ill. Today he even brought outsiders to force a marriage. It was utterly shameless. Lin Chen withdrew his hand and turned his attention back to the old man on the bed. He raised his right hand, and a trace of spiritual energy surged from his fingertip. He pointed at the old man's forehead, and the spiritual energy entered his skin, transforming into countless fine golden threads that spread along the blood vessels. The blood curse within the old man coiled like black poisonous snakes along the walls of the blood vessels. The moment those golden threads made contact with the black poisonous snakes, the snakes began to writhe wildly. Yet no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the strangling of the golden threads. One after another, the black poisonous snakes were shredded into pieces, transforming into black smoke that poured out of the old man's pores. At that moment, the foul smell in the entire room reached its peak. Qin Rushua finally smelled that stench, furrowing her brow as she covered her nose with a handkerchief. After a moment, the last trace of black smoke escaped. Suddenly, the black smoke condensed, forming a skull-like head, emitting an unpleasant sound. Who broke? Lin Chen took a look and realized it was merely a remnant soul. A deity. You aren't even a pseudo-deity and dare to call yourself a god. As he spoke, Lin Chen pointed, and the head instantly dissipated. The old man's originally sallow complexion visibly reddened at a rapid pace, his sunken eye sockets regained fullness, and his withered fingers moved slightly. Qin Ruxia's tears streamed down her face. The old man slowly opened his eyes, and those murky old eyes became much clearer at this moment. He looked at Qin Rushua at the bedside, his lips trembling as he rasped, "Swear." Qin Rushua rushed to the bedside, tightly gripping her grandfather's hand, unable to speak through her tears. Lin Chen withdrew his finger and turned to leave the room, waiting for the two to finish before coming back in. After a moment, Lin Chen entered again, and Qin Rushua introduced him to her grandfather. "Thank you, Master Lin, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you. I will certainly do my utmost to repay the Qin family." Qin Zhangwo expressed his gratitude. "No need, but I do have a question for Elder Qin." Lin Chen said. "Please go ahead. Where did this curse come from?" Qin Zhangwo sighed deeply and began to recount. This curse actually dates back several decades. At that time, a member of a hidden family came to Longdu and summoned all the martial families, claiming they were selecting talented warriors to join their family. At that time, the families in Longdu did not understand what a hidden family was, and most were not wary. It wasn't until the annual Longdu Martial Arts Conference that those hidden families appeared. Any one of them could easily defeat all the masters from Longdu's families, including myself. Reflecting on that scene, Qin Zhangwo's face still showed signs of lingering fear. The strength of those people was truly terrifying. I fear that even all of us together would not be their match. Soon many families bowed their heads in submission, and these hidden families began to select talented individuals from the families of Longdu. Then one hidden family took a liking to Xiox's mother and wanted to take her away. My father, who was the head of the Qin family at that time, refused, believing that these hidden families were bullying others with their power. Those hidden families were enraged and killed my father on the spot. Fortunately, later Xiox's mother escaped, and they could not find her, so they could only target me. One of them placed a curse on me, and in the following time my Qin family's descendants kept dying unexpectedly. Sigh. At this point, Qin Zhangwo seemed to age several years. Lin Chen could understand. The three major misfortunes in life are losing a mother in childhood, losing a wife in middle age, and losing a child in old age. Qin Zhangwo had lost both sons and grandsons in succession. Such blows are unbearable for an ordinary person. However, hearing about the hidden families piqued Lin Chen's interest. If he guessed correctly, these so-called hidden families should be related to those false gods, which is why they could harness the power of belief from those false gods. It seemed necessary for him to pay a visit. Perhaps he could use these false gods to return to the world of cultivation. Previously, when he activated his divine sense, he did not discover any ascension channels on Blue Star. Now, knowing about the hidden families and false gods, he speculated that the ascension channel might be hidden within these hidden families. The reason the divine sense did not detect it was likely due to some special magical treasure blocking it. After understanding this, Lin Chen instructed Qin Rushua to give Qin Zhangwo the cultivation-enhancing pill he had provided earlier. This pill can restore his vitality instantly, and perhaps even restore his cultivation level. Hearing this, Qin Rushua hurriedly took out the cultivation-enhancing pill and fed it to Qin Zhangwo. The moment it was consumed, the death aura surrounding Qin Zhangwo completely dissipated, and even the death aura in the entire villa vanished. His wrinkled face visibly became rosy and full, and his withered arms regained muscle. Qin Zhangwo looked down at his hands, incredulously clenching a fist. Lin Chen spoke to Qin Rushua. "All right, the curse on your Qin family has been completely resolved. After you finish handling the matters at home, come to Lehigh to find me." After saying this, Lin Chen left the room. Buzz. He directly tore through the void and stepped into the air. He was going to the Tsangling mountain range to see how that little pet was doing and to check on the spirit herbs in the herb garden. After Lin Chen departed, Qin Rushua was still gazing in the direction where Lin Chen had vanished, lost in thought. Qin Zhangwo smiled and said, "Xiaoxue, do you like that, Master Lin?" Qin Ruxia's face flushed and her voice stammered. "Grandpa, what are you saying? He is the instructor of our divine sword and a major general, a revered young master. How could I ever be worthy? Xiaoxue, good men must be pursued. How would you know unless you try? I see that Master Lin does not seem to care about such things." Qin Rushue was silent for a moment, the corners of her mouth slightly curling upwards. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan, in the underground chamber of the Han family, with a loud bang, the heavy stone door of the chamber exploded open from the inside. A figure emerged, emanating an aura as deep as the abyss, with each step causing the dust on the ground to spread outward in ripples. Han Beiwang, at this moment, after breaking through, his once white hair had transformed into black and his body had changed from frail to robust. The breakthrough in his realm revitalized his physical capabilities. Seeing this, the members of the Han family hurried forward to congratulate him, their voices rising and falling. Congratulations, father, on breaking through to the mid-level of master. Congratulations, grandpa, on your breakthrough. Grandpa, you must avenge me. Han Tianlong sat in a wheelchair, his legs dangling empty, his face filled with resentment. Han Baiwang's gaze fell on his grandson's empty pant legs, and a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Gather the families of Jiangnan and inform them that I have emerged from seclusion." Soon, all the major families in Jiangnan received the news and rushed to the appointed location. The meeting place was chosen at a villa on a cliff overlooking the sea outside Jiangnan City, where the cliff towered into the sea with crashing waves below. Dozens of family heads gathered together, standing in a dense mass and whispering to each other. What happened? The Han family suddenly summoned us. Could it be that Master Han is in trouble? Impossible. Han Beiwang had been in seclusion for several months, and suddenly summoned everyone, and no one knew what was about to happen. Suddenly, a massive wave rose from the sea. Everyone looked closely, and when they saw clearly, someone exclaimed, "There are people on the sea." Everyone turned to look at the surface of the sea. In the distance, where the sea meets the sky, a giant wave was surging toward the cliff. The wave was over 10 meters high, higher than the cliff itself, and the crest sparkled with blinding white light under the sun. What was even more shocking was that on top of the wave stood a figure. That person stood with hands behind their back, walking on the waves, as the giant wave seemed to support him like an arm, swiftly approaching the cliff. As the giant wave drew closer, the person's face became clearer. It was none other than the Han family's master, the number one in Liangjiang, Han Beiwang. "We welcome Master Han from seclusion." Someone was the first to react and called out loudly. On the cliff, dozens of family heads bowed and clasped their fists, their voices echoing in the sea breeze. "We welcome Master Han from seclusion." Han Beiwang stepped down from the crest of the wave, landing steadily in the center of the cliff. He stood with hands behind his back, slowly scanning every family head present. At the same time, a powerful pressure emanated from him, flooding outward like a tidal wave. The family heads present felt as if a mountain pressed down on their shoulders, causing their knees to involuntarily bend. A few tried to muster their energy to resist, but as soon as their internal power was raised, it was crushed to pieces. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the foreheads of all the family heads. They marveled internally. "He has broken through." Now the throne of the number one master in Liangjiang was even more solidified. At this moment, Han Beiwang spoke, his voice filled with undeniable authority. "Gentlemen, I have summoned you today for one thing." He paused and continued, "Now that I have emerged from seclusion, I intend to enter Jiangdong and kill Lin Chen. At the same time, I need you to assist me in suppressing the Lin family group, causing it to go bankrupt." Saying this, he revealed a cold glint in his eyes and coldly declared, "I want him to know who is the true number one in Liangjiang." With these words, no one present dared to refuse. The mid-level master Han Beiwang could unleash his wrath upon any family in Liangjiang without fear. "Yes, we will faithfully obey Master Han's orders." In September, Jiangdong Lin Group. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Lin's father sat at the head of the table with a number of contract termination documents in front of him, each representing a partner's withdrawal. Li Qi and the others sat opposite him, their brows furrowed. "What's going on?" "The stock markets of those groups in Jiangnan are attacking us like mad." Li Qi put down the intelligence report in his hand, his voice low. "The Han family has made their move. Han Beiwang has exited seclusion." Upon hearing this name, Su Qingsu's pen fell from her hand onto the table with a loud bang, her voice tight. "Han Beiwang." Su Zhan inhaled sharply, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Han Beiwang, this name had overshadowed all families in the Liangjiang region for a full 20 years. As long as he spoke, all existing partners of Lin Group would likely terminate their contracts within a day. This is the deterrence of the number one master in Liangjiang. Li Qi was the first to break the silence, speaking gravely. "There's no need to worry too much. As long as the spiritual spring water remains, Lin Group will not crumble. The market demand for spiritual spring water is evident. Even if all the groups in Jiangnan unite, they cannot shake our core business." Before his words could settle, Lin's father's phone rang. He answered the call, and his expression changed drastically. "What? Impossible. Our spiritual spring water has passed professional testing. How could there be a problem?" The person on the other end spoke coldly, stating that the spiritual spring water had been found to have false advertising and had been ordered to be taken off the shelves. What's worse is that the Han family has declared that anyone who collaborates with Lin Group is their enemy. Once this was stated, most groups in Jiangdong chose to protect themselves. Although they knew Lin Chen's strength was formidable, Han Beiwang had been renowned for 20 years, and Liang Jiang had always respected him. No matter how powerful Lin Chen was, having only killed 2 of Han Beiwang's disciples, he was still no match for an old powerhouse like Han Beiwang, who had participated in national wars. No one was willing to gamble their lives and fortunes. In an instant, Lin Group became isolated and vulnerable. To make matters worse, there was a traitor within the company. Technical documents of several core products were stolen and sold directly to the rival Han family, who had even launched them ahead of Lin Group, resulting in severe losses. The next day, Lin's father and Li Qi sought to meet with the Jiangdong governor for an investigation, but were turned away at the door. The official stance was surprisingly unanimous, all citing reasons for refusal. Lin Group had completely fallen into a state of isolation. Everyone was waiting for this tall tree to fall, so they could divide the market of spiritual spring water. As the crowd exited Lin Group, a heavy silence enveloped them, and no one spoke. Many harbored a single thought: is the rapidly rising Lin Group about to collapse? That day, Lin's father and mother drove out in search of a way out. Just past the intersection, a massive truck suddenly ran a red light and crashed directly into their car. Lin's father realized it was too late to brake. The truck crashed heavily into their sedan. The entire car was crushed into debris, glass scattered everywhere. Many onlookers hurriedly called the police. Moments later, when Lin's father and mother crawled out from the deformed car door, they appeared shaken and a bit frightened, but surprisingly unharmed. However, the jade pendant hanging around their necks had shattered simultaneously, turning into powder that slipped from their collars. This was clearly not an accident, but a premeditated murder. Lin's father held the crushed jade pendant, his voice low. This pendant was given to us by Xiao Chun before he left. I didn't expect it to protect us from harm. But in fact, even without the pendant, their bodies had long transcended the mundane and would not have been harmed. At most, it would have been a scrape. Both of them still felt a lingering fear, still recovering from the shock, when the phone began to ring incessantly. The company's core technology was leaked, and officials arrived to seal it off. Lin Cixi was kidnapped after school, and the kidnappers did not make any calls. Su Qingxue was also kidnapped, while Li Qi, Su Zhen, and others were simultaneously pursued by assassins. In an instant, everyone connected to Lin Chen encountered trouble at the same time. Lin's mother turned pale, her voice trembling. Quick, contact Xiao Chun. She dialed Lin Chen's number. Busy tone. Redialing, still busy. After dialing more than 10 times, there was still no answer. Meanwhile, at the Han family in Jiangnan, the old residence was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was festive, as if celebrating a festival. Han Jingshan sat at the head of the table, a satisfied smile on his face. The second and third generations of the Han family gathered together, taking turns to report their achievements. Han Jingshan spoke first, full of pride. Father, I have already arranged for assassins to eliminate the heads of families still aligned with the Lin family. This time we spent a fortune hiring one of the top 3 assassin organizations from abroad. Li Qi, Su Zhen, and Su Jinshan won't escape. Han Jingshan's second son, Han Jingshui, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, laughing softly. I have already contacted the governors of Jiangnan and Jiangdong. Their stance is very clear: neutrality, no assistance. The rapid development of Lin Group aimed to monopolize the entire market solely based on spiritual spring water. Those officials do not wish to see one family dominate. As long as we do not go too far, they will not intervene. Han Jingshan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over those present. This time, all of the Han family's tactics will be unleashed to completely crush Lin Group, ensuring it can never rise again. The market of spiritual spring water must belong to the Han family. Han Beiwang sat in a grandmaster's chair, eyes closed in meditation. He never interfered in secular matters, leaving them to his children and grandchildren. All he needed to do was wait for Lin Chen to appear. Han Tianlong sat in a wheelchair, his eyes glinting with resentment, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had waited too long for this day. He wanted Lin Chen to watch as his family perished one by one before his eyes, to make him experience the taste of living worse than death. Meanwhile, in Lin Hai, Qin Ruxue and Hong Tianlong were patrolling the streets. Since the Divine Sword team won the championship at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference, the two returned to Lin Hai to resume their original duties. Yi Tian had long instructed that Lin Chen's family was the highest-level protection target of the Dragon Group. Today was their first day patrolling near the Lin family villa and company. Qin Ruxue suddenly stopped, frowning. Something's off. At this time, there should be many people working overtime downstairs at Lin Group, but today not a single light is on. The two rushed towards Lin Group's building. The elevator was out of service, so they dashed up the fire escape. Pushing open the conference room door, they found it empty, with contract termination documents scattered all over the floor. Qin Ruxue picked up a contract and flipped through it, her expression changing drastically. These are all termination contracts dated for this afternoon. Someone has made a move against Lin Group. Hong Tianlong had already dialed Lin's father's number, which rang for a long time before connecting. After hanging up, his face turned ashen. Lin Cece has been kidnapped, Su Qingxue has been kidnapped, and Li Qi and Su Zhen are being pursued by assassins. Lin's father and mother had just experienced a car accident. A large truck ran a red light and crashed into them, crushing the car into scraps. Fortunately, they survived thanks to the protective jade pendant given by Instructor Lin. Qin Ruxu's heart sank heavily. She immediately took out the encrypted communicator. Colonel, something has happened in Linhai. The Han family has launched an all-out offensive against Instructor Lin's family, with kidnappings, assassinations, and commercial suppression all happening simultaneously. We need to activate the highest level protection plan immediately. On the other end of the communicator, Yi Tian was furious upon hearing this. What? They dare to touch the family of a major general. Has the Han family gone mad? Quick, activate the highest security plan. If anything happens to their family, I'll hold you responsible. Qin Ruxu clenched her hand around the communicator, veins bulging, and shouted, "Understood." After hanging up the communicator, she took a deep breath. Turning to Hong Tianlong, her eyes filled with determination, "Mobilize all members of the Divine Sword team to act separately. You go rescue Li Qi and Su Zhen, and I will find Lin Cece and Su Qingxue. At the same time, notify the Qin family in Longdu to contact General Qin Kunlun. Instructor Lin is an honorary elder of the Dragon Group, and his family is under the highest level of protection by the Dragon Group. The Han family's actions are a blatant provocation against the Dragon Group's authority." Hong Tianlong turned and rushed out. Qin Ruxu stood in the empty conference room, looking down at the scattered termination contracts on the floor. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. "Instructor Lin, do not worry. I will protect your family." Meanwhile, deep within the Zhongling mountain range, the flames in the alchemical furnace had already extinguished, with Lin Chen sitting cross-legged beside it, placing several refined pills into a jade bottle. He patted the large dragon beside him on the head and casually said, "Watch over the herb garden. Next time I come, I'll bring you spirit stones." He stood up, raising his hand and swiping through the void. A spatial rift appeared, and he stepped into it. By the time Lin Chen returned to the mountainside villa, it was already evening. Habitually, he pulled out his phone, and the screen prominently displayed over 30 missed calls, all from his mother. His expression darkened instantly as he activated his divine sense. As Lin Chen's divine sense unfolded, it swiftly enveloped the entirety of Jiangdong. The overwhelming consciousness at the peak of the Tribulation transcendence poured forth like a vast ocean, revealing every inch of land, every building, every street within his perception. In an instant, he captured the aura of Lin Cece, who was currently moving at high speed towards Jiangnan. With his divine eyes opened, his gaze pierced through the void for 100 miles. A black business car was speeding along the highway, with Lin Cece blindfolded and bound in the back seat. "Kidnapped." Lin Chen's voice squeezed through his clenched teeth, filled with chilling, murderous intent, seeking death. In the next moment, he vanished from the villa. On the highway, the black business car raced at a speed of 120 miles per hour. Inside the car, there were 6 individuals. Besides the driver, the other 5 were elites from the Han family's dark department, codenamed the 5 Tigers. Each of them was above the internal strength level, with the leading Han Dahu at the peak of internal strength. Such a team placed anywhere in the Dragon Country would be an undeniable force. "Boss, does the family head really need to deploy us 5 Tigers for a little girl?" The speaker was Han San, who his tone filled with skepticism. Han Dahu sat in the passenger seat, his gaze vigilantly scanning the road ahead. "What do you understand? The old family head is determined to completely annihilate the Lin family group. It must be a decisive blow without any mistakes allowed. Stop talking nonsense and focus. If something goes wrong, we cannot bear the consequences." Han Wu, who lazily leaned back in his seat. "Boss, you are being too cautious. With our 5 Tiger strength, we are among the top in Jiangnan. Moreover, this vehicle is specially made of materials that cannot be penetrated by armor-piercing rounds. We are on the highway. How could anyone possibly drop down from the sky?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed as the entire car seemed to crash into a steel wall, coming to an abrupt stop from 120 miles per hour to 0. The car shook violently, airbags deploying in all directions, sending the 5 Tigers crashing into the front seats due to inertia. "What happened?" Han Dahu shouted angrily, clutching his bruised forehead. The driver was trembling, his voice quaking. "Tachish, there is someone blocking the car ahead." "Block the car? Just crash through." "But he stopped our car with just one hand." Han Da's pupils constricted sharply as he pushed open the car door and jumped out. The other 4 Tigers followed closely behind. Ahead of the car stood a young man dressed in a black casual outfit, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his right palm pressed against the car's front bumper. The bumper was completely caved and the deformed metal crumpled in his palm like a crushed can. Flames of golden fury burned in his eyes, and the murderous intent radiating from him almost solidified. Lin Chen, Han Dahu exclaimed in shock. Lin Chen gave them no time to react. He lifted his eyelids and shot them a glare. A terrifying aura radiated from him, expanding outward, solidifying everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The vehicles racing along the highway froze in place, their tires suspended in midair, no longer turning. The driver remained in the posture of looking in the rearview mirror, his gaze frozen. Leaves blown by the wind halted in midair, no longer falling. This was not a simple suppression of pressure, it was the law of time. When Lin Chen underwent the tribulation in the Tsangshuan immortal realm, he had comprehended a thread of time power. Now in his fury, he forcibly activated this thread of law, causing time within a radius of several hundred meters to come to a complete stop. The 5 tigers remained in the posture of getting out of the car. Some had just landed, while others were reaching for weapons at their waists, all frozen in midair, without moving a muscle. Only their eyeballs could move, filled with horror as they watched Lin Chen walk towards them step by step. What kind of monster is this? Fear filled the hearts of the few. They had encountered masters, witnessed Han Baiwang's moves. Yet even Han Baiwang could not make everything on the entire highway freeze simultaneously. Lin Chen approached Han Dahu, extending his hand and pressing it against his crown. The soul-searching technique activated instantly, causing Han Dahu's body to convulse violently as countless fragments of memory were brutally pulled from his soul by a force. The Han family. Han Baiwang breaking through the midstage of master. All the fragments of memory pieced together in Lin Chen's divine sense, forming a complete picture. He retracted his hand, his fingers tightening suddenly. Han Dahu's head exploded into a mist of blood, his body consumed entirely. Immediately after, with a flick of his divine sense, the remaining 4 tigers also exploded into blood mist at the same time. 5 clouds of blood mist erupted simultaneously on the highway, then were completely swallowed by the spirit-devouring banner. Lin Chen withdrew his aura. The highway resumed its operation. The traffic flowed. As usual, the wind continued to blow and the leaves kept drifting. No one noticed that 5 individuals were missing, as if they had never existed. He walked to the back seat of the business car and opened the door. Lin Cece was bound to the seat, blindfolded, and gagged, her small face streaked with tears. Hearing the commotion, she desperately squirmed, making muffled sounds. Lin Chen reached out, ripping off the black cloth from her face and the gag from her mouth. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the ropes binding her hands and feet snapped apart. Lin Cece was momentarily stunned, then dove into his arms, crying loudly, "Brother, why did you take so long to come? I was so scared." Lin Chen gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid, brother is here." He picked up Lin Cece, raised his hand to draw in the void. A spatial rift appeared, and he stepped into it with his sister. The next moment they appeared in the living room of the mountainside villa. At that moment their parents were anxiously pacing back and forth in the living room. Seeing him holding Lin Cece, Lin's mother rushed over in tears, embracing both of them tightly. "Cece, Mom thought you were in trouble." Lin's father also approached, his eyes red. Lin Chen handed Lin Cece to his mother, his gaze sweeping over the empty space around his parents' necks. "Mom and Dad," the protective jade pendant shattered. Dad nodded, his voice heavy. "A large truck ran a red light and crashed into us. The car was crushed into pieces, but your mother and I are fine." However, the jade pendant shattered. "Then we received the news that Cece was kidnapped and Qingxue was also taken. It seems that Li Qi and the others are being pursued by assassins." The Han family. Lin Chen's murderous intent surged. Lin's mother wiped her tears. "Little Chen, your dad just received a call. The Han family has sent word that in 3 days, if you do not show up, Han Baiwang will completely destroy the Lin family group. He also said that if you do not come, Su Qingxue will undoubtedly die." Crack. All the glass items in the living room shattered simultaneously. The chandelier exploded into shards, the window glass spiderwebbed, even the coffee table cracked into several pieces. A chilling, murderous intent surged from Lin Chen's body, lowering the temperature of the entire villa by several degrees. The Han family mere ants dare to shake the tree. Lin Chen spoke each word deliberately. "It seems I have been too merciful, allowing these ants to dare to act against my people." After learning everything from Lin's father, Lin Chen planned to start by eliminating the traitor within the Lin group. The traitor was none other than Wang Chongshan, an elder of the Lin group. He was one of the first elders to follow Lin's father in starting the business, often teasing Lin Chen when he was a child, sneaking candies into his pocket. He was one of Lin's father's most trusted individuals and held core technical permissions within the company. Buzz. In the next moment, Lin Chen's divine sense swept across the entire Linhai, instantly locking onto Wang Chongshan's location. He was fleeing to the airport with his family, 3 black cars speeding down the airport expressway. The car was packed with suitcases and a signed overseas passport was placed in the passenger seat. "Found you," Lin Chen said, vanishing from his spot and reappearing in front of the 3 cars. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back right in the middle of the highway. The three cars screeched to a halt simultaneously, their tires leaving long black marks on the ground. Wang Chongshan sat in the back seat of the first car, his face turning pale as he caught sight of that familiar figure through the windshield. He got out of the car without any hesitation, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. His wife and two sons also got out of the car behind him, looking at their kneeling father in confusion. "Lin, my dear nephew, I was wrong. I was forced." Wang Chongshan kept bowing his head, his forehead banging heavily against the asphalt. "The Han family captured my daughter and said they would sell her abroad if I didn't help them. I had no choice, Lin Chen. You were in my arms when you were a child, do you remember? For the sake of our years of affection, spare my life." Lin Chen looked down at him, his gaze indifferent. From the moment he began to betray the Lin group, his death was already sealed. Moreover, what he said was nothing but lies. He had long learned the truth from the minds of the Han family's 5 tigers. Wang Chongshan had gone to Ouching to gamble away his entire fortune, and when he found himself at a dead end, he accepted a large sum of money from the Han family and betrayed the Lin group. Seeing Lin Chen's lack of response, Wang Chongshan's heart sank. He suddenly straightened up, blocking his wife and sons, his voice hoarse. "You can kill me, but spare my family. They are innocent, they don't know what I've done." Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to even glance at him, raising his hand with a slight wave. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Wang Chongshan, along with his wife, 2 sons, and everyone in the 3 cars exploded into a mist of blood. "A traitor dead. Innocent. Your family is innocent, but my family isn't," Lin Chen said coldly. "Did they not enjoy the benefits of your betrayal? If they did, then they are not innocent." After saying this, he turned around and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Group, Qin Rulong stood in the command room with a satellite map of the Lianjiang region displayed on the electronic screen in front of him. Behind him stood Xin Jinshan and 14 leaders of the Dragon Group, each face bearing an unprecedented seriousness. Lin Chen's family is under full-scale attack from the Han family, with kidnapping, assassination, and commercial suppression happening simultaneously. This is a blatant provocation against the Dragon Country's Major General, and also a direct challenge to the authority of the Dragon Group. I, as the head of the Dragon Group, order the initiation of Operation Sword Guard. All individuals involved in suppressing Major General Lin and his family will be taken away for investigation. Not a single one will be spared. Shen Jinshan hesitated for a moment. "General Qin, do we need to inform Kyoto first about the simultaneous action against 2 governors?" "No need." Qin Rulong interrupted him. "Lin Chen is a Major General of the Dragon Country and an honorary elder of the Dragon Group. His family is under the highest level of protection from the Dragon Group. Anyone who dares to touch his family is declaring war on the Dragon Group. The Dragon Group has the authority to take action first and report later." At the Jiangnan governor's office, Governor Ma Wenyuan was sitting in his study reviewing documents when suddenly the butler rushed in, flustered. "Sir, a group of people outside say they are from the Kyoto Dragon Group and wish to see you." Ma Wenyuan furrowed his brows and put down the documents. Dragon Group. In his impression, the Dragon Group only handled special events in the martial arts and magical realms and never proactively visited local officials. However, he straightened his collar and stepped out of the study. When he arrived in the living room, he saw 5 people standing there, led by a middle-aged man with a square face adorned with military stars on his shoulder, exuding a fierce aura. Ma Wenyuan's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this person. Qin Rulong, the son of General Qin Kunlun of the Dragon Country and the head of the Dragon Group. Although he had never met Qin Rulong in person, he had seen him from a distance at several meetings in Kyoto. He understood too well the weight of this person. Not to mention a mere Jiangnan governor, even core figures in Kyoto would treat him with utmost courtesy. "General Qin, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. May I ask what brings you here this time?" Ma Wenyuan said with a beaming smile. Qin Rulong sneered. "Governor Jiangnan, you truly have a short memory. You just suppressed Major General Lin's family, and now you forgot." Upon hearing this, Ma Wenyuan's smile froze on his face. "Major General Lin. With the surname Lin, could it be Lin Chen? Impossible. How could Lin Chen be a major general? He is so young." Ma Wenyuan's tone changed, disbelief evident on his face. Even though he was the governor of Jiangnan, if he acted against a major general, it would lead to certain death. Seeing his reaction, Qin Rulong sneered, taking out a document from his pocket and slamming it on the table. The cover of the document prominently displayed the golden national emblem with bold letters below, granting Lin Chen the title of Major General of the Dragon Country. The lower right corner of the document was stamped with a bright red seal. Lin Chen, 20 years old, a martial arts master, lifetime chief instructor of the Divine Sword, Major General of the Dragon Country, honorary elder of the Dragon Group. "Governor Ma, did you consider the consequences of acting against his family?" Upon hearing this, Ma Wenyuan felt as if his bones had been extracted, collapsing into a chair. A 20-year-old Major General, a martial arts master, and an honorary elder of the Dragon Group. Any single identity would be someone he couldn't provoke, and yet he had helped the Han family suppress Lin Chen's family. Come please take Governor Ma back for tea. The same scene unfolded simultaneously at the Jiangdong governor's office. Jiangdong Governor Liu Jianmin's expression was even more remarkable when he saw the document handed to him by Qin Rulong. He slumped in his chair, repeatedly muttering the same phrase, Han, be one, you have doomed me. Within just half a day, the governors of Liangjiang and more than 10 related personnel were taken away by the Dragon Group for investigation. As the news spread, it caused a massive uproar in Liangjiang. Many began to speculate and discuss whether this situation was related to the recent activities of the Han family. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already headed to the next location. In the western suburbs of Linhai, at an abandoned chemical factory, Li Qi Suzhen and Feng Yuanji were bound to rusty iron pillars, their bodies covered in blood. Dozens of black-clad assassins surrounded them, led by a man wearing a skull mask, playing with a poisoned dagger in his hand. You three are quite tough. You've held out for so long without begging for mercy. The skull-masked man squatted down, tapping the dagger on Li Qi's face. But no matter how tough the bones are, they will break here today. Li Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, a cold smile on his face. What are you laughing at? The skull-masked man asked in confusion. I'm laughing that you're about to die. The skull-masked man turned around abruptly, seeing a tall figure walking into the factory gate. The person moved casually, as if taking a stroll in the park. Kill him, the skull-masked man shouted angrily. All the assassins drew their weapons and lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not stop his pace, exhaling a breath. In the next moment, dozens of assassins froze and placed their bodies, exploding into blood mist from the inside out. Seeing this scene, the skull-masked man stood there in shock, the dagger in his hand clattering to the ground. Lin Chen walked up to him, grabbing his head, and activated the soul-searching technique. Moments later, the skull-masked man's body exploded into blood mist. Lin Chen raised his hand, releasing 3 streams of spiritual energy that shattered the ropes binding the 3, then injected spiritual energy into their bodies. In an instant, the 3 regained their normal state. Master Lin, if you had come just a moment later, old Li would have lost his life, Li Qi sighed. Tell me which families are coveting our spiritual spring water and have taken action. Lin Chen spoke indifferently, but the murderous intent was already surging from him. Subsequently, from Li Qi, it was learned that aside from a few families like the Zhou and Qian families, all the Jiangdong families that once clung to Lin Chen had turned against him during this incident. They tore up contracts, spread rumors, and collaborated with the Han family to suppress the Lin group, eager to devour this juicy piece of meat. After hearing this, Lin Chen vanished from the spot. The first to be dealt with was the Wang family. In the Wang family's villa, the head of the family, Wang Tianda, sat on the sofa, calculating how much market share of spiritual spring water he could obtain this time. He had proactively torn up all contracts with the Lin group the moment the Han family took action, and provided a wealth of internal information to them. At this moment, with his legs crossed, he was blissfully thinking that once the Lin group collapsed, he could secure at least 20% of the market share. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the living room. The wine glass in Wang Tianda's hand shattered on the floor, his face drained of color. Lin Chen, I will only say this once: if you want to live, use all the money of the Wang family to buy your life. If you don't, you will die. Wang Tianda was momentarily stunned, then he grinned menacingly. Lin Chen, who do you think you are? Master Han has already exited seclusion. Your death is imminent. Do you still dare to come? Lin Chen raised his hand and slapped down. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire villa, along with its foundation, was reduced to powder by Lin Chen's strike. Only a deep pit several meters deep in the shape of a hand remained at the spot. Wang Tianda and his entire family, along with this luxurious villa, completely vanished from the world. The second to be dealt with was the Qian family's branch. The main branch of the Qian family was still in Lin Chen's camp, but this branch had secretly allied with the Han family 3 months ago. The head of the branch, Qian Wanjin's cousin Qian Wanhai, was currently in the office reviewing the financial statements of the Lin group. Suddenly, he saw Lin Chen appear in front of him. Qian Wanhai jumped up from his chair, retreating a few steps and bumping into the filing cabinet. Lin Chen, my main family is on your side. Your main family is your main family, and you are you. Did you ever think about your main family when you turned against Lin Chen? Lin Chen raised his hand. I will give all my wealth to you. Qian Wanhai knelt down frantically, pulling out all the cash and property certificates from his safe. Lin Chen glanced at the items on the ground, raised his hand to collect them into his storage space, and then pointed a finger at his body. Poof! Qian Wanhai exploded into a mist of blood. I was just joking. You paying money will also lead to death, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Following him were the Sun family, the Feng family, and the Chun family's branch. Some heads of families transferred money immediately, but were still killed. Some hesitated and were turned to ruins with a single palm strike. Within just 1 day, dozens of families in Jiangdong were systematically dealt with by Lin Chen. As news spread, those families that had not yet been targeted proactively transferred all their assets to the Lin group, fearing that they would meet the same fate as the Wang family if they delayed. Inevitably, they all perished, but Lin Chen spared their families who had paid. Betrayal meant death. Meanwhile, in the Han family's villa, Han Tianlong sat in a wheelchair, unable to hide the excitement on his father. Han Jingshan had just announced that 3 days later Han Beiwang would publicly execute Lin Chen and the Lin family at the appointed place, marking the Han family's return to prominence in Liangjiang. From now on, Liangjiang would be ruled by the Han family, and no one would dare challenge their authority. Han Tianlong's smile gradually turned twisted as images of Lin Chen kneeling at his feet begging for mercy filled his mind. He wanted Lin Chen to witness Su Qingxue marrying that young master from the capital. He wanted to chop off Lin Chen's fingers one by one, making him experience the taste of living worse than death. For the hatred of my legs, I want you to repay it doubly. 3 days later will be your death date. That night, Han Jingshan and others received the news that the governors of Liangjiang and related personnel had been taken away by the Dragon Group for investigation. Han Jingshan walked into Han Baiwang's study with a dark expression. Father Ma Wenyuan and Lu Jianmin have both been taken away by the Dragon Group. The network we built over decades has been uprooted in a single day. It's fine, just 2 governors, Han Beiwang said, sitting cross-legged on a mat without lifting his eyelids. Father, those are our Han family's connections, Han Jingshan said solemnly. Do you think our Han family's greatest reliance is on these 2 governors? Han Beiwang scoffed. Han Jingshan was taken aback. Isn't it? Han Beiwang slowly opened his eyes and calmly spoke. Of course not. Do you think I suddenly went into seclusion for no reason? Han Jingshan was even more puzzled. The governors of Liangjiang used to be their greatest show of force, yet now that they had been removed, his father seemed completely unconcerned. Han Jingchuan also leaned over. Father, please don't keep us in suspense. Who is our Han family's true? Han Beiwang stood up, walking to the window with his hands behind his back. I went into seclusion to lead the Han family out of Liangjiang. Although Liangjiang has always regarded our Han family as esteemed, being known as the #1 family in Liangjiang, who knows us outside of this region? Liangjiang is merely a remote area in Long Country. I have always wanted the Han family to enter the ranks of the top families in Long Country. Han Jingshan and his brother exchanged puzzled glances. Han Beiwang paused for a moment and continued. 3 months ago, an old friend from the capital martial arts community came to see me. He said that as long as I broke through to the midstage of the master realm, his family would make the Han family a subsidiary and bring us into the capital circle. Which family does that old friend belong to? Han Jingshan asked, his eyes wide. Han Beiwang slowly uttered 3 words: Pei family from Kyoto. The entire study exploded in an uproar. Han Jingshan was so excited that his hands trembled, while Han Jingchuan stood up directly. The Pei family is one of the top martial arts families in Long Country, with more than 1 master residing in the clan, and their influence spans the military, politics, and business. Even the Dragon Group must treat the Pei family with respect. Father, is this true? That is the Pei family. Even as a subsidiary, our Han family could soar to great heights. Perhaps in the future we could even join the ranks of the capital families. Han Beiwang nodded in satisfaction, a hint of pride in his tone. Indeed, Lin Chen is merely a small obstacle. Even if the governors of Liangjiang are gone, so what? As long as we have the Pei family, our Han family will never fall. Moreover, the young master of the Pei family has his eye on Su Qingxue, whom we captured. As long as she marries the Pei young master, our Han family joining the Pei family would be a sure thing. I do not want any more accidents in these 3 days. Keep a close watch on Su Qingxue. 3 days later, we will go to Minglong Villa, directly delivering her to the Pei young master's bed. I will present Lin Chen's head as a congratulatory gift to the Pei young master. I will personally eliminate Lin Chen at Minglong Villa. The next day, the news spread from the Han family in Jiangnan, quickly reaching the entire Liangjiang. In the hillside villa by the sea, Lin Chen had just dealt with the last family that had turned against him when he received the news released by the Han family. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Han family had designated the Minglong Mountain Villa as the venue for the confirmation, a renowned scenic spot in Jiangnan. It was said to offer not only the most famous river views in Jiangnan, but also had a rich history as a temporary imperial palace during a former emperor's southern tour. On ordinary days, tourists from all over the country would flock here just to catch a glimpse of the villa's beauty. Today, however, the gates of Minglong Mountain Villa were tightly shut. Staff in black uniforms had surrounded the entire villa, setting up checkpoints at every entrance, and even blocking the roads leading to it in advance. A sign read, under renovation, closed to the public. Today, college student Chi Yun had taken his girlfriend on a high-speed train from the provincial capital to visit Minglong Mountain Villa. As they approached the villa and were about to buy tickets, they were stopped. Minglong Mountain Villa is under renovation and is not open to the public today, a staff member in black reminded them. Shi Yun, utterly disappointed, was about to leave with his girlfriend when he saw several black sedans drive straight through the villa's main gate. He immediately pointed at the cars. Why can they go in? The staff member in black replied coldly, they are staff. Shi Yun's girlfriend tugged at his sleeve. Forget it, let's go somewhere else. As they turned and walked a few steps, a commotion erupted from another entrance. A young man in a designer suit was stopped outside the gate, his face flushed with anger. I'm from the Liu family of Jiangnan. If you don't let me in, I'll call my father right now, and tomorrow you'll all be out of a job. Passers-by turned their heads and whispered among themselves. The Liu family of Jiangnan was among the top 20 families in the region. The staff member in black remained expressionless. Go ahead, call whoever you want. The young man furiously dialed a number, but his expression changed drastically after a few words. He hung up without a word, pulled his companion along, and walked away with his head lowered. His companion asked, "What's wrong, Brother Liu? Didn't your father's word work?" The young man shook his head, saying his father had only uttered one sentence on the phone. "The matter at Minglong Mountain Villa today is not something you can meddle in. Leave now. A big shot from the capital is involved. The Liu family cannot afford to provoke them." The locals exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of figure could be so formidable that even the Liu family of Jiangnan dared not provoke them? Meanwhile, inside Minglong Mountain Villa, the river-viewing terrace was crowded with figures, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent. Nearly all the influential families from the Two Rivers region had gathered, with nearly 100 people assembled on the spacious platform. Some wore traditional Chinese suits, others donned Taoist robes, and a few were draped in kasaya, all exuding the unique aura of martial artists. Among them, a few exchanged pleasantries before whispering among themselves. "Do you think Lin Chen will show up today?" "I doubt it. Han Beiwang is the foremost grandmaster of the Two Rivers. Even if Lin Chen killed two of Grandmaster Han's disciples, he's still far from being a match. I heard Grandmaster Han has already broken through to the mid-stage Grandmaster level." "Mid-stage Grandmaster? That would make him invincible in the Two Rivers. You know, there are only a handful of known Grandmasters in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, during the last national war, we wouldn't have had to rely solely on General Qin Kunlun to bear the burden. I think after today the Two Rivers will belong entirely to the Han family." As the words faded, a stir arose at the villa's entrance. The Han family members filed in, with Han Jingshan leading the way and Han Jingchuan following closely behind. But today they were not the main attraction. Both of them assumed an extremely humble posture, flanking a young man on either side. The young man appeared to be about 27 or 28, wearing a tailored dark blue custom suit, a limited edition Patek Philippe on his wrist, and his chin slightly raised. As his gaze swept over the faces of those present, a contemptuous smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth, radiating an air of superiority. Han Jingshan personally pulled out a chair for him, and even poured his tea with his own hands, displaying an eagerness to please. "Who is this young man? Why is Han Jingshan acting like a servant?" someone whispered. The companion beside him turned pale and quickly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down. That's Pei Wenyuan, the eldest son of the Pei family from the capital." "The Pei family? You mean that Pei family?" Upon hearing the young man's family name, the entire river-viewing terrace erupted in a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. The Pei family of the capital was one of the most elite martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. It was said that more than one grandmaster resided within their ranks, and their ancestor Pei Qinhu was a peak-level grandmaster super powerhouse who had participated in numerous national wars. Even General Qin Kunlun would show him respect. No wonder the Han family is so confident. With the Pei family as their backing, they could act with impunity, not just in the Two Rivers, but even in the capital. It seems the Han family's momentum is unstoppable from now on. The crowd murmured among themselves. At this moment, Pei Wenyuan leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and couldn't even be bothered to cast a proper glance at those present. Han Jingshan stepped forward to the stage, cleared his throat, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gracing us with your presence today. My father is already waiting in the river. If Lin Chen does not show up within 3 hours, we will announce Su Qingxue as young Master Pei's woman, and the Lin group will vanish from the Two Rivers completely." He shifted his tone and smiled meaningfully. "Of course, I also welcome all of you here to join the Han family as its branch families." At these words, the expressions of all the family representatives present changed. Joining the Han family as a branch meant surrendering the wealth their ancestors had accumulated over generations. This was not an invitation, it was a threat. The message was clear: either submit or be swallowed up. The river-viewing terrace fell into a dead silence. Some clenched their fists, others cursed inwardly, but no one dared to step forward. The mid-stage Grandmaster Han Beiwang lurked in the river, and the eldest son of the capital's Pei family sat on the platform. To step out now would be nothing short of suicide. Han Jingshan was thoroughly pleased with the crowd's reaction. He turned and slightly bowed to Pei Wenyuan, who gave a lazy nod in return. Just then someone gasped, pointing at the river with wide eyes and trembling lips, unable to utter a word. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. There on the river's surface a figure had inexplicably appeared. The person stood with hands clasped behind their back, slowly walking across the river from the distance, as if treading on flat ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Han Beiwang of the Han family. A collective hiss of breath. Walking on the river, truly worthy of a mid-stage grandmaster. An ordinary grandmaster might not even be capable of such a feat. Witnessing this, the martial artists present all wore solemn expressions. I never imagined he could control his inner energy to such a degree, said Qingyun Taoist clad in a Taoist robe in a deep voice. He was the abbot of Qingyun Taoist temple, having already reached the peak of inner energy cultivation. The Han family is set to soar to new heights. Shi Rulin shook his head and said, years ago I once crossed hands with him. Back then we could at least fight to a draw, but now I can no longer see through him at all. As the abbot of Jiangnan Shaolin Temple, Shi Rulin had been stagnant at his current level for a long time. Most of those who had come today were martial arts masters from the Two Rivers region. Yet upon seeing Han Beiwang in that instant their Tao hearts were nearly shattered. A grandmaster, truly an unattainable peak. Time passed slowly from morning until afternoon. At that moment 2 figures appeared in a corner of Minglong Mountain Villa. Phew, we finally made it in. I want to see what big shot is making such a fuss. The two were none other than Shi Yun and his girlfriend Bai Miao Miao. Then they witnessed a sight that left them utterly. Before their eyes a crack suddenly tore open in the void, and from it stepped a young man around 20 years old. Then the young man slowly descended onto the river's surface. Han Beiwang, I have come to kill you, the young man. The crowd at Minglong Mountain Manor gasped as they saw the young figure standing on the surface of the river. Is that Lin Chen? He can actually stand on the water. Could it be that he has reached the master realm? It was Qingyun Taoist who spoke. At his words the people around him widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Chen is also a master at such a young age. This is unprecedented in the Dragon Kingdom for a century. In the distance a younger member of the Han family, feeling flustered, asked Han Jingshan, Father, can grandfather defeat Lin Chen? Han Jingshan's expression darkened, then he sneered, a mere young brat, what if he is a master? The old man is already in the mid-master stage. Oh, how could a newly entered master like him compare? Lin Chen is doomed without a doubt. The other martial artists present nodded in agreement. What a pity. If Lin Chen could endure for a few more years, perhaps he would truly have a chance. Indeed, with such talent, if given 10 years, he might become the second Qin Kunlun. It's too early for him to challenge Han Beiwang now. Everyone was lamenting Lin Chen's fate. They had not witnessed the scene of Lin Chen tearing through the void. They thought he was merely stepping on the river by some secret method. On the other side of the observation platform, in a quiet corner, an elderly man in specially tailored military attire sat in a grand chair, with a middle-aged man standing behind him. The old man's hair was completely white, yet he sat upright with 2 stars on his shoulder insignia. The middle-aged man was Qin Rulong. Father, should we stop Han Beiwang? Lin Chen doesn't seem to be his match. Qin Rulong lowered his voice. Such a promising talent would be a pity to lose. Qin Kunlun slowly spoke, his voice aged yet powerful. He is indeed a good seed. I have been observing him since the last martial arts exchange meeting. A master at 20, unprecedented in a century in the Dragon Kingdom. Let's watch for now. If necessary, I will intervene. Upon hearing this, a glint of joy flashed in Qin Rulong's eyes. With his father's words, Lin Chen's life was assured. Even if Han Beiwang was in the mid-master stage, he would not be a match for Qin Kunlun. On the river's surface, Han Beiwang saw Lin Chen standing on the water, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eye. I didn't expect you to reach the master realm as well. Such achievements at such a young age have already surpassed the vast majority of martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. If you grow for a few more years, you might truly overturn my Han family. Then his tone shifted, filled with murderous intent. It's a pity you have come to die today. Don't blame me for erasing a genius. If you have any last words, you may speak them now. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, his expression contemptuous. Han Beiwang, do you really think you can kill me? To boast before death is foolishness. Youthful arrogance is good, but when it goes too far it becomes ignorance. Han Beiwang stood with his hands behind his back. The aura of a mid-master surged forth like a raging river. I have been in the master realm for 20 years, and now I have broken through to the mid-master stage. My control over internal strength has reached mastery. Although I may not compare to Pei Qinhua or Qin Kunlun, killing you is more than sufficient. Lin Chen shook his head calmly, saying, Ants always think they can topple elephants with their abilities, unaware that what they face is not an elephant, but a dragon. He raised 3 fingers. I will give you the chance to kill me. You may strike 3 times. If you can injure me even a hair, I will let you do as you wish. At this, Han Beiwang was stunned. Everyone at Minglong Mountain Manor was also taken aback. The entire observation platform fell into dead silence, with everyone looking at the young figure on the river as if he were mad. Has he gone mad? Is this young man insane? Letting Master Han strike 3 times. Alas, he is too young, not to mention 3 strikes, he can't even withstand one. The crowd sighed in regret. Han Jingshan was first stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Pei Wenyuan nearly laughed himself into a fit. How could a mere newly entered master challenge Han Beiwang with 3 strikes? There are no more than 10 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who would dare to say such a thing. On the river, Han Beiwang regained his composure, his face full of disdain. Having lived for over 60 years and traversing the rivers for decades, he had never been so underestimated. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill you. Han Beiwang stopped talking and opened his right hand, conjuring a massive golden palm print in the air. The internal power of a midmaster surged into the palm print like an angry tide, causing it to swell in the wind, expanding to over 10 meters in size in the blink of an eye. The surface of the river sagged under the force of the palm wind, and the water erupted violently. Raging waves palm. Han Beiwang shouted loudly. The golden palm print, wrapped in immense power, came crashing down upon Lin Chen. He had used this move to kill an overseas master in 3 strikes. Now that he had broken through to the midmaster stage, its power was even greater than before. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving. The golden palm print struck him solidly. A massive wave, dozens of meters high, erupted from the river, splashing water everywhere. Several small boats moored on the banks were overturned, and the crowd on the observation platform was drenched in a spray of water. Seeing this move, Qingyun Taoist suddenly stood up from his seat, his face filled with disbelief. Raging waves palm. This was Han Beiwang's signature move, which he had used to kill an overseas master during the National War. His voice trembled. I once witnessed Master Han use this palm to kill a Sakura Kuni master in 3 strikes on the Yangtze River. That time the palm's power was far from today's might. Today's palm is at least 3 times stronger. Abbot Shirulin, twisting the beads in his hand, paused and said solemnly, if this palm were to strike me, I would likely attain nirvana on the spot. Not just you, even I couldn't withstand it. I doubt there is anyone in the entire Lianjiang region who could take this palm heat. Qingyun Taoist took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the young figure on the river. This young man is likely in grave danger. In the corner, Qin Kunlun straightened up slightly in his grand chair. Indeed, it is the raging waves palm. He slowly spoke, a hint of approval in his voice. Han Beiwang's mastery of this palm has indeed improved significantly since the National War 20 years ago. A midmaster being able to unleash such power is already a testament to his mastery of internal strength. Qin Rulong's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked, Father, what about Lin Chen? It's difficult. Qin Kunlun's gaze fell upon the young figure on the river. The power of this palm would require me to use 50% of my strength to receive it unscathed. Lin Chen is still young, his time in the master realm is likely short. Let's wait a bit longer. If he cannot withstand it, I will intervene. Qin Rulong's brows knitted tightly. On the observation platform of Minglong Mountain Manor, after a brief silence, a wave of discussion erupted. Qingyun Taoist is a recognized master of internal martial arts in Lianjiang. If he cannot withstand Master Han's palm, how could a young brat in his 20s possibly endure it? Master Han is indeed the #1 master in Lianjiang. The power of this palm is likely something that everyone present combined cannot withstand. This young man is too arrogant. Even if he is a master, daring to let a seasoned midmaster like Han Beiwang strike 3 times is tantamount to seeking death. The first strike is already this terrifying, the next 2 will be even stronger. I fear Lin Chen will fall here on the Minglong River today. What a pity. Such a young master could have become the youngest peak master in the Dragon Kingdom if given a few more years. Sadly, his arrogance leads to his downfall here. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, their eyes filled with regret. As the waves dissipated, Lin Chen remained standing in place. His clothes were dry, his hair untouched, and even the river beneath him had not stirred a single ripple. With his hands behind his back, he wore an expression of indifference. Han Beiwang's heart sank and his expression darkened. The storm palm was his signature technique, which had allowed him to defeat numerous overseas powerhouses during the National War. Now, having broken through to the mid-stage of a master, the power of this palm was even greater than before. Even a heavy tank placed before him could be smashed into a flat disc. Yet now, when it struck Lin Chen, it couldn't even stir the protective aura around him. First move, Lin Chen said flatly, raising a finger and shaking it slightly. 2 more moves, make sure to grasp them well. If you seek death, don't blame me. Han Beiwang shouted angrily, quickly forming a complex seal with both hands in front of his chest. Boom. The inner strength of a mid-stage master erupted without reservation, and the river exploded outward from him, sending waves splashing dozens of meters away. Sea cover seal. A large, ancient black seal materialized in the air, its surface covered in dense runes, each containing terrifying destructive power. This was a technique formed from his inner strength taking shape through qi, and it was extremely frightening. Die. The large seal smashed down. What's wrong? Is there an earthquake? Everyone at the Minglong Villa felt the ground beneath them tremble violently, the roof tiles rattling. Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids, he merely exhaled. Crack. The sea cover seal, which contained Han Bei Wang's lifetime of power, began to crack from the bottom, the fissures rapidly spreading across its surface before exploding into countless fragments. The fragments hadn't even landed on the river before dissolving into points of light. Han Bei Wang let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. If this is all the strength you have, then you can wait to die, Lin Chen said flatly. Hearing this, Han Bei Wang wiped away the blood from his mouth, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that he had hit a wall today, but he still had a final trump card. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which coalesced in the air into a blood-colored flying knife about 3 inches long. This flying knife was his most powerful killing move, honed over 20 years using his own essence blood as the guide and 30 years of power as the blade capable of breaking through anything. He had once used this move to kill a latest-stage master overseas, and it was his source of confidence. Although using this move would cost him at least 5 years of his life, he could no longer afford to care. Whoosh! The blood-colored flying knife shot towards Lin Chen's heart like a streak of blood light. Seeing that, Lin Chen didn't even dodge. Han Bei Wang laughed maniacally, his voice filled with madness. Lin Chen, you are too foolish. You actually let me take 3 moves? Even a general from Long Country wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Now you will pay the price for your arrogance. In the next moment, the flying knife struck Lin Chen's chest. However, the scene Han Bei Wang envisioned did not occur. Bang! His flying knife shattered instantly, and Lin Chen glanced down at the spot where the knife had touched his chest, finding that even his clothes were unbroken. At this sight, Han Bei Wang's laughter abruptly stopped. He stared, wide-eyed, disbelief written all over his face. Impossible. This can't be. This knife wouldn't even be dared to be taken heat-in by a peak master. How could you possibly be unharmed? This. Everyone at the Minglong Villa stood up simultaneously, their expressions filled with disbelief. Han Jingshan and the others even slumped back into their chairs, their previous smugness completely vanished. In the distance, Qin Kuan Luan suddenly stood up from his armchair, his eyes shining with intensity. How can this be possible? Even I couldn't handle the blood blade so easily. Qi Yun and his girlfriend stood at the edge of the viewing platform, both already dumbfounded. Qi Yun's girlfriend clutched his sleeve, her voice trembling. Those two were fighting on the river surface just now. Are they even human? Qi Yun swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the young figure on the river. That old man is terrifying, but that young man didn't even move and absorbed all the attacks. What kind of monster is he? Seeing Han Bei Wang's expression, Lin Chen was filled with disdain. Indeed, Han Bei Wang was strong, or whether it was his inner strength or this flying knife, both were enough to defeat many martial artists of the same level or even one level higher. Even a tank would be reduced to fragments. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Chen, who was at the pinnacle of the Tribulation transcendent stage. For Lin Chen, Han Bei Wang's so-called trump card was merely child's play. With a mere breath, he could cause his opponent to die instantly. Even if all the top weapons from Long Country or even globally bombarded him for 10 minutes, his body would sustain no damage whatsoever. On the river, Han Bei Wang's mental defenses completely collapsed. He had traversed the 2 rivers for decades, hailed as the #1 master of the 2 rivers. 3 months ago, he had broken through to mid-stage master, believing he could lead the Han family into the ranks of the top families in Long Country. But now, having exhausted all his learning, he couldn't even harm a single hair on Lin Chen. What kind of monster are you? Han Bei Wang stared at Lin Chen, his voice hoarse. 3 moves have passed, it's my turn. Lin Chen did not answer his question, merely raising his right hand slowly. A terrifying aura surged from within him, merely 1/1000th of his total energy. In an instant, the water beneath his feet began to evaporate. A void with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared on the river's surface as the water was pushed aside by an invisible force, revealing the rocky riverbed. Lin Chen floated in the center of the void, his robe fluttering in the river wind. He then extended a finger and gently pointed. Buzz! A golden beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, tearing through the air with a sharp sonic boom. The speed of the beam broke the sound barrier, and the shockwave hadn't even spread before it was left far behind. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and the river was cleaved in half by this finger, a bottomless chasm extending from beneath Lin Chen to the distance. The river water seemed to be severed by a giant sword that cut smooth as a mirror, with the seawater failing to flow back. Run immediately! Han Bei Wang screamed frantically in his heart. But his legs felt as if they were shackled, unable to take a step. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but he simply didn't have time to react. His consciousness was still lingering on the moment he saw the golden beam. His body hadn't even had time to react before the beam had already pierced through him. Poof! His body was cleaved in half by the beam, and he didn't even have time to scream before exploding into a mist of blood. The Minglong Villa fell into dead silence. Everyone seemed to be struck by a spell, staring blankly at the young figure on the river. until Taoist Qingyun slowly stood up, his lips trembling as he uttered Han Bei Wang has died. Master Shi Rulin's expression was grave as he pressed his palms together and said, a guest like Han has no chance to react. The cultivation of this Lin is beyond our understanding. Qin Kunlun stood with his hands behind his back, remaining silent for a long time before slowly speaking. It seems I have found an opponent. Qin Rulong suddenly turned to look at his father, his face filled with disbelief. The number of people who could make his father say such a thing was extremely few. At this moment, discussions on the viewing platform gradually heated up, and every face was filled with awe as they looked at the young figure standing with his hands behind his back, their eyes full of reverence. From this day forth, the name Lin Chen is sure to resound across the two rivers and even the entirety of Long Country. Allowing 3 moves yet remaining unscathed, killing a mid-stage master with a finger, parting the river with another, as such methods are beyond our reach. A single thought surged in everyone's mind after this battle. The name Lin Chen would resound throughout the world, echoing across the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the international martial arts realm. A grandmaster so young, his future achievements would surely be no small matter. Perhaps he would even reach the long-dormant divine realm. It was known that the divine realm had not appeared in the entire blue planet for ages. The last time was centuries ago with Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong. In that era teeming with martial arts powerhouses, he single-handedly suppressed an entire age, including the renowned 6 decades of demon extermination. Alone he exterminated demons for 60 years until no demonic path remained. Such was the terror of the divine realm. And now Lin Chen killed a grandmaster with a single finger and split the river with one stroke. Even if he had not yet reached the divine realm, he was close. With such talent, the divine realm was only a matter of time. While the crowd buzzed with discussion, Lin Chen had already flashed to Minglong Manor. Seeing this, everyone was, what's going on? How is his speed so terrifying? He was just on the river surface, and in the blink of an eye he's here. Could his cultivation truly be stepping into the divine realm? Ground shrinking into an inch. There was a saying in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world passed down by ancestors: ground shrinking into an inch, a thought becomes a god. Once one could travel 1,000 miles a day and shrink the ground into an inch, that was the formal entry into the divine realm. Seeing Lin Chen appear, everyone immediately lowered their heads, their faces full of reverence. From today onward, the foremost of the two rivers shall be Grandmaster Lin. We all honor Grandmaster Lin as our sovereign. Qingyun Taoist directly shouted, his tone respectful. At these words, the others immediately followed suit. From today onward, the foremost of the two rivers shall be Grandmaster Lin. We all honor Grandmaster Lin as our sovereign. From today onward, the foremost of the two rivers shall be Grandmaster Lin. We all honor Grandmaster Lin as our sovereign. From today onward, the foremost of the two rivers shall be Grandmaster Lin. We all honor Grandmaster Lin as our sovereign. This single phrase resounded throughout Minglong Manor. At this moment, seeing this scene, the Han family members broke out in cold sweat. The patriarch they had prided themselves on was dead, killed by the young man before them, merely 20 years old. Everyone felt in their hearts that the Han family was finished. Hearing the crowd's flattery, Lin Chen nodded to them and turned his gaze to the Han family members not far away. Then he walked over step by step, saying as he moved, the Han family. Today they shall be annihilated. After these words, everyone's eyes widened. Han Tianlong immediately cursed. Lin Chen, so what if you killed my grandfather? Our Han family has now allied with the Pei family. Do you dare touch us? Hearing this, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Indeed, the Han family has now allied with the Pei family. The grandmasters of the Pei family are all seniors in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Each of them is a top-tier powerhouse. These grandmasters are far stronger than Han Bei Wang. For Grandmaster Lin to make a move against the Han family, he'd have to think twice. There's no choice. The Pei family is a top martial arts family in the capital with connections across all circles in the Dragon Kingdom, not something the small Han family can compare to. Moreover, the Han family has become a vassal of the Pei family. Touching the Han family is slapping the Pei family's face. Before the crowd could react, Lin Chen pointed a finger. Han Tianlong's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood, his wheelchair reduced to dust, leaving not even a trace. A sharp intake of breath. The crowd came to their senses and gasped at the sight. Did he really dare to kill someone from the Han family? This was showing no regard for the Pei family's eldest young master. Han Jingshan saw this, his eyes nearly splitting with rage, and he cried out, Tianlong, my son. He spun around and pointed at Lin Chen as if he wanted to devour him alive, fuming. Lin Chen, you dare to commit murder right in front of young Master Pei? Do you truly think the Pei family doesn't exist? Lin Chen heard this and smiled faintly. Young Master Pei. The Pei family. Are they impressive? At these words, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Chen in unison. That was the Pei family, and he asked if they were impressive. Han Jingchuan stepped forward, his face full of disdain. Ignorant fool. You don't even know the Pei family. That is. Another finger pointed out and Han Jingchuan's body also instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Lin Chen withdrew his finger, his tone calm. I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. I said I would annihilate the Han family today, and even the Buddha couldn't stop it. As for the Pei family, if they don't come to block me, fine. But if they dare to stand in my way, I wouldn't mind wiping them out too. Gasps of shock. Everyone's eyes widened as they gasped in disbelief, staring at Lin Chen. Was this man insane? Or had killing Han Beiwang gone to his head? Wipe out the Pei family. Few in the entire Dragon Kingdom dared to say that. And saying it right in front of the Pei family's eldest young master. Was he asking for a faster death, buying a rocket to hell? Hearing this, Han Jingshan's heart leaped with joy. He scrambled on all fours to Pei Wenyuan's feet and grabbed his leg. Young Master Pei, you must save our Han family. I'm willing to transfer 2/3 of the Han family's assets to your name. This Lin Chen even dares to look down on the Pei family. It's utter rebellion. The crowd turned to Pei Wenyuan. At this moment, the Pei family's eldest young master's face was so dark it could drip water. He slowly stood up, staring at Lin Chen. Boy, kneel down and apologize to me now, and I can let bygones be bygones, even make an exception to take you in as a Pei family retainer. Or leave now, and I won't let the Han family bother you again. How about that? After he spoke, Han Jingshan beside him grew anxious. Young Master Pei, don't. This guy won't agree. A Pei family retainer. Envy flickered in everyone's eyes. A Pei family retainer. A position of utmost reverence in the entire Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, with the Pei family as a backing. No one could refuse such an offer. Lin Chen chuckled. The Pei family. Not fit to even hold my shoes. If you spout more nonsense, I'll kill you too. Pei Wenyuan's face flushed red instantly, his lips twitching, but in the end, he dared not speak again. Lin Chen ignored him and fixed his gaze back on Han Jingshan. Han Jingshan trembled all over, released Pei Wenyuan's leg, and immediately began to beg for mercy. Grandmaster Lin, spare me. Han Jingshan fell to his knees, kowtowing incessantly. All the Han family's assets are yours. We're willing to be the Lin family's dogs. Please show mercy. With a casual wave of Lin Chen's hand, Han Jingshan's entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Then Lin Chen formed hand seals, and a blood-red rune materialized in the void. The soul extermination curse, using bloodlines as a guide and karma as a chain. The blood-red rune exploded and countless fine blood threads shot out in all directions, simultaneously revealing visions. At the Han family's old estate in Jiangnan province, the women were burning incense and prayer. The blood threads silently pierced through walls and their bodies. Scattered across various places, all members of the Han family's branches fell simultaneously. In a brief moment, all bloodlines of the Han family across 5 generations were completely erased. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, his expression still calm. A deathly silence fell. The hundreds of people on Guanjiang Terrace were utterly silent. They had witnessed with their own eyes the Han family transform from the foremost clan of the 2 rivers into history. Pei Wenyuan stood in a corner, his face ashen. He had come today to show support, yet the Han family was annihilated right before his eyes. You? Young Master Pei's face was grim. Lin Chen killing Han Jingshan and the others in front of him was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Hearing this, Lin Chen turned to look at him. Pei Wenyuan's heart trembled, and he instinctively stepped back half a pace. But he quickly remembered that he was Pei Wenyuan, the eldest young master of the Pei family. A legitimate son of the prestigious Pei family, a capital young master. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention, never having been so humiliated. How dare you speak to me like this? Pei Wenyuan stood up, brushed off his clothes, and looked down at Lin Chen with a condescending gaze. Do you think that just because you killed Han Beiwang you're invincible under heaven? Lin Chen said nothing, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at him. It was like looking at a fly. Enraged by this gaze, Pei Wenyuan pulled a token from his pocket. The token was made of pure gold, engraved with the character Pei in the center. Do you recognize this? He raised the token and looked around. At the sight of the token, everyone present. That hat is the golden token of the Pei family in the capital. Xingyan Taoist's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock. Those around him looked confused. What is the Pei family's golden token? Xingyan Taoist explained solemnly. The Pei family's golden token. Whoever holds it can mobilize the military of an entire province, and also request a single intervention from a dragon group elder. That was a legendary item. It was said only 3 such tokens existed in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As the legitimate son, Pei Wenyuan could carry one with him. We'll give you one last chance. Pei Wenyuan's voice turned cold. Kneel down, admit your wrongs, hand over the spirit spring water formula, and it'll guarantee 100 years of peace for your Lin family. Otherwise, he paused, his tone icy, the Pei family will kill you like crushing an ant. Silence fell over the entire scene. All eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, and the crowd couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. The Pei family was after all not the Han family. It was a true behemoth that even Grandmaster Lin could not afford to provoke. Are you done? Lin Chen said calmly. Pei Wenyuan frowned. What do you mean? If you're done, shut up. Lin Chen raised his right hand. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Pei Wenyuan's pupil shrank. You dare? Lin Chen did not reply. He extended 2 fingers and pinched the air, and the pure gold token flew from Pei Wenyuan's hand, landing steadily in Lin Chen's grasp. You. Pei Wenyuan's face finally changed. He stepped back, his voice tightening. Lin Chen, this is a declaration of war against the Pei family. Declaration of war. Lin Chen toyed with the golden token, then crushed it directly, sneering. Is the Pei family worthy? Before the words faded, he waved his hand casually, and Pei Wenyuan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the stone wall of Guanzhong Terrace. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Pei Wenyuan slid to the ground, drenched in blood, his right arm twisted at a grotesque angle. You dare to hurt me? Pei Wenyuan lifted his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief and venom. The Pei family will not let you off. You and your family will all die. Lin Chen walked toward him step by step, saying calmly, if the Pei family sends 1, it'll kill 1. Send 2, it'll kill a pair. If they send the whole clan, it'll annihilate the entire clan. He stopped before Pei Wenyuan, looking down on him. Take these words back. If you dare to covet the spirit spring water again, it'll personally come to your doorstep and wipe out the Pei family. The 2 rivers are not a place for your Pei family to meddle in. Now get lost. Hearing this, Pei Wenyuan gritted his teeth and left. 20 years old. Kills a grandmaster, shatters the golden token, tramples the Pei family. High-spirited and proud. A name that shakes the world, a dragon emerging from the abyss. Qingyun Taoist murmured to himself. The news of Lin Chen slaying the first master of Liangjiang spread through the martial world of Long Country, and even the global martial arts community, an underground world with lightning speed. Liangjiang Martial Arts Alliance. When the news of Han Baiwang's assassination was confirmed, the entire conference hall fell into a heavy silence. Han Baiwang had suppressed Liangjiang for 30 years and was the undisputed number 1 of Liangjiang, as well as the leader of the Liangjiang Martial Arts Alliance. Now, however, he was killed in an instant by a 20-year-old newcomer, a shock that left all the powerful figures in the conference hall feeling as if they had plunged into an ice cave. The Liangjiang Alliance convened an emergency meeting overnight, even inviting several elders who were in closed-door training. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, and everyone looked at each other in silence for a long time. After a moment of silence, someone spoke. This child is beyond our comprehension. With a single finger, he killed a master. Even during Qin Kunlun's prime at 40 years old, he did not possess such terrifying power. He paused for a moment, glancing around. Everyone from now on, when the Liangjiang martial world encounters Lin Chen, we shall treat him with junior respect and regard him as the new leader of Liangjiang. Not only in the country, but the news also reached Sakura. At the headquarters of the Beichin sword style, the current head Suzuki Masao felt his hand tremble slightly as he held the phone. He had personally met Han Baiwang 10 years ago at the East Asia Martial Arts Exchange Conference, where he lost to Han Baiwang in 3 exchanges and admitted defeat with respect. Now this master from Long Country, whom he once looked up to, was actually crushed by a 20-year-old youth with a single Suzuki slowly set down the telegram and said solemnly to the disciples standing nearby, pass down the order, all external disciples of Beichin. If you encounter Lin Chen, abandon your tasks and retreat immediately. Those who disobey will be expelled. The underground forces of Southeast Asia were in an uproar. The Western world was equally tumultuous. In a castle deep within the Alps, the atmosphere was nearly frozen with tension. The hand of God urgently summoned all round table members. Yihua remained seated at the head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He stood up, walked to the center of the round table, and said solemnly, from this day forth, all personnel of the hand of God are to withdraw from Long Country and all surrounding territories. Before the national war begins, no one is allowed to approach Lin Chen or anyone associated with him for any reason. This is an order. On the other side, the global dark web forum was in a frenzy. A post titled, Killing God Lin Chen, a single finger kills a master, was shared wildly with click rates surpassing 10 million within 12 hours. The forum detailed all of Lin Chen's battle achievements. Upon seeing the records, the comments section erupted. A single finger slaying a master. What level of existence is this? When General Qin Kunlun of Long Country killed a master back in the day, he didn't have such means. Lin Chen has already secured the #1 spot on the Killing God list. Now I am curious, can those in the dark list withstand his single finger? The organization's high-level officials updated the internal regulations overnight. Any target assignments involving Lin Chen will be directly refused. Anyone who dares to take them will be kicked out. The underground world has changed. From now on, the name Lin Chen will be a complete taboo. At this moment, however, Lin Hai was filled with celebration. Li Qi closed Wanbao Pavilion that day, setting up a banquet outside the door. A nameplate for Lin Chen was placed on the incense table, and anyone coming to congratulate would have their meals free for 3 days. The restaurant was filled with people, and amidst the clinking of cups, discussions about Master Lin's feat of slaying a master with a single finger were everywhere. Su Jun, intoxicated, pulled several familiar martial arts school heads and repeatedly blurted out the story of his first meeting with Lin Chen. Do you know how foolish I was back then? I actually wanted to fight Master Lin. If my brother hadn't stopped me, I'd be 6 feet under by now. Someone beside teased him. Boss Su, you've recognized your humility at a new height. Su Jun slammed his cup down heavily, his neck stiffening. Is this humility? This is called knowing the times. You don't understand a thing. Qian Wanjun invested heavily. He transferred 20% of his company's shares directly to Lin's group. A contract was signed in black and white, and he refused to take it back regardless of what was said. Some advised him that this was excessive, to which Qian Wanjun simply replied, without Master Lin, how would my Qian family have today's glory? Those families that once kicked him when he was down were not so fortunate. They had long been wiped out by Lin Chen. On the official side, the matter regarding Lin's group's spiritual spring water had also settled. Qin Rulong personally stepped in and fully endorsed Lin's group in the name of the Dragon Group. The production line of the spiritual spring water, which had been maliciously reported and investigated, was reopened. As soon as the first batch was launched, it was sold out in 3 seconds. Those officials who had been bribed and coerced into investigating Lin's group either ended up in prison or were dismissed from their posts, with no one escaping. The governor of Liangjiang was replaced by a newcomer, and the first thing the new governor did was publicly state Lin's group is the pillar enterprise of Liangjiang, and any malicious actions against Lin's group will be severely punished. Lin's group's stock price quintupled within just 1 week. From a medium-sized local company, it soared to become the #1 giant in Liangjiang, spanning biotechnology, real estate, and finance. Lin Chen's parents sat in the chairman's office, gazing at the bustling street scene outside, still feeling as if they were dreaming. And all of this was thanks to Lin Chen. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen returned home from the Tsongling mountain range. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his father, mother, and Lin Cece sitting on the sofa. Upon seeing Lin Chen, all three looked up in unison. Lin Cece was the first to stand up, smiling and saying, "Brother, you're back." Lin Chen's gaze swept over the 3 faces, slightly furrowing his brows. What happened? Why are you all sitting here? Lin father took a deep breath and extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. He stood up, picked up a gilded invitation from the table, walked up to Lin Chen, and handed it over, saying, "In a few days. It is your grandfather Lin Kanghai's 80th birthday. He sent someone with an invitation asking our whole family to return for a reunion. Lin Songhai." Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen's expression darkened. Lin Songhai, the head of the Lin family in Longdu. Back then, when Lin Chen's family was forced to bankruptcy by the Zhao family and left with no way out, his father sought help from the Lin family, but was directly refused. This ultimately led to Lin Chen's death, yet now they wanted to invite them back for a reunion. Absurd. Now, hearing of his reputation for slaying a master with a single finger, the once lofty Lin family patriarch, who had severed all ties with a letter of disownment, was now sending invitations. Lin Chen closed the invitation and said coldly, "All right, we will go. Some debts are due for settlement." Since the Lin family in his past life disregarded familial bonds, he could not be blamed. With his current strength, let alone the Lin family, even all the families in Long Country combined would be no match for his single finger. This time he returned not only to seek justice for his father, but also to show all those from the Lin family who valued status how foolish their previous actions were. The Lin family in Longdu, he was coming. Longdu, the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, a place where the powerful gather. At this moment, a black sedan glided smoothly along the wide avenue, heading towards the outskirts of Longdu. Inside the car, Lin's father gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the scenery flying by outside the window, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. Lin's mother sat in the passenger seat, her hands folded in her lap, appearing somewhat anxious. Lin Chen sat in the back seat, resting his eyes, while Su Qingxue sat beside him, holding his hand. "Chainer." Lin's father cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the car. "We're almost at Nanshan." Lin Chen opened his eyes, calmly looking at his father. "Your grandfather Lin Songhai is a nostalgic person." Lin's father sighed, a tone of melancholy in his voice. "Nanshan is close to the dragon vein of Longdu, with good air and a serene environment. After retiring, your grandfather has lived here, tending to flowers and plants. Although he is no longer in power, his former students are scattered throughout Longdu, giving him great prestige." Lin Chen did not respond, quietly listening. Lin's father continued, "Our Lin family took root firmly in your grandfather's generation. He had 4 sons and 2 daughters. Except for me, the unworthy second son, the others are all exceptional talents." At this point, Lin's father sighed deeply again. Your eldest uncle Lin Zhonghua is now the #1 in the eastern district of Longdu. At 50 years old, he sits in this position with a bright future ahead. I've heard he will be promoted soon after the new year. Your third uncle Lin Jingye manages the Longdu Lin Group, worth hundreds of billions, befriending giants in the... Your younger uncle Lin Jingfei, though not on the right path and mingling in the underground world, commands a vast network and has many martial arts experts under him, making him a formidable figure in Longdu. Lin's father paused, his voice lowering slightly. As for your elder aunt and younger aunt, they have both married into prominent families in Longdu, representing a strong alliance, solidifying the Lin family's position. Dad, Lin Chen spoke slowly. When our family went bankrupt and was at our lowest, where were they? The car fell into a sudden silence. Lin's mother's eyes reddened as she turned to look outside the window. Lin's father's grip on the steering wheel tightened, the veins on his hand protruding. His lips moved, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. Chainer, let the past go. Lin's father spoke in a dry voice. This time is for your grandfather's 80th birthday, and it's also the Lin family's triennial family gathering. The fact that he sent someone with an invitation shows that he still thinks of me as his son. I will regard this trip as fulfilling a wish, bowing my head and offering a cup of tea. Afterward, we shall live our lives with no debts between us. Lin Chen looked at his father's graying hair, a cold light flickering in his eyes. No debts. In his past life, it was precisely because of this so-called blood relatives who did not help in times of crisis that his parents fell severely ill, leading to his own tragic demise at the bottom of the river. Now, with just an invitation, they wish to casually smooth over everything. A fool's dream. All right, Lin Chen replied calmly. Several hours later, the sedan entered the territory of Nanshan in Longdu. Following the winding mountain road upward, a vast and ancient manor came into view. With green bricks and tiles and intricately carved beams and painted rafters, it exuded the steady depth of a century-old family. The outdoor parking lot outside the manor was already filled with all kinds of top luxury cars. Consecutive Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs were everywhere, showcasing the extraordinary status of today's guests. Lin's father parked the car in a corner and led Lin Chen and Su Qingxue out. Just as they stood firm, a heavy red lacquer door of the manor opened, and an elderly man dressed in a dark blue tang suit stepped out. The old man was in his 60s, his hair neatly combed, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over Lin's family with unabashed scrutiny and disdain. The head butler of the Lin family, Uncle Da. Upon seeing him, Lin's father instinctively straightened up, forcing a smile on his face, and quickly approached. Uncle Da, long time no see. Lin's father extended his hand. Uncle Da, however, showed no intention of reciprocating, merely nodding coldly. Second young master, you have returned. His tone was flat, lacking even basic respect. Lin's father awkwardly withdrew his hand, rubbing the hem of his clothes. Yes, is my father doing well? The old master is in great health, no need for second young master to worry. Uncle Da's gaze passed over Lin's father and landed on Lin Chen and Su Qingxue. Who are these two? This is my son Lin Chen, and this is his girlfriend Su Qingxue, Lin's father hurriedly introduced. Uncle Da frowned slightly, looking Lin Chen up and down, his gaze lingering on Su Qingxue's stunning beauty for a moment longer, then coldly stated, today is a family banquet. The old master is receiving distinguished guests in the main hall. Second young master, your family should use the side entrance. The main entrance is reserved for distinguished guests today. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin's father's face instantly flushed. He, the second son of the Lin family, had to use the side entrance to enter his own home. Lin's mother, standing beside him, trembled with anger, tightly gripping Lin's father's arm. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. He stepped forward, blocking his father's way, staring directly at Uncle Da. The Lin family's main entrance is my father not allowed to pass. Uncle Da sneered, hands still clasped behind his back, his posture arrogant. Young master Lin Chen, the Lin family has its own rules. Today is a family banquet, and the guests are all prominent figures of Longdu. You know well what second young master's current status is. If you clash with distinguished guests at the main entrance, can you bear the consequences? Distinguished guests. It was clearly a family banquet with no outsiders expected. This was meant to assert dominance over them. Rules. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile, filled with sarcasm. In front of me you think you can talk about rules? Uncle Da's expression darkened and he sternly rebuked, impudent. A discarded child who was expelled from the family dares to shout in the Lin family home. Chainer, don't be impulsive. Lin's father, startled, quickly grabbed Lin Chen's arm. It's fine, we can use the side entrance to get in. At that moment, a sharp and cutting voice came from within the main gate. Oh, isn't this the bankrupt second son? How do you have the face to come? Accompanied by the sound of high heels, a middle-aged woman adorned in jewels stepped out. The woman wore a high-end qipao, a necklace of grandmother green the size of pigeon eggs around her neck, and held a sandalwood fan, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Lin's elder, Aunt Lin Yuhong. Upon seeing her, Lin's father's face turned pale as he whispered, elder sister. Don't call me elder sister, I can't afford that title. Lin Yuhong waved her fan in front of her nose in disgust. Back when your company went bankrupt and debt collectors chased you like a stray dog, how come you didn't think about where you are today when you called me for money? Lin's father swayed violently, his face turning extremely ugly. Lin Yuhong laughed coldly, her gaze shifting to Lin Chen, her eyes even harsher. Is this your useless son? What is he wearing? Is this some street vendor's merchandise? Today is our Lin family's family banquet. Did you come dressed like this to beg? Her gaze fell on Su Qingxue, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes, and then she sneered. She looks quite alluring, but second son, your family is this poor, and you still have the spare money to find such an inappropriate wild girl. Don't tell me she was brought out from some shady place to make up the numbers. Su Qingxue's face turned pale as she bit her lip. Elder sister, mind your words. Lin's father could no longer hold back, shouting in anger. What? Did I hit a sore spot? Lin Yuhong stepped forward, pointing her finger at Lin's father, scolding loudly. You a disgrace to the Lin family. What right do you have to shout at me? If it weren't for the old master being soft-hearted today, you wouldn't even have the qualification to step into Nanshan. Hurry up and go wait at the side entrance. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Uncle De stood by, a cold smile on his lips, enjoying the spectacle. Lin's father trembled with anger, yet felt helpless. Just as Lin Yuhong was about to continue her insults, Lin Chen moved. He raised his right hand and slapped the air. Smack! A crisp sound exploded in front of the manor. Lin Yuhong's mocking expression froze instantly. Her body flew back like a broken kite, landing heavily several meters away. Lin Yuhong crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud, half her face completely caved in, blood mixed with broken teeth gushing from her mouth. She stared wide-eyed, her throat making a painful hissing sound, unable to utter a complete sentence. The entire scene fell into silence. It felt as if the air had stopped moving at that moment. Uncle De's cold smile froze, his eyes bulging wide in shock. Lin's father and mother were both dumbfounded, their minds blank. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his hand, looking down at Lin Yuhong lying in a pool of blood, coldly stating, If you say one more word, you die? Uncle De snapped back to reality, pointing at Lin Chen, his finger trembling violently. You dare to hit someone in the Lin family's old residence. You are insane. Hit someone. Lin Chen turned to look at Uncle De, his eyes as indifferent as water. Not only do I dare to hit, but I also dare to kill. With that, he directly grasped Uncle De's neck, lifting him up, and was about to snap it. Son, show mercy. Lin's father spoke softly beside him. Just as his words fell, urgent footsteps sounded from within the manor, followed by a thunderous shout. Who dares to be reckless at my Lin family's doorstep? Dozens of bodyguards in black suits, fierce and formidable, surged out from the door instantly, surrounding Lin Chen's family. As the crowd parted, a young man dressed in a silver-gray suit with a sinister gaze strode out. Upon seeing Lin Yuhong lying in a pool of blood, the young man's expression changed drastically as he shot a fierce glare at Lin Chen. Where did this wild spawn come from? You're looking for death. The person speaking is Lin Yao, the son of Lin Jingfei, Lin Chen's uncle. Lin Yao is notorious in the circles of Longdu as a spoiled rich kid relying on his father's influence in the underworld to act tyrannically. He immediately spotted Lin Yuhong lying in a pool of blood, seemingly lifeless, and his expression changed dramatically. Suddenly raising his head, Lin Yao glared at Lin Chen's family, his eyes filled with malice. Upon recognizing Lin's father's face, Lin Yao's rage instantly morphed into unabashed disdain. Oh, I thought who would dare cause trouble at the old Lin family residence. Lin Yao casually walked forward with his hands in his pockets, sizing up Lin's father with a sneer. So it's my second uncle, huh? After so many years I thought you had died outside. Lin's father's face stiffened, his hands tightly clenched, yet he restrained himself from erupting. Then Lin Yao's gaze shifted to Lin Chen, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. I thought some wild bastard was daring enough to run amok in Nanshan. He pointed at Lin Chen's nose, his tone as arrogant. You must be that useless cousin, right? What's the matter? Can't get a meal outside, and want to come back to the Lin family to beg for food. Don't you even take a moment to look at yourself? The threshold of the Lin family is not something a stray dog like you. Now kneel immediately, let go of the shoe, and break both your arms. Perhaps I might still leave you a whole corpse. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Lin Chen stood in place, casually waving his hand, and an immense force struck Lin Yao's face hard. In the next second, Lin Yao was like a lightning strike, his feet leaving the ground, spinning 3 full circles in midair before crashing heavily onto the stone steps 8 meters away. Puff! Lin Yao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with several shattered teeth. The right side of his face swelled visibly, instantly resembling a pig's head, his features completely twisted. Ah! With a piercing scream, Lin Yao rolled his eyes back and fainted. The scene fell silent. The dozens of bodyguards in black surrounding them were utterly stunned. They hadn't even seen how Lin Chen had made his move when their young master was sent flying. Yower! At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the manor. A middle-aged beauty in a luxurious evening gown well-maintained rushed out in high heels. This was Lin Yao's mother, Lin Chen's fourth aunt Wang Yan. She reached the stone steps and turned to see her son covered in blood, unconscious, driving her into a frenzy. Yao, my Yao. She trembled as she touched Lin Yao's swollen face, tears smudging her make. Once she confirmed her son was still breathing, Wang Yan abruptly turned her head, her eyes filled with venomous hatred, and like a shrew, she pointed at the crowd outside and shouted madly, "Who is it? Who dares to be so bold as to beat my son like this? I will kill him. I will skin him alive." Wang Yan's gaze swept over the bodyguards before locking onto Lin Chen, who had Deshu by the throat, as well as Lin father and Lin mother standing nearby. She stormed up to Lin Chen, her high heels clicking, and pointed at his nose, questioning sharply, "You little beast. Did you do this? Did you beat my son like this?" Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent, not even raising his eyelids as he replied, "Yes, it was me." Upon hearing this admission, Wang Yan was taken aback for a moment before erupting into an even more piercing scream. "You little beast." Her face twisted as she reached out to claw at Lin Chen's face. "You actually dared to hit my son. You are dead. No one can save you today. I will make your life worse than death." As Wang Yan fell into madness, Lin father could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, blocking Lin Chen, and spoke in a deep voice, "Fourth sister-in-law, calm down. Your son insulted us. First, my son only acted to teach him a lesson. We are all family. Why make such a Wang Yan, who was used to being domineering, did not relent upon hearing this. Instead, she became even more furious. She pointed at Lin father's nose, cursing loudly, "Lin Zhenghong, what are you? What do you mean family? Who is family with you?" Wang Yan's face was filled with contempt, spitting out words, "You are nothing but a stray dog expelled from the Lin family. When you left back, then the old man already declared that your family was wiped from the family tree. Your son is nothing but a lowly thing. How dare he hit my son? Let me tell you, he is dead. None of your family will leave Nanshan alive today." Wang Yan turned her head and yelled at Deshu, who was being choked by Lin Chen. "Deshu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and tell the bodyguards to break their legs and drive these stray dogs out of the Lin family. I see you don't want to work anymore. Hurry up. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." At this time, the commotion at the manor entrance had attracted quite a few people. Many members of the Lin family who had arrived early for the family banquet gathered at the entrance, pointing and whispering about what was happening outside. "Oh, isn't that the second master, Lin Zhenghong? He actually has the face to come back." "What second master? He's nothing but an abandoned child expelled from the family. I heard he couldn't even afford a meal while wandering in Lingshui. In a few days it will be the patriarch's 80th birthday, also our Lin family's triennial annual meeting. What is this person doing back here? What else could he want? He must have hit rock bottom and is here to ask the old man for a meal. This is truly our Lin family is now quite respectable in Longdu, and soon various families will come to celebrate. If they see this poor relative, won't they look down on us?" "Exactly, hurry and get rid of them. It's just bad luck to look at them." These branch family members who usually relied on the main family were now all eager to step on Lin father. Hearing the piercing, mocking voices around him, Lin father's face turned ashen. He trembled, all over, his eyes filled with humiliation. Is this the family he has been yearning for? Is this his kin who he thought still remembered a shred of blood relation? Lin Chen took in everything around him, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. The shoe held aloft by Lin Chen with one hand was turning purple and struggling to breathe. However, upon hearing Wang Yan's words and seeing the attitudes of the branch family members, his confidence suddenly surged. He gripped Lin Chen's wrist tightly with both hands, barely forcing out a voice from his throat. You little brat." Deshu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Lin Chen, his tone filled with threats. "This is the Longdu Lin family. Not a place for you to run wild. I advise you to be sensible. Let go of me immediately and then kneel down to apologize and beg for mercy from fourth madam and young master Yao. Or else when fourth young master comes out, your whole family will die." Hearing Deshu threaten him even as death approached, Lin Chen chuckled. He turned his head to look at the struggling Deshu, his tone calm. "Oh really?" In the next second, Lin Chen's gaze grew cold, a hint of his aura spilling forth. Crack. For bone-cracking sounds echoed simultaneously. "Opt." Deshu let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes nearly bulging out. His limbs were broken at an extremely unnatural angle by Lin Chen, rendering him disabled. Then Lin Chen casually tossed Deshu down like throwing away a dead dog at Wang Yan's feet. Deshu rolled around in the pool of blood, shrieking in agony, suffering unbearably. "Opt." Wang Yan screamed in fright, stumbling backward, landing on the ground, her face pale as death. The surroundings fell into silence. The branch family members who had been mocking earlier fell silent. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply, looking in terror at the young figure standing with hands behind his back. This person is too bold. This is the old residents of the Longdu Lin family. Not only did he injure Lin family's eldest sister Lin Yuhong in front of the old residents, but he also knocked Lin Yao unconscious with a single slap. Now he had even crippled the Lin family's chief steward Deshu. Lin Chen looked down at the wailing Deshu and the dumbfounded Wang. Yen slowly speaking, a dog dares to bare its teeth at its master. I see this so-called Lin family is nothing but trash. As Lin Chen spoke, the members of the Lin family's branch widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this kid too arrogant to declare the Lin family trash in front of everyone? The crowd immediately began whispering among themselves. Has this kid gone mad? He stirred up a huge mess and still dares to speak so boldly. Does he seek death? He hit his grandaunt and now dares to provoke the Lin family, or does he really think he can walk out of Nanshan alive? Moreover, his grandaunt is married to the Wang family of Longdu. If the Wang family finds out about this, 10 of his lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. This is the Lin family's ancestral home. How dare he take action here? He's simply tired of living. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly emerged from the Lin family's old residence. Stop! The man wore a black trench coat, a cigar clenched between his fingers, and had a scar running across his eye. Seeing the scene before him, his expression immediately darkened. The crowd looked up, recognizing the middle-aged man, and the onlookers from the Lin family's branch couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the fourth young master of the Lin family, Lin Jingfei." The crowd automatically parted to make way, and everyone bowed their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Some newcomers to the Lin family, seeing this man, asked in confusion, "Who is this guy? Is he really that impressive?" Hearing this, someone nearby quickly hushed them and explained, "Chill. You must be new to the Lin family, right? Keep your mouth shut. This is the fourth young master of the Lin family, Lin Jingfei. Not only is he the fourth young master, but he is also the founder of the Dragon City's Qianlong Gang." Qianlong Gang. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. As residents of Longdu, nearly everyone was aware of the Qianlong Gang. It was a notorious underground gang known throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, a formidable presence in the underworld. Upon hearing the explanation, the newcomers' expressions turned to shock. That's the #1 underground gang. It's said that the fourth master single-handedly toppled the 3 major gangs in the southern city overnight, stepping over countless bodies to rise to power. He commands thousands of henchmen and even has martial artists under his command. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Lin Chen with pity in their eyes. Isn't this kid doomed? We can say that the fourth master is the ruler of Longdu's underground. I think so too. This kid has beaten so many people, he's definitely finished. When the fourth master strikes, it won't end without bloodshed. The second branch is truly done for this time. Of all the people to provoke, they've stirred up the fourth master. Lin Jingfei walked over to Lin Yuhong, glancing at the chaos on the ground. He raised his head, locking his gaze on Lin Chen. "Second brother, you've raised a good son," Lin Jingfei said, coldly exhaling a puff of smoke. Lin Jinghong's legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel. Lin's mother beside him turned pale, tightly grasping Lin Jinghong's arm, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Fourth brother." Chinner acted impulsively. "My elder sister spoke too harshly. All faults lie with me. I apologize for Chunner. I beg you to spare him." As Lin Jinghong spoke, he began to bend his knee. Lin Chen quickly supported him. "Dad, you don't need to beg him. The Lin family members do not deserve your kneeling." Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Lin Jinghong's eyes turned red, gripping Lin Chen's arms tightly. Watching this scene, Lin Jingfei's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Rules are rules," Lin Jingfei interrupted Lin Jinghong, his gaze icy. "To strike in front of the Lin family is to slap the Lin family's face." Lin Jingfei pointed at Lin Chen with the hand holding the cigar. "Kid, I give you 2 choices. First, kneel down, sever your arms, and crawl before my elder sister to apologize. I'll spare your life. Second, I'll have someone break every bone in your body and throw you into the Dragon City's moat to feed the fish." The members of the branch held their breath. The fourth master had spoken to this kid would undoubtedly be unable to escape today. Lin Chen stood still, his face expressionless. He looked at Lin Jingfei with indifference. "I also give you 2 choices," Lin Chen spoke slowly. "First, take your people and roll back into the old residence. Second, I'll kill all of you and walk in myself." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen. This kid is really crazy. Facing the ruler of Longdu's underground, he still dares to say such things. Lin Jingfei, furious to the point of laughter, said, "Good, very good. I, Lin Jingfei, have been in Longdu for 20 years, and it's the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this." He suddenly threw away the cigar, stomping it out with his leather shoe. "Attack. It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies." Dozens of bodyguards surged forward, charging at Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his right hand, a glimmer of golden light flickering at his fingertips. Just as he was about to make a move, a voice rang out. "Enough. In a few days it's my birthday. How long do you want to keep this commotion going?" The voice was old yet powerful. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Jingfei's expression changed, and he immediately raised his hand to stop the bodyguards. The bodyguards quickly retreated, forming two lines. The crowd looked up, discovering a group of people emerging from the old residence. At the forefront was an elder looking spirited and exuding an air of authority. The elder wore a dark red tang suit and leaned on a zetonwood cane. Two individuals stood beside him, assisting him. On the left was Lin Jingwo, the eldest young master of the Lin family, and on the right was Lin Jingye, the third young master. Seeing the elder, the members of the Lin family's branch immediately bowed and shouted in unison, "We meet the clan leader." Their voices reverberated through Nanshan. The elder was none other than Lin Songhai, the clan leader of the Longdu Lin family, and the head of the Lin family. Lin Songhai walked to the steps, scanning the entire scene. Upon seeing Lin Yuhong on the ground, he frowned slightly. Those beside him hurriedly stepped forward, whispering a few words into Lin Songhai's ear. Lin Songhai's expression darkened. Seeing Lin Songhai, Lin Zhenghong and Lin's mother trembled, speaking in unison, "Dad." Lin Songhai nodded. He ignored Lin Zhenghong and instead focused his gaze on Lin Chen. When Lin Songhai saw Lin Chen, he was taken aback. His grandson seemed to possess a temperament that set him apart from his peers. Lin Chen stood there facing the encirclement of dozens of bodyguards and the pressure from Lin Jingfei. His expression remained unperturbed. His posture seemed casual, yet it exuded an unshakable steadiness. Even the rhythm of his breathing remained constant, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. After all, he was an experienced figure who had navigated the political waters for many years. His insight was naturally keen. He had seen countless young talents and aristocratic science. Yet any young person encountering such a situation would show signs of vulnerability. Only this grandson, abandoned by the family, maintained absolute calm from start to finish. That kind of calm was clearly not feigned. What shocked him even more was that he couldn't see through this grandson. Lin Chen's eyes were too calm, so calm it was unsettling. Especially that gaze. It carried a sense of viewing all living beings as mere ants. Lin Songhai stood quietly on the steps, his gaze deep as he looked at Lin Chen for a few moments, not uttering a word. He leaned on his zetonwood cane and turned to look at his eldest son on the left. The eldest son of the Lin family, now the number one in the eastern district of Longdu, Lin Zhangwo. Lin Zhangwo understood the unspoken message and stepped forward. Dressed in a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, his demeanor was refined, exuding the calmness of someone accustomed to being in power. "All right," Lin Zhangwo raised his hand and said, "Today is the family banquet before the old man's birthday. Oh, let this farce come to an end." He scanned the ground where Lin Yuhong and Lin Yao lay, frowning slightly before looking at Lin Jingfei. "Fourth brother, we are all family. Oh, let's not make this occasion too tense." Lin Zhengfei's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. As the lord of the underground of Longdu, how could he swallow the humiliation of having his son beaten and his wife scared? "Elder brother." Lin Jingfei gritted his teeth, about to speak. Lin Zhangwo's gaze turned cold as he stared at Lin Jingfei. In that instant, the imposing aura of someone who had long held power was unleashed. Lin Zhengfei's lips moved, but he swallowed the second half of his sentence forcefully. In the Lin family, aside from the old man, Lin Zhangwo's words were the rules. The weight of being number one in the district was far beyond what a mere underground gang leader could contend with. Yet the malice in his eyes did not dissipate. "Elder brother, I understand the rules. Lin Chen injured my wife and son, and even my elder sister was severely injured by him. How can this account not be settled?" Surrounding family members nodded in agreement. Lin Chen's actions were too ruthless, and failing to punish him would not suffice to quell the anger. Lin Zhangwo fell silent for a moment. He turned his head, his gaze falling on Lin Chen, then glancing at Lin Zhenghong, who looked tense. "Zhenghong, you have suffered outside these years." Lin Zhangwo sighed lightly, his tone gentle. "But one cannot write two Lin characters with a single stroke. Since you have returned, you are still a member of the Lin family." Lin Zhenghong's eyes reddened, his lips trembled, but he didn't know what to say. Lin Zhangwo looked at Lin Chen again, adopting the demeanor of an elder. "Lin Chen, they are after all your relatives. Your actions were indeed too severe." He paused, his tone becoming earnest. "How about this? Let the elder uncle take charge today. Apologize to your fourth uncle, offer a cup of tea. And by the way, I heard that your Lin group in Linhai recently produced a type of spiritual spring water." Lin Zhangwo's eyes flashed with a glimmer. "Providing some spiritual spring water to the main family will be considered compensation for your aunt and fourth uncle's medical expenses. Then this matter can be settled, and your family can return to the clan and be re-entered into the family tree." Spiritual spring water. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Lin Zhengfei's gaze flickered, and his anger remarkably diminished somewhat. The members of the branch family were even more enlightened. So that's how it is. The spiritual spring water from the Lin group has stirred up tremendous waves in the entire business world of Longwo recently. With official endorsement, it was sold out immediately upon release, its market unstoppable, almost forming a monopoly. Numerous pharmaceutical giants and wealthy clans wanted to replicate it, yet they couldn't even analyze the most basic components. Last time the recipe stolen by traders within the Lin group also notably lacked the production method for spiritual spring water. The Lin family was exceptionally inviting a discarded child this time, far from being sentimental. It was primarily aimed at acquiring the spiritual spring water. Lin Zhenghong's face turned ashen in an instant. He finally understood. What birthday celebration, what family reunion? All of it was a facade. This group of so-called blood relatives was eyeing their family's hard work, the interests of the Lin group. Lin Chen stood in place, his expression mocking. Sure enough, from the moment he received the invitation, he knew the purpose of this banquet. Only he knew the method of producing spiritual spring water in the world. It was the product of the spirit gathering formation he had established. Even if a mortal obtained the recipe, they wouldn't be able to produce it. Did these Lin family members really think they could get something for nothing? Lin Zhengwo looked at Lin Chen in silence, thinking he had been intimidated by his own proposal. Lin Chen, what do you think of my suggestion? Lin Zhengwo clasped his hands behind his back, his tone firm. As long as you agree, your father can return to the family tree, and your family can walk horizontally in Longdu from now on. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sneered, or it was no wonder he had long been in power. The methods of coercion and temptation were masterful, none left out. At that moment, all eyes were on Lin Chen. In their eyes, this was a surefire deal. Using a bit of water in exchange for the protection of the Longdu Lin family, while also avoiding the fourth uncle's pursuit, even a fool knew how to choose. Lin Chen raised his eyelids, his gaze locking onto Lin Zhengwo as he spoke calmly, not really. The words fell like a thunderclap resonating through the crowd. Lin Zhengwo's hands, which were clasped behind his back, suddenly stiffened, his refined expression darkening in an instant. What did you say? I said not really. Lin Chen looked at him, his gaze extremely indifferent. The entire place fell silent, no one dared to believe their ears. He actually refused. Moreover, he even dared to speak to Lin Zhengwo with such an attitude. Lin Zhengwo took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. In Longdus Eastern District, his word was law. When had he ever been publicly rebutted by a junior? He did not look at Lin Chen again, but turned to Lin Zhenghong instead. Zhenghong, Lin Zhengwo's face stern, he adopted a supposedly caring posture. Lin Chen is young and impetuous, and you as his father, do you not understand? As his voice rose, there was no mistaking the threat in his tone. If he takes things too far today, when the fourth brother truly takes action, I won't be able to help you then. You should properly advise him to apologize, otherwise today at Nanshan you probably won't be able to leave. Lin Zhenghong felt a chill run through him. He looked at this man whom he had called elder brother for over 30 years, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Threatening. This was a blatant threat, using the safety of the family to force them to bow their heads. Lin Zhenghong's hands tightened into fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Just as he was about to step forward and rebut, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Lin Chen pulled his father behind him, looking at the so-called relatives before him. In the face of absolute interests, any semblance of familial bonds was worthless. Apologize. With that thought, Lin Chen's gaze swept over Lin Zhengwo, then over the rest present, coldly stating, do they even deserve it? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point, the air seeming to solidify. Hiss! All the branch family members gasped, their scalps tingling. Is this person crazy? This kid is definitely insane. In the Lin family ancestral home, in front of the clan leader Lin Songhai, in front of the number one in the district Lin Zhengwo, he actually dared to say such things. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhengwo's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He was accustomed to being in control in the Lin family, where aside from the old man, he could blame anyone he wanted without anyone daring to retort. But now he had been publicly confronted by a junior. He could not save face, his chest heaving violently. Lin Jingfei, furiously laughing, revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. Elder brother, did you hear that? It's not that I don't give you face, it's that he is seeking death himself. Lin Jingfei swung his hand violently. The dozens of black-clad bodyguards surrounding them stepped forward, once more tightening the encirclement. The atmosphere was tense, on the verge of eruption. Facing dozens of menacing bodyguards and the anger of the Lin family, Lin Chen showed no change in expression. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture upright like a sword. Facing dozens of menacing bodyguards and the anger of the Lin family, Lin Chen showed no change in expression. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture upright like a sword. His gaze swept coldly over all the Lin family members present, his voice carrying a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. They look down on my father and still speak recklessly. I have spared their lives, which is already showing respect to the Lin family. If there are more words, they can bear the consequences. Arrogant. Do you truly think this is Lin Hai? Lin Jingfei roared with fury. Surround them. The bodyguards stepped forward in unison, their murderous aura pressing down. Lin Jingfei raised his right hand, ready to issue the lethal command. Everyone stop. An aged voice rang out. Looking up, it was Lin Songhai who had spoken. The bodyguards' movements halted abruptly, all turning their gazes toward Lin Jingfei. Lin Zhengfei's face darkened as he glared at Lin Songhai. This is a family banquet today. Lin Kanghai's eyes swept across the gathering, his tone brooking no dissent. If this continues, you'll be showing no regard for this old man. Send the fallen to the hospital immediately. The rest of you get into the main hall and eat. Dead silence fell over the scene. Lin Songhai commanded immense authority within the Lin family, whom no one dared to challenge him. Lin Zhenghua shot a glance at Lin Jingfei, conveying a silent message. Lin Jingfei clenched his teeth and abruptly waved his hand. The bodyguards swiftly dispersed, lifting the unconscious Lin Yao and Lin Yuhong, and supporting the groaning Uncle Da as they hurriedly retreated. Wang Yin was half dragged away by two maids, not daring to utter another harsh word. Lin Zhenghua straightened the collar of his Zhongshan suit and turned to stride through the main gate. At that moment, Lin Zhenghong stood rooted to the spot, his legs stiff. He gazed at the courtyard he had been away from for years, feeling as though he could barely breathe. He turned to look at Lin Chen's side and made a decision. Chain her, let's leave. This home is not worth returning to. Lin's mother clutched her husband's arm tightly, nodding repeatedly. Su Qingxue stood quietly beside them, watching Lin Chen, waiting for his decision. Lin Chen patted his father's hand, his expression calm. Dad, since we're here, Lin Chen said with a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm curious to see what this so-called dragon capital Lin family truly intends. Lin Zhenghong was taken aback. Gazing at his son's composed eyes, an inexplicable surge of confidence rose within him. The five of them then entered the Lin family's ancestral mansion through the main gate. The family banquet was held in the rear garden of the old mansion. A dozen large round tables were laden with delicacies, yet the atmosphere throughout the feast was oppressively somber. At the head table, Lin Songhai sat in the seat of honor, his eyes closed in repose. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Jingfei sat on either side, each eating in silence with no communication whatsoever. Lin Chen's family was seated at the main table. Lin Zhenghong felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, while Lin's mother ate without tasting a thing. Only Lin Chen remained at ease, picking up food for Su Qingxue and occasionally taking a bite himself, completely ignoring the strange looks cast his way. No one dared to offer a toast, nor did anyone dare to provoke trouble. The meal passed in stifling silence. Soon the banquet dispersed. Lin Songhai rose and looked at Lin Zhenghong. Zhenghong, your family will stay tonight in the east wing of the old mansion. Come to the study tomorrow morning. With that, he turned and left, supported by a servant. At these words, Lin Zhenghua and Lin Jingfei both halted in their tracks, their expressions shifting. The old mansion was a symbol of the Lin family's power. Over the years, not even Lin Jingwei, the eldest son, had been granted the privilege of staying overnight, except for Lin Songhai himself. Now they had actually allowed a disowned son's family to move in. Late at night on Dragon Capital Avenue, a stretched Rolls-Royce was cruising along the road. Inside the carriage, Lin Zhenghua held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Lin Jingfei sat across from him, loosening his tie with a face full of irritation. Big brother, why did you stop me today? Lin Jingfei slapped his thigh abruptly. That little beast defied you publicly and crippled my wife and son. How could you endure it? Lin Zhenghua took a sip of red wine, his expression unchanged. Fourth brother, you need to temper your temper. Lin Zhenghua set down his glass. Do you truly believe the old man let them stay out of father-son affection? Lin Jingfei frowned. Second brother's Lin group is now a hot commodity across the two rivers and the entire nation. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Zhengguo's eyes. That spiritual spring water has official backing and generates unimaginable profits. Countless power players have their eyes on this prize, but can't get a bite. Lin Jingfei let out a cold snort. If our Lin family can secure the core formula of the spiritual spring water, Lin Zhenghua leaned forward, lowering his voice, my political career could climb at least 2 more steps directly into the core power circle of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only that, but your Qinlong gang with this capital and connections can be completely legitimized and dominate the entire underworld of the Dragon Kingdom. As for third brother's group, its market value could increase 100-fold. Lin Zhenghua leaned back into his seat. By then our Lin family will be the true top-tier clan of the Dragon Kingdom. Compared to a century-spanning plan like this, what is a little grievance you've suffered? Lin Jingfei was stunned into silence. The image of the spiritual spring water surfaced in his mind. Last month, he had spent a fortune to buy a simple version of the spiritual spring water from the black market. After drinking it, not only did his old hidden injuries heal, but that very night, he performed with unprecedented vigor, 17 times in one night, reducing his newly kept actresses to pleading for mercy. Its effects were nothing short of miraculous. Lin Jingfei drew in a sharp breath. Big brother, you truly see farther. Greed flickered in Lin Zhengfei's eyes. He'll follow your lead. Once we get the formula, I'll personally shatter every bone in that brat's body. Lin Zhenghua smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the night outside the window. The next morning, Lin Chen pushed open his door and walked out of the old mansion alone. He followed the winding mountain road to a secluded park at the peak of Nanshan. The elevation here was high, and the air carried faint traces of the world's spiritual energy. He had tested at dawn was the time of day when spiritual energy on Blue Star was most abundant. Hence the old saying the morning hours are the best of the day. This was a conclusion drawn by the ancient martial arts masters of the Dragon Kingdom. The wisdom of the ancients was not without reason. After a moment, Lin Chen walked to a century-old pine tree and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and began to circulate his self-created Azura Supreme Art. White mist from the surrounding air was drawn from the vegetation, surging into Lin Chen's body through his mouth and nose. In his past life, he had risen from a mortal to the pinnacle of the immortal realm in just a few hundred years, cultivating to the Tribulation transcendent stage as a celestial venerable, and it was not solely due to talent. While others explored secret realms, he was in seclusion. While others fought over treasures, he was tempering his body. While others engaged in romantic dual cultivation under the moonlight, he also dual cultivated. But his partners were saints of the immortal realm and empresses of the demon race, absorbing vast amounts of Yin essence. It was this extreme self-discipline that forged his unparalleled strength in his past life. In the blink of an eye, the art had cycled through 3 major circulations. Sigh. The spiritual energy on Blue Star is still far too scarce. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He did not rise, as his divine sense had already detected footsteps approaching from 100 meters away. The footsteps were steady, carrying a hint of sluggishness. Moments later, Lin Songhai, dressed in a white training suit, emerged from behind the woods. Seeing Lin Chen sitting beneath the tree, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "So it's Xiao Chun," Lin Songhai said as he approached, his tone gentle. Lin Chen remained seated without rising, merely calling out flatly, "Grandfather." He felt no ripple of emotion at this title. When his parents were driven out of the family, he was still young. By the time he learned of his origins, the Lin group was at its peak. Later, when the group went bankrupt and his parents knelt at the Lin family's gate in desperation, they were met only with cold stares and mockery. He felt nothing but disgust toward the Lin family. Lin Songhai walked up beside Lin Chen, gazing at the morning scenery of Dragon Capital in the distance, and let out a long sigh. "I know your family holds a grudge against me." Lin Kanghai's voice was low. "You blame me for not lending a hand when you were in dire straits, for striking you from the family register and leaving you to fend for yourselves." Lin Chen stared into the distance, offering no reply. "It was indeed my fault." Lin Songhai turned to look at Lin Chen's profile. "But as the patriarch of the Lin family, every decision I make must account for the welfare of several hundred people. Your uncle, your aunt, they also need the family's protection." Lin Songhai paused, his expression growing exceedingly grave. "Xiao Chun, do you truly believe your father's bankruptcy was merely due to business competition? Just because he offended the Zhao and Ji families of Linhai?" Lin Songhai shook his head. "The ones you provoked back then were not those small fish in Linhai. Behind them stood a colossus from the capital." A deep wariness colored Lin Kanghai's tone. "That family could annihilate the entire Dragon Capital Lin family with a flick of a finger. We simply could not afford to provoke them back then." Lin Songhai looked at Lin Chen, searching his face for shock or fear. Yet Lin Chen's expression was terrifyingly calm. He slowly turned his head, meeting Lin Kanghai's eyes directly, and sneered. "So you sacrificed us to save—" Hearing Lin Chen's rebuttal, Lin Songhai was momentarily speechless. He tightened his grip on the Zetan wooden cane, his gaze lingering on Lin Chen's calm face. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy, ultimately transforming into a long sigh from Lin Songhai. "Xiao Chen, you blame your grandfather, but I can understand." Lin Songhai turned around, his voice carrying the weight of life experiences. "Back when your incident occurred, I had already stepped down from my position, and your uncle had yet to rise. The Lin family was caught in a transitional period, utterly incapable of confronting those colossal powers." Lin Chen sat beneath the ancient pine, not even lifting his eyelids. Lin Songhai continued, "But now it is different. The spiritual spring water produced by your group possesses extraordinary effects, and has long been coveted. Not only the aristocrats of Longdu, but soon the top families from the capital will make their moves. Coupled with several top foreign families that have already laid their plans in secret, you should understand the implications of harboring treasure." He turned his head to look directly at Lin Chen and added, "But now it is not the same." "What is different? Isn't the Lin family still the same as before?" Lin Chen's words carried a hint of disdain. "It is different now. Your uncle is already the head of the eastern district of Longdu. Unless something unexpected happens, he will soon take the second position in Longdu. At that time, our Lin family will hold absolute power in Longdu and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, your third uncle manages a business empire worth hundreds of billions, and your fourth uncle commands respect in the underground world of Longdu. In recent years, they have achieved significant accomplishments." Lin Songhai stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "Now, as long as you return to the family, your Lin family group in Linhai can become part of the Lin family." At that time, with the current size and connections of the Lin family, those top families from the capital who covet the spiritual spring water will think twice. Otherwise, relying solely on your family, you might still tread the same path as a few years ago. Lin Chen could not deny it. He was no longer the Lin Chen of yesteryear and would never tread the old path again. Grandfather knows that you gained fame not long ago, even slaying a martial arts master. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Lin Songhai shook his head, his face serious. But personal martial prowess ultimately cannot withstand the might of the state apparatus and century-old families. This is also why I sent you an invitation to return. In fact, since you revealed your talents among the entire Lin family, I have the highest hopes for you. Hardly anyone from your generation can compare with you. After Lin Songhai finished speaking, he quietly awaited Lin Chen's reaction. In his view, these words were both stern and encouraging, clearly outlining Lin Chen's family situation while providing a way forward and a promise. Any intelligent person would know how to choose. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt somewhat surprised. He did not expect his grandfather to have such foresight. While Lin Songhai spoke, Lin Chen's divine sense had been locked onto the other's body. He discovered that Lin Songhai's heartbeat was steady, blood flow normal, and there were no signs of deception in his mental fluctuations. This old man is indeed speaking the truth. In his past life, if Lin Chen had heard such heartfelt words, he might have been flattered, feeling that the family had finally accepted him, and even grateful to Lin Songhai, obediently handing over control of the Lin family group to seek protection. But now sitting here is the Shura immortal sovereign who has experienced centuries of bloody battles. He is no longer that easily bullied rich second generation, but an unparalleled existence, controlling slaughter and breaking through the heavens. Moreover, with his current strength, let alone those so-called capital families, even if all armed forces of the entire Blue Star united, he could wipe them out effortlessly. In his eyes, mundane power and wealth were less than dust. How could his grandfather, a mere mortal, understand how high the heavens are? After listening, Lin Chen slowly stood up, brushed off the fallen leaves from his clothes, met Lin Songhai's gaze, and replied slowly, "There's no need." Lin Chen spoke indifferently, his words carrying a chilling detachment. He actually rejected it. Upon hearing this, Lin Songhai frowned, clearly not expecting Lin Chen to refuse so decisively. Those so-called top families from the capital are just a bunch of ants. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. As long as they do not provoke me, it's fine. But if they dare to lay hands on my spiritual spring water and family, I can easily eradicate them. As Lin Chen said this, he subtly released a hint of his aura. With a hum, the true essence of the Shuro Wujia formula flowed within him. At the moment his words fell, the air in the entire park seemed to be instantly drained. A terrifying pressure emanated from Lin Chen, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! The ancient towering trees around, which had remained still now, seemed to encounter a hurricane of level 12. The trunks swayed violently and leaves danced in the air, producing a deafening rustling sound, while the grass on the ground was pressed tightly against the soil. Lin Songhai stood a few meters away on the front lines. He felt a heaviness in his chest, as if a mountain were pressing down on his shoulders. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he almost couldn't hold onto the Zeton wooden cane in his hand. A look of extreme shock flashed across his wrinkled face. He stared intently at his grandson, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. When Lin Chen uttered the words, "I can easily eradicate them," Lin Songhai actually felt a sense of illusion. He seemed to see the general of the Dragon Kingdom he had the fortune to meet dozens of years ago. No, it was even more terrifying. That was true confidence, brimming with vigor, looking upon all heroes of the world as nothing. That aura of an upper echelon towering over all beings was certainly not something a 20-year-old young man could possess. Thinking of this notion, Lin Songhai was startled. He quickly took a deep breath, forcibly calming his mind. Impossible. Soon Lin Songhai rapidly dismissed this absurd thought from his heart. Lin Chen was only 20 years old. Even if he had extraordinary talent in martial arts and had recently slain a master, he was ultimately just a martial artist. No matter how high his skills, can he withstand guns and cannons? Can he withstand the comprehensive suppression from the capital families utilizing their resources? Alas, ultimately he is still too young and unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The shock in Lin Songhai's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of disappointment. He originally thought Lin Chen was a promising talent, but now it seems he is merely a fool intoxicated by a bit of power. Lin Chen noticed the subtle changes in Lin Songhai's expression. He remained indifferent, in his heart lacking even the desire to explain. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. How can a mortal's vision glimpse the vastness of an immortal sovereign? How could his grandfather know that his greatest confidence did not lie in the Lin family group or the spiritual spring water, but in himself, in possessing the full level of Tribulation transcendence cultivation? In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, the annual meeting and the 80th birthday celebration of Lin Songhai were held as scheduled at the Lin family's old residence in Nanshan, Longdu. The old residence was adorned with colorful decorations, the doors wide open, and red silk banners hung down from the stone lions leading into the courtyard. The Lin family rose to prominence during a tumultuous period when it was merely a village named Linjia Village. After their rise, clan members gradually migrated to various parts of Longhua and pooled their resources to build this expansive family ancestral hall in Nanshan, Longdu. Every 3 years during the annual meeting, the scattered members of the Lin family must return home. This is not merely a time for ancestor worship and birthday celebrations, it is also a venue for the family to redistribute resources and establish social hierarchies. Each annual meeting also becomes a platform for many to show off indirectly. The Bluestone Square was already filled with long banquet tables, and the steward holding a gilded guest list stood on an elevated platform ready to announce the order of entry for the attendees. The order of entry is the most stringent rule of the Lin family. This order is related to social status and contributions to the Lin clan. The steward began to announce, deliberately elongating his tone, his voice quickly spreading across the square. As the words fell, Lin Zhengwo, dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit, stepped. The steward began to announce, deliberately elongating his tone, his voice quickly spreading across the square. As the words fell, Lin Zhengwo, dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit, stepped over the threshold with his hands clasped behind his back. Swish! Hundreds of branch family members stood up in unison, applause thundering. Countless people began to bow in respect, their faces adorned with fawning smiles, chattering and discussing. It seems our Lin family is going to make further advancements this year with a big shot like Uncle Lin here. I heard that not long from now he will take another step up. It must be the clan leader's legitimate son. If nothing unexpected happens, he will undoubtedly be the next clan leader. Hearing this, Lin Zhengwo felt extremely satisfied and nodded slightly to the crowd, walking calmly towards the main table in the central hall. Next, the steward continued with the next name. Chairman of the Lin Group, the third son of the clan leader Lin Jingye, please take your seat. At this moment, Lin Jingye, dressed in a suit, strode in with several high-ranking executive assistants carrying briefcases behind him. As the helm of a 100 billion financial conglomerate, his appearance elicited waves of compliments from those around. Truly the leader of the group, what a grand entrance. Look at those behind him, they are all top graduates from prestigious universities. Chairman of Qilin Group, the fourth son of the clan leader Lin Jingfei, please take your seat. The steward continued to announce. Lin Jingfei entered wearing a black leather coat, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. The branch family members around him fell silent, hastily parting to create a wide path. He is the infamous fourth master of Longdu. The clan leader's family truly boasts 3 supreme figures. Each one is a presence that brings honor to the family. As the crowd debated, the steward continued to call out names. Various officials, business leaders, and local tycoons were sequentially announced based on their status and contributions to the family. At this time, outside the old residence, the cold wind howled. Lin Zhenghong's family stood at the edge of the square waiting for a full 2 hours before their names were finally announced. Lin Cece, wearing a white down jacket, had her hands reddened from the cold. She stamped her feet and pouted. Why are we at the back of the line? Our Lin Group in Lin Hai is no worse than them. Besides, my brother is clearly so capable. Lin Chen raised his hand and ruffled Lin Cece's hair, saying, "It's okay, Cece, an entry order doesn't prove anything." He appeared calm, watching the steward energetically calling out names. The discarded child from Lin Hai, Lin Zhenghong's line, please take your seat. The steward's voice carried an obvious sense of perfunctoriness, omitting even the title. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenghong's body stiffened immediately. Lin's mother grasped his hand, and the family of 4 walked towards the entrance under the gaze of hundreds. Whispers surged from all directions. I thought it was someone else at the back. Turns out it's the second son who was expelled from the family. I heard he previously provoked a prominent family from Kyoto, which led to his bankruptcy. No wonder he ended up at the back. It's great that they can return to the family, but what more can we expect? Lin Zhenghong's face turned ashen as he heard the comments. He stopped and turned to look at a few branch family relatives who were speaking. Lin Chen placed a hand on Lin Zhenghong's shoulder and said calmly, "Dad, they're just clowns, don't pay them any mind." After a moment, the family entered the main hall. The main hall was enormous, capable of accommodating hundreds of people. At the front, there was a Grand Master's chair where Lin Songhai sat in a dark red tang suit. The seating arrangement for the birthday celebration was extremely clear. The first row closest to Lin Songhai was occupied by Lin Zhengwo, Lin Jingye, Lin Jingfei, and others. The further back, the lower the status. The steward stepped forward and pointed to the corner of the main hall. "Second master, you can sit there." Following the sound, they saw it was a side table near the serving passage. Lin Zhenghong said nothing, leading Lin's mother to sit down, while Lin Chen pulled out a chair for Lin Cece. The birthday celebration then commenced. The younger generation approached one by one to pay their respects. Lin Zhangwo's eldest son Lin Hao, carrying a jade Buddha, stepped up to the Grand Master's chair and respectfully said, "Wishing Grandpa health and longevity. Here is the jade Buddha for you." Lin Songhai laughed heartily and nodded. The steward announced the value of the jade Buddha, loudly eliciting waves of astonishment. After that, several more gifts were presented by the younger generation. After the gift-giving concluded, the younger ones returned to their seats. Lin Hao did not go back to the first row, but instead strolled to the last row with a glass of wine, followed by Lin Jingye's daughter Lin Jiaojiao. Lin Hao looked down at Lin Zhenghong's family from a height and said, "Oh, how come there are still people sitting in the last row? Can Grandpa hear them?" Lin Jiaojiao covered her mouth and chuckled. "How good, don't say that. They came from a remote corner of Lin Hai. They should be grateful just to enter the main hall." Lin Hao shook his wine glass, raising his voice a few notches, drawing the attention of several tables around. Indeed, after all, the first row is not a place for just anyone. At least it should be for the big bosses of the group or high-ranking figures. He cast a mocking glance at Lin Chen, smirking. After all, they come from a small place. Even if they have spiritual spring water, it's just a stroke of luck. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. The surrounding branch family members burst into laughter, various sneers and jeers overlapping. Lin Zhenghong trembled with anger, gripping the edge of the table tightly. Lin Cece stood up, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Hao. "Shut up." Lin Hao immediately turned cold, saying, "You unruly wild girl, what gives you the right to speak here?" He raised his hand as if to slap. Suddenly a hand appeared out of nowhere, gripping Lin Hao's wrist. Lin Chen, sitting in his chair, didn't even change his posture, raising his head to look at Lin Hao. With a sudden force on his wrist, a crack echoed through the air. Lin Hao's face turned red, bending over in pain, shouting, "Lin Chen, do you dare to make a move here? How dare you act against me, sitting in the first row when you're in the last row? Who gave you the courage?" Hearing the commotion, Lin Zhangwo turned his head and Lin Songhai frowned, all eyes turning to the last row. Lin Chen released his grip, causing Lin Hao to stagger back and knock over a chair. Then Lin Chen stood up, straightened his cuffs, and gazed past the crowd directly at Lin Zhangwo in the first row and Lin Songhai on the Grand Master's chair. He took a step forward, walking towards the first row, his tone flat. "It's just a seat. If I want to sit, who can stop me?" The moment these words were spoken, a brief dead silence ensued, followed by an ear-splitting roar of laughter that erupted through the hall. "Huh? Has this kid lost his mind?" exclaimed a branch family member wearing gold-rimmed glasses, doubling over with laughter as he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Chen. "Who do you think you are? You want to sit in the front row? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror first." "Exactly. Who do you think you are, some big shot?" A heavily made-up woman beside him rolled her eyes, her face full of sarcasm. "You splash around in that little puddle called Lin Hai, cook up some so-called spiritual spring water, and actually think you can wrestle with the true dragons of Dragon Capital. Absolutely ridiculous. Bragging without a shred of shame. The front row is where the clan chief, district one's leader, and the chairman of 100 billion conglomerate sit. He's nothing but a cast-off, allowed back into the family only by the chief's grace, and he dares to speak so arrogantly." The jeers and laughter swirled around him. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenghong's face turned ashen. Lin Cece trembled with rage, tears welling in her eyes, yet she bit her lip stubbornly to keep them from falling. Su Qingxue sat quietly in her seat, her expression cool and aloof. She did not glance at those who mocked. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen's upright back, devoid of any worry, filled only with absolute trust. Meanwhile, in the front row, Lin Zhangwo sat upright in his chair, idly toying with two smooth Hetian jade walnuts. He did not even turn his head, merely taking a sip of tea, as if everything happening behind him was of no concern. Lin Jingye let out a cold laugh, leaning sideways to whisper to Lin Zhangwo, "Big brother, that little beast from second brother's family has grown wildly arrogant. Should I have the bodyguards toss him out? Today is the old master's birthday celebration. Of spilling blood would be inauspicious." Lin Zhangwo set down his teacup, his tone calm. "He's just a clown. Let him prance. The higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall." Lin Hao, whose wrist had been snapped by Lin Chen, was now supported by several servants. Drenched in cold sweat, his face twisted in agony, yet hearing the taunts around him, his eyes gleamed with venomous satisfaction. "Lin Chen, you dare to hurt me? You're dead." Lin Hao gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Chen. "You think a few flashy moves can let you run wild in the Lin family? Today I'll show you what true power means." A few younger branch family members moved to continue their mockery, but suddenly the steward on the high platform struck the bronze gong with force. Dong. The crisp sound of the gong silenced the clamor in the main hall. The steward cleared his throat, picked up the gilded guest list, and announced in a loud voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The next segment, the birthday congratulations, now officially begins. At these words, the entire venue burst into fervor. The Lin family's annual gathering traditionally consisted of two parts: the private ancestral rites and the public birthday celebration. And the public celebration was the main event. The dragon capital Lin family had extensive branches, each cultivating vast networks of influence. Every year at this time, they invited the dignitaries and business magnates they had befriended to lend their presence. This was not merely to congratulate Lin Songhai on his birthday, it was the ultimate arena for the Lin family's various branches to display their connections and flaunt their power. Whoever brought the most prestigious and influential guests would secure absolute dominance in the ensuing allocation of family resources. In previous years to triumph in this segment, countless Lin family members had employed every conceivable trick. Hearing the steward announce the start of the segment, the younger ones who had been harassing Lin Chen perked up. Lin Hao, enduring the sharp pain in his wrist, straightened himself with the help of the servants. He raised his uninjured hand and pointed at Lin Chen, sneering, "Lin Chen, weren't you just bragging? Didn't you say you could sit wherever you pleased?" Lin Hao raised his voice to ensure everyone could hear. "Soon the distinguished guests will arrive. I'm dying to see what kind of big shot from Lin Hai you can bring." Brother Hao is right. Lin Jie, son of Lin Jingye, immediately jumped in his face, full of fawning agreement. With their meager background, they might fool a few bumpkins in Lin Hai, but in Dragon Capital, who even knows who Lin Zhenghong is? Lin Jie turned to Lin Chen, his eyes brimming with mockery. "Lin Chen, just wait until you see our tables crowded with esteemed guests while yours remains utterly empty. What a sight that'll be. You'll be the laughingstock of all Dragon Capital. I bet Uncle's family won't have a single visitor today." Another branch family member chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "After all, those small-town folks from Lin Hai wouldn't even know how to find the door to curry favor with our Lin family." Another wave of laughter erupted around them. Lin Xinghong's face grew even darker. He knew well that over the years their family had treaded carefully in Lin Hai, never having cultivated any connections with Dragon Capital's elite. Today in this segment, they were destined to be nothing more than the backdrop and the butt of every joke. Just then an elder from a collateral branch nearby stroked his chin and asked curiously, "Speaking of which, who will have the greatest prestige in this year's birthday congratulations?" Lin Jie immediately puffed out his chest and answered loudly and seriously, "That goes without saying. It's Uncle." He paused, deliberately sweeping his gaze across the hall with a triumphant expression. Even in the years before Uncle rose to his current position, the guests at our Lin family gathering were mostly split between grandfather and Uncle's branches. Now that Uncle has officially been appointed as the #1 of Dragon Capital's Eastern District, wielding immense power, this year's birthday spectacle will undoubtedly be his triumph. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Indeed, the weight of being Eastern District's #1 is immense. Who in Dragon Capital's political and business circles would dare to slight him? I hear even several other top-tier families in Dragon Capital will send representatives with gifts today. Our Lin family is truly about to soar to new heights. Listening to the chatter around him, even the pain on Lin Hao's face seemed to ease. He held his head high, his face brimming with arrogance. As the undisputed eldest son of Lin Zhangwo, he knew all too well the terrifying status his father held in Dragon Capital. Once his father secured his promotion, the position of clan chief would be his making Lin Hao the future crown prince of the Dragon Capital Lin family. When that day came, crushing someone like Lin Chen would be as easy as lifting a finger. The younger generation of the branch families were shrewd enough to know which way the wind blew. They quickly swarmed around Lin Hao, showering him with flattery as if it cost nothing. "Brother Hao, you're the leading figure among our younger generation. The future of our Lin family rests entirely on your shoulders." "That's right, Brother Hao. With Uncle's imminent promotion, your status rises with the tide. Soon everyone in Dragon Capital will address you as young Master Hao." Lin Jie pushed to the front, bowing and scraping. "Brother Hao, please look out for me in the future. Though my father manages the group, he still relies on Uncle in the political arena. If we join forces, won't Dragon Capital be ours for the taking?" Lin Hao basked in the feeling of being the center of attention. He waved his hand with feigned nonchalance, drawing out his words. "Easy, easy. We're all family. There's no need to talk about looking out. As long as you know your place and follow me, you won't miss out." The branch family juniors, seeing this, redoubled their sycophantic efforts. "Brother Hao is so generous. He'll stick with you from now on. My father said just last night that you are the most capable and shrewd of this generation. Brother Hao will point the way and he'll charge. Whatever you need, he'll do it without a second thought. Brother Hao, I just opened a top-tier bar in Sanliton. I've brought in some premium foreign girls. You absolutely must come for the ribbon cutting. He'll save them all for you. Brother Hao, my investment firm." The entire rear section of the main hall had turned into a personal glorification session for Lin Hao. Lin Jie watched from the side, a flicker of jealousy in his heart, though his demeanor remained ever more submissive. His eyes darted, landing once again on Lin Chen, who sat silently in the corner. Eager to prove his loyalty to Lin Hao, Lin Jie strode over to Lin Chen's table, standing over him and pointing a finger at his nose. Lin Chen, see this. This is what real prestige looks like. This is true foundation. Lin Jie's voice was sharp with sarcasm. Brother Hao is the pillar of our Lin family's future. As for you, a lucky upstart who got rich selling water, and you dare to challenge Brother Hao. He snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. I suggest you crawl back to your little town of Linhai before you embarrass yourself further. The waters in Dragon Capital run too deep for a shrimp like you. Lin Chen sat in his chair, his gaze calm. He did not even spare Lin Jie a glance, merely lifting his teacup and gently blowing on the floating leaves. Being completely ignored infuriated Lin Jie. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the corner of his eye caught sight of Su Qingxue sitting nearby. In the earlier chaos, he hadn't gotten a good look. Now seeing her up close, Lin Jie was utterly captivated. Su Qingxue wore a simple white gown devoid of any ornate decoration, yet it accentuated her snow-like skin and perfect curves to perfection. Her cold, ethereally beautiful face was like a lotus blooming atop a snowy peak, exuding an air of untouchable allure that begged to be conquered. Compared to her, the so-called socialites and internet celebrities he usually played with were nothing but vulgar painted dolls. A lascivious glint flashed in Lin Jie's eyes. He straightened his tie, plastered on what he thought was a charming smile, and stepped past Lin Chen to face Su Qingxue. What a waste of a beautiful woman stuck here, Lin Jie said, leaning in slightly with a flirtatious tone. What future can you have following a useless fool like Lin Chen who doesn't know his place? He's offended Brother Hao today. He won't even be able to survive in Dragon Capital. He reached out a hand intending to touch Su Qingxue. How about this? You come with Brother Hao? He's the future crown prince of the Lin family. With just one word from him, you'll have everything you could ever want in Dragon Capital. Lin Jie grew more excited as he spoke, his gaze roving over Su Qingxue without restraint. Being with Brother Hao is 100 times better than being with a pathetic braggart like Lin Chen. Su Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. A sudden laugh echoed in the quiet corner. Lin Chen set down his teacup, his shoulders shaking slightly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was not loud, but it was profoundly insulting, instantly cutting off Lin Jie's incessant chatter. Lin Jie's outstretched hand froze midair. He turned his head, glaring at Lin Chen, his face instantly darkening. What are you laughing at? Lin Jie barked, his eyes wide. Lin Chen slowly lifted his eyelids, his deep gaze devoid of any warmth. He looked at Lin Jie as if he were looking at a dead man, and said flatly, I'm laughing at a dog barking and wagging its tail at its master. Who are you calling a dog? Lin Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide and veins bulging on his forehead, pointing like a dog that barks at everyone it sees or wags its tail for its owner. Your performance just now was truly remarkable. It would be a pity not to win an Oscar, Dog King. Hearing this, Lin Jie's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He glared at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth. Lin Chen, all you have left is your mouth. After all, coming from a small place, it's understandable that you'd be sharp-tongued. Just wait. When the guests arrive, well, see how arrogant you can be. He suddenly swung his hand and retreated back to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao, clutching his broken wrist, was drenched in cold sweat, still glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. On the high platform, the steward struck the gong heavily. The auspicious time has arrived. Open the doors to welcome the guests. Outside the main hall, firecrackers erupted and a red carpet was laid all the way to the foot of Nanshan. The steward picked up the gilded guest book, cleared his throat, and his booming voice echoed throughout the venue. Donghai Building Materials Group boss, Wang, has arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, several figures walked in from outside the main door. At the forefront was a portly man dressed in an expensive custom suit, with a limited edition Patek Philippe on his wrist, embodying the image of a successful individual. Inside the main hall, a middle-aged man from the branch family quickly stood up, a big smile on his face as he welcomed him. Boss Wang, it's such a bother for you to come all this way. Boss Wang clasped his hands together and replied with a smile, Brother, your Lin family's annual meeting along with the old man's 80th birthday, I certainly had to attend. This is a pure gold statue of the Donghai birthday star. Please present it to the old man for me, wishing him blessings as vast as the Donghai and longevity as enduring as Nanshan. The middle-aged man was beaming as he accepted the heavy gift box, saying, Brother Wang, you're too kind, please take a seat. The surrounding members of the branch family glanced over, whispering amongst themselves. Boss Wang from Donghai Building Materials has a net worth of at least tens of billions, and he personally came to congratulate a member of our branch family on his birthday. Our Lin family's current reputation is